He was chosen by the dark powers, yet he could not master their insatiable hunger. He was favored by the spatial abilities, yet he could not decipher their enigmatic paths. As these two forces, which should have been mutually exclusive, coexisted within him, he became the anomaly coveted by all factions. The Dark Church sought to reclaim him, while the Holy Temple of Light aimed to purify him. The alluring vampire regarded him as a hope for transcending species, and the witch performing soul sacrifices sensed the ancient covenant lingering around him. Meanwhile, the quiet ability user, Lanlan, who always followed him, seemed to foresee his fate even more clearly than anyone else. Some regarded him as a calamity that disrupted the balance of powers, while others believed he was the sole anchor in a world on the brink of imbalance. Yet at this moment, all he desired was to find a path for survival amidst the treachery of pursuit and temptation, trial and guardianship. He also wished to understand why, whenever danger approached, the seemingly fragile Lanlan possessed a gaze colder than any ability user he had encountered. Chapter 1. An Encounter in the City of Dreams. At this moment, Tianhen walked alone along the road, his handsome visage devoid of expression, adorned with dust from an unknown source, rendering him somewhat ludicrous. His disheveled black hair contrasted with the otherwise immaculate uniform he wore. If he were to see his current appearance, he would surely feel as if he had returned to the slums. His heart was cold. Each recollection of the events he had just endured compelled him to lament, "How pitiful I am! Why must such misfortune befall me? My first love has ended." He longed to shout, "I am so wretched." As he trudged down the vibrant thoroughfare, his body felt almost numb. He was oblivious to his surroundings, unsure of where he had arrived or where he ought to go. Suddenly, something jostled him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, his uniform collecting dust that he could not help but curse. When misfortune strikes, it feels as if even drinking cold water becomes a chore. Today must be my day of bad luck. His mind, seemingly unhinged, calculated the date, and he silently vowed never to venture out on this day in the years to come. Rising to his feet, he intended to return to the academy when a dazzling burst of light appeared ahead, a figure blocking his path. Instinctively, he looked up to see a woman heavily adorned with makeup, the pungent scent of her cosmetics assaulting his nostrils that a strange sensation stirred within him. Could this be the frivolous woman spoken of by the wealthy youths? He quickly adopted a fierce demeanor, coldly stating, "What do you want? Step aside." The woman appeared startled, her heart trembling at his icy tone. She could not comprehend why such a voice emanated from a young man, nor could she ignore the penetrating gaze that seemed to pierce through all worldly facades. She regarded Tianhen with a somewhat peculiar expression but quickly regained her composure, donning an artificial smile. The thick makeup that obscured her age slightly slid down her face as she exclaimed, "Sir, would you care to join us for a while?" Hearing her voice, Tianhen felt an inexplicable annoyance. He noticed her gaze lingering on the emblem on his left chest, which marked him as a student of the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. Centuries ago, humanity had departed from Earth, utilizing various technologies to inhabit planets capable of sustaining life, known as administrative planets. Earth remained the headquarters of humanity, housing the Galactic Alliance Council formed by the original nations. Tianhen resided on Zhongting Star, one of many administrative planets, which was also a significant transit hub within the Galactic Alliance, far more prosperous than ordinary. Administrative planets. 5 years prior, he was brought to Zhongting City by the teacher he revered most, entering the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, and he was now on the brink of graduation, yet. Today he found himself engulfed in the agony of heartbreak. Zhongting Comprehensive Academy was the largest institution on Zhongting Star, situated in the capital, Zhongting City, and typically only the children of the affluent could gain admission. Tianhen mused that the woman before him had clearly regarded him as a guest adorned with the insignia of the elite. Regrettably, he was not the wealthy individual she presumed him to be. If she were to learn that he was merely a youth from the slums, admitted to the academy due to his exceptional flying skills, she would likely alter her attitude immediately. In that moment, a wave of resentment surged within him, as if all the world were an object of his disdain. He silently cursed, "Money truly is a wretched thing." He lifted his head forcefully, glancing past the woman and gazing skyward. Streams of light flashed overhead. They were soaring vehicles, the most common means of transportation in the Galactic Alliance, used for interplanetary travel alongside various aircraft and military ships. Throughout Zhongting Star, and indeed the entirety of the Galactic Alliance, soaring vehicles were the preferred mode of transit. While there were numerous types of these vehicles, they were beyond the understanding of a boy like Tianhen, who had emerged from the slums, as they were the playthings of the affluent. He was aware that the parking lot of Zhongting Comprehensive Academy housed numerous expensive soaring vehicles, tools for the wealthy to flaunt their status. He also knew that he could achieve the speed of the most basic soaring vehicle through his flying skills, which remained his sole source of pride. He often reminded himself that the body was the finest soaring vehicle. Indeed, this was the only consolation he could find. Truly advanced soaring vehicles could reach speeds of over 1,000 meters per second, 3 to 4 times the speed of sound. Riding in a soaring vehicle was a pleasure, while traversing the cosmos was a grueling endeavor. Moreover, soaring vehicles offered far greater safety than space travel. His gaze slowly descended, resting on the mesmerizing glow that dominated a vast area of nearly 100 square meters, enveloped in a multitude of lights. The most prominent feature was the 3 golden characters at the center, Dream City. "Sir, you seem to be troubled by something. Here, you may vent your emotions," the woman said. Tianhen lowered his head, glancing at his silver uniform. It would be a lie to claim he was not tempted. After all, having had little exposure to the outside society, he had never visited a bar. He thought perhaps a visit to a bar might alleviate his heartache. With a bitter smile, he replied, venting, "No, I do not require that. What I need is anesthesia. I have heard of a substance called alcohol that can completely numb one's nerves. Do you have any here?" The woman's laughter rang out. "Of course. As you wish, we offer a variety of exquisite wines. Whatever you desire to drink, we shall provide. Here, you are our god, and we treat each guest as if they were divine." Tianhen waved his hand to halt her further words. Resolute, he thought, no money, no money. I'll just go in and drink something. At worst, I'll get beaten up. Usually timid, today, spurred by heartbreak, a surge of audacity welled within him, and with his head held high, he declared, no need for further words. Take me inside. I want the strongest drink that can numb my senses, and it must be the finest. That moment, Tianhen ceased to care about the consequences. His heart ached too deeply, for years of romance were not easily cast aside. If he had known that some had been rendered crippled for dining without payment in Dream City, he might have reconsidered his boldness. The woman felt a thrill of delight, stepping aside as Tianhen, filled with trepidation, followed her into the enchanting realm of Dream City. All the clamor and splendor left no impression on Tianhen's heart. He merely knew that the woman had brought him to a table for 2 before departing. That it soon became evident that numerous beautiful women were present in the vicinity. Before he could utter a word, a crystalline goblet appeared on the metallic table before him. The atmosphere buzzed with fervor, as if it could melt everything around, yet deep within him, akin to that crystal goblet, there was only a singular chill. All that surrounded him merely dulled his senses, while the sting in his heart persisted. The goblet contained a green liquid, with tiny bubbles rising within, releasing a rich fragrance that wafted tantalizingly towards him. He grasped the goblet, slowly bringing it to his face, gazing vacantly at the verdant liquid, contemplating its pleasant aroma, not knowing how to drink it, and feeling a thirst that demanded satisfaction. He resolved to indulge boldly. Without further hesitation, he closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and downed the goblet's contents in one swift motion. The liquid slid down his throat. It brought not only the taste of smoothness, but also a fiery sensation, igniting a warmth that flushed his face crimson. This was the first time he had ever tasted alcohol. The liquid coursed down his throat. 2 crystalline tears rolled down his cheeks, not tears of anguish, but rather those provoked by the spiciness and heat. A wave of dizziness washed over him, blurring his vision, while the ache in his heart seemed to diminish. He murmured, "No wonder they say alcohol is a fine thing. Though I may have overindulged, it's a rare occasion to be carefree today, so why not revel in it?" His grip tightened around the goblet, turning his hand pale from the exertion, and the scenery before him grew increasingly hazy, as waves of dizziness surged from weak to overwhelming, assaulting his mind. The thin wall of the crystal goblet finally succumbed to his force and shattered. Fragments of crystal tumbled down, mingling with fresh crimson blood, producing a sharp sound as they hit the ground. Tianhen could not help but complain, "What a cursed day. What is this cup made of? It must be a counterfeit product. Sir, are you all right?" inquired the server who had previously delivered the drink, his tone respectful. He was not surprised by Tianhen's state. He had witnessed far more outrageous behavior. Tianhen lifted his head, a chill emanating from his eyes due to his inner turmoil. He retorted discontentedly, "What do you mean, all right? Just leave me be and bring more of that drink. Keep it coming until I say stop." The server frowned slightly. "Sir, but you will become intoxicated. The dreamy verdant has a potent after effect." With a resounding bang, Tianhen slammed his palm onto the metallic table, leaving a vivid red imprint. "Isn't it said that those who come here are divine? Do you not heed the commands of the divine?" His voice brimmed with anger, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Accustomed to being looked down upon, he was determined to unleash his frustrations fully. "Very well, sir, as you wish." The server replied without further argument, swiftly bringing 2 more goblets filled with the green liquid to Tianhin. Without hesitation, he gulped down 1 goblet, while the other seemingly vanished from his sight. A cool, soft hand clasped his still bleeding right hand, the chill overwhelming the pain in his dazed state. Tianhin did not notice that the blood had ceased flowing, and even the wound had begun to heal. A young woman with bright, luminous eyes spoke. "I'll drink with you, shall I? Drink with me?" Tianhin gazed into her radiant eyes. "Fine. If you wish to drink, go ahead. However, I have no money to pay the bill. If you're unafraid of being thrown out, then indulge." Her voice chimed in. "No money? How amusing. Drinking the most expensive, dreamy verdant without funds. You must indeed be rather special. Since you appear so despondent, why not bear a little more? Don't blame me." The server, dutifully attentive, collected the empty goblets while presenting 2 more filled with dreamy verdant. Tianhin downed 1, and the other vanished once more from his view. The woman playfully stuck out her tongue, placing her empty goblet aside with a grace that far surpassed Tianhin's. "What a strong drink. You've managed 4 goblets. By the way, I still don't know your name. Name? I won't tell you. But if you answer a question, then perhaps I will," he slurred, struggling to articulate. Curiosity glimmered in her eyes as she asked, "What question?" Tianhin suddenly grasped her cold little hand, his expression somewhat dazed as he queried, "Tell me, am I really that pathetic?" "You think you're pathetic?" Her voice shot up an octave. Astonished that this relatively handsome young man would pose such a question, she found herself at a loss for words. Tianhin chuckled bitterly. "Indeed. You must think so too, right? But I am not pathetic," he bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the hall, drawing curious gazes toward him. The power of dreamy verdant surged within him, allowing him to express his innermost thoughts before he slowly collapsed onto a soft sofa. The woman seemed oblivious to the curious stares around them, a peculiar smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Why would he ask such a thing? Server, bring the bill." "Yes, esteemed lady," the server replied, his demeanor unchanging, as he accepted the golden card from her hand, bowing slightly before stating, "A total of 5 goblets of dreamy verdant amounts to 3,000 galactic coins." Had Tianhin been conscious at that moment, he would undoubtedly have been astounded. What was 3,000 galactic coins? That was the tuition fee for a student at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy for 5 years. Even in the bustling Zhongting city, few could afford such an expense, as 100 galactic coins could allow an ordinary family to live comfortably for a month. In a short while, the gold card returned to the woman's hand. She rose and approached Tianhin, draping his arm over her shoulder. Tianhin hung limply against her, yet she appeared to carry him effortlessly as she proceeded toward the rear of Dreamy City. Gradually, Tianhin opened his eyes, a throbbing headache clouding his mind. He found himself enveloped in a faint fragrance, warmth coursing through him, akin to lying in a mother's tender embrace. The trials he had endured at Zhongting Comprehensive Academy quickly roused him to full awareness, and upon surveying his surroundings, his immediate instinct was to leap from the plush bed. "Where am I? Why am I here?" He glanced down at his body, completely unclothed yet devoid of any signs of having been beaten. Tianhin had never encountered such opulence. The room was over 100 square meters, equipped with every conceivable luxury, both familiar and unfamiliar to him. The enormous, soft round bed was adorned entirely in pink. Pink pillows, pink blankets. His Zhongting Comprehensive Academy uniform neatly folded beside him. A flash of crimson peeking from beneath the pink blanket caught his attention. Instinctively, he lifted the cover, only to freeze in shock at the sight of a pool of blood, at the center of which lay a silver, metallic-looking bead. The sorrows of the previous day faded from his mind, replaced by astonishment. Grasping the still warm bead, he bitterly murmured to himself, "Heavens! What on earth did I uncover yesterday?" He strained to recall the events, and at the deepest recesses of his memory, the last lingering image was that of the mysterious, luminous eyes. He placed the warm metallic orb before him, fully aware of its significance. It was a plaything for the affluent within the academy. While not an advanced contraption, it possessed the ability to capture voices and images. His heart raced, and a wave of regret washed over him as he contemplated the identity of the girl he encountered yesterday. She had bright, captivating eyes, and her appearance was likely not lacking. But now, it was too late. She had departed. Tianhin glanced around, his mind sharpening with the realization that he must discreetly escape this place, lest he be caught. He decided to first see what the orb had to reveal. In a state of nervous excitement, he finally succumbed to temptation and pressed a subtle protrusion on the metallic orb. In the next instant, it emitted a gentle warmth, levitating from his palm, as a shimmering projection materialized before him. He watched intently, only to feel disappointment wash over him. The image was indistinct, revealing only a graceful silhouette and those familiar, luminous eyes, clearly obscuring her true visage. You're awake, a melodious voice suddenly chimed in. Hearing it made Tianhen swallow hard. By the time you woke, I had already left. Do not fret. I am aware of your financial situation, and I have taken care of all expenses here. You are free to leave at any moment. However, I must clarify that my choice of you is not motivated by any romantic interest. You will soon understand the reasons behind my decision. Let this matter conclude here. Do not seek me out, for I will not appear before you again. We share no connection. This left Tianhen momentarily stunned, as myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. What did this mean? He felt a sudden sense of being manipulated. Just as the girl had implied in her message, there must be a deeper reason behind her actions. Yet, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she had covered all expenses. The voice from the orb continued. You are quite an intriguing individual. I must take my leave now. If yesterday's events cause you any trouble, I apologize in advance. You appear to be heartbroken and perhaps face some humiliation from your lover. But what does it matter what others say? To live joyfully, pursue your desires. No good fortune will fall into your lap without effort. My mother imparted this wisdom to me, and I pass it to you as a parting gift. With a flash, the orb returned to its normal state, and the hazy image vanished, leaving Tianhen in a state of paralysis. His expression and skin turned a deep shade of purple. He had always been a rule-abiding student at the academy, knowing that without money, he could do little. Aside from studying and spending time with his girlfriend, his life had been devoid of leisure. The absurdity of having told a stranger, I am inadequate, the previous night was hard to believe. He wished he could find a crevice to hide in, never to emerge again. Yet, he overlooked a significant fact. The helpless sorrow within him had quietly dissipated. After what felt like an eternity, Tianhen snapped back to reality, hastily donning his uniform. As the soft fabric enveloped him, he felt a semblance of calm return. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the emblem of Zhongting Comprehensive Academy adorning his chest, and suddenly, it struck him. Today was his graduation ceremony. After 5 years of arduous study, this day marked the culmination of his efforts. Yet time was evidently not on his side. For Tianhen, the most significant individuals in his life, apart from his parents and the teacher who had rescued him from the slums, were those who had left him yesterday. He understood the rarity of his educational opportunity and had worked diligently to ensure a better future for his family, striving to escape the clutches of poverty. While others indulged in Zhongting City's myriad entertainments, he had devoted himself to study and practice. This graduation ceremony was crucial. It represented the fruits of 5 years of labor. Securing a diploma from Zhongting Comprehensive Academy would afford him the chance to find a respectable job, alleviating his family's struggles. With thoughts of the graduation ceremony igniting urgency within him, Tianhen dashed out of the room. The door swung open automatically as he approached, revealing a labyrinthine path ahead. However, this posed no challenge for him. Armed with keen intuition and familiarity with the Galactic Alliance's architecture, he swiftly navigated his way forward. The girl with the sparkling eyes had settled all expenses, ensuring no one would impede his path. 3 minutes later, he burst through the gates of Dream City. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, he calibrated his cosmic energy to its optimal state, propelling himself upward like a laser-beamed AT that moment. His simple watch indicated that there were only 5 minutes left until the graduation ceremony at Zhongting Comprehensive Academy commenced. For ordinary individuals, mastering the art of flight was deemed impossible, as it required the harnessing of cosmic energy, knowledge only accessible at prestigious comprehensive academies, which charged exorbitant tuition fees. Furthermore, with the advent of flying vehicles, the wealthy had grown accustomed to their convenience, resulting in few individuals pursuing flight training. Even among those who did, dedication was scarce. In Zhongting Star's current climate, indulgence reigned supreme for the affluent. The Galactic Alliance represented the unification of humanity, having transitioned from a system of nations to one of alliances, discarding previous divisions of nationality and ethnicity. Individuals of all backgrounds could now harmoniously coexist. That a universal language, developed by a multitude of scientists, was known as cosmic language, which had been disseminated across the cosmos 2 centuries prior. Additionally, currency had been standardized into cosmic coins. The remarkable advancements in technology facilitated rapid development throughout the Galactic Alliance, making interstellar travel remarkably accessible. The Galactic Alliance's affairs were overseen by a parliament, divided into an upper and lower house, each comprising 500 representatives. While the numbers were substantial, roles were distinctly defined. The upper house consisted primarily of high-ranking government officials and local leaders from various planets, while the lower house comprised representatives from the populace. Each house's speaker possessed veto power. Although the upper house wielded greater authority, The lower house held oversight and regulatory powers. Together, both chambers determined the trajectory of the Galactic Alliance's development. The military reported directly to the Parliament, having evolved beyond the era of ground forces. The primary military strength comprised 10 major fleets capable of traversing between planets, each fleet possessing the capacity to obliterate an entire planet. Approximately 10,000 warships were in service within these fleets, excluding supply ships. The most formidable vessels were the Divine-class ships commanded by fleet admirals. These Divine-class vessels represented humanity's most potent weaponry, each boasting 800 main cannons and 3,600 secondary cannons, extending 3,000 meters in length, with energy shields capable of withstanding up to 100,000 degrees. They housed various aircraft and nearly 10,000 space vehicles, complemented by at least 8 escort ships measuring over 1,000 meters. This level of firepower was nearly cataclysmic, capable of effortlessly dismantling all defensive systems on a standard administrative planet, rendering it completely incapacitated. Within the entirety of the Galactic Alliance, the only divine vessels currently in service are the capital ships possessed by the 10 fleet commanders. Each of these esteemed commanders is accountable to the supreme commander of the military, with their fleets stationed in various star domains surrounding the administrative planets of the Alliance. Chapter 2. The Gaze That Can Kill in Contemporary Society. The deciphering of genetics and human genomic mutations has liberated humanity from the constraints of lifespan. Scientists have developed transformation techniques that, utilizing various cutting-edge instruments, allow target populations to undergo metamorphosis and rebirth at regular intervals. With each transformation, the body's genes alter, becoming increasingly superior and better suited for survival. However, thus far, only the wealthiest and most privileged individuals across the planets have access to these remarkable transformation techniques. For the average citizen, the financial burden required to partake in such metamorphosis is astronomical. The advent of transformation techniques has sparked a profound interest among scientists in the myriad potentials of the human body. A faction of these scholars has employed an array of technological means, conducting relentless experiments to study the human form, ultimately uncovering a method to harness innate human potentials, cosmic chi. Through this cultivation method, individuals can directly absorb various molecules from the universe, acquiring formidable abilities that surpass those of ordinary people. Remarkably, common individuals may even undergo transformation autonomously without resorting to transformation techniques. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery in cosmic chi, one may also transcend the limitations of lifespan. However, this remains a theoretical notion, as no one has yet attained such heights. Nevertheless, it is an undeniable fact that each advancement in cosmic chi significantly contributes to the delay of aging. For the elite, rebirth through transformation techniques is deemed the superior path, as it is both convenient and secure. The arduous nature of cultivating cosmic chi is a truth only understood by those who have traversed this path. Tianhen was born in a slum, devoid of the qualifications to learn cosmic chi, let alone master flight techniques. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him when, at the age of 7, he encountered a mysterious middle-aged man, a meeting that would alter the course of his destiny. The man merely inquired if Tianhen wished to become powerful, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, bestowed upon him 2 books. Yes, books made of paper, an anomaly in a world where technology has nearly supplanted all traditional forms. These 2 volumes contain the methods for cultivating cosmic chi and its application in flight techniques. The middle-aged man cautioned Tianhen to refrain from applying cosmic chi to any other purpose until he turned 20, insisting it be solely used for flight. Furthermore, he was to keep the man's appearance and this secret from anyone, including his most revered parents, until he reached the age of 15. At the tender age of 7, when he could barely recognize a handful of characters, Tianhen acquiesced to the man's request. From that day forth, the enigmatic figure provided him with simple guidance and imparted knowledge about the world around him, a process that continued for 2 full years. Due to his promise, Tianhen never revealed this secret to anyone before turning 15, harboring a lingering regret in his heart. Although the mysterious man had tutored him for 2 years, he had never seen his face. Now, shortly after celebrating his 20th birthday, Tianhen finds himself confined to applying his cultivated cosmic chi solely to flight techniques, leaving him oblivious to the extent of his mastery. Yet, he has become utterly enamored with the exquisite sensations that flight imparts. In but a minute, Tianhen elevated his speed to its utmost limit, soaring parallel to the ground at an altitude of 200 meters, unaffected by the aerial vehicles around him. From the earth below, he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. The cosmic energy within him adjusted autonomously, gradually alleviating the discomfort brought on by last night's revelry. 2 minutes later, Tianhen beheld the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, enveloped in a soft yellow protective shield, a barrier formed by energy. Given the Academy's significance, this shield boasted a strength of 1,000 degrees, equivalent to that of a standard warship's defense. With the current offensive capabilities available on the planet, breaching such formidable protection was nearly impossible. Situated in the heart of Zhongting City, the capital of Zhongting Star, the Academy has nurtured countless talents for the Galactic Alliance. Holding a transcendent status on Zhongting Star, the president of the Academy wields authority on par with that of the planetary governor. As Tianhen approached the familiar entrance, there remained 1 minute and 43 seconds until the commencement of the graduation ceremony. Upon entering the metallic corridor, he ceased to employ his flight technique, exhaling with relief. Assured that he would not arrive late, before a grand metallic door, he inserted his identification card into a slot, and a gentle voice resonated. Cosmic Era Level 335. Fifth-year student Tianhen, welcome back. Due to your absence last night, the Academy's disciplinary office retains the right to penalize you. Please proceed with iris verification. 2 metallic probes emerged from the opening of the wall, and Tianhen brought his eyes close. A flash of red light ensued, followed by the soothing voice once more. Iris verification successful. Student Tianhen, please proceed immediately to the Academy Hall for the graduation ceremony. The identification card was ejected from the slot, which Tianhen swiftly grasped, darting towards the now opening metallic door, racing towards the hall with utmost urgency. In his anxious state, his perception dulled significantly. As he approached the threshold of the Academy Hall with just 5 seconds to spare, he collided with another figure. Ah! A startled cry echoed. Tianhen stumbled a few steps, while the individual he had bumped into fell to the side. Before he could register the situation, an irate voice rang out. Are you blind? At that moment, Tianhen was preoccupied with the impending closure of the metallic door. Casting a hurried glance at the female student, he uttered an apologetic sorry, and instinctively unleashed his flight ability, propelling himself towards the door. However, the delay had cost him precious time, and he knew he would not make it. In that critical instant, a fervent wish surged within him, a desperate hope that the door would remain ajar. He understood all too well the repercussions of tardiness. The Academy's regulations were stringent, and arriving late meant forfeiting his eligibility to receive his diploma. Delaying his graduation by a year would be a tormenting ordeal. For after 5 years of study, he had already etched all the knowledge he could into his mind, and any further delay would merely diminish his time to earn a livelihood. An extraordinary scene unfolded, as if the very fabric of space was experiencing a profound tremor. Tianhen observed with acute clarity how the air shimmered gently, akin to ripples on water. In that pivotal moment, the substantial metallic door halted, suspended by the weight of his obsession. Though the pause lasted but an instant, it sufficed for him. With a fleeting movement, he slipped through the doorway just as it was on the brink of closure. The tension coursed through him, causing him to breathe heavily. Fatigue suddenly washed over him, a sensation that emanated from deep within his psyche. His hurried entrance drew numerous gazes. He dared not linger at the threshold and quickly found a vacant seat in the rear. At that moment, a flicker of guilt surged within him as he pondered the fate of the female student he had inadvertently collided with outside. Surely, that impact had jeopardized her chances of graduation. The fleeting glimpse he had caught of her lingered in his mind. She was a strikingly beautiful student, even more so than his former girlfriend. The thought of his past love tightened his heart, causing his gaze to instinctively search the auditorium. Tianhen effortlessly spotted that familiar figure, accompanied by another. A sudden wave of anguish gripped him, nearly robbing him of breath. He bowed his head, gasping for composure, desperately striving to quell the tumult within. Yet he could not bear to look in that direction again. 4 years of affection extinguished in a single day. He had sacrificed almost everything for this relationship. But what had he truly gained? On the eve of graduation, what had he received? The usually gentle Tianhen could not suppress a surge of silent rage, though it remained unvoiced within his heart. I'm sorry, Tianhen, I've made my decision. Why? Everything was fine. Was I not good enough to you? No. It wasn't a matter of inadequacy. Rather, it was that I was perhaps too good. I am aware of the care and affection you bestowed upon me. Yet, for 4 years, you have merely held my hand at most. I know you cherish me, but I simply cannot continue this. Why? Give me a reason. I feel no sense of security with you. Beyond the useless theoretical knowledge, all you do is soar away, leaving me with the unsettling feeling of being abandoned. If you felt this way, why not tell me sooner? I have surpassed 20. I am ready to learn other martial arts. For years of love. And you can dismiss it so easily? Is it again due to that ridiculous promise? At 7, what did you truly understand to warrant such steadfastness to a vow? Yet, Is not the most crucial virtue of a person the ability to keep promises? Time has passed. I am free to pursue other martial arts now. Grant me this chance. I will not take long to master all that you wish me to learn. Do not leave me. You must understand how profoundly important you are to me. It is too late. Everything is already over. Is it that your heart belongs to another? Ah, so you are not entirely naive. Indeed, William possesses a greater sense of masculinity. At least he did not emerge from the slums. Initially, I was drawn to you for your potential. But you have left me utterly disillusioned. I truly cannot fathom whether you are indeed a man. For years have elapsed, yet you lack the courage to even kiss me. No, it is not a deficiency of courage. Rather, it is my deep appreciation for you. Tianhen argued weakly, for he genuinely lacked the audacity to kiss her. Every time he beheld her enchanting visage, his heart would become utterly entranced. In his eyes, she resembled a goddess, cherished within the sanctuary of his heart. Too fearful to draw closer. Enough, she interjected. Nothing can be altered anymore. From now on, you shall be you, and I shall be I. Our paths shall no longer intertwine. You must have heard of William's temperament. If you wish to avoid trouble, it is best to keep your distance from me. Tianhen lowered his head, his not-so-long fingernails digging deeply into his palm, as fresh droplets of blood seeped from the wound inflicted by the shattered crystal goblet the previous day. Agony relentlessly ravaged Tianhen's heart. In his mind, the departing figure was so cold. And 4 years of devotion had merely yielded the sensation of his heart being torn asunder. Tianhen, of the 5th grade physical arts class, please stand. A commanding voice resonated from the podium. It was only upon the 3rd call that Tianhen snapped back to reality, hastily rising to his feet. As he felt the gazes of those around him, a wave of irritation washed over him, particularly from her and William's disdainful stares, which tightened his fists further. Do you look down upon me? One day, I shall make you aware of my prowess, he silently vowed, although he was uncertain when this ambition would materialize. Tianhen, do you not wish to graduate? Why did it take 3 calls for you to stand? A jolt of alarm coursed through Tianhen as he gazed at the stern visage of the academy's most formidable instructor, quickly regaining his composure to respectfully reply, I apologize, instructor. The instructor appeared to harbor no intention of making things difficult for him, and said, come up to the stage. Tianhen's heart tightened once more. Why must he ascend the stage? In his recollection, only those who faced disciplinary action ever stood before that podium, aside from the academy's teachers. With somewhat stiff legs, he moved forward under the watchful eyes devoid of compassion, ultimately making his way up. Among the students of Zhongting Academy, due to their differing backgrounds, no one was willing to befriend him. The wealthy offspring had their own lives and circles. This grand auditorium could accommodate nearly 10,000 individuals. It was the largest structure on the entire Zhongting star. The dome was adorned with countless lights, illuminating the hall with a resplendent glow, while the audience below appeared like a dark mass. In the cosmic calendar year 335, there were approximately 1,000 students. And Tianhen could not help but feel a surge of nervousness. The instructor stood, approaching the podium, and to Tianhen's surprise, a rare smile graced his stern features. Looking down at Tianhen, who stood with his head bowed, he proclaimed, I hereby announce that Tianhen, a student of Zhongting Academy in the cosmic calendar year 335, is the valedictorian. The Academy shall bestow upon him an honor badge and reward him with 1,000 cosmic coins. All the students in the audience were taken aback, as was Tianhen. He could not comprehend why he, an inconspicuous individual, had been bestowed with such an honor, a privilege usually reserved for the affluent scions who flaunted their opulence. Nevertheless, at that moment, his eyes became moist. He felt as if he had grasped a piece of driftwood amidst a raging torrent. He realized he had not been abandoned. The Academy had not forsaken him. Everything else became inconsequential. His gaze was solely fixated on the guiding principal's gentle expression. Thank you, Principal, Tianhen's voice quavered. The figure before him, whom he had always regarded with trepidation, now appeared so endearing. It seemed that after a day of misfortune, fortune had finally smiled upon him. He was filled with exhilaration. To him, the honor badge was trivial compared to the reward of 1,000 cosmic coins, an astonishing sum. Do not thank me. The gratitude belongs to your own diligence. The principal replied, his countenance once again shrouded in frost. He turned to address the other students, his voice booming. Silence. Do you still have the audacity to discuss this matter? If I catch anyone speaking out of turn again, you shall never graduate. The hall fell into an immediate hush. The principal's eyes glinting with coldness as he surveyed the students below. What is there to discuss? Are you astonished that Tianhen has received this honor? Before you critique others, reflect upon your own actions. I need only utter a few numbers to dispel your doubts. The comprehensive academy requires at least 13 compulsory subjects over 5 years, varying by your chosen specialization, in addition to 14 elective subjects, totaling 27 courses. Tell me, how many of you can claim to have passed more than half of these subjects? Any among you? The last 3 words he nearly shouted. The fifth-year students exchanged glances, clearly indifferent to what they had learned at the academy. I am deeply pained. The principal's eyes reflected sorrow. Among you, the cosmic level 335 students, apart from Tian'an, not a single one has passed even half of their subjects. Do you still believe you are entitled to voice your opinions? You are perhaps the poorest cohort in the history of the academy. I know many of you do not care about what you learn here. You merely desire the title of a graduate from the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. Well, very well. Is that not your intent? I have conferred with the dean, and in the interest of the academy's honor, it has been decided that all cosmic level 335 students, with the exception of Tian'an, shall repeat the academic year. Should you fail to pass more than half of your subjects thereafter, you may forever relinquish any hope of receiving a graduation certificate from Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. The principal's proclamation instantly ignited a fervor among the audience. A tall figure rose, exclaiming, "Principal, I believe this is unfair to us. Many past graduates have also failed to pass more than half of their subjects. Why were they allowed to graduate while we are not? Furthermore, why should Tian'an be an exception? I refuse to believe that this coward surpasses us." The headmaster let out a disdainful snort and said, "William, do you wish to know why previous students were able to graduate? It is simply because the headmaster back then was not me. Now that I have assumed the role of headmaster at Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, only those deemed worthy shall pass through my hands. I have several figures to share with you regarding Tian'an. All 27 subjects he has studied received outstanding grades, particularly in the 6 theoretical courses within the martial arts department, where he achieved perfect scores. Moreover, his proficiency in flight is unparalleled within the academy, surpassing even that of his instructor, reaching near supersonic levels. Who among you can boast such accomplishments? If the academy continues to allow you pampered children to act recklessly, its reputation will be irreparably tarnished. I must also clarify that when I speak of worthy, I mean that all your mandatory subjects must be passed. Otherwise, graduation is strictly forbidden. From this point forward, this will become the new rule of the academy, one that cannot be violated. It is time to restore the academy's prestige, lest it devolve into a second-rate institution." Tian'an was oblivious to the headmaster's words, his heart trembling, a tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes. The tall figure who dared to challenge the headmaster was none other than William, the one who had taken away his dearest love. He fixed his gaze fiercely upon him, yearning for nothing more than to draw a blade across his throat. His intentions seemed to radiate through his very eyes, his hatred escalating to a fever pitch as he silently cursed William to meet his demise at the hands of a passing vehicle, his clenched fists emitting faint cracking sounds. At that moment, he felt something stir within his mind, a sudden surge of mental power elevating him to unprecedented heights. Everything around him became strikingly clear. Even the pulsating veins in William's throat were perceptible to him. "Die, die!" Tian'an screamed inwardly, his gaze fixated on William's throat, the cacophony surrounding him fading into silence. In this heightened state of concentration, he was astounded to realize he could hear the very rhythm of William's blood pulsing. Just as William was about to refute the headmaster's statements, he suddenly felt a chill at his throat, an overwhelming sensation of constriction spreading throughout his body, engulfing him in the terror of impending death. In the next instant, he beheld a pair of crimson eyes, and before he could utter another word, he found himself utterly voiceless, as if something were forcing its way out of his throat, power and perception draining from him. His vision blurred into a sea of red. What erupted forth was blood. All present witnessed this horrifying spectacle as blood cascaded from William's neck, splattering onto the surrounding students, inciting a chorus of screams, with Lena's cries ringing the loudest. The headmaster's expression shifted dramatically, and all the leaders on the podium rose in alarm, their hearts filled with bewilderment, none understanding the source of this chaos. Is this real? Can a gaze truly kill? Tian'an's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling slightly as it gradually succumbed to weakness. Yet a faint, triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Even if this were merely a dream, he wished not to awaken, for the one he despised most, the one who had stolen away his beloved, had truly met his end. Then, darkness enveloped him, plunging him into an abyss. What? The search for the young lady has yet to yield results. How do you conduct your affairs? In the opulent hall, a middle-aged beauty with piercing eyes emanating an aura of authority stood before 3 men, their heads bowed in trepidation, none daring to utter a word. As she rose gracefully from her luxurious chaise, a delicate frost formed upon the garments of the men, their lips turning a shade of blue, yet they remained motionless, watching the statuesque woman approach them. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with clarity, framed by her short, ebony hair, no longer than 5 centimeters. Clad in a simple white gown that concealed every inch of her skin, her demeanor conveyed both anger and an air of dignity. As the temperature in the room returned to normal, her expression softened. She retrieved a bottle of red wine from the bar, poured herself a glass, and after savoring a sip of the tart yet fragrant liquid, she gently swirled the wine, stating with an air of indifference, "Speak. I trust you have uncovered something of significance. You are all my elite subordinates, yet your earlier hesitations are uncharacteristic of you. Should there be any concealment, you must be aware of the consequences that await you." The leader among the men, tall and slender with dark skin, appeared increasingly flustered as he responded, "Mistress, we truly have not located the lady. I am aware that on this matter, you would not dare deceive me, even if you had found her. You lack the means to bring her back. Lanlan, you have served me for decades. Do you think anything could remain hidden from me? Speak the truth, or else seek out Judge Phil yourself. The Phil family has no need for a dishonest subordinate." At the mention of Phil, Lanlan trembled, lowering his head. "Mistress, it is not that I wish to conceal information. It is merely what? Has that girl, Lanlan, committed some transgression?" The beauty's countenance radiated authority, yet her heart quaked with an ominous premonition. With a sigh, Lanlan pressed a button on his belt, and a holographic screen materialized in the center of the hall, depicting an opulent room. "Mistress, when we located the room where the lady had stayed, she had already vanished. We exhausted all avenues and could not ascertain her whereabouts. However, within that room, we discovered." The image shifted, revealing a lavish pink bed on the silver screen. The beauty's eyes widened in shock. She comprehended the implications instantly. The wine glass slipped from her grasp, shattering against the hard alloy floor with a sharp crack. Her form glided like a specter before Lanlan, and with a flick of her wrist, 5 icy blades extended from her fingers, poised at his throat. Her voice trembled as she demanded, "Explain this to me." Lanlan froze, acutely aware that any slight movement could result in the sharp ice severing his neck. In the face of such overwhelming power, resistance seemed futile. Moreover, he remained a loyal subordinate. "We discovered that the young lady shared this room with a man, reportedly a student from Zhongting Comprehensive College, according to the staff there. We never anticipated her presence in such an extravagant establishment as Dream City, which is the most luxurious entertainment venue on Zhongting Star." With a tightening grip, 5 icy blades etched 5 crimson lines across Lanlan's throat, yet no blood flowed, for as the skin ruptured, the escaping blood was instantly frozen. There was no need for further words. The elegant woman retracted her right hand, repeatedly urging herself to remain composed. But how could she maintain her calm in such circumstances? She paced the room, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, before abruptly halting and muttering in fury, "Revenge. This was an act of vengeance. How audacious of that girl to perpetrate such deeds. How could I account for this to Judge Phil? Lanlan, go to Zhongting Comprehensive College and bring that boy back to me. Remember, I require him alive. Concurrently, in the name of my authority over Zhongting Star, disseminate a message throughout the Galactic Alliance to locate Lanlan." "Understood, Master." Lanlan exhaled quietly, relieved that his temperamental superior retained a semblance of reason. "Wait." The woman called out to Lanlan, who was poised to depart. "Do not issue the message just yet. After all, this is a family disgrace, and you ought to know how to keep your lips sealed. The search for Lanlan should proceed discreetly. Moreover, before bringing that scoundrel from Zhongting Comprehensive College here, ensure that you investigate all matters related to him thoroughly." As Lanlan and his companions exited the expansive hall, the woman's breath quickened. She struck her right hand heavily against a nearby sofa, and the once soft yellow leather transformed, becoming as translucent as blue crystal. In the next moment, fissures appeared upon the crystalline surface, accompanied by a crisp sound as it shattered into fine powder. Chapter 3. Tianhin's spatial ability time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Tianhin's consciousness gradually returned. He felt his body stiffen, the flow of blood within him somewhat obstructed, yet remarkably, his spirit remained vibrant and alert, vividly recalling the events that transpired in the Academy's auditorium. William had perished, inexplicably so. Why did it feel as though every ounce of strength within him had been siphoned away at the moment of his death? Could my gaze truly possess the power to kill? A sudden revelation struck him. He remembered the grand doors, which had been closing just before he entered the auditorium. Pausing momentarily, it appeared that everything was somehow connected to him, as if it had unfolded under his influence. Both extraordinary occurrences had generated spatial fluctuations. Yet how had he orchestrated it all? Tianhin opened his eyes to find himself in a pristine room, every corner exuding cleanliness and order. Although it was his first visit, he surmised that he was in the Academy's infirmary. Nearby, A table bore several vials of medicine, while tubes connected to him, surrounded by advanced technological instruments. The instruments recognized only one device, the human ecological detector, which had been studied in class. The most notable feature of this apparatus was its ability to sense the state of the human body, including blood pressure, heartbeat, brain activity, and even the strength of mental energy. Students who had practiced cosmic energy within the academy possessed mental fortitude far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Hence the inclusion of mental strength in the detection parameters. For primary detection metrics displayed 4 distinct colored lines, gently fluctuating on the instrument's screen. Upon observation, Tianhen discerned that his blood pressure, heartbeat, and brain activity were relatively normal, yet the green line representing mental strength oscillated intensely, exceeding the normal fluctuation range. He couldn't help but ponder whether something was amiss with his mental state. At that moment, the red line indicating heartbeat began to fluctuate rapidly, reflecting Tianhen's unstable emotions. He turned his gaze toward a nearby vial, feeling a mix of apprehension as he tentatively willed the vials to come closer. As his concentration focused on the vials, he failed to notice that the green line's fluctuations became even more pronounced, affecting the movement of the other lines. What is happening today? The instructor mused. William has inexplicably died, and this top graduate has collapsed. Could it be due to fright? Perhaps. Sigh, the quality of this batch of students is truly disappointing. After finally having a commendable student, I certainly do not wish for his mental resilience to be so frail. Startled by an unexpected sound, Tianhen flinched, and at that instant, the vial he had attempted to control toppled with a clang against the metallic table. He shut his eyes, yet he could distinctly feel his heartbeat quickening. Astonishingly, it was indeed possible. This was no mere physical manipulation, as it required the synergy of cosmic energy. He had solely relied on his mental power to topple the vial. What could this mean? Was he truly endowed with the formidable mental prowess that a certain scientist had once posited? No, it seemed more than just mental strength. It appeared to be a mastery over spatial manipulation. The door swung open, and 2 sets of footsteps approached. Tianhen suddenly realized that his consciousness had spread across every corner of the room. Without even opening his eyes, he could effortlessly distinguish that the 2 individuals were the instructor and a teacher from the martial arts department. The instructor glanced at the apparatus that Tianhen recognized. But the moment he directed his attention toward it, Tianhen consciously reined in his mental energy, restoring the instrument's readings to normalcy. Tianhen, are you awake? The instructor inquired softly. Eager to comprehend the events of the previous day, Tianhen slowly opened his eyes and, feeling somewhat feeble, replied, "Greetings, instructor. I have just regained consciousness." His weakness was not feigned. Apart from his mental state, his physical functions were indeed not in optimal condition. The instructor responded gently, "I regret the events of that day. Do you have any insights regarding William's demise? As we are uncertain about the cause of your fainting, we hope you might have witnessed something that day." Tianhen shook his head and said, "I know nothing." When blood flowed from William's neck, fear enveloped him, and he fainted into a haze. He uttered these words because he had overheard the conversation between the headmaster and that teacher earlier. He did not wish to transform into a murderer, for such a fate would inevitably lead him to face the law's retribution. To him, William's death was so peculiar that proving he was the one responsible seemed nearly impossible. Thus, he resolved to deny any involvement, confident that no evidence would surface. Indeed, the headmaster's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment, yet they remained profoundly deep. He comforted Tianhen, saying, "In that case, you should rest well. I have already facilitated your graduation procedures. Once you have recovered, you can collect your honor badge from me and leave the academy. Congratulations, you have successfully qualified for graduation and have become an outstanding graduate." Tianhen managed a faint smile and replied, "Thank you, headmaster." After 5 years of study, he had finally graduated. Perhaps, upon returning to his hometown, he could leverage this achievement to secure a good job, enabling him to support his parents. Although Liana had departed, with his status as an esteemed graduate of Zhongting Academy, finding a wife would not pose a challenge once he had accumulated some savings. He had never harbored grand ambitions. He simply desired to live a better life. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he felt a strong yearning for the lifestyle of the affluent. The headmaster placed the identity card beside Tianhen's pillow and offered him a few more words of comfort, mentioning that 1,000 universe coins had already been credited to his card before leaving with the teacher. Tianhen closed his eyes, wanting to eavesdrop on what the headmaster and the teacher might discuss. To his astonishment, he found that his consciousness could indeed follow them outside the room. His heart raced once more as he realized he could still hear their conversation despite the distance. "It seems the boy truly knows nothing," the headmaster sighed. "But, headmaster," the teacher replied, "William's father is convinced that Tianhen is involved in William's death, and will not easily relent. While Tianhen may be safe within the academy, he is now graduated. Once he leaves, it could be a different story, the teacher cautioned. The headmaster snorted. The Galactic Alliance is a world governed by law. What if old William is the chairman of the Lanlan group? If he dares to act recklessly, I will report him to the Holy Alliance. I doubt he would risk offending their dignity. Indeed, it is unlikely anyone within the Galactic Alliance would dare challenge the Holy Alliance's authority. Moreover, use silence. Some matters should not be spoken of lightly. You ought to understand that. Yes, yes, came the teacher's voice, laced with trepidation. At last, Tianhen's mental reach could extend no further, and a wave of weakness washed over him. He was unable to glean more from their conversation. But the term Holy Alliance was indelibly etched in his mind. It seemed the headmaster possessed another identity. What, then, was the Holy Alliance? It seems to suggest the existence of an organization that even the esteemed Thunder Group dares not provoke. Tianhen was aware of the Thunder Group, a colossal interstellar consortium spanning nearly half the galaxy. While he knew that William was notoriously arrogant within the academy and held considerable prestige among the affluent youth, he had never anticipated that William was, in fact, the son of the chairman of the Thunder Group. Leaving this place might entail troubles. Yet could he truly remain in the academy indefinitely? No, that was utterly impossible. Even if the academy were to grant him permission, he must not entertain such thoughts. After laboriously concluding 5 years of education, lingering here would yield him nothing of value. The girl he encountered yesterday spoke wisely. To attain one's desires, one must rely on one's own efforts. Lena, did you not label me as timid? I shall prove you wrong. From this moment onward, I, Tianhen, shall never again display weakness before anyone. The resolute spirit within him compelled Tianhen to sit upright, disconnecting several tubes affixed to his body, his eyes shimmering with a faint light. The events of the day had unfolded with greater richness than his experiences over the past few years. He remained calm, refraining from impulsively departing, and instead settled into a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation according to the methods of cosmic energy. Only by maintaining optimal physical condition could he confront any challenges. Even if he could not resist, at the very least, he could still soar. According to the records and the books he had acquired, the cultivation of cosmic energy was divided into 3 segments, each further subdivided into various stages. Upon arriving at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, he sought out the library, yet only the methods for the stages of the first segment were available to him. Following the operational technique of the final stage of the first segment of cosmic energy, it took but an instant for his mind to reach a state of tranquility, fully open to the universe's mysteries. Every pore of his body unfurled, absorbing the enigmatic forces from the cosmos. A warm, gentle current flowed through his meridians, continuously releasing and contracting. With each contraction, he sensed his bodily functions rapidly revitalizing. Suddenly, a stream of clarity emerged in his mind, seamlessly merging with the cosmic energy. As he attuned to the surrounding aura, he discerned that this stream was also contracting and expanding, growing in tandem with the restoration of cosmic energy. The influx of this clear stream heightened his awareness of everything around him, benefiting the cosmic energy in turn. Compared to his previous practices, this session progressed at an extraordinary pace. He could even perceive a gentle warmth entering his body through his pores, undergoing a process of integration, subsequently expelling the impurities within. Gradually, his consciousness merged with this enchanting process, and he unwittingly lost touch with the external world. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered a transformation within himself. The cosmic energy contained within him had become denser than before, and the clear stream had vanished. His physical condition was remarkably improved, with every meridian fully expanded. At that moment, he heard a faint sound of breathing, and his mind abruptly focused as he opened his eyes. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the breath and beheld a handsome middle-aged man. The man sat beside the bed, gazing intently at him. As soon as he noticed the other had opened his eyes, a smile crept across his face. I was beginning to worry that your condition was grave, but you appear to be better than ever. Upon seeing this individual, Tianhen quickly leaped off the bed and respectfully said, Master Damon, I apologize for causing you concern. Damon was the one who had initially brought Tianhen to the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. It was he who, by chance, discovered Tianhen practicing flight techniques in his hometown, and was astonished enough to inquire why Tianhen was employing such a method of cultivation. Tianhen candidly explained his reasons. After persuading Tianhen's parents, Damon promptly brought him to the academy for further studies. According to Damon, Tianhen possessed extraordinary talent that would have been obscured in that remote and desolate place. With just a single phrase, he moved Tianhen to leave the impoverished slum he had called home for over a decade, despite his parents' objections. He had said, If you desire a comfortable life for your parents, then come with me. For the past 5 years, all of Tianhin's expenses at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy were funded by Damon. Apart from his parents, Damon was the person Tianhin held in the highest regard and gratitude. Damon smiled at his proud disciple and remarked, "I have heard that the Academy has granted you graduation and awarded you 1,000 cosmic coins." Tianhin nodded and presented his identity card to Damon, saying, "Master, I would like to give you this 1,000 cosmic coins first, and I will repay the remaining tuition once I secure a job." Although he had a fondness for money, his feelings for Damon transcended mere financial matters. Without Damon, he would still be languishing in the slum, and the person he had become would not exist. Damon shook his head, responding, "I cannot accept it. You know I am not in need of such things." Tianhin was well aware that Damon hailed from a prestigious family, whose factory produced most of the aerial vehicles required by Zhongting Star and over 20 neighboring planets. While his wealth did not rival that of the Lanlan group, it was still quite renowned within the Galactic Alliance. A resolute expression emerged on Tianhin's face as he declared, "Master, you must accept it. I understand that money cannot repay your kindness, but it is all I can offer at this moment." Damon gently pushed Tianhin's hand away, stating, "Let us set this aside for now. If you insist on repaying me, wait until you have accumulated all the cosmic coins." Damon had sensed a change in Tianhin, and he inquired, "Can you tell me what has transpired?" Tianhin nodded, for Damon was the person he trusted most in this place. With a smile, he replied, "Since you refuse, I shall keep it for now. If I return and give this money to my mother, she would be overjoyed." As he spoke, his expression dimmed considerably. "Master, you are aware of my situation with Lena, aren't you?" He then recounted the events that had unfolded from yesterday to today, revealing everything to Damon, including William's demise. After listening to Tianhin's account, Damon suddenly stood up, breathing somewhat hurriedly. He fixed his gaze on Tianhin and asked urgently, "Have you shared these matters with anyone else?" Tianhin shook his head. Damon exhaled deeply and said, "There is no absolute best. Promise me, do not speak of these matters to anyone. Furthermore, you must conceal your spatial control abilities. Under no circumstances should you reveal them unless absolutely necessary, for should a similar incident occur again, it would undoubtedly lead to grave complications for you." Tianhin, puzzled, inquired, "Teacher, did I truly kill William? What is the nature of this spatial control ability?" Damon, with a bitter smile, replied, "I never anticipated you possessed such a talent. There are certain things it is better for you not to know. Trust me, your teacher will not harm you. As for William, do not dwell on it. Should anyone inquire, deny it immediately." He sighed, "Alas, that girl Lena is far too willful. Despite your kindness towards her, she behaves so coldly." A tremor coursed through Tianhin's body. Lena was breathtakingly beautiful, yet utterly heartless. She was the daughter of Damon's sister, and their acquaintance had blossomed through Damon himself. Noticing the displeasure on his teacher's face, Tianhin lowered his gaze and said, "Teacher, it is entirely my fault. My inadequacy has nothing to do with Lena." Damon regarded Tianhin with a soft sigh, stating, "Enough of this. A great man need not fret over a woman. Your progress in cultivating cosmic energy has surpassed my expectations. Do you realize that fewer than 100 among us on Zhongting Star could complete the first part of the training? Alas, I lack the methods for the latter two parts, as they are classified by the Alliance. Otherwise, should you master the second part, not only would your flight technique improve significantly, but..." He abruptly halted, as if struck by a taboo, before continuing, "For now, remain at the Academy. I shall handle the matter regarding William. Once I have addressed this issue, I will reveal the mysteries of spatial control to you." Tianhin refrained from further comments and nodded gently, accepting his teacher's goodwill. Damon patted Tianhin on the shoulder and remarked, "Aside from flight techniques, you have surprised me once more. Since you have recovered, return to your dormitory and await my news." With that, he turned to leave. "Teacher Damon, could you enlighten me on the Holy Alliance?" Damon's expression changed dramatically as he turned to glare at Tianhin. "Do not ask the same question again. Do not inquire about it with anyone. The Holy Alliance is beyond your current understanding." With those words, he swiftly exited. Watching his teacher's retreating figure, Tianhin's resolve strengthened. He bowed in the direction Damon had departed, murmuring, "I am sorry, teacher. You have already aided me immensely, and I shall not burden you with any further troubles. I apologize." After leaving the infirmary, Tianhin did not return to his dormitory, for there was little to gather. He had no desire to take his daily necessities, and the honor badge held no significance for him, given the uncertainty of his fate. Adjusting his attire, he traversed the corridor leading to the Academy's gates. After undergoing iris verification once more, he stepped forth boldly from Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, where he had spent 5 years. Whether the path ahead would be smooth or fraught with challenges, he could not tell. Casting one last glance at the gates of Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, he understood that from the moment he left the institution, all would rest upon his own shoulders. He still vividly recalls the humiliating words Lena hurled at him, and he has silently vowed that, come what may, he shall live as a true man. The reason he chose to exit through the front gate was that Tianhin had overestimated the intentions of the Lanlan group, which he believed assumed he would escape through a side door, thus leaving the front unguarded. Once he stepped beyond the protective barrier of Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, he was immediately confronted by four shadowy figures. Behind them stood a luxurious hover vehicle he had never seen before, hovering a meter above the ground with its windows rolled down. A voice emanated from within. Is it him? Indeed, it's this little brat. Very well. Seize him and take him back at once. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. Understood, assistant. The four imposing men surrounding Tianhin, appearing to be in their late 20s and clad in black uniforms, moved in unison. As a red light flickered from their waists, they had completely encircled him. For laser daggers materialized in their hands, sealing off any avenue of escape. A sinister voice emerged from one of them. Do not even think about resisting. If you know what is good for you, come with us. Despite feeling a pang of regret deep within, disdain flickered in Tianhin's eyes as he coldly retorted. You think you can stop me? Although the paths around him were blocked, he recognized that there was still the option of ascending. Without warning, cosmic energy surged from his feet, weaving a radiant net of light beneath him. He soared into the air, pushing his speed to the limit, intending to dart into the heart of Zhongting City. Hover vehicles, after all, cannot fly at low altitudes, so once he penetrated the city, it would become significantly more challenging for them to capture him. However, he gravely underestimated their capabilities. The black hover vehicle sprang into action, astonishingly surpassing his body without any apparent acceleration. It then executed a sharp turn, revealing a massive ion gravity net before him. An ion gravity net? Tianhin exclaimed in shock. As an exemplary student of Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, he was acutely aware of the power of such a net. Yet, with his current speed, there was no time left for escape. If ensnared by this formidable net, it would likely render him utterly powerless to flee. Though the ion gravity net emitted from the hover vehicle was undoubtedly smaller than that of a battleship, its speed was incomparably swifter. Just as Tianhin was taken aback, his body was ensnared within the vast net. In an instant, he felt the crushing weight of gravity upon him. He let out a roar as the cosmic energy within him erupted, enveloping him in a faint azure glow, enabling him to stand firm against the ion gravity net. Nonetheless, his body gradually began to descend, and both he and his pursuers were acutely aware that the moment he touched the ground would signify the loss of his ability to resist. The immense pressure exerted by the ion gravity net engulfed Tianhin's mind, inducing a moment of dizziness that rendered even breathing a formidable challenge. Just as he was about to employ his somewhat unfamiliar psychic energy, an unexpected transformation occurred around him. The temperature seemed to plummet abruptly, as a gentle blue radiance enveloped the ion gravity net encasing Tianhin. This was no ordinary laser or beam, for the blue light exuded a soft, soothing quality. Yet, it was this very gentleness that abruptly severed the connection between the ion gravity net and the ominous black craft. Instantly liberated from the constraints of gravity, Tianhin felt a surge of vitality. However, he soon discerned another predicament. The once constricting ion gravity net had morphed into a frigid web of ice. Although freed from the weight of gravity, the incessant chill enveloping him induced a pervasive cold. He summoned the remaining cosmic energy within him to merely sustain himself. Concurrently, he endeavored to utilize the peculiar psychic force lingering in his mind to shatter the icy prison. Yet the seemingly fragile ice net proved far more resilient than steel. Who could this be? For figures clad in black soared towards Tianhin using flight techniques, while the black craft extended more than a dozen ominous black barrels. Tianhin recognized that these barrels were not merely inconspicuous, they were laser cannons. The power of a laser cannon far surpassed that of a standard energy weapon, being several times more formidable. Even the most accomplished students specializing in armored combat at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy would find themselves unable to withstand a direct hit from such a weapon. In his current unarmed state, a single strike would undoubtedly result in grievous injury. The ice net remained under the control of an unknown force, rendering him incapable of movement despite exerting all his strength. He could do nothing but hover in place. Tianhin had long believed that Zhongting Star was a realm governed by law, yet in this moment, he realized his misconception. Here, not all were equal before the law. The black craft was evidently affiliated with the Thunder Group, which brazenly possessed high lethality weapons and had taken it upon themselves to act against him. Under normal circumstances, such actions could warrant severe penalties for ordinary citizens, yet their audacity suggested they harbored no fears of reprisal. The fact that they sought to curtail his freedom without having established whether he was indeed the slayer of William spoke volumes. The temperature within him plummeted to near freezing, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Nevertheless, he remained remarkably composed. Under such dire circumstances, he was still able to rapidly manipulate his cosmic energy for contraction and release. Striving to restore his physical condition, he believed his greatest ability lay in flight, and once an opportunity arose, he would require a sound physical state to support it. Although despair loomed in the face of the ion cannon's threat, his yearning for life compelled him to seize even the slightest chance. For icy rays met the four black-clad figures ascending from below. As Tianhen controlled his cosmic energy, he peered through the thin layer of ice and was astonished to discover that they were four ice spikes, each measuring a foot in length. The ice spikes advanced with a whirl, their speed nearly imperceptible, for figures clad in black evidently possessed formidable abilities. As the icy projectiles hurtled toward them, their bodies abruptly paused mid-air, and the laser swords in their hands elongated instantaneously, weaving a dense net of light. Logically, one would surmise that the ice shards would be reduced to powder under the constricting embrace of the light web. However, Tianhen witnessed a peculiar sight. It was not the ice shards that shattered. Rather, as the brilliance of the laser swords clashed with the icy projectiles, the latter emitted an intense blue glow. In a violent whirl, the radiance of the laser swords dimmed, and subsequently, they shattered. Simultaneously, for anguished cries erupted as the icy projectiles struck the right shoulders of the four black-clad figures, sending their bodies plummeting to the ground with a series of resounding thuds. The soaring vehicle roared to life, its numerous cannons igniting with blinding white light. Confronted with imminent death, Tianhen recalled the earlier admonition emanating from the vehicle. It is better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to let one escape. Regardless of the extent to which his cosmic energy had recovered, or the true nature of his extraordinary mental prowess, he was engulfed by despair in the face of the multiple laser cannons, an onslaught that no human strength could withstand. You have violated the laws of Zhoning Star. As the operator of the Holy Alliance, I possess the authority to eradicate you. A colossal blue energy shield materialized before Tianhen's light web. A barrage of white beams surged forth simultaneously, crashing heavily against the blue shield. Tianhen's heart raced, for his fate was now intertwined with the shield. Should it shatter, his life would inevitably follow suit. Yet, his apprehension proved unwarranted, as the white beams merely created ripples across the shield's surface, which remained steadfast. The laser cannons, along with the entire black vehicle, became enveloped in another layer of blue radiance. The vehicle's engine emitted a piercing sound, and shortly thereafter, all noises ceased. Chapter 4. The organization of the extraordinary. The voice of the earlier aide resonated once more. It appears that the operator has arrived. I am Sean, the special assistant of the Thunder Movement Group. Regardless of your identity, you have infringed upon the laws of the Galactic Alliance. Due to certain extenuating circumstances, I do not wish to complicate matters for you at this time, but I reserve the right to pursue accountability. This individual is our target. Henceforth, the Thunder Movement Group must refrain from any actions detrimental to him, or else the consequences are well understood. You have 10 seconds to evacuate. As the blue radiance dissipated, the vehicle regained its power, and the aide ceased further communication. The vehicle accelerated abruptly, vanishing from Tianhen's sight in the blink of an eye. Aide, are we simply conceding like this? How shall we report to the chairman upon our return? You don't grasp the situation. That operator belongs to the Holy Alliance, a faction we cannot provoke. We shall await the chairman's judgment. The ice web surrounding Tianhen suddenly fragmented, the icy particles cascading around him without a single flake touching his form. He surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Utilizing his flight technique, he levitated gracefully in the air and respectfully expressed, "Thank you, my lord, for your rescue." Just as he uttered these words, another figure appeared before him. He had always believed his flight skill to be remarkably swift, yet in comparison to this individual, it was utterly inconsequential. The ghostly speed of this newcomer sent a chill down his spine. He was a tall and slender man, an icy glint in his eyes as he spoke. "I do not intend to save you. Come with me." Tianhen felt a chill in his heart, silently pondering whether he had escaped the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair. He shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you." With that, he instantly propelled his flight technique to its utmost limit, swiftly veering to the right. The man let out a cold snort and moved once more, suddenly accelerating in pursuit of Tianhen. However, at that very moment, as the man initiated his charge, Tianhen's body pivoted midair. Confronting the oncoming figure, he unleashed a powerful punch, channeling all of his cosmic energy into it. He was acutely aware that his speed paled in comparison to his adversaries. The earlier act of fleeing had merely been a ruse. As he had hoped, his right fist, enveloped in azure energy, struck the man squarely in the chest. Remembering that this man had previously saved his life, he instinctively tempered his strength just before impact, sparing the man from at least a broken bone. The man's chest felt as unyielding as steel. A resounding crash echoed as the cosmic energy dispersed violently. Pain shot through Tianhen's right hand, and he was sent careening backward by the force of the impact. A massive hand reached for his shoulder, but in that critical moment, a glint of silver flashed in Tianhen's eyes. The hand hesitated, allowing his body to deftly evade the grasp, slipping aside like a fish and plunging towards the ground. The man uttered a soft exclamation, surprise flickering across his brow. At that moment, having soared 1,000 meters and feeling relieved at the prospect of entering the city, Tianhen was suddenly jolted, as if his blood had instantaneously solidified. He lost control of his flight, plummeting toward the earth like a frozen statue. A powerful arm ensnared him under its armpit, redirecting his trajectory upward. Tianhen was astonished to discover that the man had ascended to a height of 500 meters above Zhoning City, a level only accessible by flying vehicles. Yet, what left him even more astounded was the realization of true speed. Vehicles whizzed past him, their forms blurring into indistinct shapes. He could scarcely believe that such velocity could be achieved by human means. Despite the rapidity of their flight, Tianhen felt no rush of wind. The force of the gale seemed to be repelled by an ethereal blue light that enveloped them. Other than a chill, he experienced no discomfort. His surroundings had become a hazy blur. Although he attempted to concentrate his cosmic energy or utilize his mental force to break free, all efforts proved futile. Aside from his mind, which retained some degree of agency, the rest of his physical faculties felt utterly immobilized by the frigid sensation. His nascent mental power was too feeble. He tentatively launched a psychic attack, but the man remained unaffected. After several attempts, Tianhen realized that his mental force could not penetrate the barrier of blue light. The flying vehicles fell behind, and the scenery around him appeared slightly distorted. Even with focused attention, he could not discern any sense of direction. Not long after, Tianhen noticed that the surroundings gradually became clearer, and the slowing of speed diminished the icy sensation that had enveloped his body. The man cast a cold glance at him and said, "Remember, be cautious with your words. Otherwise, you might find it exceedingly difficult to leave here alive." Tianhen's mind raced as he inquired, "Why have you captured me? Apart from the Thunderstorm Group, I harbor no other enemies." "You just mentioned that the Thunderstorm Group has violated the law. Does your unilateral abduction not constitute a legal infraction as well? We bear no grudges against one another. And as you saw, it was those individuals who attacked me first." The man snorted disdainfully and replied, "I, of course, have not broken the law. Here, we are the law. What were you doing last night? Do you remember that girl?" Tianhen's body trembled violently as he recalled the pair of bright, large eyes. And a wave of anxiety washed over him. "You were sent by her? Ah, it seems you have not forgotten. It is best that you have not. Your survival ultimately hinges on your own actions." Although Tianhen remained somewhat perplexed, any resentment he harbored dissipated at that moment. For he acknowledged his own culpability regarding the events of the previous night. In his heart, he had always believed that when a young woman sacrifices her most precious possession, a man ought to take responsibility. Thus, a lingering sense of guilt resided within him. Suddenly, the previously slowed flying speed accelerated, and Tianhen beheld a classical castle-like structure. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within its confines. Upon entering, two men clad in black uniforms approached, nodding to the tall, slender man. One of them said, "Liao, the operator, the master awaits you inside. We have already briefed the master on the relevant circumstances." Liao nodded and gave Tianhen's shoulder a light pat. Instantly, the chilling sensation within Tianhen dissipated, and although his body remained somewhat stiff, he regained the ability to move. "Follow me, and do not attempt any tricks. With your limited abilities, I can make you wish for death at any moment." Tianhen endeavored to maintain his composure. He recalled a phrase from a book he had read, "Impulsiveness is the devil." Though it consisted of merely 5 words, he found it profoundly resonant. Aside from the intense shock he experienced on the day of his breakup with Liana, he generally managed to remain calm, even in situations like the present. He nodded in acknowledgement without further comment, while calculating the likelihood of his escape. However, he soon had to concede that before this terrifying individual, the chances of his evasion were nil. Seeing that Tianhen had ceased his futile struggles and retained his composure, Liao's eyes betrayed a hint of approval. He strode forward, with Tianhen following closely behind, all the while observing their surroundings. The vast hall was adorned with an antique charm, its central floor covered by a long-haired carpet. Although Tianhen had never encountered such a carpet before, he understood its immense value. Surrounding the hall were various bronze and silver artifacts. On the surface, it appeared devoid of any technological elements, yet each item was evidently priceless, likely beyond the means of an ordinary household. Moreover, the existence of such an imposing castle, of which he had never before even heard, clearly indicated that its master wielded formidable power. What, indeed, was the true identity of that girl from yesterday? Could it be that the troubles she referred to pertained to today's events? A myriad of uncertainties surged within Tianhen's mind, despite his unease. He endeavored to appreciate the mysteries of the universe and restore his cosmic energy, undeterred by the prowess of a master like Liao. Traversing through an archway and ascending over 10 steps, he accompanied Liao into another hall, which bore no resemblance to the classical decor of the previous one, but was instead filled with an array of household technological marvels. Transitioning from the earlier hall to this one felt akin to stepping from the Middle Ages into a world of advanced technology. In that brief span, he discerned that these gadgets were markedly different from those he had encountered before, seemingly more advanced. A graceful figure materialized before them, standing approximately 185 meters tall. Tianhen was astonished to find the woman nearly matched his height. She donned black trousers paired with translucent glass-like shoes, and her upper body was clad in a modest long tunic of the same color. With her back turned to Tianhen and Liao, she appeared to be examining something in her hands. Though her face remained obscured, her exquisite silhouette and noble demeanor sent a shiver through Tianhen's heart. He pondered, could she be the same woman from last night? Liao stepped forward and murmured a few words beside her. The woman raised her hand and commanded, "You may leave. You need not concern yourself with matters here. Without my instruction, no one is permitted to enter." "Yes, master," replied Liao, bowing respectfully before casting a glance at Tianhen and retracing his steps. The metallic doors slowly closed, and a faint halo emanated from the walls surrounding them. Tianhen was taken aback, realizing that this was not merely a dynamic protective shield. It could not only fend off external assaults, but also muffle any sound, preventing it from escaping. His curiosity about the identity of this woman deepened. "Miss, did you summon me?" he ventured to inquire, unable to contain himself in the presence of the perpetually silent woman. The woman gradually turned, her icy voice resonating. "No, you should refer to me as Madam. My name is Oya. You are to call me Madam Oya." A flicker of shock crossed Tianhen's eyes, though the woman before him was remarkably beautiful. It was evident she had entered middle age. A sigh of despair welled within him as he mused. Why must fate play such tricks on me? Yet, something was amiss. It was not she. Upon catching sight of Madame Oya's eyes, he froze momentarily. Despite having indulged in the dreamy emerald, which had left him in a daze yesterday, he distinctly recalled those bright, large eyes. The gaze of Madame Oya was filled with authority and coldness, strikingly different from the eyes he had encountered the day before. "Tell me, how did you come to know Lanlan?" Madame Oya's tone was commanding. "Lanlan? Who is Lanlan?" Tianhen pondered, soon realizing that he did not recognize anyone by that name. In the gaze of Lady Yaf, a chilling light radiated, and her body moved parallel to the ground. Tianhen felt an icy sensation piercing his chest as a glacial blade pressed against him. Lady Yaf coldly declared, "Do not attempt to deceive me, unless you wish to meet your demise." Ever since Tianhen had entered the castle with Liao, his heart had attained a profound tranquility. In truth, he knew that with his current capabilities, he could not contend with the formidable beings here. It was wiser to relinquish his resistance. Extending his neck would lead to a blade, and retracting it would yield the same fate. Why not embrace a semblance of heroism? If fate decreed that he would perish here, then he could only lament his destiny. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the icy blade before locking eyes with Lady Yaf, calmly stating, "I have no need to deceive you. I do not even know who Lanlan is." In that moment, he suddenly felt the pure stream he had experienced while cultivating in the infirmary, flowing into his eyes. Confronted by Lady Yaf's glimmering, cold gaze, he found himself unyielding, maintaining direct eye contact. A flicker of surprise crossed Lady Yaf's eyes as she inquired, "Are you not afraid of death?" Tianhen nodded and replied, "I am indeed afraid, for I have parents at home, to whom I have yet to fulfill my filial duties. Furthermore, I wish not to die without understanding the reason behind it. If you intend to kill me, could you enlighten me as to why?" In an instant, the blade vanished. Lady Yaf lifted her other hand, revealing several pages of paper, and said, "Your name is Tianhen, a level 335 student at Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, excelling in your studies. You are the sole graduate of this cohort, proficient in aerial techniques, and possessing a strong understanding of various martial arts theories. You had a girlfriend named Liana, with whom you ended your relationship yesterday. That evening, you visited Dream City, ordering 5 glasses of dreamy emerald, each valued at 600 cosmic coins, despite your impoverished background in the slums of Ningding City on Zhongding Star. The girl who accompanied you last night was Lanlan, and I am her mother. You have taken from my daughter her most cherished possession, and I believe you owe me an explanation. Perhaps you are unaware, but my daughter is already betrothed to the eldest son of an ancient family. Losing her virtue is a matter that could profoundly impact her life. As Lady Yu Yaf concluded her speech, Tianhen trembled violently, his eyes reflecting horror. Lady Yaf coldly continued, "Now? You may tell me how you came to know Lanlan and what your intentions are." Tianhen managed a bitter smile, replying, "I am sorry, Lady Yaf, but I fear you shall not be pleased with my answer. If I were to say that I inexplicably ended up in Dream City due to a heartbreak and met your daughter there for the first time, would you believe me? Moreover, I did not even have a clear view of what your daughter Lanlan looks like. As for what transpired afterward, I cannot recall. When I awoke in the morning, I found myself in a luxurious room, with no memory of the events of the previous night. To be precise, even if I did have relations with your daughter, it was likely initiated by her, as I was entirely unconscious at that time. Given that you have investigated me, you must know that I do not have a habit of sleepwalking." A fierce glint ignited in Lady Uyaf's eyes, and the temperature in the room plummeted. "What did you say? Could it be that my daughter, Lanlan, is at fault? This is simply inconceivable. Lanlan has received an excellent education. How could she possibly engage in such disgraceful behavior?" Tianhen lowered his head, braving the surrounding chill, and responded, "Madam Oya, I can discern that you possess an extraordinary identity. Otherwise, the Thunder Group would not have been so readily dismissed. Perhaps Miss Lanlan is indeed well educated, yet I assure you, I have not uttered a single falsehood. I can only express that even though I am unaware of what transpired last night, having heard your words just now, I am willing to assume the responsibilities befitting a man." "Responsible?" Madam Oya suddenly burst into laughter. "What do you think you are? Others may regard you as a student of Zhongting Comprehensive College, but before me, you are no more than a dog. What gives you the audacity to contemplate my daughter?" A glint of coldness flickered in Tianhen's eyes as he straightened his posture and declared solemnly, "First and foremost, let me clarify, I am a human being, not a dog. Indeed, I hail from the slums, yet I have never felt inferior because of my origins. Each person's background is beyond their choice. But I possess the right to shape my own destiny. Although I may have nothing at present, that may not hold true a decade hence. You may look down upon me, but I implore you, do not insult me." Upon uttering these words, he felt an unusual sense of relief. It was the first time since that day he was humiliated by Laina that he experienced such liberation. He realized he was no longer afraid of death. At least not in that moment. Madame Oya regarded him with a hint of disdain and remarked, "Is it based solely on your meager spatial abilities? While such powers are indeed rare, your ability is at most of the first tier. What significance does that hold?" Tianhen furrowed his brow, a flash of insight illuminating his mind as he comprehended Madame Oya's words. "Spatial abilities? I am unsure what you speak of. I merely believe that there is nothing unattainable without effort. Though you currently possess a noble identity, what of your ancestors? What of those from 10 generations ago? In the primordial times, every individual's status was equal. Hence, I do not believe I am unworthy of Miss Lanlan. If I manage to survive, can you truly predict who I will become in 10 or even 20 years?" Madame Oya scrutinized Tianhen and inquired, "What instills such confidence in you?" "My conviction," he replied resolutely. "I harbor an unwavering belief, an industrious spirit, and I am unafraid of hardship." Madame Oya observed him, and after a pause, her demeanor softened considerably. She chuckled lightly and said, "Young man, you have indeed surprised me. Perhaps you are unaware, but you have been manipulated by Lanlan." "Manipulated?" Tianhen nodded, offering a wry smile. "Perhaps, I have considered that possibility. Yet even if she orchestrated this, the price she has paid is exceedingly high. I understand you deem me unworthy of your daughter, and I harbor no excessive hopes, but I genuinely feel indebted to her. If you so wish, I am willing to repay that debt." Though he did not genuinely wish to repay it, he felt compelled to say so in order to preserve his life. Madame Oya exhibited a flicker of hesitation in her gaze, her eyes darting as she deeply contemplated Tianhen. After a prolonged silence, she appeared to arrive at a decision. Inhaling sharply before speaking, "Repayment, is it? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Tianhen, these words of repayment have salvaged your life. You speak truthfully, with diligence. One can attain the heights pointed to by their convictions, yet comprehension is equally paramount. I shall afford you 3 years. Should you achieve the prowess of a level 10 manipulator within this time frame, I will require you to accomplish 3 tasks for the Phil family. If you succeed, I may even entertain the responsibilities you previously mentioned. However, should you fail, She extended her right hand, a surge of azure light rapidly expanding, enveloping her palm in an exquisite bloom of blue ice flowers. Each petal appeared strikingly lifelike, shimmering with a continuous luminescence, while new petals blossomed from the center, and the outermost ones withered away. If you do not succeed, no matter your location, I shall ensure you meet the same fate as these outer petals. Observing the wilting petals, Tianhen replied with a stoic demeanor, Madame Oya, Mr. Liao, and previously stated that on Zhongting Star, you are the law. It appears this is indeed the case. Madame Oya remarked coldly, indeed, we are the law. You may be aware that the Supreme Executive handles all military and political affairs on Zhongting Star. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that I am the true power behind Zhongting Star. I do not involve myself in military and political matters, but I possess the authority to approve or veto everything. Tianhen nodded and inquired, then, I wish to understand what a manipulator is. He did not desire death and recognized the profound unfairness of Madame Oya's statements regarding his situation, yet given his current predicament, what could he do? To survive? For the sake of his aging parents and his own future, he had no choice but to submit. The ice flower in Madame Oya's hand vanished as she stated, it seems you are a perceptive individual. Your life no longer belongs to you. Since you wish to understand what a manipulator is, you must first tell me when you discovered your spatial abilities. Spatial abilities? He mused, somewhat unclear on the concept. If you refer to the capacity to control objects with one's mind, then indeed, I possess such an ability. To be precise, I just uncovered it today. He began recounting how he had inadvertently slowed the closing of the door that morning, including his suspicions surrounding William's death, divulging everything without reservation. Since the other party had already deemed his life to be hers, there was no need for concealment, especially since she likely already suspected William's demise was connected to him. By revealing this, he could potentially gain more trust. Upon hearing Tianen's account, Madame Oya furrowed her brow and remarked, so, you are merely a novice manipulator at the most elementary level. It seems you have yet to even reach level 1. Tianhen, remember, everything I am about to tell you must remain confidential. This is a matter of the highest secrecy within the Galactic Alliance. I trust you would not wish any harm to befall your parents. Tianhen's expression shifted, and he replied, Madame Oya, I would not wish to apply the term despicable to someone as noble as yourself. Seeing that her threats had achieved their intended effect, Madame Oya smiled faintly and responded, despicable? In my lexicon, these two terms do not exist. One must lucidly recognize that strength dictates all. Within the Galactic Alliance lies an organization that, although it does not represent the entirety of the Alliance, possesses the capacity to manipulate nearly every facet of it. This organization is known as the Sacred League. The mention of the Sacred League sent a jolt through Tianen's heart. It was the second time he had encountered this term. Indeed, the Sacred League is essentially a coalition of all individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, referred to as anomalous powers. Though there exists a myriad of such powers, they predominantly fall into 7 primary categories: light, darkness, space, water, fire, earth, and wind. Most exceptional anomalous abilities are derived from these 7 elemental powers. To the untrained eye, it may seem that we reside in an era dominated by technology. However, what they fail to comprehend is that the human body itself is the grandest repository of secrets. Even the most advanced instruments cannot fully decipher the mysteries of the human form, and we, the wielders of anomalous powers, are the ones who unlock these enigmas. The Sacred League was established concurrently with the advent of metamorphic techniques, aimed at ensuring the Galactic Alliance operates more effectively, upholding all that is just while expelling all that is malevolent. The structure of the Sacred League is remarkably straightforward, divided into 3 tiers. At the pinnacle are the 5 judicators, who hold absolute authority over life and death within the League. Beneath them are the controllers, followed by what I previously referred to as the manipulators. The rank of manipulators spans from level 1 to 36. Those who exceed level 36 invariably possess the capability to wield 3 or more applications of their respective anomalous powers, at which point their title transitions to controller. Levels 36 to 64 are reserved for controllers, while those surpassing 64 ascend to the rank of judicator. Presently, there are only 5 judicators, the elders of the Sacred League, who determine its developmental trajectory. Observing Tianhen, who appeared deep in thought, Madame Oya continued, perhaps you find it perplexing that in this age of technological advancement, anomalous powers hold significance, and why the Galactic Alliance is under the influence of the Sacred League. This is due to your lack of understanding regarding these powers. A level 10 manipulator can effortlessly obliterate low-tier non-military aircraft. A level 20 manipulator can contend with ordinary low-tier warships. while a controller possesses the ability to traverse the void with their corporeal form. Judicators can rival even the mightiest of divine-class vessels' escorts. The combined strength of the 5 Judicator Elders is formidable enough to contend with an entire fleet of divine-class ships. Tianhen gazed at Madame Oya in astonishment, struggling to fathom the reality that human strength could rival the most powerful divine-class vessels. What an extraordinary concept. Madame Oya smiled gently and remarked, "You cannot yet grasp the essence of that immense power. With each advancement in the level of anomalous ability, a significant enhancement in strength is achieved. Should you reach my current level, you will undoubtedly comprehend the intricacies of these powers. Among the 7 anomalous abilities, light, darkness, and space are the rarest. Practitioners of darkness are often of a sinister disposition, inclined solely towards destruction, rendering them unacceptable within the Sacred League. However, due to the stealthy nature of darkness wielders, they remain elusive. Unless they actively employ their abilities, it is exceedingly difficult to discern their presence. Although the spatial abilities are not as enigmatic or formidable as the powers of darkness and light, they possess their own unique charm. The intricacies of these abilities elude my understanding, and thus, I can only encourage you to explore them on your own." Tianhen gazed at Lady Oya and inquired, "What is the extent of your power at present?" Lady Oya replied with an air of tranquility, "I am a level 40 controller, tasked with coordinating various affairs of the Zhongting Star to a certain extent, directly accountable to the 5 elders of the Holy Alliance. The individual you encountered, Liao En, is a level 16 manipulator, proficient in water abilities like myself. Having surpassed level 10, he has already acquired the mutated ability of ice. I trust you have grasped this concept. Lady Oya, upon reaching level 10 within 3 years and assisting you with 3 tasks, I hope to regain my freedom." Tianhen stated earnestly. Lady Oya nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. Of course, you may also choose to join the Holy Alliance, which only accepts individuals with abilities rated level 10 or higher. Exercise caution and refrain from revealing your powers in front of ordinary people. Otherwise, not only will the Holy Alliance face repercussions due to your actions, but you may also attract the attention of dark ability users. During these 3 years, I shall impose no restrictions on your freedom. You are free to pursue whatever endeavors you desire. However, on this day, 3 years hence, I expect to see you standing before me, possessing spatial abilities of level 10. Before you depart, Liaoan will provide you with the necessary guidance for 1 month. You may leave now." As Tianhen beheld the open door, he suddenly lifted his head and asked, "Lady Oya, may I have a moment with Miss Lanlan?" A flicker of anger crossed Lady Oya's eyes as she retorted, "If I could find her, do you truly believe you could intrude upon her? Leave, and remember, you must not speak of your affair with Lanlan to anyone. Since your recollections of her are scant, I implore you to forget the name Lanlan, at least until you possess the power I deem acceptable." "I understand the boundaries," Tianhen responded before striding out. What he refrained from voicing was that even if she were willing to let her daughter engage with him, he might not reciprocate. For the events of the previous night were shrouded in uncertainty, and he could not even recall what Miss Lanlan looked like. Given that he was to repay his debt over 3 years, he felt he owed Lady Oya nothing. However, he would soon realize that the act of repaying would prove to be quite arduous. Liao En awaited Tianhen outside, and upon seeing him emerge, a rare smile graced his stern features. "Come with me. I did not expect you to walk out alive." Tianhen remained silent, acutely aware that over the next 3 years, he would lose a part of himself. To preserve his life and grow stronger, he knew he must endure and strive with renewed vigor. Liao En led Tianhen to a secluded chamber where a metallic door closed automatically behind them. From within his robe, Liao En produced a blue object and tossed it towards Tianhen. With quick reflexes, Tianhen caught it and discovered it to be a small badge, perfectly hexagonal in shape. Crafted from an unknown alloy, with a gemstone the size of a fingertip at its center, shimmering with a soft glow. "Place it in the palm of your right hand, and channel the cosmic energy into it," Liao En stated coldly. Without hesitation, Tianhen complied. As the cosmic energy made contact with the badge, he felt a sharp sting in his palm, and the badge completely adhered to his hand, as if his entire hand had merged with it. The badge felt like an integral part of his being, with half of its modest volume embedded in his palm. He lifted his gaze towards Liao En, refraining from inquiring. Instead awaiting an explanation, Liao En continued, "This is the badge of the Holy Alliance Manipulator, symbolizing the identity of a manipulator. The interior of the badge is composed of the most advanced precision biological computer, capable of promptly relaying the condition of every part of your body to your brain, particularly regarding your supernatural abilities, activated through the use of cosmic energy. Given that the core is a biological computer and the badge itself is forged from indestructible metal, it will accompany you for life unless your powers reach the level of a controller. As he spoke, he opened his own right palm, revealing a similar badge, though the brilliance of the blue gemstone upon it shone far brighter than that of Tian-Hen's. Tian-Hen remarked lightly, "It seems it is not so simple. It should also be capable of reporting all my actions to you." Liao furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Young man, you may not yet grasp the significance of the Holy Alliance badge. With this manipulator badge, you possess an extraordinary status within the Galactic Alliance. It is a stroke of fortune for you to acquire this badge with your current sub-level 1 strength. However, you are merely a novice manipulator at this point. To truly become a manipulator, you must undergo an assessment. This assessment is conducted annually for all supernatural beings except those with dark abilities, requiring a minimum strength of level 5. As long as you are under 30 years of age and possess a righteous character, you may join the Holy Alliance." A hint of indifference flickered in Tian-Hen's eyes, though he silently calculated the potential benefits of this badge. "However, I did not agree to join the Holy Alliance with Lady Oya. She did not present such conditions to me. Moreover, according to her, one must reach at least level 10 to join the Holy Alliance. Until you fulfill the 3-year agreement, Lady Oya has the authority to govern all aspects of your life. If you choose to withdraw after 3 years, she will not impede you. Therefore, during these 3 years, you may only be a manipulator. As for the level, those manipulators above level 10 may become core members of the Holy Alliance, while those below level 10 are merely peripheral members. Do not confuse this," Liao stated solemnly. Tian-Hen clenched his fist, feeling the gentle flow of cosmic energy coursing through the meridians of his arm into his fist, a tingling sensation stimulating his brain, as he distinctly perceived the information relayed from his mind. Supernatural ability level, cosmic energy, level 10, promotion possible. Tian-Hen looked towards Liao and inquired, "Why is the biological computer unable to identify the level of my supernatural ability, presenting only 3 question marks?" Liao replied, "Supernatural abilities are a remarkably enigmatic form of energy. Even the most advanced computers cannot discern them. This is the fundamental difference between computers and the human brain." 3 question marks appeared, indicating that your current ability level has not yet reached the 1st tier or has exceeded 36. Of course, surpassing 36 is impossible. If you were to attain such a level, the biological computer would have been replaced. Tian-Hen sighed lightly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Liao." Liao was taken aback. The perpetually cold boy had actually uttered a word of gratitude. "Why thank me?" he inquired with a hint of confusion. Tian-Hen smiled wryly and replied, "It is not because you enlightened me about my abilities, but rather because I sense that you do not wish for my demise. Beneath your formidable exterior lies a benevolent nature. Otherwise, when you first confronted the individuals from the Thunder Movement group, you would not have merely incapacitated them instead of taking their lives." Liao's expression darkened, and he coldly uttered, "I do not wish to hear those words again. According to the information we have received, you were previously unconscious at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, which is why I have granted you a day of rest. Starting tomorrow, for the next month, I shall ensure that your experience remains unforgettable." With that, he turned and departed. Watching Liao's retreating figure, Tian-Hen murmured, "Is it truly so intriguing to conceal one's intentions? An unforgettable month. How I look forward to it. Perhaps it will be you who cannot forget." Tian-Hen closed his eyes, dispelling the information from the biological computer, and began his cultivation. Suddenly, he felt an enigmatic sensation within. The cosmic energy, often overlooked by the masses, seemed to harbor numerous secrets and held an inevitable connection with his abilities. He did not consciously seek to invoke it. Rather, the cosmic energy naturally intertwined with the mysteries of the universe, intensifying the warmth he felt. After experiencing various astonishments, his heart quickly calmed with the aid of the cosmic energy. That refreshing flow re-emerged, blending with the cosmic energy, extending his perception to every corner of the room as he gradually entered a state of cultivation. The following morning, the first sight that greeted Tian-Hen was Liao's stern visage. Tian-Hen expressed a hint of surprise. "Have you been here long?" Liao replied coldly, "You must remember that as an ability user, especially as a member of the Holy Alliance, you must remain vigilant of your surroundings at all times. The Galactic Alliance is not as tranquil as you might imagine. If you remain unaware of those approaching you, you will face danger with no escape. You have already experienced death once. I do not wish for there to be a second time." Tian-Hen chuckled lightly. The icy demeanor from the previous day completely vanished. "My lack of vigilance does not imply ignorance. I simply feel that it is unnecessary to be on guard in this place. Is vigilance useful for me now? Anyone here could extinguish my life as easily as crushing an ant. Even if I knew you were here, what difference would it make? I would rather seize the opportunity to focus on my cultivation. For me, that is the correct choice. Besides, you will not harm me, will you? Liao En regarded Tianhen with surprise and asked, have you come to terms with this? There is nothing to come to terms with. Since you have already decided my fate for the next 3 years, why not spend that time in relaxation rather than in anxiety and fear? At least I can still savor 3 years of life. He has indeed come to a profound realization, for just yesterday during his training, he suddenly sensed a mysterious force emanating from the heavens and the earth, a force imbued with a profound love for life. This essence profoundly touched his heart. Although he did not feel any tangible progress during last night's training, his spirit had wholly immersed itself in this reverence for existence. Liao En extended his right hand to Tianhen and said, take my hand. As Tianhen clasped Liao En's strong hand, he distinctly perceived a message unfolding in his mind. Liao En, ability level 16, Cosmic Energy Stage 2, Level 7. This was evidently the result of the biological computer embedded within the emblem in Tianhen's palm. Do you sense it? This is the communication method among the members of the Holy Alliance. When the other party's level surpasses yours, you must immediately express your respect by saying, I greet you, officer, while stating your own name, level, and ability attributes. Tianhen chuckled and replied, yes, Officer Liao En, I am Tianhen, with an ability level of less than 1. And my attribute is spatial. Liao En nodded in satisfaction and said, follow me, your training begins now. Under his guidance, they exited the castle. Indeed, it was a castle, a venerable structure sprawling over a vast area, surrounded by walls towering 5 meters high. These walls emitted no protective shield's glow, and the closest distance from the castle to the walls exceeded 300 meters. Do you know why there is no protective shield here? Liao En inquired. Tianhen pondered and replied, every one of you manipulators serves as an excellent protective shield, and Lady Oya does not require such protection. Liao En tapped Tianhen on the head and retorted, fool, do not use you. You are now also a member of the Holy Alliance, and you should say we. Nevertheless, your answer is correct. Tianhen, feeling disgruntled, said, if my answer was correct, why did you hit me? He received another tap on the head. Liao En replied, fool. The officer's words are always right. This is the first tenet of the Holy Alliance. Regardless of the commands from above, obedience is paramount. At this moment, a faint smile flickered in Liao En's eyes. Tianhen was taken aback. Is obedience the first tenet? This implies that the Holy Alliance is entirely militarized in its governance. Liao En led Tianhen to an enclosed plaza. It was deemed enclosed because it was enveloped by a blue protective shield, which was not designed to thwart external invasions, but rather to separate the inside from the outside, rendering sound and imagery incapable of passing through. Various devices never before seen by Tianhen appeared before him. Gazing at the familiar track field, he mused that without those devices, this space could easily transform into a stadium. At this moment, the plaza was occupied solely by him and Liao En. Liao En remarked, though your ability level is still below 1, your cosmic energy can now enter the second stage of training. For a novice, this is already quite commendable. Perhaps this is also why Lady Oya has taken an interest in you. Tonight, I shall impart to you the methods of the second stage of training. This place will serve as your training ground during the day for the next month. Tianhen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon learning of the second phase of the training method, which was precisely what he had been yearning for. He earnestly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Commander Liao. Liao En nodded in satisfaction, reflecting that soon enough, Tianhen might no longer feel the need to express such thanks. He continued, our Sacred Alliance's mission is to awaken the latent potential within individuals. Every member of the Alliance can be described as superhuman. Of course, you are currently an exception. However, we do not dismiss the power of technology. Several esteemed adjudicators believe that only by pushing the limits of human capability can we better harness technological advancements. Therefore, within this month, I require you to develop a robust physique to lay a solid foundation for your future training. Tianhen paused, perplexed, and asked, a robust physique seems unrelated to my abilities. My spatial powers are solely connected to my mental strength. Liao En scoffed, saying, no, you are mistaken. All abilities are rooted in the physical body. A strong physique is fundamental to enhancing one's powers. Without a resilient body, all aspirations become mere fantasies. Imagine, when your powers reach a certain level, yet your body cannot endure it, what would be the outcome? The reason we, as practitioners, can contend with battleships is our formidable physiques. Tianhen nodded in agreement, inquiring, so where should I begin my training? He held a certain confidence in his physicality, having honed his body through extensive practice of flight techniques, rendering him far stronger than the average person. A strange glimmer flickered in Liao En's eyes, and just as Tianhen sensed something amiss, Liao's massive hand landed on his shoulder, sending a chill coursing through him as he realized he had lost connection with the cosmic energy. We are commencing now. I will be training your physique, not allowing you to rely on cosmic energy. With that, Liaoin retrieved a backpack from the side and secured it onto Tianhin. Pressing a button in the center of the cross straps, a crisp sound resonated as a full set of mechanical armor enveloped Tianhin's body. He felt an immediate heaviness as if an immense weight had been placed upon him, almost causing him to stumble. With the cosmic energy entirely sealed off by Liao's water-based abilities, he could only depend on his own strength. This is an old model of mechanical armor produced a century ago. Its advantage lies in its strong defense, capable of withstanding ordinary laser and beam attacks. But it is quite heavy. From now on, you will run 100 laps around the playground while wearing it, without any pauses. Otherwise, Tianhin felt as if he were carrying a mountain on his back. The entire set of armor weighed nearly 100 pounds. Running was nearly impossible, and even walking proved to be a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any complaints and laboriously lifted his heavy right leg, taking a step forward. He was remarkably rational. Prior to following Liaoin, he had resolved that regardless of the arduous nature of the training, he must persevere for the sake of his future. The playground was not particularly large, measuring 400 meters per lap. As Tianhin completed his first lap, his body was thoroughly drenched in sweat. He uttered but a single phrase to Liaoin, "Commander, when I fall, I hope you will not interfere. I wish to rise by my own strength. Yet I hope you can provide me with sufficient nutrition." Having spoken these words, he resumed his heavy yet resolute strides. By the time he reached the third lap, Tianhin fell for the first time. It took him 3 minutes to rise, yet he did not cease his endeavor. Upon entering the fourth lap, he stumbled again, this time taking 4 minutes to recover. Starting from the fifth lap, he found himself falling at least twice each lap, with the time it took him to regain his footing increasing. Liaoin fulfilled Tianhin's request, mysteriously producing a box of blue nutritional liquid the likes of which Tianhin had never seen. Almost with each lap, he would consume a 400 milliliter vial of this sustenance. However, it was not these azure fluids that sustained his perseverance, but rather his unwavering conviction. By the seventh lap, his consciousness began to blur, and a singular thought consumed him. If he fell, he must rise by his own strength. Time passed inexorably, yet Tianhin persisted, uttering not a word, merely dragging his weary legs forward. Liaoin watched in growing astonishment. He had initially anticipated that once the mechanized suit encased Tianhin, he would voice complaints. Yet, Tianhin remained silent. He had presumed that Tianhin could not endure beyond 10 laps. Yet here he was, now on his 14th lap. Tianhin's indomitable spirit stirred a myriad of thoughts within Liaoin. He could profoundly sense Tianhin's thirst for strength. He understood the agony Tianhin endured, running lap after lap in such heavy armor without the support of cosmic energy. Even he, without utilizing cosmic energy, would expend vast amounts of energy attempting to complete 100 laps. Liaoin's intuition proved correct. It was indeed the yearning for power that forged Tianhin's will into something as resilient as steel. He craved strength, a desire to grow ever more formidable, for he understood that in this world, the only true ally he possessed was himself. Without immense power, nothing could be achieved. When one reaches the zenith of strength, all rules and orders become ineffectual. Thus, he persevered. With each step he took, a watermark appeared beneath him, a testament to the copious sweat seeping from his mechanized suit. Yet he continued on, even as his intake of nutritional liquid increased from 1 vial to 2. 21 laps had been completed. Liaoin stood agape, a sense of admiration suddenly rising within him, a feeling he had never before experienced towards someone whose strength paled in comparison to his own. Thud! Tianhin fell once more, this time crashing harder than ever before, leaving a conspicuous wet mark on the ground. Let me rise, he incessantly urged his muscles, yet his bodily functions had reached their limit. No matter how resolute his will, his overexerted muscles could not muster the strength required. He barely propped himself up, only to collapse again. He struggled to rise once more, only to fall yet again. When one falls, it is imperative to rise again. I must stand up, he murmured to himself. A faint yet resonant roar emanated from Tianhin's lips as he once more propped himself up, a fierce determination coursing through every fiber of his being. At that moment, his blood seemed to boil. An invisible wave of energy surged forth from within him and amidst the chaos of his mind. A halo of blue light was unexpectedly forced out. A stream of clarity swiftly spread throughout his body. Tianhin, with one leg bent, supported himself. I must rise. This time, his cry was significantly louder, and even Liaoin, standing 100 meters away, could distinctly hear his shout. Indeed, He had risen. It felt as though something within his brain was on the verge of explosion, the stream of clarity merging with the explosive cosmic energy. And the restraints imposed by Liaoan were shattered. The final thought in Tianhin's mind came from the biological computer in his palm. Ability level 1, cosmic energy stage 1. Capable of promotion. Liaoan was momentarily stunned. He had been rendered speechless the instant the blue halo was forced out. Gazing at Tianhin standing there, he muttered to himself, "Is this a miracle?" He was unaware that his voice trembled slightly. "It is a miracle, the first of many to come." A cold and serene voice echoed from behind Liaoan, prompting him to instinctively turn swiftly, only to find 3 ice walls materializing before him. "Your reactions are still too sluggish. If I were to strike, do you believe you would stand a chance?" Lady Oya observed Liaoan with a tranquil gaze. As the ice walls dissipated, Liaoan lowered his head and apologized, stating, "I was utterly astonished by Tianhin's resilience." Hence Lady Oya's eyes sparkled with intensity. Silencing Liaoan's words, she inquired, "When you meet your demise, to whom will you utter those words?" Liaoan instantly grasped her implication, and sweat poured from him as he retreated to the side. Lady Oya approached Tianhin, who stood motionless, a faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I never anticipated that such keen eyes would lead me to someone who could serve as a worthy opponent. Anyone could be a treasure. Liaoan, the training period shall be extended from 1 month to 3. I expect to see him attain the strength of a level 3 manipulator by then." Liaoan was taken aback, saying, "But that is impossible, even with relentless effort. It requires a year to reach the strength of a level 3 manipulator." Lady Oya turned away, asserting, "No, you are mistaken. Have you forgotten what he just accomplished? How many laps did you initially think he could complete?" "Tianhin, perhaps we may refer to him as the creator of miracles. I stated that the miracle we witnessed was the first, yet it will certainly not be the last. Now he has attained the strength of a level 1 manipulator. Perhaps I have underestimated him regarding level 3. Provide him with the holy liquid. Otherwise, his body will not recover in a month." The holy liquid? Liaoan had not anticipated Lady Oya would hold Tianhin in such high regard. Within the Holy Alliance exists a most enigmatic institution known as the Holy Alliance Research Institute, presided over directly by the Alliance's elder. The Holy Alliance venerates the development of innate human potential. However, this does not imply a disregard for technology. Quite the contrary. Within the Holy Alliance Research Institute reside the most formidable technological elites in the entire Galactic Union. Lady Oya frequently refers to these individuals as madmen, and it is they who have devised the sacred fluid. Ingesting more than 5 milliliters of this fluid allows for direct transformation of the human body without the need for metamorphosis, yielding results superior to those achieved through the most advanced instruments. Although it does not enhance the body's inherent strength, it amplifies the senses tenfold. Most notably, the sacred fluid boasts no side effects, though it cannot be administered more than once. The Research Institute produces only about 100 milliliters of the sacred fluid annually, and only core members of the Holy Alliance are permitted to use it. The Phil family, being one of the oldest families within the Alliance, has maintained a reserve for extraordinary circumstances. While a second dosage of the sacred fluid does not confer the transformative effects on the body, as long as one draws breath, it can facilitate rapid recovery, even enabling the regeneration of severed limbs. The most notorious black market dealer in the Galactic Union, Sosasman, once offered 1 million cosmic coins for a single milliliter of the sacred fluid, yet it remains elusive. Indeed, follow my instructions. The Phil family has not produced a competent talent in many years. Opportunities must be seized. You should know that I am not a stingy person. Remember, 10 milliliters. As she spoke, she handed a metallic card to Liaoan. 10 milliliters? But I thought the maximum dosage was only 5 milliliters? Liaoan hesitated. Today, you are asking too many questions, Liaoan. You ought to understand that some matters are not meant for your knowledge. Lady Oya's voice had turned icy. Understood. Liaoan replied, daring not to utter another word. As Lady Oya departed, he shook his head in resignation and approached Tianhin, who still stood there. With a swift motion, he pressed a button on Tianhin's chest, exclaiming, "You are quite fortunate, my friend." As the mechanical armor retracted into the backpack, Liaoan was taken aback by Tianhin's appearance. His body looked as though it had just emerged from a pond, covered in fine beads of sweat. His eyes were tightly closed, yet a faint smile graced his lips, as if he were celebrating his own resilience. Liaoan removed the backpack from Tianhin and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Remarkably, there was no sign of weakness in Tianhin's body. The cosmic energy within him flowed naturally. Grasping Tianhin's right hand, Liaoan was astonished to discover that, just as Lady Oya had stated, he had indeed reached the first level. Just one day, merely a single day, when Tianhin awoke, he found himself back in the room where he had previously been. with the events leading up to his unconsciousness vividly replaying in his mind. He clenched his fist tightly, thinking to himself, I did it. I am standing. He cautiously moved his limbs and found no pain as he had anticipated. Confused, he pondered why his muscles had recovered so swiftly despite such exertion. Had he truly been unconscious for many days? He leapt from his bed, discovering that his body felt remarkably lighter. Although the cosmic energy within him had not undergone significant changes, he could distinctly sense that the pure flow had merged with the cosmic essence. Every muscle contour on his body became vividly defined. While not exceedingly robust, they appeared solid, as if harboring explosive power. With every movement, he felt the transformation within him, a sensation beyond description, as if each cell in his body brimmed with vitality, ready to coalesce into mighty rivers whenever needed to support his form. I have reached level 1. A flicker of joy ignited within Tianhen as he realized that his focus had sharpened considerably compared to before. When his gaze settled on a glass resting on the table, it unexpectedly floated effortlessly in accordance with his thoughts. He extended his right hand, and the glass gently landed in his palm. Is this the spatial ability? It was entirely distinct from the manipulation of objects. Wherever his thoughts wandered, the entirety of space lay at his command. This was Tianhen's initial comprehension. Everything exists within space. And from this perspective, he had begun to grasp the essence of spatial abilities. At that moment, the door swung open, and Liao entered, his expression tinged with curiosity. You are awake, he remarked. Tianhen nodded and inquired, Commander Liao, how long have I been unconscious? Liao replied, It is now the morning of the second day. You have been in a coma for an entire night. Just one night? Tianhen gazed at Liao in astonishment. Liao responded, What? You should not be surprised. 10 milliliters of holy liquid, aside from restoring your stamina, seems to have had no other significant effect. Is your body unable to absorb it? Quite the waste. Holy liquid? What is that? Tianhen asked, though he had developed some resilience against the peculiarities of the Holy Alliance. His curiosity remained insatiable. Liao briefly explained the nature of the holy liquid, but when Tianhen heard the price, his expression shifted drastically. You said what? 1 million cosmic coins per milliliter? That makes 10 milliliters 10 million. The concept of 10 million cosmic coins was staggering. It likely exceeded the annual tax revenue of Zhoning City. Tianhen had not anticipated accruing such a debt on top of what he already owed. Liao huffed. If we consider the resources consumed by those lunatics at the Holy Alliance Research Institute, the value of the holy liquid is likely even greater. You are fortunate. Tianhen chuckled wryly. I do not desire such fortune. I dislike being in perpetual debt. Commander Liao, the holy liquid does not appear to be as effective as you suggested. Aside from normalizing my physical condition and enhancing my muscle strength slightly, I have not perceived any considerable difference. This was determined by the overseer Oya. You may inquire with her when the opportunity arises. Now, let us go. Training today will be the same as yesterday. At the mention of training, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Tianhen's eyes, as he eagerly anticipated how many laps he could manage that day. As with yesterday, the cosmic energy was sealed, and clad in the same mechanical armor, Tianhen commenced his training anew. Compared to the previous day, his condition had improved somewhat. The mechanical suit felt less burdensome. And although he still could not truly sprint, he was at least able to manage a light jog, moving forward with confidence. Thus, a month slipped by in this manner. Each day was a monotonous repetition of running, and the number of laps he could endure gradually increased from an initial 21 to 100. Tianhen finally began to appreciate the benefits conferred by the 10 milliliters of sacred liquid. This elixir transformed his physique, accelerating his recovery to an extraordinary degree. Even after severe exertion, he could rejuvenate overnight. His cultivation of cosmic energy had finally entered its second stage, and for reasons unknown, his progress was rapid. Within a month, he had advanced from the first level of the second stage to the second level. However, during this time, he made no advancements in his understanding of spatial abilities. After all, time was of the essence. He devoted all his energy to his physical training, resulting in fewer opportunities to engage with his powers. I did it. I finally did it. Tianhen's jubilant shout echoed across the plaza. Indeed, today marked the 30th day since his arrival at the Oya Castle, and he had accomplished his goal, completing 100 laps, a distance of 40,000 meters. As he waved his arms, sweat flew in all directions, his exhilaration infecting everything around him, even the stern-faced Liao. The mechanical armor clattered crisply. Every effort bore fruit. Tianhen's dedication had not been in vain. For nourished by advanced nutritional fluids and the sacred liquid, he had developed a physique far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, even evoking a hint of envy from Liao. Liao pondered whether, if he sealed his own abilities, his physique could rival that of Tianhen. The answer was a resounding no. Tianhen's body was not only replete with explosive strength, but also imbued with resilience and endurance akin to his indomitable will. With a mighty shout, Tianhen, under Liao An's watchful gaze, unlocked the restraints upon his body. Since day one, whenever Tianhen concentrated fully, he could summon the mixed cosmic energy within him, successfully breaking free from constraints. Although his ability level was vastly inferior to Liao An's, their cosmic energies were not dissimilar. While this did not suggest he could contend with Liao An, it did reveal the advantages of spatial abilities. Commander Liao An, did you see that? I did it. I have accomplished it. Tianhen excitedly rushed towards Liao An. Liao An scoffed, replying, what does that signify? It is merely the most fundamental training. Moreover, your speed is far too slow. You will not be deemed fully qualified until you can complete this training within 2 hours. Additionally, there is one more requirement. During a day of running training, you must visit the restroom at least 5 times. Tianhen's excitement was swiftly dampened due to excessive perspiration. He typically needed to use the restroom only once a day. He murmured, Commander Liao An, could you not express that in a different manner? The smile on Liao An's face flickered and then vanished as he remarked, this is the simplest method for you to comprehend. However, how is it possible to achieve this without utilizing cosmic energy and extraordinary abilities? Carrying such a heavy load while running will inevitably induce perspiration. After all, the human body has its limits. Liao An then stated solemnly, Tianhen, have you forgotten the fundamental purpose of our sacred alliance? We aim to awaken the latent potential within individuals. Well, that is all for today. Starting tomorrow, you will commence a new training regimen. Oh, I almost forgot to inform you. The Master Oya has decided that you will remain here for 3 months. A flicker of excitement appeared in Tianhen's eyes as he responded, all right, 3 months it is. Commander Liao An, I have a question. Go ahead. Sensing Tianhen's genuine joy, Liao An felt a twinge of confusion, pondering to himself, this boy is truly peculiar, despite the arduous training. He seems to treat it as a form of entertainment. Commander Liao An, if I train here for 3 years, will my extraordinary abilities reach level 10? No. This place is merely to help you establish a solid foundation. Extraordinary abilities cannot be solely enhanced through training. Otherwise, you would not still be at level 1. To grasp more profound powers requires effort, but opportunity and comprehension are equally vital. Thus, you must venture out and enhance your abilities through continuous experience and self-cultivation. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer impose restrictions on you. In the morning, you may complete 100 laps using cosmic energy in conjunction with your abilities, and in the afternoon, I will guide you on the application of your extraordinary powers. Understood, Commander Liao An. No longer constrained, Tianhen's heart brimmed with joy. The prospect of experiencing the effects of harmonizing body and energy exhilarated him. He swiftly made his way to the nearby bathing area, carefully cleansing the mechanical armor before indulging in a refreshing hot shower to relieve his muscle tension. Watching Tianhen depart, Liao An chuckled wryly. This little oddity truly deserves the title of a miracle worker. What has transpired to provoke such an expression from our stoic manipulator? Liao An, your vigilance is waning. Lady Oya appeared behind him. My apologies, Master, Liao An replied, turning around with a hint of trepidation. Perhaps the surprise he brings is simply too great for you. Remarkably, Lady Oya did not scold Liao An. Now, you may report on his recent progress. Indeed, Tianhen is now capable of completing 100 laps while adorned in mechanical armor. Achieving such a feat without utilizing cosmic energy is nearly unprecedented among manipulators of level 15 and below within the Sacred Alliance. In order to acclimatize to the weight of the armor, he wears it at all times except when bathing or sleeping, a choice he made voluntarily. He is truly a maniac. Furthermore, his foundation in cosmic energy is exceptionally robust. According to him, he has been cultivating since a young age, and he seems to possess a profound understanding of cosmic energy, currently reaching the 2nd stage at level 2. Most impressively, he has not practiced any martial arts, resulting in his cosmic energy being remarkably pure, untainted by any discordant influences. I believe he will soon attain the prowess of a level 2 extraordinary ability. Your assessment is astute. Although I am reluctant to concede, I must admit that this individual possesses remarkable genius. Lady Oya smiled faintly and remarked, no, you are mistaken. Tianhen is not a genius. Rather, the term little madman is more fitting for him. His insatiable thirst for power reminds me of my father in his youth. Liao An was taken aback and inquired, is it due to the assistance of the holy liquid? Lady Oya shook her head and replied, the effects of 10 milliliters of holy liquid have not been fully realized. It merely enhanced his recuperative abilities. His achievements stem from his willingness to exert more effort than others. What is truly commendable is his unwavering determination. In this regard, I fear I cannot match him. I hope he retains such tenacity indefinitely. For any ability user, mindset is the most crucial element in their training. Liaoan nodded and said, next, I plan to instruct him further on the knowledge of abilities. However, my understanding of spatial abilities is quite limited. Lady Oya interjected, you need not worry about that. Personal comprehension often surpasses what others can teach. That girl, Lanlan, has not made contact yet. I truly wonder where she has hidden herself. Nonetheless, she has done a commendable deed by gifting me an exceptional talent. No one can predict how far Tianhen will grow in a few decades. I entrust everything to you. I have faith in your capabilities. The following day, Tianhen successfully completed his task of running 100 laps. As he commenced his run, the warm currents of cosmic energy enveloped his body, and the mechanical armor no longer felt like a burden. He felt weightless, and as the cosmic energy infused his muscles, he could distinctly sense the formidable power within him. With each light touch of his toes against the ground, his body surged forward with astonishing speed. 100 laps were no longer a challenge. After finishing the morning's task, Tianhen stood before Liaoan, barely breaking a sweat, feeling invigorated. Liaoan frowned and said, there is nothing to be proud of. This is merely the result of training. Without a month of weighted running, your cosmic energy would not integrate so seamlessly with your body. Answer me this. What is an ability? Tianhen focused his mind, realizing that Liaoan was about to impart knowledge, and he quickly responded, to be honest, I am not entirely certain what an ability truly is. I am even more perplexed as to why I inexplicably possess a spatial ability. I ask you, Commander Liaoan, to enlighten me. Liaoan explained, in fact, there are several differing theories regarding the origin of abilities. The first posits that abilities are gifts bestowed by the heavens, arising from the absorption of certain molecules from the universe at the moment of an ability user's birth. Typically, the offspring of ability users also possess varying degrees of abilities. With innate conditions, combined with subsequent effort, one can become a formidable force capable of rivaling technological weaponry. This theory remains somewhat ethereal, with few adherents. A more mainstream theory, however, is grounded in scientific rationale. It suggests that abilities arise from genetic mutations, whereby these altered genes confer abilities that ordinary individuals lack. The evolution of ability users to their current state is attributed to the inheritance of these mutated genes. Within the Holy Alliance, there exists a division of belief, with supporters for both perspectives forming two distinct factions. However, these factions do not engage in direct conflict. The Phil family adheres to the latter viewpoint, firmly believing that it is the only explanation that holds rationality and scientific merit. Tianhen nodded and remarked, I, too, find the second explanation to be more scientifically grounded. Genes are among the most enigmatic elements of the human body. Once a mutation occurs, the resultant effects are beyond imagination. From a genetic standpoint, chemical genetics encompasses two primary research methodologies, forward and reverse. Forward chemical genetics seeks to identify small molecules that can alter biological functions and deduce potential mechanisms through the proteins that influence these molecules. Conversely, reverse chemical genetics involves discovering small molecules that can selectively inhibit or activate known protein targets in vitro, examining the subsequent impact on cells and organisms. From our current perspective, it is evident that both approaches are insufficient. Elucidating the origins of extraordinary abilities may prove to be an exceedingly protracted endeavor, perhaps even an unreachable goal. Liaoan expressed his approval, stating, as expected of an exemplary student from Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, your analysis is astute. At this juncture, it is futile for any of us to seek definitive conclusions. In truth, those with extraordinary abilities are inherently different from birth. Individuals like you and me, who come to realize our powers later in life, are the most commonplace among them. Conversely, some possess their abilities from the moment they are born, which is indeed formidable. They are endowed with talents that we do not possess. Although the number of such individuals is exceedingly rare, their path to mastering their powers is considerably more accessible than ours. Both Madame Uyaf and Miss Lanlan are exemplars of this category. Tianhen expressed his astonishment. Miss Lanlan is also an extraordinary being? Indeed, Liaoan confirmed. Miss Lanlan is the heir of the entire Phil family. Upon her birth, her ability was already at level 7, with only Madame Uyaf capable of approaching her without facing aggression. She is the most gifted genius in the history of our Holy Alliance, and has the potential to become the youngest ruler or perhaps eventually assume her grandfather's position as a judge. Tianhen pondered. So Lanlan's grandfather is the patriarch of the Phil family and one of the 5 elder judges? Liaoan nodded, stating, the patriarch of the Phil family is the pride of all water element extraordinary beings, a paragon for every water element practitioner. Tianhen inquired, could you tell me what level Miss Lanlan's abilities are currently at? With a calm smile, Liao En replied, "Are you aspiring to compare yourself to Miss Lanlan? That is an impossibility. Despite your diligent efforts, the chasm between a madman and a genius remains insurmountable. Do not call me a madman. I am merely striving." Tianhen retorted angrily. Liao En seemed to relish Tianhen's indignation. "You are indeed a madman, or perhaps I should refer to you as a masochist. I have never encountered someone as fervently dedicated to training as you. If Miss Lanlan were to exhibit such fervor, she might already be a ruler." Tianhen scoffed and replied, "Can I interpret your words as a form of praise? I truly fail to comprehend why the title of controller holds such significance." A hint of yearning flickered across Liao En's gaunt visage as he remarked, "You still do not understand. The title of controller embodies not merely authority, but also strength and glory. To attain the status of a controller, one must at least possess dominion over an administrative star of medium size or larger. Perhaps I shall never have such hope in my lifetime." Tianhen expressed surprise, asking, "Why do you believe there is no hope?" Liao En responded, "Abilities can indeed be enhanced through cultivation. Given your current standing, you could at least prolong your life through metamorphosis. One day, you may acquire the capacity of a controller." Shaking his head, Liao En continued, "It is not that simple. If it were as you suggest, the numbers of judges and controllers would not be so scarce. Once abilities reach a certain level, further enhancement becomes exceedingly difficult. To be frank, I envy Miss Lanlan. She possesses such exceptional innate qualities. However, those are attributes I lack. No matter how hard I strive, I fear I may never transcend the 30-level threshold, and even if I do, that may be a century from now." Furrowing his brow, Tianhen asked, "Is it truly that arduous?" Liao En sighed. "Only upon reaching that stage can one truly grasp the difficulty. In time, you will understand. The cultivation through the first 10 levels is relatively manageable. However, beyond the 10th level, each tier presents a formidable challenge. Surmounting one leads to a whole new realm, while failing to do so leaves one stagnant. Perhaps you find it hard to believe, but this year, the merely 19-year-old Miss Lanlan has already attained level 30 in her water-based abilities. And that is without her diligent effort in training. Otherwise, do you think we would struggle to find her? Here, apart from Lady Oya, few can rival her. In just a few years, she could very well become a controller." The disparity between level 30 and his current level was stark. One resided in the heavens while the other languished in the depths. Tianhen finally grasped the essence of unfairness. Others are born at level 7, while he toils for a mere level 1. I share this with you in hopes of fostering your understanding of abilities. There is no need for despondency. Within the Holy Alliance, there are individuals who have cultivated from level 1 to break through to level 36 through sheer comprehension. Thus, you still possess a chance. After all, you are still young. Miss Lanlan chose you, perhaps because she sees potential within you." Tianhen donned a peculiar smile, remarking, "Officer Liao En, this seems to be your first compliment towards me." Liao En retorted brusquely, "Who praised you? I merely wish to prevent you from succumbing to despair, for that would squander 10 milliliters of the most precious holy liquid." Tianhen stepped back, regarding Liao En with a quizzical gaze. "You do not intend to siphon my blood, do you? Bah, I am not one of those self-important races. Speaking of vampires, I must warn you. Vampires are indeed a subset of dark-type ability users. Given your current circumstances, if you encounter them, merely escaping with your life would be fortunate. Do vampires truly exist?" Tianhen was taken aback by the astonishing revelations of the day, momentarily lost in thought. Liao En cast him a sidelong glance, affirming, "Of course. Vampires represent an ancient lineage, perpetuated through the power of their blood, akin to an unrelenting plague, proving to be exceedingly formidable adversaries. Furthermore, their propensity for vengeance is formidable. One ought to fervently wish to avoid their company." Tianhen inquired, "Commander Liao, I harbor a curiosity. Among the extraordinary beings, is there any individual capable of possessing two distinct types of abilities? If such exists, they must be immensely powerful." Liao nodded, responding, "Such phenomena do occur. There are indeed individuals endowed with dual attribute abilities. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, those who possess two attributes often struggle to cultivate either ability to a high level, with none surpassing a 10th rank. This is especially perilous when the attributes are mutually antagonistic. I have heard of an extraordinary being who wielded both water and fire abilities, ultimately meeting a tragic demise, their body torn apart by the conflicting forces, half frozen, half reduced to ash. Hence, the resilience of an extraordinary being's physique is paramount, which is why I insist on your rigorous physical training. Now, enough of this. It is time for you to begin your practice." In an instant, Tianhen transformed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Liao suppressed a wry smile, recognizing that the mention of training had ignited the boy's fervor. It seemed his words had only served to further motivate him. In the next moment, Tianhen perceived a flash, and Liao vanished, only to reappear, presenting a metallic sphere approximately 30 centimeters in diameter before Tianhen. Utilize your mind to control this metallic sphere and elevate it into the air, Liao's voice resonated. And as Tianhen heard him, Liao had returned to his side, his lips remaining unmoving, indicating that his speed had surpassed that of sound. Tianhen fixated on the metallic sphere. With a mere thought, it ascended. Manipulating the sphere proved effortless. Despite its seemingly substantial size, it was remarkably light, weighing perhaps no more than a kilogram. Liao continued, I am not well versed in spatial abilities, so you must rely on your own understanding. From this moment, pursue me with the metallic sphere for 1 hour. And before you partake of your evening nutrients, you must decipher the intricacies of spatial abilities. Begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than he soared into the air. A spark ignited in Tianhen's eyes, and under the guidance of his mind, the metallic sphere sped after him. Liao ascended further, yet his pace was deliberate, maintaining a close distance from the sphere. As the sphere reached 100 meters from Tianhen, he began to feel a degree of strain. Instinctively, he took flight, pursuing Liao in the sky. Fool, remove your mechanical armor, otherwise, you will never grasp the essence of speed. Liao intended not merely to assist Tianhen in honing his spatial abilities. After all, speed was the realm in which Tianhen was most adept. The sky fell upon the ground, and the mechanical armor had accompanied him for a month. Though it was merely an early technological product, he cared for it dearly. He carefully stowed it away in a backpack-like form before placing it on the ground, then ascended once more, directing the metallic sphere in pursuit of Liaoan. With a thunderous crash, his body collided heavily against the protective shield above the square. Although the shield's defensive capabilities were not particularly robust, it was more than sufficient to halt his momentum. Fortunately, the energy of the shield was relatively gentle. He only experienced a brief bout of dizziness, escaping any serious harm. The metallic sphere had lost control and had already plummeted to the ground. Thankfully, both the sphere and the ground were sturdy, showing no signs of damage. Ha ha ha! Liaoan laughed heartily. Tianhen, filled with ire, retorted, Did you anticipate this outcome all along? With a smug grin, Liaoan replied, Of course. After shedding all restraints, although your speed may not rival mine, it is nearly approaching the speed of sound. Alas, the energy of this shield is insufficient, otherwise I would certainly. Ah, you sly one, you've plotted against me. As he spoke, he suddenly lunged forward, ducking just in time to evade the metallic sphere that charged at him from behind. Unbeknownst to Liaoan, while they conversed, Tianhen had skillfully maneuvered the metallic sphere to glide low, circling behind to launch a surprise attack. In that moment, Tianhen felt a surge of exhilaration. He had always believed his flying techniques had reached their zenith, yet now he had achieved a breakthrough. How could he not feel joyous? With a wild cry, he charged towards Liaoan. With a swift motion of his hands, the metallic sphere accelerated forward, but suddenly, it appeared to lose connection with him and plummeted downwards. Liaoan felt an inexplicable pause in his movement, and in the next instant, the metallic sphere surged upwards at double its previous speed. Well done, you grasp concepts swiftly, Liaoan remarked, gracefully evading Tianhen's ambush. Tianhen, slightly breathless, adjusted the cosmic energy coursing within him, blending it with the pure flow to maintain control of the metallic sphere as it continued the chase. The earlier loss of control had been intentional. After momentarily hindering Liaoan's speed with his mental prowess, he regained command of the sphere to launch an attack. Unfortunately, his mastery over spatial abilities was still lacking. The force generated by his powers could only momentarily impede Liaoan. Nevertheless, his combat application was remarkably astute. Thus, they engaged in a relentless pursuit in the air for an hour. When Liaoan announced the training's conclusion, Tianhen descended to the ground, his body swaying with fatigue. Without further ado, he settled into a cross-legged position to cultivate the nearly depleted cosmic energy and pure flow. After controlling the metallic sphere for an hour, his mental reserves were utterly exhausted. As days turned into weeks, 2 months passed swiftly. During this time, Liaoan imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding abilities and techniques for controlling them to Tianhen. Several times, Tianhen had requested Liaoan to teach him some offensive martial techniques, but Liaoan responded that his innate abilities were the finest weapons for both attack and defense. In comparison to abilities, martial techniques were merely a flicker of light. As Lady Uyaf had anticipated, by the conclusion of the 3-month training period, Tianhen's extraordinary ability had ascended to the 3rd level, with signs of imminent advancement to the 4th. Through diligent practice over these days, Tianhen's comprehension of his powers had deepened significantly. Although his strength was still woefully insufficient to solidify his abilities into tangible forms, he had grown increasingly adept at wielding his spatial powers. While pursuing Liao In with the metallic sphere, he employed various ingenious techniques, managing on several occasions to make contact with Liao In's body. "Tomorrow, you shall depart. Today, I will impart this final lesson," Liao In remarked, his gaze upon Tianhin suggesting an underlying intensity. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Tianhin drew the metallic sphere to his palm. "Shall we resume our chase?" "Very well, but be cautious. I have devised several clever control methods today." Suddenly, Liao In's expression shifted, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him. With a swift motion of his right hand, over 10 ice spikes dispersed and surged towards Tianhin in an instant. Surprise flickered in Tianhin's eyes. Yet the training he had undergone had sharpened his reflexes immensely. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward, a flash of silver gleaming in his eyes as the space before him subtly warped. It was this slight distortion that caused the ice spikes to deviate from their original trajectory, scattering chaotically. "Commander Liaoan, are you out of your mind?" Tianhin exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and anger coloring his tone. Liaoan let out a cold snort, replying, "The final lesson is straightforward. You must escape from my grasp." The ice spikes reappeared, this time numbering in the hundreds. "But that is unfair. You are at level 16, while I am merely at level 3. How can this be a fair comparison?" Tianhin protested. Chapter 7. The Final Trial. Liao In replied nonchalantly, "Will your enemies grant you a fair chance simply because you are weak? The Holy Alliance does not abide by such foolish chivalric ideals. Nor will the foes you may encounter." The ice spikes surged forward in a fan-like formation, their speed modest but their impact significantly enhanced. The confines of the square rendered all possible avenues of escape for Tianhin from the front effectively sealed. Meanwhile, Liao In's body moved, his supersonic flight technique reaching its zenith, advancing towards Tianhin alongside the ice spikes. A surge of clarity coursed through Tianhin's body, converging upon his mind. He had recently discerned that this clarity represented the power of his spatial abilities. In the face of crisis, his focus sharpened to an unprecedented degree. The chilling menace radiating from Liao In was unmistakable, and Tianhin held no doubt that each ice spike possessed the potency to extinguish his life. Instead of retreating further, Tianhin propelled himself forward at sonic speed towards the ice spikes, seemingly courting his demise. However, his trajectory aimed for the periphery of the spike formation, where the density of ice spikes was at its lowest. "Shatter!" Tianhin bellowed, a faint silver light emanating from his hands as several massive ice spikes were torn apart under the control of his third-level spatial abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted through the chaos like a fish escaping a net, just before the other spikes could close in. At this juncture, Liao In had arrived, and the disparity between Tianhin's speed and his own was insurmountable. In the palm of his hand, a radiant blue light surged forth, aimed at the back of Tianhin. Suddenly, a metallic sphere materialized between the two, and Liao In's palm struck directly upon it. At that moment, Tianhin had exhausted all his strength. The blue light penetrated the metallic sphere. Though significantly weakened, it still struck Tianhin. A chill enveloped his body, but he harnessed the force of the impact to propel himself forward with even greater speed. The cosmic energy coursed within him, fiercely countering the invasion of water-based abilities. He pressed on relentlessly, aware that dizziness clouded his mind from exceeding his own limits. Yet he knew he could not falter. His body plummeted towards the ground, targeting a corner of the plaza. Liao In had evidently misjudged the direction. In the blink of an eye, Tianhin reached his destination. However, Liao In pursuit, unleashed a heavy kick infused with water-based powers. A miracle occurred. Tianhin, once slower than Liao In, managed to pivot his body just in time. Without any warning, the mechanical armor that had accompanied him in training for a month enveloped him, and with a roar, his fist met Liao In's leg. The impact erupted in a shower of icy particles, and although Tianhin was sent flying, the thick armor cushioned his fall, preventing him from being thrown too far. He had never dared to dream of standing against Liao In. His solitary aim in throwing that punch was to use his cosmic energy and spatial powers to block Liao In's water abilities. He succeeded. No water-based powers infiltrated the mechanical armor. Despite the heavy blow he received, he still retained the ability to move. Liao In clasped his hands before his chest, a fierce glint in his eyes. With a powerful shout, a colossal ice blade materialized in the air. Unlike Tianhin, he could not manipulate objects at will, but he possessed speed. Grasping the deep blue ice blade, he swung it directly at Tianhin. In a fit of rage, Tianhin cursed loudly, his hands deftly flipping to reveal 2 laser guns from the hidden compartments of his armor. These were the most ordinary of laser guns. As the top student of the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, he knew precisely how to wield them. He suddenly felt as if his spirit had united with the guns, and his spatial abilities unlocked their safeties. To perish together, then. At that moment, Tianhen resembled a madman. A frenzied barrage erupted from the 15mm barrels. He did not aim at the ice blade poised to strike him, but unleashed a relentless hail of fire upon Liaoan. Liaoan's speed was indeed remarkable, yet he had lost all opportunity to evade, watching helplessly as his body hurtled toward the laser beams. Just as Tianhen had predicted. When the ice blade cleaved Liaoan in two, he, unable to defend himself with his powers, would become a mere sieve. The true purpose of Tianhen donning the mechanical armor was the laser guns within, his sole means of attack. Simultaneously, two layers of ice walls materialized before Tianhen and Liaoan. Liaoan's ice blade shattered upon colliding with the ice wall in front of Tianhen, disintegrating into powder. Meanwhile, the laser beams emitted by Tianhen were completely thwarted by the opposing ice wall. The seemingly fragile ice wall conceals immense defensive power. Very well, Tianhen. You now possess the ability to depart from this place. I have faith that you will fulfill our 3-year pact. Lady Oya manifested between Tianhen and Liaoan like a specter. The timely appearance of the ice wall was evidently orchestrated by her. With a gentle gaze directed towards Tianhen, she said, "Do not blame Liaoan. He does not truly wish to harm you. This was my arrangement. The true essence of this final lesson lies in testing your reaction in times of crisis. You performed admirably, maintaining a calm demeanor even when faced with overwhelming disadvantage." Tianhen huffed in anger, retorting, "What kind of lesson is this? He clearly intended to kill me." Lady Oya smiled and replied, "I have been by your side all along. Not only did he hold back in his assault, but even if he had genuinely sought to take your life, he would have failed." She turned her gaze towards Liaoan, observing his despondent state, and remarked, "With a disparity in strength of at least 5-fold, how do you interpret the outcome of a mutual demise? It was my oversight. I did not anticipate he would possess retaliatory capabilities." Liaoan, indeed vexed, felt a profound discomfort at having been outmaneuvered by Tianhen, who exploited his own speed, leaving him with a sense of impotence. "Indeed, you were too complacent. While Tianhen is undoubtedly cunning, your negligence nearly cost you your life. Once Tianhen departs, you should devise a new training regimen for yourself." Lady Oya's tone carried a sense of authority, yet she did not seem overly reproachful towards Liaoan. "Yes, mistress." Lady Oya then addressed Tianhen, saying, "I shall await you in the hall where you first encountered me. Prepare your belongings and seek me out." In a flash of light, she vanished, leaving only a faint afterimage in the eyes of Tianhen and Liaoan. The two glared at each other in silence for 5 minutes, neither willing to speak. "Did you truly not wish to kill me? How did you know there was a laser gun within the exosuit?" They simultaneously voiced their suspicions. Liaoan raised an eyebrow and commanded, "You answer me first. It is an order." Tianhen snorted, "Do not forget, I am the sole graduate of this year's Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. Although this exosuit is rudimentary, I have studied it extensively. Moreover, I have worn it for a month, becoming familiar with every aspect of its construction. The sensitivity of spatial ability is unparalleled among all types of powers, hence I discerned the presence of energy in the laser gun. You little madman. It seems I must prefix your name with cunning. How did I fail to notice this before?" Liaoan lamented. Tianhen smiled triumphantly. "If I were to reveal everything to others, my demise would be imminent. In truth, it was perilous. I was already injured by your attack from behind when I dashed out from your ice spike formation, affected by your icy aura. Fortunately, time and speed were on my side. Otherwise, without the exosuit, I would have had no chance at all." Liaoan coldly stated, "You shall never have such an opportunity again." Tianhen smiled faintly and retorted, "I return the sentiment. Perhaps when we meet again, the disparity in our levels will not be so great. Well then, I must take my leave. How about this mechanical armor for me? After all, the laser gun within it would be quite useful." "No, you cannot take anything from here," Liaoan insisted stubbornly. "So stingy," Tianhen remarked with dissatisfaction, casting a discontented glance at him. Liaoan's expression suddenly softened considerably, and he spoke earnestly. "I have taught many low-level supernatural beings. I must admit, you are the most outstanding among them, possessing a tenacity and cunning that they lack. I hope you will surpass me." Tianhen gazed at Liaoan in astonishment, never having imagined that Liaoan would speak such words to him. With a flick of his wrist, Liaoan revealed a silver wrist guard in his palm. "This is my own possession. Keep it for your use. With your spatial abilities, you can easily activate its mechanisms. It can transform into an alloy dagger, supported by laser energy, capable of absorbing solar power to replenish its energy autonomously. Under your control of cosmic energy, it should be sufficient to penetrate defenses of up to 100 degrees. How fortunate you are to possess such a remarkable item," Tianhen exclaimed, excitement surging as he seized the wrist guard and donned it on his right arm without hesitation. You may leave now. I believe we shall meet again in the future. There was a hint of detachment in Liaoan's voice as he turned his gaze aside, no longer looking at Tianhen. The playful smile faded from Tianhen's face as he observed Liaoan's tall and solitary figure. He bowed deeply and sincerely said, "Thank you, Teacher Liaoan." Liaoan abruptly turned back, only to find that Tianhen had already departed using his flight technique, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette. "Teacher," he called me teacher? Liaoan's eyes glistened with moisture. Oh, little madman, how I wish these 3 years would pass swiftly, with no belongings of his own here. Tianhen changed out of the clothes Liaoan had given him and donned the uniform of Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. He then made his way to the place where he had first encountered Madame Oya. The wrist guard given by Liao emanated a chilling sensation. On his way there, Tianhen had already discerned the method of using the wrist guard. "Madame Oya, I have arrived," Tianhen announced as he stood at the entrance of the hall. Madame Oya turned around and waved to him. He stepped forward with purpose, coming to a halt 3 meters in front of her. "Should I address you as the controller, Commander, or Madam?" Madame Oya replied with poise, "Since you are not yet a formal member of the Holy Alliance, you may call me Madam. How has your experience been during these 3 months? An eye-opening experience," Tianhen answered without hesitation. "And what are your thoughts on the Holy Alliance?" Madame Oya inquired. Her interest piqued as she regarded Tianhen. After a moment of reflection, Tianhen shook his head, saying, "I do not have many opinions. As the only supernatural beings I know are you and Teacher Liaoan. Without deeper understanding, I cannot form a judgment." Madame Oya approached Tianhen, using her somewhat cold left hand to grasp his right hand, while her right hand rose. Tianhen clearly saw that she too possessed a badge, the gem of which was red, evidently symbolizing her status as the controller. As their palms met, the red gem pressed against the blue gem, and Tianhen felt a jolt in his palm, as if his biological computer had been stimulated, sending an electric sensation coursing through his entire being. Madame Oya withdrew her hand. "Did you feel that? I have truly awakened the biological computer for you. While it may not offer much assistance, it is capable of relaying your location to me at any time. Merely your location. I have no desire to delve into your personal affairs. Within 3 years, you are free to pursue whatever endeavors you wish, yet do remember your promise." Tianchen clenched his right fist, nodded, and replied, "I will not forget. I shall return in 3 years." Lady Oya gazed at him with a gentle expression and said, "Should you encounter matters beyond your resolution, you are always welcome to return. If you face a dark type ability user, do not confront them. Immediately report their location to me. The biological computer enables you to contact me at any moment. By the way, should you come across Lanlan, remember, you've never seen her true form, so forget it." Tianchen looked at Lady Oya, this mysterious and powerful sovereign suddenly evoking a sense of warmth within him. Regardless of status, a parent's love for their children remains profoundly genuine. "You may leave now. Our people will escort you out." Lady Oya's voice turned cold, her eyes reflecting a murderous intent, seemingly recalling that this young man before her was the one who had taken her daughter's virtue. Tianchen was taken aback. He had no desire to linger before a volcano that could erupt at any moment. After bidding farewell to Lady Oya, he promptly exited the room. It was only when Tianchen truly stepped outside the ancient castle that he beheld its full splendor. Upon rough estimation, this castle was situated in the northwest of Zhongting City, surrounded by a sparse population. Even the ubiquitous flying vehicles were notably absent from this area. 3 months had elapsed. He had spent a full 3 months here, transporting him to another realm. He cast a lingering glance at the majestic castle before soaring into the air. Cosmic energy surged from beneath his feet, propelling his body at a velocity exceeding 290 meters per second towards Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. He had resolved that his foremost task was to return and check on his parents. Before that, he naturally wished to bid farewell to his caring teacher, Damon, lest the teacher worry about him. These 3 months had transformed Tianchen significantly. Not only had they instilled within him a sense of purpose, but they had also reshaped his once insecure character. He would no longer feel inferior due to his origins. He believed he would become a formidable ability user, and he was diligently striving towards that goal. The protective shield of Zhongting Comprehensive Academy still shimmered brightly. As he gazed upon the institution where he had spent 5 years, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. After passing through iris verification and leveraging his status as an outstanding graduate, he re-entered the familiar grounds of his academy. The interior of the academy was in stark contrast to its fortress-like exterior, adorned with flowers and grass, the fresh air invigorating Tianchen's spirit. In one corner of the expansive playground, a class of about 50 students was engaged in routine physical training. Observing their lackluster demeanor, Tianchen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that altering the state of the academy would not be an easy endeavor. It would be a protracted process. For these students had grown accustomed to a life of luxury for far too long. Tianhen strode towards the domed teaching building when suddenly a familiar bell rang out, prompting a multitude of students to stream from the edifice, indicating that the morning classes had concluded. Observing the uniforms that mirrored his own, a wave of nostalgia washed over Tianhen. After his departure today, it was uncertain when he would be able to return. "Ah, I've finally found you. This time, don't even think about escaping." A sharp, furious voice pierced the air. Tianhen felt a gust of wind rush from behind him, and as he sidestepped, his cosmic energy instinctively enveloped him in a protective barrier. The wristband on his arm reacted to his mental command, transforming into a razor-sharp blade that could extend up to a foot in length or retract to the width of his palm. Just as he was about to strike, he caught a glimpse of his assailant's face. It was a girl, one whose features seemed vaguely familiar, her fitted uniform accentuating her tall and slender form. As Tianhen evaded her attack, she stumbled forward. The alloy blade instantly retracted back into the wristband as Tianhen grasped the girl's shoulder, cautioning, "Be careful." With his assistance, the girl regained her balance, her face flushed with anger. She was undeniably beautiful, radiating a lively and fierce charm, her bright red hair dancing in the air, and her striking azure eyes glared furiously at Tianhen. "Do we know each other?" Tianhen asked, puzzled, as he searched his memory for recognition. "Are you looking for trouble? How dare you call me miss?" The girl swiftly thrust her right knee towards Tianhen's groin, her movements fluid and swift, clearly indicative of rigorous training. Taken aback, Tianhen thought to himself, "This girl is quite ruthless." However, addressing her as miss seems to have struck a nerve. He pressed his palm downward, effortlessly neutralizing her attack with his robust physique, without even needing to employ cosmic energy. "Classmate, do you intend to destroy my ability to pass on my lineage?" His words elicited laughter from the surrounding onlookers. The red-haired girl retorted, "And if I did?" Then, with a graceful spin in midair, she delivered a kick aimed squarely at Tianhen's face. This time, her foot was infused with a faint aura of cosmic energy, a clear sign of her escalating fury. Tianhen remained steadfast, suddenly darting backward to evade her strike. "Classmate, let us discuss this rationally. Surely, we harbor no animosity toward one another." The girl glared at him fiercely. "Do you dare to act without taking responsibility? If you hadn't knocked me down that day, I wouldn't have missed the graduation ceremony." Tianhen's realization dawned upon him. Recalling that she was indeed the girl he had collided with that fateful day, he felt a wave of remorse wash over him. "I'm sorry. It was my fault that day. However, you were in such a rush that we both share responsibility for the collision. I was worried about being late, which is why I didn't get a chance to apologize." The girl scoffed. "What good is an apology? You forced me to repeat a year. Now tell me, how will you compensate me?" Furrowing his brow, Tianhen replied, "Your need to repeat isn't solely my fault. In our cohort, only one person can graduate successfully." The girl stepped closer, her gaze fixed on him, standing half a head taller. "I should have been among them. This is all because of you. What do you wish to achieve from this?" Tianhen inquired softly, his impatience beginning to manifest. The girl, taken aback by his retort, found herself momentarily speechless. She had not intended any harm towards him. "Xiaomei, what is the matter?" A steady voice resonated, as the surrounding students instinctively parted to create a clear pathway. A tall man approached, clad in a crisp teacher's uniform, his physique robust and considerably more imposing than Tianhen's, with a handsome, resolute countenance that bore a hint of surprise. This man was none other than Xuan, the esteemed instructor of the breaking firmness technique. Renowned among the faculty, he had often employed his fists to impart lessons to certain students, instilling a healthy respect even in the scions of affluent families. After all, no one wished to provoke a living volcano. Xiaomei pointed accusingly at Tianhen, declaring, "Brother, it was him. He knocked me down that day, causing my tardiness. You must teach him a lesson." Xuan shifted his gaze to Tianhen, stating, "So it is you. Tianhen, the sole graduate this year. What brings you back?" Although Tianhen had not attended his classes, Xuan was well acquainted with Damon and had heard of his proud pupil. "Greetings, Teacher Xuan. I have returned to bid farewell to Teacher Damon. The incident that day was indeed my fault. I ask for your and Xiaomei's forgiveness." "I certainly will not forgive you," Xiaomei retorted, her anger unabated. Xuan's voice grew stern. "Xiaomei, enough. You cannot blame Tianhen for your failure to graduate. Even had you arrived on time, it would not have changed the outcome. You ought to reflect on your performance in other subjects." Xiaomei cast a resentful glance at her brother, indignantly remarking to Tianhen, "Very well, just wait, we shall see." With a heavy stamp of her foot, she turned and departed. Xuan directed his authoritative gaze towards the students around them. "Disperse. You lot of idlers, what else can you do besides gawk? Sensing the impending eruption of the volcano, no one dared linger, and they promptly scattered. Xuan strode up to Tianhen and inquired, "Where have you been these days? Damon has been quite worried about you." With a rueful smile, Tianhen reflected on the convoluted experiences of recent days. How to articulate them? Fortunately, Xuan refrained from pressing further, instead giving Tianhen a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Come with me, let us visit Damon." Tianhen followed Xuan with ease into the teaching building, ascending to the top floor, where some faculty members had their offices. Xuan pushed open the door to Damon's office and entered. "Damon, what brings you here?" Damon's voice carried a note of melancholy. "Look at you. Don't wear such a morose expression. Behold, who we have here." Xuan stepped aside, and Tianhen beheld Damon seated at his desk, his expression somewhat grim, markedly more haggard after 3 months apart. Upon spotting Tianhen, his eyes sparkled with joy, and he exclaimed, "Tianhen, Teacher Damon, I apologize for causing you concern." Tianhen stepped forward, his voice imbued with emotion in the presence of one who truly cared for him. "Ah, it is well, you have returned safely. Where have you been all this time? I feared you had been captured by the Thunder Motion Group." Damon rose eagerly, gripping Tianhen's shoulders tightly. Tianhen exchanged a knowing glance with Xuan, and Damon remarked, "It's quite all right. Xuan is not a stranger." Nodding, Tianhen extended his right hand, stating, "Perhaps this will clarify matters." The blue gemstone shimmered under the light, causing both Xuan and Damon to momentarily be taken aback before they exclaimed in unison, "The Holy Alliance." "Indeed, the Holy Alliance. Fearing that I might trouble you further, I discreetly left the academy that day, only to encounter members of the Thunder Group upon my exit. It was the Holy Alliance that came to my rescue." He briefly recounted the events of the past 3 months, omitting any mention of Miss Lanlan, only stating that the members of the Holy Alliance had taken an interest in his unique abilities, thereby inducting him into their ranks. Damon chuckled, and Xuan joined in his mirth. Damon grasped Tianhen's right hand, and the biological computer instantaneously transmitted a message to Tianhen. Ability, level 12, cosmic energy, level 3. Tianhen gazed at Damon in astonishment. "Teacher, you." Damon, with a bemused expression, replied, "Manipulator Tianhen, you may no longer refer to me as teacher." Tianhen hastily responded, "Manipulator Tianhen pays his respects to the officer. My subordinate ability is in the spatial domain, at level 3. Damon and Xuan exchanged knowing smiles, with Damon saying, "Tianhen, you must find this quite peculiar. In fact, I am not the only manipulator at the academy. The Zhongting Comprehensive Academy holds significant influence on Zhongting Star and is well-renowned even within the Galactic Alliance, which is why we have 3 manipulators here. Xuan is also a manipulator, and the other is our stern director, who oversees all affairs here. He is a level 20 manipulator and excels in fire abilities. Xuan is at level 13, also proficient in fire abilities, while I am a manipulator of wind abilities. From the fluctuations in your biological computer, it appears you have been inducted as a trainee manipulator by Madame Phil of Zhongting Star. When I discovered your spatial abilities, I anticipated this day would come, though I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Achieving level 3 in merely 3 months is quite impressive." Tianhen glanced at Damon, then at Xuan, and with a wry smile remarked, "Both of you have transformed from teachers into officers. The members of the Holy Alliance truly are ubiquitous." Damon smiled, saying, "Now I comprehend why so much effort was expended without locating you. I should have realized that the only place on Zhongting Star that remains most concealed is the Phil Castle." Xuan, chuckling, turned to Damon and remarked, "The Thunder Group has certainly been dealt a blow by you. They claim Tianhen had us take him away, yet you refuse to believe it." Tianhen then posed a question. "Esteemed teachers, I have one more inquiry. Since you are both members of the Holy Alliance, and Madame Oya is the ruler of Zhongting Star, why did you not obtain information about me from her?" Damon replied, "It is quite simple. Although we and Madame Oya of the Phil family are both part of the Holy Alliance, there is no hierarchical relationship between us. As long as we do not meet, we are not accountable to her, and she does not oversee our actions. We are directly managed by the Holy Alliance's inspection office." Tianhen mused internally that the Holy Alliance indeed comprises various factions. It appears that it is not as monolithic as it seems. His understanding of the Galactic Alliance remains insufficient. An organization as vast as the Holy League encompasses nearly all abilities, excluding only Dark-type practitioners. Such formidable strength could even pose a threat to the governance of the Galactic Alliance Council. How could it possibly be a monolith? Tianhen, where do you plan to go after leaving here? Space-type abilities are exceedingly rare. According to some records within the Holy League, space-type abilities are among the most powerful after light and dark abilities, shrouded in many mysteries that require considerable time to explore. Noticing Damon's concerned gaze, Tianhen replied, Teacher Damon, I shall continue to address you as such. Calling you commander feels unfamiliar. After departing, I intend to return home first. As I have been away for over a year, I will spend some time with my parents and explore the cultivation of my space-type abilities on my own. Damon sighed. Madame Oya is indeed formidable. She has managed to recruit you into the League even before I could. It appears you will not be able to join our supervisory institute. The Phil family is one I dare not offend. Tianhen silently mused, Teacher Damon, if only you knew the true reason why Madame Oya sought me out. A blush crept to his cheeks at the thought. Shuan interjected, Actually, it may not be as you think. There is no need to rush. Once Tianhen reaches level 10 and truly becomes a member of the Holy League, he will possess the right to make his own choices. For now, what is most crucial for him is to enhance his abilities. Although space-type practitioners are few, they do exist. I suggest. Damon's eyes brightened as he grasped her implication. Are you referring to that individual? Shuan nodded. I believe he would be the most capable of assisting Tianhen in enhancing his abilities. However, his temperament is rather peculiar. So it remains uncertain whether Tianhen will be accepted as his disciple. Damon chuckled. How can one ascertain without attempting? Tianhen, bewildered, inquired, What are you two teachers discussing? Chapter 8. The vengeful young lady. Damon smiled. We are considering introducing you to a teacher within the Holy League. Having guidance is certainly more efficient than navigating this path alone. At the very least, he can illuminate certain aspects for you, allowing you to avoid many detours in your understanding. Here is the plan. You should first return home to visit your parents, so as not to worry them. Then, you must travel to Minghuang Star, where the teacher we are recommending resides. His name is Moore, a truly exceptional controller. We will make preliminary arrangements with him. But whether he will accept you and impart the secrets of space abilities depends on your own capabilities. I must caution you. Moore is an eccentric elder who does not belong to any faction within the League, yet he holds a significant position of respect, even among several judges. Tianhen felt a surge of excitement. Receiving guidance from a practitioner of the same type would be immensely beneficial. Perhaps he could achieve level 10 in less than 3 years. He promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, both teachers. I will remember this. Damon smiled. Once you return safely, both Shuan and I can confidently set off for the Enchanted Star. In the near future, our paths shall not cross. However, should you seek our presence, a mere inquiry through the biocomputer to Lady Oya will suffice, for you are indeed one of her manipulators. Communication with other manipulators of this alliance requires her consent. The term magical star, what realm does it signify? Tianhen inquired, astonished, as it was his first encounter with the notion of this celestial body. Shuan replied, Before you become a true core member of the Holy Alliance, you are not privy to all the secrets of the magical star. We can only reveal that it is a sanctuary for those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Once you attain level 10, you shall naturally journey there. We have delayed long enough. It is time to proceed. Tianhen sifted through the fragments of knowledge in his mind, hoping to uncover an introduction to the magical star, yet disappointment soon engulfed him. Although humanity has forged the Galactic Alliance, it does not exert dominion over the entire galaxy. The Galactic Alliance is merely a title born from aspirations for the future. The Milky Way is but a commonplace galaxy among the 2 billion galaxy clusters within the known universe, elevated to the status of humanity's first target for exploration solely because it houses the solar system, the cradle of humankind. When gazing at the night sky from Earth, every visible celestial body belongs to the Milky Way, with only 3 neighboring extragalactic clusters discernible as mere hazy glimmers. The Milky Way is home to approximately 130 billion stars, forming the luminous river of light observable from Earth. It represents a colossal congregation of stars, interstellar gas, and dust, characterized by a flattened, spiral disk. This immense disk, composed of countless suns and stellar worlds, can be divided into 4 primary components: the central bulge, the galactic disk, the spiral arms, and the galactic halo. The central bulge, located at the heart of this vast disk, is elliptical in shape and serves as a densely populated region of stars, with increasing density as one approaches the center. Yet, even at the core, the distances between stars remain expansive, measured in light years. Stars within the bulge account for merely 5% of the total stellar population, an approximate equivalent to 70 billion suns akin to those in the solar system. Surrounding the bulge is the galactic disk, symmetrically arranged around the bulge, with a diameter of about 82,000 light-years and a thickness of around 6,500 light-years. In the galactic disk, the distribution of stars diminishes as one nears the outer edges. The mass of stars and interstellar objects within the disk constitutes roughly 85% of the Milky Way's total mass. The Milky Way belongs to the category of spiral galaxies in the cosmos, with several spiral arms extending from the symmetrical ends of the bulge, a phenomenon resulting from the cosmic physical effects during the rotation of the entire galaxy. Enveloping the Milky Way is a vast halo of light, measuring a diameter of 100,000 light-years, known as the galactic halo. It consists of sparsely distributed ancient stars and interstellar matter. The most luminous constituents within the halo are globular star clusters formed by myriad celestial bodies. For humanity, this boundless universe remains an eternal enigma. The solar system, which harbors Earth, is situated within one of the spiral arms, approximately 10,000 light-years from the outer rim. After several years of exploration, humanity has now harnessed various technologies and techniques to control over 1,700 habitable administrative planets. Yet, the extent of human exploration is merely a fraction, 1/10, of the vast Milky Way galaxy. The sacrifices made by humanity in pursuit of galactic exploration are immeasurable. Tianhen possesses an astonishing memory, capable of reciting the names of those 1,700 administrative planets. Yet he remains unable to uncover any information regarding the elusive magical star. From the words of Damon and Sheen, it is clear that the magical star is not a newly discovered celestial body. What secrets might it hold? Damon approached Tianhen, gently patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Do not dwell on it. Even we are unaware of the true nature of the magical star. Rest assured, you will have the opportunity to visit it one day. After 5 years of companionship, I have little to offer you, but please accept this as a token of remembrance." With that, he produced a small orb from an unknown source and presented it to Tianhen. Tianhen shook his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Teacher Damon, you have already given me so much. I cannot accept anything further. Without you, my parents would never have escaped the slums, and I would not be who I am today. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart, and I vow to repay your generosity in the future." A gentle glow illuminated Damon's face as he replied, "Foolish boy, do you think my assistance was motivated by a desire for repayment? From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your innate talent. Although you lacked abilities at that time, I foresaw your potential to become a valuable asset to the Galactic Alliance. In order to prevent your gifts from being squandered, I brought you out of the slums. And you have not disappointed me. Within the vastness of the universe, our aspirations can extend infinitely. I merely hope you become a person of worth. Always maintaining an upright heart, that is sufficient. Accept it, for this orb will prove immensely beneficial to you." With that, he firmly placed the orb into Tianhen's hands. Sheen interjected with a smile, "Enough of this melancholy. It seems as though you two are facing a farewell of epic proportions. Tianhen, remember, you must wear what Damon has given you around your neck and use it in conjunction with the biological computer in your palm. Originally, this was equipment designated for core members of the Holy Alliance, but Damon fears you might lose your way in the cosmos. With the biological computer and this highly integrated orb, you will be able to accurately ascertain your location and surrounding information in any corner of the known galaxy. Moreover, it will indicate the residences of the rulers of various planets, which will greatly assist you in your quest to find the more ruler on the mellow yellow star." Gazing at the orb in his hand, which emitted a faint red glow, Tianhen cast a deep look at Damon before stepping back 2 paces and bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle. "Teacher Damon, you will always be my most respected mentor, and I shall not let you down." With that, he refrained from lingering further and turned to depart, though Damon clearly noted the tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Upon exiting the classroom and breathing in the fresh, pure air, the pangs of parting in Tianhen's heart subsided considerably. He gently pressed the tiny bead, no larger than a fingertip, bringing it from his collar to his chest, and instantly felt a warmth radiating from it as it adhered to his skin, just as Xuan had foretold. The biological computer in his right palm connected with the bead in an instant, transforming it into an immense repository of information. Tianhen needed only to summon his thoughts, and a multitude of data flooded into his mind at will. "Tianhen, you're back." A voice, achingly familiar, resonated behind him. His expression stiffened as he slowly turned around, revealing a somewhat solitary visage. It felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins had ceased to flow, a tumult of intricate thoughts crashing against his mind. Leaving his face ashen, he gazed upon the beautiful girl before him, and that familiar pang of heartache surged anew. How could 4 years of affection be so easily forgotten? "Lena, hello." Tianhen endeavored to maintain a calm tone, yet a slight tremor betrayed him within those brief 4 words. The reason Liao and referred to Tianhen as the little madman was largely due to his relentless training aimed at achieving a state of self-narcotization, hoping to numb his heart and banish thoughts of this woman who haunted his dreams. Lena lowered her gaze, feeling inexplicably hesitant to confront the sorrow reflected in Tianhen's eyes. She murmured, "When I was about to attend class earlier, I saw your silhouette. So, are you still angry with me?" Undeniably, Lena was stunning. Among the idol scions at Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, she ranked as the 9th most beautiful. With her expressive large eyes, an enviable figure, and golden hair cascading to her waist, every smile and frown was utterly captivating. Over the past 4 years, apart from diligent study, Tianhen had devoted every ounce of his attention to her, fearing even the slightest injustice befall her. The tempest of emotions within Tianhen, which had surged upon their initial encounter, began to settle as he replied softly, "No, there is nothing to be angry about. I have come to understand that the issues between us are largely linked to my own shortcomings. Your decision to leave was naturally because I failed to captivate you. If blame is to be assigned, it falls solely upon me. Fear not. I intend to depart from Zhongting City and shall no longer impose upon you." Lena lifted her head, gazing at Tianhen's handsome visage, and said, "I am so sorry. I know I have caused you immense pain." Tianhen smiled, a hint of madness flickering in his expression. "No, quite the contrary. You have awakened me. Lena, one day you will see whether I am a true man. Farewell." "Wait." Lena suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" With an intense gaze, Lena looked at him. "I want to know whether William's death is connected to you. After all, you both fell unconscious on that day, which inevitably raises suspicion." Light surged in Tianhen's eyes. "Ah, I see. It seems you have only him in your heart. Sadly, he is deceased. What does it matter whether I killed him or not? Do you wish to avenge him? Then come at me. I was the one who ended William's life. I slit his throat." As he uttered the final words, Tianhen nearly shouted. Lena stared at him in a daze. "Was it truly you? However, this is impossible." Tianhen's countenance suddenly turned icy as he calmly declared, "Nothing is impossible." He swiftly raised his right hand, and under the control of his spatial abilities, Lena's body inexplicably soared into the air. She gasped, realizing she was now 2 meters above the ground. Fortunately, classes had already commenced, and there were no onlookers. Otherwise, this bizarre spectacle would surely have drawn a crowd. Tianhen looked up at the astonished Lena and said, "Do you understand now? You are not capable of avenging me. Did you not claim that I lacked the ability to protect you? The man you relied upon is dead, slain by my own seemingly cowardly hands. If you seek vengeance, I await your challenge." He gently placed Lena back on the ground, but she crumpled, collapsing onto the earth. Without a backward glance, Tianhen turned and strode away. At the moment she posed that question, he had already lost hope in her. Everything was irretrievably broken. At that instant, Tianhen's heart grew cold, even tinged with despair and love. For years of devoted care had only yielded her concern for another. His heart felt as though it had turned to ice, his blood seemingly congealing within him. He fought to suppress the tears, reminding himself that a man should not weep lightly. Such a woman was not worth it. It felt as though something within him had shattered, a frigid current emerging, coalescing into a small orb. Suddenly, a wave of desolation washed over him, and the icy stream dissipated along with the ethereal flow mingled within the cosmic energy. A brief dizziness clouded his mind before normalcy returned, and the biological computer in his palm grew warm, only to soon revert to its usual state. Tianhen could not fathom why such phenomena occurred, nor did he possess the inclination to ponder it. He desperately sought to erase Lena's shadow from his heart, but evidently, this was not a task that could be accomplished in haste. Upon exiting the gates of Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, his previously uplifted spirits plummeted once more as he beheld a gathering of individuals, led by the strikingly beautiful Xiumei. The group was not particularly large, numbering around a dozen. Yet they wielded an array of weapons. While not necessarily lethal, they posed a significant threat. Tianhen had no desire to engage with them. He intended to leave using his flight abilities, only to find a loathsome man among them hurling a spherical object. The sphere emitted a yellow glow, enveloping everyone within its confines. Tianhen recognized it as a protective shield, designed for personal defense, with a strength of 120. "I am in a foul mood. If you wish to leave unscathed, I suggest you leave immediately." Tianhen's icy gaze sent a shiver through the group, altering their expressions. Xiumei seethed, "Tianhen, today I shall teach you a lesson, and we shall see if you dare to be so arrogant again." She turned her gaze to those around her. "Do you not all wish to engage with me? Attack him. Whoever knocks him down will have my favor." With Xiumei's incitement, the others snapped back to reality, simultaneously charging toward Tianhen, 3 of them swiftly unleashing paralyzing beams in his direction. In the face of battle, Tianhen immediately returned to a state of utmost calm, even exhibiting a hint of coldness. The greatest reward from 3 months of arduous training was not merely the enhancement of his abilities, but rather an increase in his speed. Initially, performing flight techniques required a period of acceleration. However, under Liaoan's guidance, he had now transcended this necessity and could execute flight effortlessly. With an enigmatic flash, Tianhen appeared beside an adversary. Lacking any martial arts proficiency or complex techniques, he nonetheless possessed a fundamental understanding of brawling. In an instant, his right hand darted forward, seizing the man's arm and yanking it towards himself with great force. The man's physical prowess paled in comparison, causing him to stumble unsteadily. Without hesitation, Tianhen used his left hand to wrest the paralysis gun from the man's grasp, driving his right knee forcefully into the man's abdomen. In the blink of an eye, Tianhen shifted his position, evading the attacks of two assailants. The man he had struck crumpled to the ground, contorted like a shrimp, though the knee strike was not fatal. It would surely render him unable to eat for some time. Tianhen swiftly discharged 3 shots, and 3 more adversaries fell, their blind assaults posing no threat to him. Utilizing both his agility and the paralysis gun, he dispatched the majority of his foes in mere moments. At that moment, a sudden jolt coursed through his body, and he collapsed to the ground. He glimpsed a cold, sinister face, that of a figure who had remained hidden behind others. This individual wielded a specialized electric net capable of unleashing tens of thousands of volts over a wide area, making it a terrifyingly invisible attack, imperceptible to the naked eye. Upon witnessing Tianhen's fall, the remaining adversaries erupted in cheers, rushing toward him with malevolent expressions. Shui Mei's eyes reflected a flicker of compassion, yet she refrained from intervening, stubbornly convincing herself that this man deserved such retribution. But was everything truly as she believed? Tianhen's cosmic energy had ascended to the second level of the second stage, a feat unattainable by most. The warm currents swiftly took effect after the electric shock coursed through him. By the time the assailants lunged at him, Tianhen had regained his mobility. He no longer relied on the paralysis gun, as it could not adequately channel his pent-up fury. His knees and elbows became weapons, striking the most resilient parts of their bodies. The sound of bones cracking intertwined with their anguished cries, as those who had lunged at him tumbled to the ground, wailing like slaughtered pigs. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Tianhen fixed his gaze upon the last remaining adversary beside Shui Mei, his eyes radiating a chilling light that seemed capable of shattering everything in its path. The man's face, marked by coldness, now bore a hint of panic as he felt a tremor in his hand. Inexplicably, the electric net had been cleaved in two, the edges smooth as if cut by a razor's edge. A hardened fist, enveloped in cosmic energy, made contact with the visage of the last standing individual, whose towering form was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the protective shield originally intended to prevent Tianhen's escape. Shui Mei stood in stunned silence. Within mere minutes, none of her devoted pursuers remained upright. As she watched Tianhen approach her with deliberate steps, a surge of fear gripped her heart, prompting her instinctively to retreat. Yet, behind her loomed the impenetrable shield, leaving her with no avenue of escape. In that moment of desperation, she erupted with defiance. "Die!" she screamed, charging forward with ferocity. As the sister of a level 12 manipulator, her agility far surpassed that of her earlier assailants, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks aimed at Tianhen's vital points. Just as her strikes seemed poised to connect, his form unexpectedly diminished in size, having evaded her assault with an imperceptible speed. In the instant Shui Mei's movements faltered, the figure before her expanded once more, a powerful hand clasping her slender neck, lifting her effortlessly until she collided with the protective barrier. Refusing to yield, Shui Mei fought against her captor with fervor, her fists and feet raining down upon Tianhen like a relentless storm. Yet, her blows felt as ineffective as striking cotton. They failed to inflict any damage. This was the power of cosmic energy, now at the second level, providing formidable defense. With his left hand still gripping Shui Mei's neck, he felt the warmth of her pulse, yet it did not soften his resolve. In the blink of an eye, a gleaming alloy dagger, radiating a cerulean hue, materialized before her. "You would do well to cease your struggles, lest I mar your exquisite features," he warned. Though cosmetic remedies could restore her beauty, she would likely remain hidden from the world for some time. The instinct to preserve one's appearance is inherent in every woman, and thus Shui Mei halted her futile resistance, glaring at Tianhen with a fury that suggested she wished to devour him whole. Tianhen did not relax his grip. He would forever remember the moment William perished under the sudden eruption of his spatial abilities. Such an opportunity would not be afforded to anyone. Who could guarantee that Shui Mei, currently under his dominion, lacked any extraordinary capabilities? As her breath grew increasingly labored, she found herself unable to voice her fury, resorting instead to conveying her wrath through her piercing gaze. "You would do well to remember every word I say," he continued. "Today, I shall not harm you. First, Because you are a woman, and I disdain the act of striking a woman. Second, and most crucially, you are the sister of Teacher Xuan. However, I will not tolerate a repetition of this incident. While I may refrain from striking women, I possess the ability to liberate the souls of those whose existence has become unworthy. You should grasp the meaning of my words. I acknowledge my misstep that day, yet your willful temperament must be tempered. Today is merely a lesson for you. Do not presume that your beauty grants you the right to dictate the actions of every man. At the very least, I am an exception. With a dismissive glance at Xiaomai, he loosened his grip, causing her, already feeling faint, to collapse onto the ground. Tianhen paid no heed to the device generating the protective barrier, instead propelling himself into the air. Under the influence of cosmic energy, the alloy dagger forcefully rend a gash in the protective shield. In the next moment, he had vanished, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Xuanmei sat dazed on the ground, the surrounding screams failing to penetrate her mind. The cold expression of Tianhen during his recent speech, coupled with his commanding presence, profoundly shook her heart. Shame and resentment gnawed at her soul, with the seeds of hatred already taking root deep within her being. As Tianhen soared through the air, the icy chill in his heart gradually dissipated. The earlier outburst alleviated much of the melancholy that had weighed upon him. When he unleashed his final blow, sending that individual hurtling away, he withdrew his cosmic energy, yet still inflicted severe damage. Without undergoing a facial reconstruction, that person's nose would likely never regain its former straightness. Perhaps only by possessing overwhelming strength could one navigate this world more adeptly. Suddenly, a thought struck Tianhen, causing his heart to race. It seemed that his recent use of spatial powers felt distinctly different from before. The image of a lightning net being cleaved in two flashed through his mind, prompting confusion. With his third-tier spatial abilities, it should have been impossible for him to sever the lightning net, which was certainly not as fragile as William's neck. Yet he had achieved it. Why? Was it due to the sudden surge of icy energy that had appeared within him? As he ascended into the sky, Tianhen pondered intently. But the answers eluded him. The clear flow seemed to have vanished, yet his spatial abilities remained intact. Could the feat of slicing the lightning net signify an elevation in his capabilities? Unsure, he checked the biocomputer for updates. But his power level remained at Tier 3 without any alteration. He vigorously shook his head, casting aside his myriad concerns. At that moment, he had already flown beyond the skies of Zhongting City, and after more than a year, he was finally returning home. The most prosperous area on Zhongting Star was undoubtedly Zhongting City, yet, aside from the impoverished slums where the destitute resided, the majority of the population enjoyed a life of affluence. Tianhen had long been perplexed as to why the seemingly democratic Galactic Alliance did not allocate funds to improve the conditions of the slums on various planets. Distributing the most basic nutritional solution once a day could hardly address the issues faced by those living in poverty, especially for the laborers who, devoid of technological knowledge, required not only sustenance, but also mental enrichment. Work not only brings financial rewards and material provisions for life, but also enriches one's existence. No one wishes to languish in a state of confusion and slumber each day. With this thought, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Tianhen's mind. Although it seemed rather ethereal, he felt compelled to do something for those impoverished souls on the brink of mental collapse or eruption. Throughout his life, he had witnessed too many driven to madness by their circumstances. While he did not harbor intense feelings of pity for them, he was willing to offer the simplest form of assistance. The speed of sound is approximately 290 meters per second, while the ultimate speed of light is a staggering 297,992, 5 kilometers per second. These figures are incomparably vast, epitomizing the chasm between sound and light. As Tianhen reveled in his own mastery of sound speed, he couldn't help but ponder over the judgmenters of the Holy Alliance, who, with their extraordinary abilities, approached the speed of light. What a profound concept that is. When Liao informed him that the judgmenters could indeed reach light speed, his heart swelled with incredulity. Could it truly be achieved? Although Tianhen was uncertain, he had faith in Liao N's words. After all, limits are meant to be transcended, and the human body is a vast treasure trove waiting to be unlocked. An unwavering conviction ignited within him. Liao had once called him a madman and mentioned that Lady Oya believed him to be a miracle worker. Indeed, I must become the architect of miracles, transforming the extraordinary into the mundane. My foremost objective is to enhance my abilities and surpass the speed of sound. With this thought, Tianhen summoned the cosmic energy within him to accelerate, propelling himself towards his home with newfound swiftness. Ningdong City, often referred to as the City of the Poor, is not unique. Nearly every planet possesses such a slum. In these cities, half of the area is engulfed in shantytowns, where the destitute congregate, primarily the elderly and children, with some young adults who have grown up in these conditions. There are no clearly defined boundaries between the cities on the planet, just a few markers, which are merely formalities. The skies above Ningding City are scarcely populated with aerial vehicles, a clear indicator of its scale. As Tianhin descended to the ground 2 kilometers from Ningding City, he yearned to witness some change in his hometown. However, he was met with disappointment. A year had passed since he departed for his 5th semester at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, and the place remained unchanged. Although tall buildings were visible, they paled in comparison to the modern, technology-driven Zhongting City, rendering everything here almost akin to refuse. Observing the place he had called home for over a decade, Tianhin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The system of slums has permeated the Galactic Alliance, becoming an entrenched norm. Despite instances of rebellion and protest from the impoverished, such efforts have proven futile against the might of the Galactic Alliance. The slum dwellers possess scant knowledge of technology and lack the resources necessary for meaningful resistance. When Tianhin's parents left the slums during his first year at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, it was precisely this reason that prompted him to accompany Damon out of there. Tianhin's parents now reside in a house purchased with Damon's assistance. The cost of a dwelling in Ningding City was astonishingly lower than that of a single cup of Dream Green in Dream City. Ningding City is starkly divided into 2 distinct sections, one inhabited by the impoverished slum dwellers and the other by ordinary citizens. Ordinary individuals predominantly serve the impoverished, producing low-grade nutritional solutions to sustain the most basic needs of those in the slums. No one desires to inhabit the areas where these ordinary folk reside. All aspire to escape such surroundings. Yet, despite this, these ordinary individuals are regarded as affluent by the denizens of the slums, and their living quarters are referred to as the affluent district. A series of humble abodes lay before him, and Tianhin silently exclaimed, "At last, I have returned home. This is where I truly belong. Father, mother, I am back." Chapter 9. Tianhin's second ability. Molly paced anxiously within the confines of their modest room. Although it was small, consisting of merely 2 bedrooms totaling a scant few dozen square meters, with only a kitchen and a bathroom, the absence of a living room was of little consequence to Molly and his wife, Myroa, for they were content to have escaped the slums. Here, they could watch television and afford food that was not merely nutritional paste. Their restless spirits had lingered in worry for 3 months. Under normal circumstances, their only son should have returned by now. Yet, 3 months had elapsed without a word. The communication infrastructure in Ningding City was woefully underdeveloped, rendering it nearly isolated from the outside world. The benefactors' financial assistance was barely sufficient for their basic existence. And although they yearned to travel to Zhongting City in search of their son, the exorbitant fare was unattainable. All they could do was wait, anxiously. Molly was 57 years old, and Myroa had reached 55. The wear of age, seldom seen in those within the Galactic Alliance's normal society, had begun to etch itself upon them. "Molly, I have returned." Myroa's voice accompanied the sound of the door creaking open. Molly hurried over, his heart racing, and inquired, "What news?" A rare glimmer of joy illuminated Myroa's face. "The Saintess has agreed to assist us in searching for our son. She mentioned that she could find a means of communication to reach Zhongting City. Perhaps, I say perhaps, we shall receive news of our son by tomorrow." Excitement mirrored Molly's expression as he exclaimed, "Is that truly so? How splendid! The Saintess is a divine gift to us, the downtrodden. I must express my gratitude to her tomorrow." Who is the Saintess? The voice they had longed for echoed in their ears. Both elders were momentarily taken aback, their gazes turning towards the doorway. Tianhin closed the door behind him, and upon seeing his aging parents, his eyes became misty. "Father, mother, I have returned." Myroa's tears flowed uncontrollably as she approached Tianhin, her heart finally at ease upon seeing her son in his tidy uniform. "Ahen, you have finally come back. Do you have any idea how worried we have been? Why did you return so late? Did you wish to give us a fright?" Tianhin embraced his mother's shoulders, softly replying, "Mother, I am sorry. I was delayed due to matters at the academy. However, I have graduated with honors." He understood how much his parents cherished the opportunity for him to study at Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, and his commendable achievements always brought them joy. Indeed, smiles broke upon the faces of Molly and Myroa. Molly remarked, "It is wonderful that you are back. That is all that matters. You must have faced hardships on your journey. Come inside quickly." Myroa retrieved a long-saved juice from a modest refrigerator and handed it to her son, inquiring, "This time you won't leave again, will you? I truly find it difficult to adjust to days without you by my side." Molly's previous anxiety had dissipated, and he chuckled. "My dear, you speak such foolishness. Ahen has finally graduated. Naturally, he must venture into the big city for work. We can accompany him and enjoy a life of comfort, liberating ourselves from the drudgery of poverty. Noticing the slight disappointment in his mother's eyes, Tian-Hen quickly reassured her. Mom, rest assured, even if I must depart, I will make sure to spend more time with you both. He added, why don't you and Dad listen to me and practice your cosmic energy? Your hair is turning grayer. A glimmer of vitality returned to my Rua's eyes as she softly replied, silly boy, your father and I have grown old. We only wish to see you flourish day by day. As for the cosmic energy, we have attempted it but never managed to master it. Eventually, we simply gave up. Did you return on a public shuttle? How many transfer stations must one pass through from Zhongting City to here? Tian-Hen was taken aback. Hearing his mother mention terms like public shuttle and transfer stations astonished him. How did she come to know of such things that were foreign to Ningding City? Had he spoken of them before? However, his visits were always brief, and while he had discussed certain external matters with his parents, they had shown little interest. Mom, how do you know about public shuttles? He voiced his curiosity. With a hint of pride, my Ruo responded, of course, I know. Your father is also aware. We are no longer the ignorant peasants we once were. We have learned much about the outside world. Tian-Hen seemed to grasp something and smiled. It must be Teacher Damon who informed you. Molly interjected, no, the benefactor did not mention these things. It is the saintess who has taught us. He continued, tomorrow, you shall accompany me to meet her and express your gratitude. Today, I even asked your mother to seek her assistance, due to Damon's support for Tian-Hen's family. Molly and my Rua had consistently referred to him as their benefactor. Saintess? For the second time, Tian-Hen was astonished by this title and asked, where did this saintess come from? My Rua sighed. The saintess arrived in Ningding City shortly after your last departure. Heaven has not abandoned us peasants. Hence, she came. She has imparted much knowledge that we were previously unaware of, offering her teachings free of charge. The people of the slums have even come to regard her as a divine figure from ancient legends. Teachings? A teacher? Numerous questions stirred within Tian-Hen. Did this saintess share his ideals? Yet, she accomplished what he could not. He could imagine the challenges faced by the impoverished in receiving education as if they were blank slates. Dad, are you saying this saintess has taught you many things? But why would she do that? Molly responded somewhat discontentedly. There is no reason. The saintess simply came to assist us without seeking any reward. We, the impoverished, possess nothing that would intrigue her. Her teachings are straightforward and comprehensible. Perhaps they are the most basic knowledge in your eyes, yet we find them immensely engaging. She imparted to us a myriad of lessons, revealing that the impoverished are not devoid of worth. Like any ordinary individual, we too can cultivate our own realm. She brought a plethora of novel experiences into our lives, for which we owe her our gratitude and admiration for her endeavors. Do you recall the slums of yesteryears? In those times, existence was a mere shadow of vitality, with many awaiting the embrace of death. However, since her arrival, madness and despair have vanished from the lives of the destitute. Each day, as she imparted knowledge to us, we found our greatest joy with newfound hopes. Our lives have transformed from monotony to anticipation. Tian-Hen was taken aback. In just a year's time, so much had changed within the slums. A yearning arose within him, a deep desire to meet this saintly woman and discover the source of her extraordinary power that had instigated such transformation among the impoverished. She has instilled not only a yearning for life and a vision for the future, but also a profound faith. My Rua cast a reproachful glance at her husband, exclaiming, our son has just returned. Why not allow him a moment of respite? Why the need for such discussion? After all, our Ahen also emerged from the slums. Perhaps, the saintess might take a liking to him, given his remarkable qualities. Tian-Hen turned to his mother and inquired, Mother, is this saintess quite young? My Rua nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, she is of similar age to you and possesses great beauty. You must accompany your father to meet her tomorrow. You are well versed in many matters of the outside world. Perhaps you will find common ground. Observing his mother's eagerness to play matchmaker, Tian-Hen couldn't help but smile inwardly, yet his curiosity about the saintess intensified. That night, in the solitude of his chamber, Tian-Hen immersed himself in the cosmic energy. Now that he had returned, he was eager to locate the two distinct energy flows. Although he had garnered some understanding of his abilities, it remained superficial, and he was reluctant to let this hard-won power slip away. The gentle cosmic energy coursed through him, and he focused his mind entirely on his cerebral faculties, cautiously searching. Perhaps responding to his summons, the clear stream emerged, instantly clarifying his mind, as if each nerve was nourished by its essence. He breathed a sigh of relief, meticulously guiding this energy flow to harmonize with the cosmic energy. However, a peculiar phenomenon ensued. A surge of violent emotion enveloped him, and Tian-Hen was suddenly overwhelmed by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. All negative sentiments erupted within him, corroding his heart. A frigid current accompanied the clear stream into his being. It appeared that the clear stream vehemently rejected the cold energy, and the two opposing forces began to clash. Strangely, Tianhen felt no discomfort from their discord. Rather, his emotions oscillated dramatically, fluctuating between tranquility and aggression. The colors of the two energy flows began to shift. The clear stream transformed into a radiant white, while the cold energy morphed into a deep black. The contrasting luminescence of black and white remained in a state of perpetual opposition. A sudden spark of insight illuminated Tianhen's mind, and he abruptly realized that if he continued down this path, he would inevitably face annihilation. Instantly, he extricated his consciousness from the tumultuous contention of the two opposing energies, merging instead with the cosmic essence surrounding him. Under the gentle influence of this cosmic energy, his spirit became impervious to the strife between the two forces, and he reveled in the comfort of unity with the cosmos, which accelerated in its flow. Initially, the cosmic energy remained entirely under Tianhen's control, but before long, his consciousness became fully integrated with it. The cosmic energy permeated every corner of his being, enveloping both the white and black energies within its embrace. The cosmic essence was remarkably soothing, neither rejecting the two energies nor fostering discord, but rather facilitating their integration. The inherent strength of the white energy surpassed that of the black, poised to consume it. Yet the black energy, with its overwhelming dominance, seemed ready to explode at the moment of being engulfed. However, the intervention of cosmic energy mitigated the conflict between the two forces, bestowing upon them a third attribute, the essence of the cosmic energy itself. The black and white energies, akin to sworn enemies, found in the cosmic energy a mediator that separated them. The black energy fused with the cosmic essence and sank into Tianhen's dantian, while the white energy ascended into his consciousness. At last, the clash of the two energies reached a lull. A soft sound jolted Tianhen from his extraordinary communion with the universe, and as he blinked in astonishment, he realized that dawn had broken. Another day had begun. In just one night, his cosmic energy had ascended to a new realm. In his hazy awareness, he sensed the genuine existence of the black and white energies. With focused concentration, he could discern their rebellious nature. Although they had merged with the cosmic essence, they were evidently reluctant to coexist, wreaking havoc respectively in his mind and dantian, while the cosmic energy could only tenuously contain them through this fusion. With a flicker of determination, Tianhen attempted to summon a garment from a short distance using his spatial abilities. However, he was horrified to discover his failure. His spatial powers seemed as if they had never existed, rendered utterly ineffective. A sharp pain radiated from both his mind and dantian. It felt as though something were tearing at his consciousness, while his dantian turned frigid. He endeavored to relax, refraining from contemplating the two energies. For thoughts of the white energy ignited his fury, while the black energy provoked a surge of murderous intent. Focusing his spirit on the omnipresent cosmic energy within him, it felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, and the weight of his negative emotions began to wane significantly. The discomfort remained, yet it was no longer as intense. As he sensed his body encased in an icy grip, a realization struck him. He understood that the current white energy represented the original pure flow, the very essence of his spatial abilities. But what, he pondered, was the opposing black energy? Could it be the essence of dark powers? The mere thought sent a tremor through his heart. Though he maintained composure, such speculation shattered his tranquility. Liao En once remarked that when an individual possesses two distinct abilities, two outcomes are possible. The first scenario allows for the harmonious coexistence of both abilities, resulting in a power that, while slightly superior to that of a singular adept of the same tier, finds it arduous to ascend beyond level 10. The second scenario is far more dire. Should the two abilities be mutually exclusive, the only inevitable consequence is catastrophic, death by explosion. The conflict between his spatial ability and dark ability had already manifested. Did this signify his impending demise? In truth, Tianhen was blissfully unaware of the fortune he possessed. Dark abilities are regarded as anomalies in the realm of powers, being absolute adversaries to light abilities. The simultaneous presence of both within a single vessel would invariably lead to an explosive confrontation. Additionally, dark abilities are at odds with the elemental forces of water, fire, earth, and wind, which represent the essence of nature and show no leniency towards darkness. Conversely, spatial abilities are the most neutral among the 7 primary powers. While they do not easily assimilate other abilities, they also do not exhibit vehement repulsion. Abilities are inherently bestowed. Yet aside from exceptional prodigies like Lanlan, who are born with powers, others must undergo guidance in their development. Tianhin's spatial ability emerged under intense emotional strain. While he inherently possessed the potential for dark abilities, confronted once more by Liena, the negative emotions within him finally catalyzed the emergence of his deeply buried dark power. Although spatial abilities do not outright reject dark powers, they are reluctant to share their host with another entity, while dark abilities are more domineering. This led to a confrontation between the two, albeit one not marked by ferocity. Nevertheless, without the rigorous training of the past 3 months, Tianhin's body would have succumbed long ago. Ahen, rise for breakfast, and then I shall introduce you to the saintess, Mari's voice called out. Tianhin felt his body drenched in sweat, not from pain, but rather from fear. Life had only just begun to blossom with color. He was resolute in his desire not to see it end. He struggled to rise, saying, "Father, I will shower first, then join you for breakfast." The warm water provided a soothing balm, and the turbulent energies within him gradually calmed under the cosmic equilibrium. He exhaled, aware that the ordeal was far from over. Yet he chose to momentarily set it aside. After enjoying a breakfast that, while modest, was exquisitely prepared, Tianhin turned to his mother, saying, "Mother, please hand me your identification card. As a reward for my academic excellence upon graduation, the Academy bestowed upon me 1,000 cosmic coins. You may keep it for your use." My Rual was taken aback, exclaiming, "A reward? So much? Why did you not return it to your benefactor?" Tianhin replied with a wry smile, "I did, but Teacher Damon refused it. I have a plan. Once I earn more cosmic coins, I shall repay our debt to him in full. This amount should suffice for both of you for a year." Molly smiled and said, "Not just for a year, here. We hardly have any expenses. We only need to pay some fees related to the house. 1,000 universe coins will suffice for several years. It seems my son is destined for great things." My Rual remarked, "Ahen, you need not transfer everything to me. Keep some for yourself. You'll need money when you seek employment in the big city. Do not make things difficult for yourself. It is not easy to be alone out there." Feeling his mother's concern, Tianhin's eyes grew warm, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Molly led Tianhin out of their residential building and first headed to the card-swiping area. After confirming their identities, she transferred 800 universe coins to my Rual, with Tianhin reluctantly leaving 200 universe coins at his mother's insistence. At first glance, the slums appeared unchanged, but upon seeing the impoverished people, Tianhin noticed a distinct difference. Previously, the impoverished bore vacant expressions, devoid of vitality, with only a few children able to entertain themselves. Now, however, every individual exuded a spirited demeanor, their eyes brimming with joy and anticipation, as if they awaited something remarkable. From a distance, Tianhin spotted a high platform, approximately 20 meters tall, surrounded by the local impoverished residents who gazed upward. Upon raising his gaze, he observed a girl standing on the not-so-wide platform, fiddling with rudimentary equipment, a loudspeaker. Upon seeing this girl, Tianhin felt a twinge of disappointment. She did not possess the beauty his mother had described. Compared to his former girlfriend, Liana, or the headstrong Xuemei, she paled in comparison. She had fair skin and a medium build, appearing somewhat frail, with light blue hair that swayed gently with her movements. Her features were quite ordinary, yet she wore a soft smile that emanated warmth, and even from a distance, Tianhin could sense the tenderness in her gaze. Initially, Tianhin wondered if the girl harbored ulterior motives, but upon truly observing her, he dismissed that notion, as her gentle eyes altered his perception. "Father, is that the saintess you spoke of?" Tianhin whispered. Molly gazed at the girl with a hint of reverence, replying, "Indeed, that is she. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful?" Tianhin was about to respond when the girl on the platform announced, "All right, we are about to commence the lesson. Please remain quiet. Thank you." Her voice, as gentle as her gaze, warmed the hearts of everyone present like a gentle spring breeze, and the surroundings fell into sudden silence. The previously ineffective loudspeaker transmitted her soothing voice further in the tranquil atmosphere, just as Tianhin intended to listen intently to the girl's words. A warning signal surged through his mind and Dantian, a pain far more intense than that of the morning, jolting his nerves. His expression changed drastically, and he involuntarily gasped in pain. In the hushed environment, his sound was startlingly pronounced, drawing the irritated stares of the impoverished, among which was a gentle and somewhat concerned gaze. Intense pain surged through every nerve in his body like a relentless tide, eliciting another anguished groan as he lost control and collapsed to the ground. Maria, filled with maternal concern, rushed to grasp her son's hand, her voice laced with urgency. "Ian, what is wrong?" Yet, an inexplicable force emanating from Tianhin's hand pushed her aside. At that moment, Tianhin could scarcely utter a word. His face was ashen, his body racked with spasms. Desperately, he attempted to focus and connect with his cosmic energy, only to be horrified by the realization that, apart from the excruciating pain, he felt utterly devoid of sensation. As various energies within him fluctuated violently, his biological computer became disordered, with his ability levels oscillating chaotically between 1 and 5. His consciousness began to blur. Despite his efforts to suppress cries of distress for fear of worrying Maria, how could he endure the overwhelming agony that beset him? The saintess upon the platform displayed a flicker of compassion in her eyes. Without hesitation, she leaped gracefully from her high perch, her form gliding through the air like a bird in flight. Had Tianhin been aware of her movements, he would have recognized the hallmark of masterful aerial technique. Uncle Maria, what is happening to him? Is he suffering from a sudden ailment? The saintess's arrival prompted those around to part, creating a space for her. By this time, Maria was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Upon seeing the saintess, he felt as if he had found a beacon of hope. Omnipotent saintess, please, save my son. He just returned yesterday, and he was well this morning. I know not what has befallen him. Little wonder I have not encountered him before, the saintess remarked, taking a few steps closer until she stood before Tianhin. She crouched down and placed her hand upon his forehead. At that instant, Tianhin's eyes opened, locking onto the saintess's gentle gaze. Both their bodies trembled simultaneously. Tianhin beheld infinite depths, a sensation that mirrored his experience of merging with the cosmos. Conversely, the saintess saw the striking contrast of Tianhin's eyes, one black, the other white, intertwining into a surreal tableau that delivered an unprecedented jolt of emotion. As the saintess's hand pressed against his forehead, the spasms racking Tianhin's body suddenly subsided. In that shared moment of eye contact, the saintess's warm gaze stirred the cosmic energy within him, finally establishing a connection with his spirit. He harnessed his mental faculties to control the cosmic energy, forcefully suppressing the powers of darkness and space, which alleviated much of the pain. The saintess's body quivered as she discerned through her touch that her assessment was indeed correct. A complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes as she gazed deeply at Tianhin, as if contemplating something profound. Saintess, what ails my son? Maria implored anxiously. The saintess, roused from her reverie, sighed softly and replied, Uncle Maria, your son has indeed contracted a sudden illness. Please carry him to me. I shall do my utmost to assist him. The words left Maria momentarily stunned, and even the surrounding impoverished onlookers were taken aback. In their hearts, the saintess, who had brought them hope for life, was seen as an embodiment of purity and inviolability. The saint resides in the slums, a place revered by the impoverished as if it were a sacred temple. No one among them would dare to approach lightly, fearing to disturb or desecrate her presence. Yet, they were taken aback when the saint allowed Mari to bring Tianhin to her abode. Although many harbored discontent, their reverence for the saint deepened. Tianhin discerned accurately that in this place, the saint bestowed faith. For those whose souls are bereft, faith holds immense significance. Mari hesitated, gazing at the saint, and inquired, Is this truly permissible? The saint smiled and nodded. Do not delay any further. Bring him to me. My space is quieter. She turned to the surrounding impoverished, her eyes filled with apology. I am sorry. Due to this gentleman's sudden illness, today's lesson will be halted. I ask for your understanding. She perpetually exhibited such humility, and the gazes of the onlookers were devoid of any impurity. They quietly parted to create a path to the saint's dwelling, their actions a testament to their support. Tianhin's weight was considerable, and Mari, in her average physical condition, found it somewhat strenuous to carry her son. Most of the surrounding impoverished knew Mari, and inspired by the saint's influence, they recognized the virtue in aiding others. With the assistance of 3 young individuals from the slums, Tianhin was lifted to the saint's residence. The saint's dwelling, situated centrally in the slums, bore no distinction from others, merely a rudimentary bed, lacking even a table. At that moment, however, Tianhin occupied the sole bed. The saint addressed Mari and the others, Please wait outside. I require tranquility to assist him. Mari and the others held complete trust in the saint and promptly retreated. Gently, the saint closed the door, turning her back to the reclining Tianhin, and said calmly, I am aware you can move now. Shall we converse? Tianhin indeed found himself capable of movement. During the journey to the saint's abode, the cosmic energy had quelled the fluctuations of darkness and space within him. As he lay upon the saint's bed, he had regained all his senses. A faint and pure fragrance filled the air, a scent he had never encountered before, enveloping him in a refreshing tranquility. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of intense aversion emanated from the dark energy within his dantian. Sitting up from the bed, he regarded the saint's elongated silhouette and said, Thank you. The saint slowly turned, her eyes still radiating a gentle light. For what do you thank me? I have done nothing for you. Gazing into her soft eyes, Tianhen felt a profound calmness wash over him, responding with a smile. It is your essence, intertwined with the universe, that has influenced me, enabling me to suppress the anomalies within. Therefore, I must express my gratitude. My parents were right. You are the most beautiful, a beauty incomparable to any ordinary being. From your gaze, I can even perceive your heart, pure and unblemished. The saint did not appear pleased by Tianhen's praise. Instead, she sighed softly and remarked, I simply wish to assist those in need. Yet, do you know, from the day we were born, we have been adversaries. Tianhen was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he inquired, why do you say that? Why would I stand opposed to you? The saintess responded with a serene smile. You were destined to be born on the 31st day of May in the year 315 of the cosmic era, and I was born because of you. On the 31st day of May in the year 316. No, I believe you are mistaken. I was indeed born in the year 315, but on the 3rd of June. Not May. As Tianhen gazed at the saintess, he felt as if she could see through the very essence of his being. The saintess took a few steps closer, standing before him, her height barely reaching his nose. Although she was relatively tall among girls, she appeared fragile and petite in his presence. I never expected we would meet so soon. You truly put me in a difficult position. Hearing the saintess's enigmatic words, Tianhen's confusion deepened. Why say such things? What is there for you to decide? The saintess grasped Tianhen's right hand, presenting his palm before her. He felt a tremor within, as her delicate hand brought a soothing warmth, seemingly a touch upon his very soul. Chapter 10. The Saintess Lily. The saintess focused her gaze on the radiant emblem of the Holy Alliance gleaming in the center of his palm and asked, Have you already joined the Holy Alliance? Reluctant to withdraw his hand from hers, he felt no impure thoughts in her presence and replied, I am merely an outer member. I have not truly joined. How did you know I had joined the Holy Alliance? He was acutely aware that she had sensed it before taking hold of his hand. Because you possess an aura that can only be generated by a biological computer. May I ask your name? I am called Tianhen. Tianhen. Do not refer to me as the saintess. My name is Lily. Lily, a seemingly ordinary name, stirred a tempest within Tianhen's heart. He suddenly comprehended. Responding with a sense of longing, the lily symbolizes sanctity and purity. Lily smiled gently, her voice soft as she continued, transforming valleys into beautiful realms, representing the blessings of gentle rain upon the earth. We are all children of the heavens and should maintain our sanctity, as pure as the lily itself. And like the valley lilies, proclaim justice and spread fragrant essence throughout our lives. This is the origin of my name. Tianhen's gaze sharpened suddenly as he queried. So you have come here to spread this fragrant essence? What is your belief, and who sent you here? Lily steadfastly met his gaze and replied, I have no belief, nor was I sent by anyone. My freedom knows no bounds. I am here solely because I wish to bring happiness to the people of this place, and nothing more. Tianhen scoffed, retorting happiness? Among the over 1,000 planets in the Galactic Alliance, at least 800 are slums. Can you bring happiness to every impoverished soul? Lily smiled, saying, Of course, I cannot do it alone, but that does not mean it is impossible. It requires the concerted efforts of countless individuals. Tianhen felt a stir within, noting, the number of impoverished souls combined nearly constitutes 1/10 of the total population of the Galactic Alliance. Since the Galactic Alliance permits the existence of this mere fraction, they undoubtedly possess their rationale, and I believe they will steadfastly uphold it. Are you not apprehensive about the potential repercussions from the Galactic Alliance in the future? At that moment, your efforts may be rendered futile. For reasons unknown, each utterance from Lily intensified Tianhen's underlying irritation, an overwhelming sense of aversion. He could not fathom the cause of this feeling, yet he found himself at a loss on how to suppress such annoyance. Lily remarked, Tianhen, you are mistaken. No effort goes unrewarded. Even if the Galactic Alliance were to dispose of me, what would it matter? The seeds I have sown have already taken root in the hearts of every impoverished soul, and they will emerge from the slums. Do you know what my aspiration is? Her gaze suddenly deepened with an extraordinary intensity, the gentle aura around her becoming even more pronounced. My wish is for every individual who escapes the slums to transform into a saint or sage like myself, to eradicate the slums entirely. And the benevolent influence of this 1/10 of virtuous individuals joining society will inevitably diminish all malevolence. At this juncture, Tianhen began to grasp Lily's perspective and could not help but admire her resolve. However, for reasons he could not articulate, he retorted, Not everything is as simple as you envision. Evil often embodies temptation. You may assure yourself against various lures, but you cannot guarantee that others will possess the same fortitude. Lily sighed softly and replied, Indeed, in a technologically advanced galactic alliance, one cannot escape various temptations. Thus, I do not expect everyone to resist them. Yet, one must concede that at least a small portion of those emerging from this slum will, like me, endeavor to assist others in need. A surge of resentment welled up within Tianhen. Lily, why do you share this with me? I cannot believe your intentions are devoid of ulterior motives. With your capabilities, you are far from an ordinary individual. The powers of the light element are not bestowed upon just anyone. Lily was not taken aback. She gazed at Tianhen, whose aura was tinged with a hint of malevolence, and smiled. Do not allow darkness to govern your soul. Indeed, I am a representative of light, and you are a child of darkness. Thus, I have stated that our opposition is inevitable. Yet, I remain willing to attempt to keep your heart clear and lucid. As she spoke, she took a step toward Tianhen, a gentle aura enveloping him, pressing in from all directions. Tianhen distinctly felt his spirit slipping into chaos, as brutal and bloodthirsty emotions surged within him. Strangely, the powers of space and darkness ceased their mutual conflict, emerging from his dantian and mind, converging at his chest before flooding his consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right palm. The temperature around him plummeted sharply, rendering his visage even more pale and handsome, exuding an alluring, otherworldly charm. As Lily's gentle aura approached within half a meter of him, the space suddenly warped, distorting under an immense force that seemed intent on wholly dispelling that gentle essence. In Tianhen's eyes, a murderous intent surged forth. His left pupil turned pitch black, while the right transformed to a stark white. Tendrils of dark energy emanated from his being, weaving through the gentle aura before him, coiling toward Baiha. Baiha's gaze remained soft and serene. Confronted by the encroaching darkness, she sighed gently, radiating a subtle azure light, a symbol of cosmic energy. This azure glow formed an immense barrier, repelling the onslaught of the dark essence, yet the malevolent energy, seemingly corrosive, relentlessly sought to penetrate the wall. Tianhen's voice was frigid. Why do you not employ your light-based powers? Surely, that is your most proficient ability. Baiha replied with a soft sigh. Do you not understand? I do not wish to harm you. Your body teeters on the brink of collapse. Relinquish your resistance, and allow me to assist you. Tianhen scoffed. Are you delusional? Your radiant power shall never enter my body. In an instant, the dark energy vanished along with Tianhen's form, only for him to reappear behind Baiha. A metallic dagger aglow with azure light aimed directly at her spine. A flicker of painful struggle crossed Baiha's eyes as she lightly shook her head. To her astonishment, her delicate blue hair entwined itself around the dagger, halting its advance despite the weapon's formidable piercing strength. In that moment, a surreal spectacle unfolded before Tianhen. Baiha transformed into a colossal vortex, consuming his very being. Ultimately, he was enveloped by an overwhelming power, one he could not resist. As tranquility descended, the anxious onlookers, including Molly, remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the room. Tianhen lay quietly on the bed, while Baiha sat before him. Her hand pressed gently against his chest, emanating a faint azure glow. Her luminous eyes flickered with a myriad of complex emotions. Baiha, remember what your teacher imparted. Should you encounter one who embodies both darkness and spatial abilities, you must eradicate him before he fully attains his strength. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Teacher, does darkness truly signify evil? Did you not tell me that every life possesses the right to exist and is inherently beautiful, and that we should only seek to assist them? I find it impossible to commit acts of slaughter. My child, you do not comprehend. Darkness is the greatest adversary that corrupts the human soul, a terror I have intimately experienced. If slaying one can save thousands, what is there to question? Perhaps my perspective is somewhat extreme, yet if you encounter such a being and find yourself insufficiently powerful to confront him, you may choose another path, one of guidance. Utilize your kindness as a beacon to illuminate his path through the fog of confusion. However, this will inevitably be a profoundly arduous and protracted journey. Should you falter, even you may face annihilation. Thus, I implore you to reconsider this course. Teacher, I understand. As a harbinger of light, I shall endeavor to bring warmth to the world. I will strive to follow your advice, but I hope you will not interfere with my decisions, if you please. Lily, you are utterly perfect, and that is your sole flaw. Teacher, I do not comprehend. You are still young. In due time, you shall understand. I cannot do it. I am truly sorry. But I cannot. Lily closed her eyes, her expression wrought with anguish. Perhaps this would consume me as well, but I simply cannot bring myself to act. I am willing to wager my very existence. If one day he becomes the sovereign of all darkness, then I shall offer my life as the fulcrum to end it all. Gently, she bit into the middle finger of her right hand, a drop of blood oozing forth. Lily pressed her finger against Tianhen's forehead, a poignant glimmer in her eyes. Tianhen, Do not let me down, will you? A peculiar phenomenon materialized. The blood seeped into Tianhin's brow, accompanied by a glimmer of golden light enveloped in azure. Lily withdrew her hand, the wound healing under the soft golden glow. Resolute. She hesitated not, her body rising into the air, surrounded by swirling azure currents. She floated above Tianhin, her pale blue hair cascading behind her, unaffected by gravity's pull. With both hands, she traced an arc before her chest, and the azure currents coalesced instantaneously within it. Her gaze softened as she extended her left hand, pressing it against Tianhin's chest. Unbeknownst to her, prior to her determination, a flash of violet light flickered across Tianhin's body, an exceptionally subtle and eerie glow. Tianhin's body trembled violently as the azure light emanating from Lily surged into him, as if it had found an outlet. As the azure light poured in, Tianhin's forehead gradually transformed into a pale white, while a black luminescence emerged from his dantian. The azure light served as a bridge connecting the black and white radiances. Drawn by the azure light, the black and white glows broke free from their origins, drawing closer to the center despite their resistance. Yet, the azure light proved overwhelmingly powerful, effortlessly compelling them to amalgamate within its embrace. A vortex of azure formed at Tianhin's chest, spinning faster and faster, while the black and white glows collided within, each striving to consume the other. Clearly, the white luminescence held the advantage, yet the black glow did not yield whenever the white light attempted to engulf it. A surge of formidable strength would erupt, repelling the white light. Lily's expression grew gravely serious. Her left hand remained on Tianhin's chest, while her right hand gently tapped first on his forehead and then at his dantian, compelling the last remnants of black and white radiance into the azure vortex. The convergence of azure, black, and white luminescence spiraled together, Tianhin's face paling alarmingly as his body quaked. The three colors of light seemed to merge within the increasingly rapid vortex, indistinguishable from one another. The speed of the rotation intensified, and a hint of ashen hue appeared on Lily's delicate face. Without resorting to her most adept light-based abilities, the utilization of cosmic energy had reached the limits of what she could withstand. Such limits often entail a painful struggle, fraught with the threat of imminent collapse. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Having resolved to assist Tianhin, she was determined to give her all. The task before Lily was exceedingly intricate. The conflicting spatial and dark abilities within Tianhin's body imposed a tremendous burden upon him, and her aim was to help him merge these two powers completely, allowing them to coexist harmoniously and transform into his own strength. Her actions were evidently in stark contrast to her mentor's earlier commands. She was not destroying Tianhin, but rather aiding him. In truth, after 3 months of arduous training, Tianhin's physique had surpassed the limits of humanity, even without Lily's assistance. Given a year or two, as his cosmic energy gradually strengthened, he could harness both powers. However, the likely outcome would be that his mind would succumb to the influence of the dark energy. To fully integrate the two abilities, it was imperative that the dark energy reached an equivalent realm as the spatial energy. Exclusive cultivation of the dark abilities would inevitably lead to corruption. By aiding Tianhin in merging these powers, Lily was essentially undergoing that painful process in his stead. Utilizing her cosmic energy, which had already attained the 3rd stage, she directly stimulated the dormant dark energy within Tianhin, promoting its growth and facilitating their fusion. Although her cultivation was significantly superior to Tianhin's, enduring such immense pressure from cosmic energy proved to be exceedingly challenging. Moreover, she needed to dispel the dark aura emanating from Tianhin without allowing her own light abilities to manifest, lest she inadvertently harm him. Under such circumstances, her task grew increasingly arduous. As Lily lamented her impulsiveness, Tianhin's meridians suddenly flushed a faint red. Under the impetus of overwhelming power, the divine liquid that had long remained hidden within him finally erupted. A glimmer of joy danced in Lily's eyes. She recognized the significance of that soft red glow. Without a moment's hesitation, she channeled a fraction of her cosmic energy to guide the light into the swirling vortex. The room was suffused with various currents of energy, and had it been adorned, the delicate red light would have obliterated everything in its path. With a sharp exclamation, Lily pressed her palms down forcefully, causing Tianhin's body to tremble as if struck by lightning. The vortex shattered, and all of Tianhin's vital signs returned to normal, though his clothing had disintegrated into fine powder, and even the metallic bed beneath him vanished. Lily floated beside Tianhin, breathing heavily, yet unable to conceal her excitement. Upon witnessing his nearly perfect physique, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and for one fleeting moment, the usually composed Lily felt a twinge of fluster. Taking a deep breath, she approached the door. cracking it open to peer outside. As soon as the door swung open, the anxious Meriden hurried forward and inquired, "Holy Maiden, how is my son?" Lily offered a gentle smile and replied, "Uncle Meriden, please do not fret. Tianhen is now out of danger. He sustained some internal injuries due to a minor mishap during his cultivation. He sweated profusely while I treated him, so please fetch him a garment, and I shall assist him in changing. Kindly wait outside for a little while. He will emerge once he is dressed." Upon hearing the reassuring words from the Holy Maiden, whom he held in utmost esteem, Meriden felt a wave of relief wash over him. A nearby impoverished resident swiftly brought a set of clothing to the Holy Maiden, and they all envied Tianhen for receiving such care from her. What a fortunate circumstance it was. Lily accepted the garments, expressed her gratitude, and promptly closed the door, leaning against it while catching her breath. She touched her slightly flushed face, internally reflecting on how perilous it could have been if the townsfolk had glimpsed Tianhen lying in her room, exposed from the waist up. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she widened her eyes in surprise, for she noticed Tianhen gazing intently at her, his expression exceedingly peculiar. Indeed, Tianhen had regained consciousness while Lily was out retrieving the clothing, and all negative emotions within him had dissipated entirely. Whether it was spatial or dark energy, both had seamlessly merged with the cosmic essence, readily accessible at his will. He sensed that he had ascended to a new realm. However, the biological computer indicated that his ability level remained at 3, while his cosmic essence had advanced to the second phase, level 4, a remarkable leap of 2 tiers. As he contemplated his transformation, Tianhen overheard Lily asking for clothes, which made him aware of his bare upper body, prompting a wave of embarrassment. Memories of the moments before his unconsciousness flashed through his mind. Though still somewhat perplexed, he understood that Lily had undoubtedly done something for him. With her head lowered, hesitant to meet Tianhen's gaze, Lily tossed the clothing towards him, saying, "Put this on, please. I didn't expect your physical constitution to be so robust. You regained consciousness so swiftly after the merging of your abilities." Tianhen donned the slightly snug outfit with remarkable speed, offering a wry smile as he said, "Lily, I am unsure why I acted against you before. Thank you for saving me." Sensing that Tianhen had dressed, Lily's initial shyness began to fade, and she raised her head with a gentle smile, replying, "There is no need for gratitude. I am delighted to have helped you merge your 2 abilities. Tianhen, do you realize that you are the first individual in the entire Galactic Alliance to possess 2 distinct powers?" Tianhen paused, bewildered, and responded, "But I have heard of others who possessed 2 abilities in the past." Lily shook her head and clarified, "That is not the same. In the past, when a person exhibited 2 abilities, it often led to catastrophic consequences. The simultaneous emergence of abilities was likely to be mutually exclusive, and even if not, they were exceedingly challenging to control. Your current circumstances are markedly distinct. You possess, in the truest sense, 2 extraordinary abilities. Should you learn to adeptly harness the unique characteristics of these powers, you are destined to achieve unprecedented heights of success. Both spatial and dark abilities are immensely powerful. If utilized effectively, you could surpass your peers by 20 to 30%. Upon hearing by his words, Tianhen felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Can I truly wield 2 abilities? When I reach level 10, will I not possess strength equivalent to that of an ordinary manipulator at around level 15? Baiha nodded and replied, "That is one way to interpret it. However, the fusion of spatial and dark powers is not as straightforward as mere addition. The effects will ultimately depend on how you choose to apply them. Without diligent training, even exceptional innate conditions are of little consequence. Although you possess 2 abilities, your path to mastery will be significantly more arduous than that of an ordinary individual. Your biological computer should still display your original level, as I have assisted you in elevating your dark abilities to match those of your spatial ones. To see a higher level on that device, you must enhance both abilities to that caliber." Tianhen smiled, joy radiating from him. "This is indeed fortuitous for me." Baiha paused, questioning, "Why do you consider this fortunate?" She struggled to comprehend Tianhen's perspective. He replied with a smile, "Consider this. When your enemies believe you are merely at level 10, yet you possess the strength of level 15, what might be the outcome? Concealing my true power in the face of technology is undoubtedly advantageous. It will make my survival much easier. This shall remain our secret. Please do not divulge it to others." Baiha felt a shiver run through her. She had not anticipated Tianhen's foresight. "I can promise you that, but you must also agree to one condition." Tianhen, taken aback, inquired, "What condition?" Baiha stated, "You have just experienced the negative repercussions of dark abilities, so I implore you to refrain from using them unless your life is in peril. For killing is the greatest catalyst for darkness, and I wish to avoid a day when we may confront one another. Additionally, I hope you will diligently cultivate your cosmic energy, for it is vast and profound. With a robust cosmic energy, you will come to appreciate the value of life more deeply, which will greatly benefit your training. Tianhen nodded and affirmed, even without your urging, I would act accordingly. I have long grasped the underlying truths. Dark abilities not only entail a certain backlash, but they are also met with rejection by the entire Holy Alliance. I do not wish to become a wanted criminal across the Galactic Alliance. As he spoke, he smiled and raised his right hand, saying, See, I am still a manipulator of the Holy Alliance. Though I am but an apprentice, I do not wish to relinquish this identity. Baiha regarded Tianhen and replied, This is for the best. Mastering one's abilities is inherently a challenging journey, as long as you remain true to your core. Dark abilities will serve merely as tools for your empowerment. I shall never wish to become your adversary, understand? The gaze of Tianhen softened as he approached Baiha, locking eyes with her earnestly. Baiha, my mother was right. You are truly beautiful, the most exquisite woman I have ever encountered. Thank you for your assistance. Believe me, I do not wish to be your adversary. I understand your aspirations, and should an opportunity arise in the future, I will do my utmost to support you. Baiha smiled gently, her expression akin to a spring breeze, capable of melting any frost. She took Tianhen's hand in hers, the warmth radiating from her touching his heart. It seems my decision was not misguided, at least not for now. We shall undoubtedly meet again. You should go. Do not keep Uncle Molly waiting. For reasons unknown. A sudden impulse surged within Tianhen. He leaned closer to Baiha and pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead. The emotions of today shall remain etched in my memory forever. Perhaps only you are deserving of the title of saintess in this world. Reluctantly, he released her soft hand and stepped through the door. A flicker of uncertainty danced in Baiha's eyes as she gently caressed her forehead. For the first time in her life, her heart raced due to the presence of another. Ahen, how are you? Molly inquired with concern. Father, do not worry. I am all right, thanks to the saintess's rescue. You were right. The saintess is the kindest of souls. Tianhen emerged safely, prompting cheers from the gathered crowd. He bid farewell to his former neighbors alongside Molly before embarking on their journey home. At Tianhen's urging, Molly refrained from disclosing the events of the day to Mai Ruo, as Tianhen wished to spare his mother any worry. Upon returning home, the first order of business for Tianhen was to retreat to his room and practice. The two unique abilities within him were finally ready to be harnessed, and he sought to fully comprehend their characteristics. Through numerous experiments, he discovered that his spatial ability possessed the power to manipulate objects and tear apart, while his darkness ability bore a singular trait, a potent corrosiveness. Tianhen remained at home for an entire month, during which he did not deliberately practice his abilities. Instead, he devoted himself to experiencing the life force imparted by the cosmic energy. Being an astute individual, he uncovered the mysteries of the cosmic energy through his interactions with Baiha. Strangely, he refrained from seeking her out, feeling an inexplicable apprehension towards the pure girl. What she brought to him was beyond words. Yet a subtle feeling lingered in his heart, one that Lena had never evoked within him. Baiha's gentle gaze remained etched in the deepest recesses of his being, reminiscent of the bright eyes of Lanlan. Mother, I wish to depart tomorrow, Tianhen confided in Mai Ruo, though she was aware that her son would eventually leave. Mai Ruo felt a pang of sadness. Must you go so soon? Please stay a little longer. Tianhen embraced his mother's shoulders, saying, Mother, I am quite grown now. Can you not trust me? You know we owe much to Teacher Damon. This debt must be repaid. Moreover, I wish for you all to enjoy a better life, which necessitates my seeking employment. Rest assured, I will return to visit you whenever I can. With a smile, Mari said, Let this young man go. He has grown up. Do you still doubt our son's capabilities? Ahen, you may depart with peace of mind. We are capable of taking care of ourselves. Our lives have become much more fulfilling now that we can attend the saints' lectures daily. Suddenly, Tianhen remembered something important and said, Mom, Dad, you must promise me one thing. From now on, you must cultivate the cosmic chi. The most basic form of cosmic chi is quite easy to comprehend and will greatly benefit your health. My greatest concern is for both of you. Mai Ruo gently tapped her son and replied, We appreciate your concern. Rest assured. The saint began teaching us how to cultivate cosmic chi the day before yesterday. Her teachings surpass yours, and we will practice diligently. Upon hearing his mother's words, Tianhen recalled her gentle gaze, warming his heart. He remarked, Indeed, with the saint caring for the people of the slums, this place will no longer be the lowest tier of the Galactic Alliance. Everything will change for the better. Mother, I wish to say farewell to the saint. Mai Ruo paused for a moment, but Mari understandingly said, Then go quickly. After all, the saint mentioned this place last time. He realized he had spoken too freely and stole a glance at his wife. hastily falling silent. Tianhen, not wishing to explain further, bid them farewell and dashed outside. Behind him, he heard my Ruo questioning Mari. You old fool, clarify this for me, otherwise you'll be sleeping on the floor tonight. Tianhen shook his head with a helpless smile. The warmth of family was of utmost importance to him. Utilizing his flight technique, he swiftly arrived at the slums, where it was already evening, and tranquility enveloped the area, with only a few children playing by the roadside. He headed straight to the saint's residence and stood hesitantly at the door, uncertain whether to enter. Oh, is that Tianhen? A familiar voice called out. Turning to look, he recognized the speaker, Uncle Rao, a neighbor from his days in the slums. Hello, Uncle. How have you been lately? Tianhen inquired with customary politeness. The residents of the slums held him in good regard. Uncle Rao beamed warmly. Life is much better now. Our happiness is all thanks to the saint. Oh, I see. You must have come to thank her for saving you last time, but it's rather late, isn't it? It's been over a month. Just as Tianhen was about to respond, the door swung open. Bai He appeared, clad in a simple white dress devoid of embellishments, exuding an aura of purity. Uncle Rao flashed Tianhen a peculiar smile and said, Look, the saint is here. I want to interrupt your conversation, he added with a chuckle. Tianhen, you must not bully the saint. Otherwise, we will not forgive you. With that, he left, laughter trailing behind him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Tianhen turned to Bai He, who greeted him with a sweet smile. She gestured for him to enter, saying, Come in. Let us talk inside. Tianhen could no longer avoid the encounter. He stepped into Bai He's room, which still contained only a bed, evidently acquired later. Bai He closed the door and inquired, What brings you here today? Are you afraid to see me? Tianhen scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he replied. It's not that I'm afraid to see you. In truth, I find it difficult to express. I fear developing feelings for you. He was a rational individual, acutely aware of Bai He's aspirations. While he wished to assist those in the slums, the heights Bai He had attained were beyond his reach and not a pursuit he desired. Should he allow himself to feel for Bai He knew he would struggle to extricate himself from those emotions. He had his own ideals and was unwilling to remain stagnant in the slums alongside her, so his best course of action was to maintain distance. There's no need for explanations. I merely hope you can regard me as a friend. Are you leaving soon? Bai He's gaze seemed to penetrate all facades as she smiled at Tianhen. He nodded and said, Yes, I must depart. Perhaps the trials outside will lead to greater personal growth. A hint of melancholy flickered in Bai He's eyes as she remarked, Everyone has their own pursuits. If you wish to seek yours, then go. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Tianhen asked, Bai He, don't you find it lonely to stay here? There are hardly any forms of entertainment. Bai He chuckled. What do you think would happen if the people in the slums heard you say that? Tianhen paused, then managed a wry smile. I suppose they would tear me to shreds. Yet, I truly wish to understand. Bai He spoke gently. As I mentioned earlier, everyone has different aspirations. For instance, you seek greater power, while my joy comes from helping others. I do not feel lonely here. Each person is my friend. Living here feels like being part of a large family, so there is no need for you to worry about me. Tianhen nodded, saying, I understand. Bai He, I will be leaving Ningdong City early tomorrow. As for my destination, I have yet to decide. I will take it one step at a time. I have one final question. Light-based abilities must be quite rare, and they rank highly among various powers. I am curious, given your impressive skill, why have you not joined the Holy Alliance? Tianhen had assessed by his strength and was astonished to discover that she had reached heights he could only dream of. Although she had never demonstrated her light-based abilities to him, he sensed her prowess was likely no less than level 20, if not higher. Madame Yafu had struck Tianhen as a towering mountain, whereas Bai He felt like a tranquil, deep pool, leaving him unable to fathom her thoughts. Do you not find your question rather foolish? If I were to join the Holy Alliance, how could I continue doing what I do now? Tianhen, I have a premonition that although you may not be powerful enough at present, you will undoubtedly grow strong in the near future, and at that time, you will truly comprehend my strength. Additionally, you must understand that light, darkness, and spatial abilities are all incredibly potent. There is no hierarchy among them, as it depends on one's own level of comprehension. A resolute glimmer flickered in Tianhen's eyes. Trust me, I shall undoubtedly become a formidable superhuman. He recalled your previous words, that we would have the chance to meet again, and he shared that sentiment. Farewell, the most beautiful lily in the world. Without lingering, Tianhen employed his flying technique, propelling himself to the utmost limits of speed as he dashed out the door. The benevolent aura emanating from the lily was overwhelmingly potent. Being in her presence rendered his heart inexplicably tranquil, making it impossible for him to remain any longer. He had no choice but to depart. At dawn the following day, Tianhen bid farewell to his parents and, relying on his flying ability, returned to Zhongding City. His intention was not to develop within Zhongting City, but rather because it served as the largest transit hub, a means to reach the planet spoken of by Master Damon. He yearned for greater mastery of his abilities. And naturally, the best course was to seek a skilled teacher. With an opportunity at hand, he would not let it slip away. As he traversed the bustling streets of Zhongting City, sipping on a beverage, Tianhen felt an invigorating sense of relaxation. His time spent at home had not been in vain. He had acquired a new superpower and cared little for the implications of the dark abilities. His only desire was to strengthen his prowess. He resolved to find a shop and purchase a suitable outfit with the modest 200 cosmic coins he possessed. After all, he was now somewhat of an outer manipulator and could not perpetually don the uniform of Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. Acquiring a decent set of clothing was indeed necessary. Fortune favored him, and after nearly an hour of selection, he purchased a set of counterfeit designer clothes for 30 cosmic coins, which, at a glance, appeared to be genuine. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from a nearby street corner, capturing Tianhen's attention. With his cosmic energy having entered the second phase, his senses were markedly heightened. Run, kid. Let us see where you think you can escape to. Aren't you the one skilled in thievery? Today, I'll make sure you pay dearly. Please spare me. Sir, I won't dare again, the thief pleaded. I have an elderly mother and a young child. Please show mercy this once. Upon hearing such a dialogue, Tianhen couldn't help but let out a chuckle, inadvertently spraying his drink. It was amusing to witness such a universal plea for mercy. This thief possessed a certain charm. Instinctively, he slipped into the shadows, observing 4 individuals huddled together. The cosmic energy coursing through him lent his body a weightlessness, allowing him to approach unnoticed. Among the 4 surrounding figures, aside from a rotund man, the others were imposing brutes, presumably the bodyguards. In the center, a young man crouched on the ground. His hands clasped over his head, his sleeves torn, revealing bruises. Strike him. How dare this little brat steal my communication card and sell it for a pittance? If I don't teach him a lesson today, I am unworthy of being called the overlord of Zhongting City. The bodyguards menacingly rolled up their sleeves, and one even brandished a laser whip. Such a weapon was no trifling matter. A strike from it could easily result in broken bones or worse. Recalling the times when he too had been looked down upon, Tianhen felt a surge of righteous indignation rise within him. He charged forward and proclaimed, "What is so remarkable about sheer numbers? I am eager to see what you, the bully, can truly accomplish." With that, his body darted into the midst of the group like a flash of lightning. The individual wielding the laser whip felt a sudden jolt in his wrist, and before he knew it, his weapon had vanished. Tianhen appeared beside the crouching youth and asked, "What are you doing on the ground? Like a coward? Stand up and let me see what they can do to you." Initially taken aback, the young man's next action left Tianhen utterly astonished. Clinging to Tianhen's leg as if grasping a lifeline, he cried out, "Brother, you must help me. These villains intend to rob me. I have an elderly mother to care for and a young son who is not yet of age. I cannot perish." Tianhen widened his eyes as he observed the youth, whose snot and tears had smeared across his brand new designer pants. He could not help but exclaim, "My trousers." Subsequently, with a forceful kick, he sent the young man sprawling aside. Gazing at the stained fabric, he lamented, "It seems one cannot be a good Samaritan. Who are you, kid?" The rotund man finally regained his composure, glaring at Tianhen with a facade of bravado. The counterfeit designer label still held a degree of intimidation, and he hesitated, contemplating whether to confront the tall youth before him. Tianhen, still distressed over his pants, felt his anger surge upon hearing the fat man speak. "It's all your fault for meddling here and catching thieves, ruining my poor trousers. Pay me for the damages, or do not blame me for being unkind." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the laser whip, unleashing a 2-meter-long yellow beam that struck the ground with a radiant glow. Seeing the luminescence, Tianhen felt a thrill of excitement. He was well versed in various gadgets and immediately recognized that this laser whip was of premium quality, far more valuable than his counterfeit designer attire. He resolved that, come what may, he could not return this item today. It would serve as compensation for his trousers. The glint of malice flickered in the fat man's eyes, and Tianhen's disdain only fueled his irritation. He turned to signal his bodyguards, who, familiar with his intent, revealed sinister smiles as they fanned out in a semicircle around Tianhen and the youth. Now standing, the young man gazed at his savior with admiration, hiding behind him. Tianhen gently waved the laser whip, a grin spreading across his face as he taunted, "So, do you lot intend to silence me? I fear it won't be as simple as that." Although he appeared relaxed, he was acutely aware that complacency could lead to his demise. Stealthily, he balanced his cosmic energy, retracting his right hand to pass the laser whip to the youth behind him. For someone who relied on speed, the whip was too cumbersome. 4 ominous gun barrels emerged, And the sinister smiles of the bodyguards grew even more brazen, armed with laser guns, although their power fell short of that of laser rifles. Their greatest advantage lay in their rapid firing rate and lack of warm-up time. Tian Hen's expression subtly shifted, for he was acutely aware that he could never surpass the speed of light. He remarked, "You dare to employ prohibited firearms?" He then fixed his gaze on the hands of the 4 bodyguards. Although his speed could not rival that of a laser at his current velocity, he could certainly engage in a contest of reflexes with their fingers. Confronted by the specter of death, Tian Hen relinquished all reservations. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, his body sprang into action. The fabric of space warped momentarily, and the 4 bodyguards simultaneously felt an inexplicable grip tighten around their right hands, causing their fingers to momentarily lose sensation. It was in this fleeting instant that their fates were sealed. Tian Hen's form left behind a residual shadow, and a flash of cold light surged past. The 4 bodyguards momentarily froze, sensing a chill creeping into their wrists, as if some unseen force was violently expelling from within. A collective scream erupted as they collapsed to the ground. Faced with the razor-sharp alloy daggers infused with laser energy, their wrists appeared alarmingly fragile. Having dispatched all 4 bodyguards, a sense of triumph welled within Tian Hen. Just then, he caught sight of a beam of light, not directed at him, for his form flickered like a phantom in the darkness, evading the gaze of ordinary eyes. Realizing the peril, he summoned his spatial abilities, distorting the space through which the laser traversed. Yet, he had underestimated its speed. Despite the spatial distortion, the laser veered only slightly from its original trajectory, hurtling towards the shoulder of a young man nearby. The youth's complexion drained of color, and as the laser neared, a faint whirlwind enveloped him, its azure glow lacking in potency, merely nudging him aside. The luminous flash vanished as it grazed his shoulder, leaving behind a gaping hole in the adjacent wall. A cry of anguish escaped the young man. While the laser had not penetrated his body, it had nonetheless carved a bloody gash upon his shoulder. Fury surged within Tian Hen. As he unleashed his spatial abilities, he lunged toward the corpulent figure, covering 290 meters per second, arriving before the rotund man in the blink of an eye. With a deft flick of his alloy dagger, he sent a hefty hoof soaring into the air. Tian Hen was not finished with the plump man. He swung his left fist with force, lifting the corpulent body and crashing it heavily to the ground, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. A flicker of malice ignited in Tian Hen's heart as thoughts of slaughter crossed his mind. But then he recalled Lily's admonitions. With a cold snort, he retrieved several laser guns from the ground, soaring into the air and hastily pulling the young man away from the sordid scene. As for the scoundrels left behind, he deemed them fit to fend for themselves. Holding the forbidden firearms would undoubtedly attract attention, so Tian Hen employed a simple ruse. He forcibly stripped the young man of his outer garment, wrapping the weapons within it, and, relying on his speed, transported the youth to a secluded location. The young man stared in astonishment at Tian Hen, his breath coming in gasps. The sensation he had just experienced, akin to flying, left him utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how Tian Hen had accomplished such a feat in truth, after saving the youth. Tian Hen's initial indignation had largely dissipated. After bringing the young man to safety, he had intended to let him go. But the peculiar occurrences that transpired during the laser encounter compelled Tian Hen to reconsider, as he suspected that this timid individual might possess wind-related extraordinary abilities. With satisfaction, Tian Hen shouldered a bundle containing 5 laser guns and a laser whip, proclaiming, "Well then, since I have rescued you, I believe I have the right to know the details of your predicament." The young man glanced at his coat, now used as a mere bundle, and with a wry smile remarked, "Brother, what more can I say? You have seen how domineering those ruffians are. My admiration for you flows like an endless river. Might I kindly request the return of my coat?" Tian Hen retrieved the laser whip from the bundle and, without hesitation, tucked it into his own attire, responding, "What is this? I save you, and you don't wish to speak the truth? I overheard your previous conversation, and if my memory serves me correctly, you are a thief. Are you not? In the Galactic Alliance, thieves are a rarity. Do you think I could collect a bounty by delivering you to the nearest police station?" The young man's face paled, and he implored, "Brother, please spare me. I have an elderly mother." Tian Hen interrupted impatiently, "Enough of that. Your well-rehearsed excuses do not impress me. You appear to be no more than 20. Where would you acquire an elderly mother of 80? Furthermore, there is no such concept of old in the Galactic Alliance. While your attire may be somewhat plain, it does not suggest financial hardship. I have no interest in what you pilfered from that rotund fellow. What I require from you is twofold. How will you compensate me for my newly purchased trousers? And what is the origin of your wind-related powers? Should your answer satisfy me, I may consider your release." The young man stared blankly at Tianhen, muttering under his breath. Am I truly escaping from the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair? How unfortunate am I? What did you say? Tianhen arched an eyebrow and lightly tapped the young man's head, unaware that his gesture mirrored the one Liao and had used on him previously. Whoa, brother, take it easy. It's merely about compensating for your trousers. I assent it. I will pay. I will pay. He then fished out a card from his pocket. Brother, hand me your identity card. I'll transfer 30 cosmic coins to you. Is that enough? Tianhen's expression stiffened. 30? Have you not noticed? This is a designer piece. The young man, sensing Tianhen bore him no ill will, relaxed significantly and chuckled. Brother, I hang around here every day. Designer? It looks like the cheap goods from that corner store to me. This outfit is worth at most 25 cosmic coins, considering you saved me. I've already overestimated its value. What? 25 cosmic coins? Have I been deceived? You clever lad. I didn't expect you to be so astute. Tianhen regarded the young man with surprise. Though his demeanor was somewhat awkward, he possessed an attractive countenance, with clear eyes and delicate features. His physique resembled Tianhen's own, albeit slightly shorter. Feeling the peculiar gaze of Tianhen, the young man couldn't help but shiver, saying, Brother, could I offer you something extra? Please, do not be tempted by my appearance. I am not inclined that way. Tianhen was momentarily taken aback, but as comprehension dawned, a surge of anger welled within him. He kicked the young man aside and advanced menacingly, growling, Do I seem like someone with such proclivities? Although the young man was kicked, Tianhen was careful not to injure him. However, the movement aggravated the wound on his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain and exclaim, Not at all, not at all. Brother, what do you truly desire? Please, let me go. Tianhen coldly snorted, stating, You have yet to explain how you acquired that wind-based ability. I shall not let you off so easily. Wind-based ability? What is that? The young man stared blankly at Tianhen. With a slight frown, Tianhen inquired, You genuinely do not know what a wind-based ability is? Despite the young man's convincingly bewildered expression, Tianhen sensed something amiss. The young man forced a smile, saying, Brother, please let me go. I truly do not understand what you are talking about. Tianhen wore a peculiar grin as he approached and patted the young man's shoulder, saying, Rest assured, you will come to understand in due time. My name is Tianhen. What is yours, and what do your family members do? Speak the truth. The young man instinctively replied, My name is Feng Yuan, meaning lofty aspirations. To be honest, I have no family left. I grew up on Zhoning Star and am an orphan. By the way, brother, what did you mean when you said I would understand later? Could it be that you? Tianhen chuckled. You are quite quick on the uptake. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me. I have no need for your money. After all, what belongs to you naturally belongs to me as well. Come with me. Feng Yuan stared at Tianhen in disbelief, saying, Brother, surely you jest? I was born and raised in Zhoning City. I have no desire to go anywhere else. Please spare me. I am quite lazy, and all the vices one could possess. You would find in me. You will surely come to dislike me. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned to flee before Tianhen could respond. Watching Feng Yuan's retreating figure, Tianhen had to admit that the young man's speed was remarkable. Despite his injured shoulder, he ran like the wind, truly befitting a wind-based ability user. Determined to keep Feng Yuan by his side, Tianhen would not allow him to escape so easily. As Feng Yuan's form began to fade from view, Tianhen lazily pursued him. As Feng Yuan ran, he glanced back and, after rounding a few corners, he sighed in relief, muttering to himself, Humph, to think I would become someone's subordinate. What a daydream. I still wish to find someone to be my little brother. Just as he thought himself the esteemed first thief of the Galactic Alliance, he suddenly halted, his expression turning blank before shifting to one of desperation. He gazed at Tianhen, who had inexplicably appeared before him, and pleaded, Brother, what if I were to offer you all my possessions? Would you then spare me? Tianhen replied languidly, I have already stated that what belongs to my little brother is also mine. There is no need for such dramatics. How could I casually demand all your wealth? What is wrong with following me? I enjoy the finest delicacies, and the prospect of being someone's subordinate does not appeal to me at all. There must be a reason why Feng Yuan has caught their attention. Although his abilities are considerable compared to the average person, among the gifted, he remains a novice. Having an assistant would undoubtedly be advantageous, particularly given his certainty that Feng Yuan possesses years of social experience, which is invaluable. Feng Yuan gazed at Tianhen, who stood 10 meters away, his eyes shimmering with various emotions as his mind raced, seeking a means of escape. Just then, he noticed two uniformed individuals approaching from the side. Under normal circumstances, he would have avoided them at all costs, but today was different. He immediately perceived these two as his potential saviors. With Tianhen watching, he dashed towards the officers, fully leveraging his talent for dramatics, exclaiming tearfully, "Officers, please help me. Someone is attempting to rob me." Indeed, the two individuals were patrol officers. Upon seeing Feng Yuan, they exchanged wary glances, and upon hearing his plea, their expressions morphed into bemused smiles. One of them remarked, "What brings you here again? Are you hoping to spend some time in jail? Our chief has made it clear that you won't be welcome anymore. We can't have you wearing out the bench. It's already a blessing that you're not scheming against others. Who would want to rob someone like you? No, officers. Please, I implore you. That man is armed with illegal weapons. Look at him. He has at least 5 laser guns concealed within his clothing. You must be cautious. Do not let him harm you." The officers, committed to their duty, immediately shifted their demeanor at the mention of laser guns. Their expressions turned serious as they drew their firearms, their standard-issue armor emanating a protective shield. They remained vigilant, focusing intently on Tianhen. Tianhen calmly raised his hands, discarding the package he held, and approached the officers slowly. Observing him advance, Feng Yuan quickly positioned himself behind the officers, a triumphant glint in his eyes, thinking to himself that he would finally evade the fate of being a subordinate. One officer commanded, "Stop. Remain still in your current position." Tianhen smiled slightly. Addressing the officers, "I believe you are familiar with this." He extended his right hand forward, and, under the influence of cosmic energy, the blue gem in his palm radiated a bright azure light. The officers simultaneously recoiled, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They had first encountered such gems during their training at the police academy, where they learned about the various tiers of the Galactic Federation. How could they not recognize the blue gem? Almost instantaneously after the gem's glow appeared, they holstered their firearms and lowered their defenses. The officer who had spoken earlier respectfully addressed Tianhen, saying, "It is an honor to be in the presence of a manipulator. My apologies for the oversight." Tianhen glanced at Feng Yuan, who stood there dumbfounded, and smiled. "Gentlemen, I see you are attending to your duties, so I shall not intrude further. I indeed apprehended several individuals wielding illegal firearms, situated just around that corner. Their weapons have been confiscated by me and are contained within this package, consisting of 5 laser guns, which I leave for you to handle. As for Feng Yuan, I kindly request that you two refrain from intervening. These two officers have encountered manipulators before. Typically, manipulators hold themselves in high regard and would hardly extend a cordial demeanor towards them. Yet, Tianhen displayed a gentle smile, which instantly elevated their perception of him. Not only do they lack the authority to challenge a manipulator of the Holy Alliance, but even if they did, they would never risk conflict with someone like him over a petty thief. Moreover, he had provided them with an opportunity to seize illegal weaponry, granting them a chance to earn merit. There's no need for pleasantries, esteemed manipulator. Thank you for your assistance, one officer remarked astutely, seizing Feng Yuan as he attempted to flee and personally escorting him before Tianhen. Tianhen patted Feng Yuan's shoulder and said, "I believe you need not run any longer. Next time, you may find yourself at the receiving end of a laser whip." The spot he tapped was precisely on Feng Yuan's wound, causing him to grimace in pain, rendering him speechless. Once the officers had secured the 5 laser guns, they departed swiftly. It was not that Tianhen wished to retain those laser guns. Rather, he realized that such contraband would offer him no advantage. With his extraordinary abilities, even the most ordinary firearms were inferior to an alloy dagger in his hands. Tianhen maintained his smile as he regarded Feng Yuan, saying, "It appears your reputation is rather unsavory. Even the police department is reluctant to accept you. Since you are alone, what harm could there be in accompanying me?" At this moment, Feng Yuan, out of sheer necessity, finally cast aside all pretense, glaring at Tianhen, and retorted, "What authority do you possess to restrict another's freedom? Why should I follow you? I do not even know who you are, and I am accustomed to my independence. I will not become anyone's subordinate." Tianhen nodded, acknowledging, "Ah, so you do possess a temper. I suspect that even had I not intervened, you would have found a way to escape, wouldn't you? Very well. I do not require you to be my subordinate. Can we at least be friends? You possess wind-based abilities, and whether you are genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance, I can assist you in enhancing your powers. I assure you, being with me will not impose excessive constraints upon you. I believe you are someone who delights in novelty, and I can offer you experiences beyond your imagination. Frankly speaking, I am also an ability user, though unlike you, I specialize in spatial manipulation." Feng Yuan gazed at Tianhen, his eyes flickering with intrigue. "You wish to befriend me? A common thief?" Chapter 12. Enemies from the Shadows. Tianhen shrugged, replying, "What is there to prevent that? In today's society, security tasks are predominantly handled by technology. The fact that you can still pilfer in such circumstances demonstrates your unparalleled skills. I admire capable individuals, and together we can foster mutual growth." What benefit do you derive from lingering in Zhongting City as merely a thief? Surely you harbor aspirations for a different life. Why not take a gamble for that dream? Though you are not unattractive, I assure you I have no intention of selling you out. You are indeed correct. No one should possess the authority to govern another's freedom. I, too, have experienced the constraints of liberty and have felt the accompanying anguish deeply. Thus, I shall not employ my superior strength to restrict you. The choice is now yours. Should you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you further. Feng Yuan snorted derisively, showing not a trace of hesitation as he turned to leave. Tianhen watched his receding silhouette, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared he had chosen poorly this time, given their differing ideals. Even if he forced Feng Yuan to remain by his side, it would likely yield little benefit. So be it. With that thought, he connected his mind to the biological computer in his hand, accessing the vast data storage within his chest to locate the direction of the transport dock in Zhongting City. Just as Tianhen prepared to depart using his flight technique, he noticed that the distant figure was gradually enlarging before his eyes. Indeed, Feng Yuan had returned. A look of dejection upon his face. Tianhen smiled and inquired, "Have you decided to accompany me?" Feng Yuan regarded Tianhen, lifting his right hand to gesture behind him with his thumb. "If you can assist me in resolving this predicament, I will follow you." It was then that Tianhen noticed a group of over 10 individuals emerging from a corner several hundred meters behind Feng Yuan. Their attire made it evident that they were no benign characters, although they were not wielding any contraband. "It seems survival here is rather challenging for you, considering the multitude of adversaries." Tianhen chuckled lightly, swiftly positioning himself to shield Feng Yuan behind his back. At that moment, the gangsters were still about 100 meters away. Tianhen spoke to Feng Yuan. "Your wind-based ability appears to be, at most, level 1. Pay close attention. Our abilities are our most formidable assets, rivaling any technological marvel." With Feng Yuan's intense gaze upon him, Tianhen surged forward. Feng Yuan distinctly observed that the space surrounding Tianhen was quivering and warping within a foot of his form. At Tianhen's pace, he quickly reached the front lines, where he was met by 2 machetes and a club. However, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The distorted space quivered violently, causing the incoming weapons to veer off course. While Tianhen's right leg, swift as a whip, struck one of the assailants squarely in the chest. Tianhen did not require cosmic energy. Such explosive force was beyond the capacity of these ruffians. The man he struck flew through the air like a tattered sack, landing 5 meters away, rolling on the ground while clutching his chest, clearly unable to rise for quite some time. Tianhen's movements were perfectly synchronized with his speed. In the brief interval between the thug's ascent and descent, he effortlessly delivered 2 more kicks and unleashed 6 additional strikes using his hands and elbows. In a scenario where speed was overwhelmingly disproportionate, half of the gangsters had already collapsed without any contest. Suddenly, Tianhen retreated, extending his arms forward. The 2 individuals he had previously incapacitated were yanked into the air by his spatial ability, blocking the path of the remaining thugs. He spoke calmly. "I believe there is no need for further conflict. Feng Yuan is my brother. Regardless of how he may have offended you, I take full responsibility for today's events. It would be wise for you to leave immediately, otherwise, you shall find yourselves lying here together." Thugs are typically cowards who prey on the weak. Just moments ago, they failed to comprehend how their comrade was subdued by Tianhen. Now, witnessing their 2 companions suspended helplessly in midair, they were at a loss for action, and no one dared to launch an assault against Tianhen any longer. With a casual toss, Tianhen flung the 2 thugs aside and turned to stand beside Feng Yuan. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, "Stop dawdling, let's go." Feng Yuan lowered his head, lost in thought, and merely nodded before following Tianhen. The thugs could only watch in stunned silence, lacking the courage to pursue them. The cold glint in Tianhen's eyes as he departed was sufficient to instill fear in their hearts. As they walked, Tianhen inquired, "Feng Yuan, what are you pondering?" Feng Yuan replied, "I never anticipated that such abilities could wield such considerable power. Tianhen, I will follow you from now on. But you must teach me how to strengthen that ability." Tianhen chuckled. "Once you become stronger, you won't need to fear being caught while pilfering, will you?" Feng Yuan's face flushed as he retorted, "Do not think so poorly of me. Although my skills in theft are quite refined, and I have never been detected, if my strength were formidable enough, I would not even consider thievery." Tianhen's eyes brightened. "So, your thieving skills are indeed remarkable?" "Of course," Feng Yuan asserted. "I doubt there are many in the Galactic Alliance who could rival me." However, he then deflated like a deflated balloon, lamenting, "Yet nowadays, most valuable items are stored with technological means, making it nearly impossible to steal anything worthwhile. Otherwise, I would have long since flown the coop. Moreover, living as a thief is hardly desirable. Your spatial abilities are truly extraordinary. When might I reach your level? Tianhen sighed wryly. In truth, I am not as strong as you think. From your expression, it seems you were aware of the existence of wind-based abilities long before. Please share your circumstances. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Feng Yuan responded. Indeed, I sensed the wind-based abilities when I was around 13 or 14. Initially, I merely felt a profound connection to the wind, and even in strong gusts, I felt no threat. There was always an unusual sensation within me, though it was intangible. It has only been in the past 2 years that I could exert some control over that sensation, but as you have seen, the power I can generate is insufficient for my own protection. As he spoke, he concentrated and gently waved his right hand, conjuring a minuscule whirlwind in his palm. Though its force was feeble, it was enough to stir the surrounding air. Tianhen remarked, progressing in abilities requires training. I have not practiced for long, but I can sense that only by facing various challenges can one's capabilities advance more swiftly. Feng Yuan, have you ever practiced cosmic energy? Feng Yuan paused. What purpose would that serve? Were you using cosmic energy just now? Tianhen replied, it is indeed useful, and its applications are vast. If you aspire to enhance your strength and better harness your wind-based abilities, it is imperative to first master the cosmic energy. Feng Yuan sighed softly, stating, you are aware that ordinary individuals cannot access the methods to cultivate cosmic energy. Such knowledge is reserved for elite academies and those in positions of power. Tianhen cast a disdainful glance at Feng Yuan and retorted, I initially thought you possessed some intelligence, but it seems I was mistaken. Though you lack power and influence, you still have me as a friend. Consider the cultivation method for the first stage of cosmic energy a gift from me. Feng Yuan was taken aback, gazing at Tianhen, and asked, you truly have such faith in me? I am but a loathed thief. Tianhen, somewhat impatient, shot him a glare and said, why the fuss? Did I not mention that your background does not concern me? I too emerged from the slums. Does that diminish my worth? Come now, let us head to the transport station, and along the way, I shall enlighten you about our kind. Since I have chosen to regard you as a friend, it is only natural I assist you. Tianhen sought to utilize Feng Yuan, just as Feng Yuan wished to leverage Tianhen's capabilities. However, upon hearing Tianhen's words, a peculiar sensation welled up within Feng Yuan. An orphan by circumstance, he had once been adopted but lost his guardians to fate, leaving him with nothing. He had navigated the harsh realities of society since the age of 7. Aside from his biological parents, few had treated him with genuine kindness. He sensed the sincerity in Tianhen's words. Despite a hint of jest, each statement was imbued with authenticity. It was this sincerity that gradually began to unlock the barriers around Feng Yuan's heart. As they traversed the skies aboard a soaring vehicle, Tianhen did not withhold information regarding the Holy Alliance. He elaborated on its standing within the Galactic Alliance and its hierarchical structure, while also sharing his insights on abilities. After listening to his explanation, Feng Yuan gained a deeper understanding of their powers. Tianhen, what purpose do we have at the transport station? Do you intend to journey to another planet? Feng Yuan inquired. What is wrong with that? Being in Zhongting City with you. I feel as if I am becoming your bodyguard. Tianhen chuckled, recalling how he had assisted Feng Yuan in evading 3 groups of pursuers along their journey. I wish to visit a place called Minghuang Star, where the ruler is said to excel in spatial abilities. If I could glean some techniques from him, it would undoubtedly benefit my cultivation. Feng Yuan expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, you may find someone to teach you, but what of me? You promised to help me strengthen my powers. Tianhen chuckled, of course, bolstering your abilities is certainly feasible. However, you must begin with the fundamentals. I have already explained the uniqueness of cosmic energy. To enhance your wind abilities more effectively and swiftly, you must first cultivate the cosmic energy to a certain level. Once your cosmic energy is sufficient to support your ability training, I will endeavor to find a mentor for you. To be honest, up until now, it has merely been my wishful thinking. The ruler of Minghuang Star may not even spare me a glance, but let us take it one step at a time. After all, the opportunity to travel is a blessing in itself. Suddenly, Feng Yuan regarded Tianhen with suspicion. You are not contemplating any ill intentions towards me, are you? I am not in possession of any wealth. Tianhen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, saying, isn't this merely a case of the more one tries to conceal, the more conspicuous it becomes? Fear not, I have no intention of demanding your money. After all, I am the manipulator of the Holy Alliance, albeit still a novice. Yet, this title carries a certain weight. No matter the planet, I should be able to scrape by. Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief and replied, remember your words. If I have no money, don't come looking for me. Tianhen regarded Feng Yuan with an expression akin to that of observing a peculiar creature, making Feng Yuan feel somewhat uneasy under his gaze. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome fellow like me? he retorted. Tianhen shook his head, grasping Feng Yuan's shoulder, and remarked, "It seems we are indeed kindred spirits. Why does your stinginess mirror my own so closely?" Feng Yuan was momentarily stunned, then pointed a finger at Tianhen, saying, "Get away from me." Tianhen realized that being with Feng Yuan never left him feeling lonely. In many respects, they were quite alike. Both hailing from the lowest echelons of society, and beneath their seemingly timid exteriors lay an ambition fervently yearning for strength. Even their shared flaw of stinginess was strikingly similar. Although their acquaintance had not spanned a long duration, Tianhen did not regret saving Feng Yuan from peril in the beginning. "Xiaofeng, I truly wonder how you would survive in Central City without my presence," Tianhen mused. Feeling the pressure emanating from their surroundings as he observed the four figures in black slowly approaching from different directions, he sighed in resignation. Feng Yuan chuckled, saying, "Boss, it's time for your show again. I used to have my own ways. My former nickname was Loach, the slippery kind. Now that I have you protecting me, there's no need to run anymore. It seems the moment for you to display your prowess has arrived." Tianhen shot him an exasperated glance. This fellow only referred to him as boss when danger was imminent. After deftly handling several waves of ruffians, Tianhen began to let his guard down. As the four black-clad figures drew closer, he remained unconcerned, a glimmer of anticipation lighting up his eyes as he awaited the opportune moment to deliver a thunderous strike. Suddenly, Tianhen felt a chill in his mind, and the once spacious street took on a foreboding atmosphere. They were merely 2 streets away from the transport station. To take a shortcut, he and Feng Yuan had chosen the narrow path behind the station, which was devoid of people. The silent emergence of the 4 individuals was particularly eerie. The attire of the 4 figures was identical, each clad in taut, pristine black uniforms, helmets of the same hue adorning their heads, and they bore no weapons. Advancing step by step towards Tianhen and Feng Yuan, Tianhen's attention was suddenly drawn to their hands. The hands of the 4 figures were remarkably similar, pale and slender, with a flawless sheen. However, the sight of such hands heightened Tianhen's wariness. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was acutely aware that the threat posed by these 4 individuals was far superior to that of the earlier ruffians. He whispered to Feng Yuan, "Use the laser whip I gave you, and be cautious. These individuals are likely formidable foes. Where did you acquire such strong enemies? Are they really that powerful?" "I don't feel it," Feng Yuan replied, looking at Tianhen with a puzzled expression. "Fool, can you not perceive the aura they exude?" At that moment, 4 figures clad in black suddenly halted 20 meters before them, their piercing gazes penetrating through their helmets. The foremost among them spoke in a chilling voice. "Which of you belongs to the Holy Alliance?" Tianhen's heart tightened. From the tone, he could not ascertain their age, but the evident disdain in their voice when mentioning the Holy Alliance indicated a blatant disregard. He realized that he might have truly encountered a formidable adversary. Although anxiety gnawed at him, he maintained an impassive facade, inquiring, "And who might you be? Are you here to settle a score with Feng Yuan? What has he done to warrant such a grand display?" "Humph." The cold voice sent a jolt through both Tianhen and Feng Yuan's minds. A flash of light erupted as only the leading black-clad figure lunged towards them, while the other 3 remained still. At this moment, Tianhen sensed the overwhelming strength of his opponent and thought to himself that he had no choice but to fight. If he could eliminate even one adversary, it would at least diminish their collective power. With that resolve, he disregarded any need for restraint and surged forward, gripping his alloy dagger tightly. Charging headlong at the black-clad figure, the black-clad individual emitted a surprised sound, clearly taken aback by Tianhen's swiftness. As he reacted, his hand intercepted Tianhen's assault. In that instant, Tianhen felt an overwhelming emptiness envelop him, the atmosphere around him turning chillingly cold, an icy sensation that was completely distinct from his water-based abilities. Emanating from the depths of his soul, a dense black mist unfurled, shrouding the surroundings in darkness, as sinister laughter echoed, and it seemed as though countless skeletal claws were reaching out for Tianhen. In that moment, Tianhen comprehended that his opponents were not mere ruffians, but rather dark ability users. As Madame Oya had repeatedly warned him against engaging with, time was of the essence, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated his spatial ability. Tearing through the fabric of space, the environment around him warped, and under the full force of his enhanced cosmic energy, he obliterated the skeletal claws. Breaking free from the black mist, he maneuvered through the air, shifting his position thrice to avoid being pursued by the black-clad figure. It turned out that he was merely a half-hearted spatial ability user. Aside from his speed, he was a disgrace to those of his kind. Panting, Tianhen landed beside Feng Yuan. Though he had escaped the dark ability user's grasp, it had drained a considerable amount of his energy. After all, his abilities were only at level 3. And achieving such a feat was no small accomplishment. Had it not been for his relatively robust cosmic energy, he would not have been able to break through the opponent's blockade. Feng Yuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, tugged at Tianhin's sleeve and whispered, "Boss, if we cannot hold them off, we should flee." "You are so fast." Tianhin shook his head wryly and replied, "It seems their target is me. Do not act recklessly. If the opportunity arises, escape on your own. Pretend you have never met me." Escape? How to escape when the adversary consists of 4 individuals, all adept in the manipulation of dark abilities, their prowess likely exceeding the 10th level? These wielders of darkness have effectively sealed off all avenues of retreat. Even if their flight techniques do not compare to his, the absolute disparity in abilities renders escape impossible. I pondered how members of the Holy Alliance could so carelessly act alone and brazenly employ their powers, only to discover that this one was merely a novice, leading us to mobilize for naught. The tone of the cloaked figure dripped with disdain. The other 3 figures in black seemed to sense that Tianhin and Feng Yuan posed no threat to them, and swiftly regrouped beside the one who had initiated the confrontation. One of them remarked, "Do not complain. At least we have captured a space-type ability user, which is a modest achievement. After all, space-type abilities are rather rare. Let us take them back." Tianhin, perceiving how the adversaries regarded him and Feng Yuan as mere prey, felt an unexpected thrill rather than anger. He calmly addressed them, "Gentlemen, might I request that you allow my friend to depart? I understand your intentions are directed toward me. I shall accompany you willingly." His words were not born of benevolence, but rather the realization that escape was futile. If one could flee, it was better than both being ensnared. Humph. Anyone who knows our identity does not leave alive. That kid is from the Holy Alliance. He may last a little longer. Since he does not belong to us, he is of no use. Fourth, dispose of that boy. Do it cleanly. With a flash of dark energy, one of the cloaked figures lunged forward, entirely disregarding Tianhin's presence, his target set on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan brandished a yellow light, swiftly unleashing a laser whip while a small whirlwind materialized in his left hand. He bellowed, "Wait. I too am an ability user of the Holy Alliance. I shall go with you." Tianhin, poised to act, paused momentarily, observing the cloaked figure hovering just before him, yet suspended midair. He suddenly felt insignificantly small, as a level 3 ability user. He was indeed weak among the ranks of the empowered. "Is this what you call an ability user?" The cloaked figure scoffed at the pitiable whirlwind in Feng Yuan's grasp. Erupting into laughter, Feng Yuan forced a smile. "Yes, indeed. How could my humble skills compare to your esteemed capabilities? I have an elderly mother and a young son. Might you show some leniency, esteemed sirs?" Tianhin, upon hearing Feng Yuan's desperate plea, was seized with frustration, wishing he could render the boy unconscious. This tactic was utterly ineffective. The cloaked figure, intrigued, listened to Feng Yuan's plea and, once he finished, replied, "What does your family have to do with me? Very well, as your words have amused me. I shall take you back to await the Marquis's judgment." Suddenly, black mist materialized without warning, enveloping Tianhin and Feng Yuan. With a surge of instinct, Tianhin swiftly approached Feng Yuan, retracting his space abilities and enveloping his own body in dark energy. The black mist surged forward, and in a panic, Feng Yuan yawned deeply before collapsing, appearing to have succumbed to slumber. Tianhin's actions proved to be astute, for the black mist failed to achieve its intended effect under the influence of his dark abilities. He glanced at the distant wind and hastily imitated the action of falling to the ground, understanding that opportunities must be awaited. He believed that this group of individuals dwelling in darkness could not remain vigilant at all times. As the black mist dissipated, the one referred to as Old Four, a practitioner of supernatural abilities, chuckled and said, "Elder brother, what do you think? My hypnotic skills have become more proficient than ever." The previously active figure in black scoffed. "What are you so proud of? Hurry and take them away. Do not forget, that vile woman Oya is not to be trifled with. Have you forgotten the orders of the Marquis?" Upon hearing the mention of the Marquis, Old Four shuddered, swiftly seizing both Tianhin and Feng Yuan, confiscating Feng Yuan's laser whip. The 4 figures in black simultaneously unfurled their forms, gliding swiftly just above the ground. Tianhin dared not open his eyes. He focused on Feng Yuan's current physical condition, continuously adjusting his own state, using cosmic energy to align with it. Though he could not see, his hearing was intact, and he discerned that the speed of these black-clad individuals was not particularly swift, seemingly only half the speed of sound, often making abrupt directional changes that left him somewhat disoriented. What did the Marquis signify? Was it a designation for practitioners of dark abilities? This seemed to be a title from an ancient Western era. It appeared that the Marquis must possess greater strength than these 4 supernatural beings, who seemed to be on par with Master Liao in S cultivation. At present, Tianhin realized that he must first reach their lair to have any chance of escaping. Perhaps due to his own dark abilities, Tianhin felt little animosity towards these practitioners of darkness. He did not wish for Lady Oya to come to his rescue. For if she were to discover these dark practitioners, it would likely lead to dire consequences for them. He could not be certain that his dark abilities would remain hidden from her scrutiny. A damp, musty odor assaulted his senses, and he heard faint sounds of flowing water, accompanied by a nauseating stench that unsettled him. He pondered whether these dark practitioners resided in the sewers. The sensation of weightlessness caused his heart to leap into his throat. Had he not been hoisted over the shoulder of the dark practitioner known as Old Four, he would have surely opened his eyes by now. Descending, continuously descending. Tianhin's heartbeat quickened. Fortunately, Old Four was wholly concentrated on his flying technique and did not notice the increase in Tianhin's pulse. Suddenly, there was a jolt as Old Four finally landed, seeming to relax slightly, exhaling deeply before continuing swiftly onward. Tianhin made a concerted effort to memorize the environment they had traversed, using his ears as his eyes. Finally, after 2 more minutes, their speed began to diminish, and the rushing wind ceased. A clanging sound echoed, reminiscent of metal colliding, causing Tianhin to tremble as he was unceremoniously hurled forward. A wave of pain washed over him, but thankfully the cosmic energy enveloping him prevented any cries of agony from escaping his lips. It was evident that he had been unceremoniously dropped to the ground by the individual called Old Four. Old Four, set a restriction for the 2 of them, commanded the voice of the elder brother. Boss, is it really necessary? What can these 2 insignificant shrimps stir up? Old Four replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Humph. One must tread carefully. Have you forgotten that they possess biological computers? If we do not utilize our abilities to suppress them, and if those hypocritical fellows from the Holy Alliance come knocking, will you bear the consequences? Old Four dared not voice further objections. Tianhin felt a sudden jolt as a cold and domineering energy surged into his body. He did not dare to resist directly. The energy swiftly permeated throughout him, completely sealing off his cosmic energy, far surpassing the sealing effect that Liao Yin had once imposed to limit his abilities. At present, he could not even move a finger. The sound of a door closing echoed, and from the volume, it was evident that the door was exceptionally heavy. Tianhin remained motionless, cautiously channeling his dark energy within. Previously, when the restriction had invaded his body, he had already shielded his vital meridians with his dark energy, concealing his spatial energy and some cosmic energy. Now, under the influence of the cosmic energy, the 2 fused abilities began to take effect. The tearing power of his spatial energy, combined with the corrosive effect of his dark energy, launched a simultaneous assault on the internal restriction. Tianhin's approach was astute. His strength was nowhere near that of Old Four's, hence he avoided a direct confrontation with the internal restriction, which Old Four clearly underestimated. Although the restriction was formidable, it was not meticulously crafted. Tianhin's method was simple. He gradually established communication between his 2 level 3 abilities and the cosmic energy within other areas of his body, slowly dismantling the weakest points of the restriction. The spatial energy excelled at breaking restrictions. And with the dark energy of the same chapter 13, the vampire servant, the quivering voice of the 4th servant, broke the silence. Your Excellency, the Marquis, your praise is unwarranted. I have always been devoted to my duties. Oh, is that so? That boy, you may open your eyes now. Do you think you can deceive them, and me as well? Tianhin trembled as an inexplicable force enveloped his body, compelling him to rise. A wave of horror washed over him. He believed he had performed adequately and could not fathom how the other party had discovered his secrets. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, astonished to find himself in a sealed hall. The hall spanned approximately 500 square meters, its floor adorned with neatly laid bluestone, while the surrounding walls flickered with dim yellow light. In such darkness and eeriness, an instinctive sense of dread overtook him. The 4 figures clad in black, who had previously captured Tianhin and Feng Yuan, stood respectfully to the sides. Before Tianhin loomed a pedestal about a meter high, upon which rested a broad, plush chair, half reclined and half sitting, in which a woman resided. Upon seeing her, Tianhin's mind slipped into a state of bewilderment. She was a woman of unfathomable allure. Draped in a flowing crimson robe, her height was indiscernible from her current position, yet he could ascertain her slender figure. Her angelic, exquisite visage was framed by deep-set, gentle eyes, radiating a soft glow that bore no resemblance to the delicacy found in a lily-esque gaze. Cascading red locks framed her face, while her long, porcelain legs peeked out from beneath the robe. Tianhin felt an overwhelming thirst. Had it not been for the mysterious force restraining him, he would have approached her without hesitation. At that moment, Old Fourth was hurled by his elder brother, crashing heavily against the wall. His brother bellowed, "You fool! How could there still be one awake? If this place is compromised, I shall turn you into a desiccated corpse." Old Forth spat blood, afraid to utter a word in defiance. He understood that his brother had acted to save him. Had it been the Marquis, his life would have surely been forfeit. He hastily pleaded, "Your Excellency, the Marquis, spare my life." With a gentle wave of her hand, the woman smiled, "Begone," and prepared to face a month of hard devouring. A shudder coursed through Old Forth. A terrifying thought seemed to strike him, rendering him speechless. His brother swiftly moved to his side, delivering a kick that sent him tumbling, scolding, "Fool. Quickly express your gratitude to the Marquis for her mercy." Only then did Old Forth regain his senses, trembling as he stammered, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your grace." He retreated from the hall, stumbling twice before crossing the threshold, a testament to the sheer terror that gripped him. Tianhen felt a sudden lightness as the restraints vanished. His first instinct was to bow his head, desperately attempting to gather his thoughts, knowing that even a fleeting glance at the woman would be too much for him to bear. "My little brother, why do you not gaze upon me? Am I not beautiful enough?" the Marquis said with a smile, rising gracefully. She waved her hand, and the three men in black understood, retreating with a shared glance of pity towards Tianhen. Perhaps tomorrow, this seemingly robust young man would be reduced to a lifeless corpse. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, Tianhen could not help but lift his head, his gaze becoming vacant. The Marquis halted 3 meters before him, remarking, "My dear brother, your resolve is truly commendable. It is rare to encounter a spatial ability user like you. Do you know, I find myself somewhat reluctant to end your life." As she spoke, the Marquis covered her mouth with a light laugh, her teasing demeanor intensifying. She had no intention of resorting to violence, for shattering a person's spirit was her greatest delight. Tianhen had bitten his lip until it bled. Suddenly, he bellowed, and with a twist of his wrist, a metal dagger appeared in his palm without warning. The Marquis, however, remained unfazed by his actions, her smile unwavering as she gazed at him, not believing for a moment that he would dare to attack her. Indeed, Tianhen lacked the courage to confront the Marquis before him. The overwhelming allure she exuded was beyond his current resistance. Gripping the dagger in an inverted manner, he plunged it forcefully into his thigh under the astonished gaze of the Marquis. The intense pain from the laser energy elicited a cry from him. Yet he maintained his stance. The sharp agony stimulated his nerves, awakening him to a greater clarity. The Marquis's expression shifted as she exclaimed, "You dare to use such a method to contend with me?" Tianhen, with his gaze lowered, focused on his breathing, disregarding the blood streaming from his thigh, and replied with a bitter smile, "This may well be the only method available to me. If I am not mistaken, it is likely that your dark abilities include temptation." The Marquis's voice turned frosty. "Do you think I lack other means to compel your submission?" Her irritation was palpable. For many years, he was the first individual capable of resisting her allure, his self-inflicted pain showcasing his unwavering resolve. She raised her hand, an aura of chilling malice radiating from her, her eyes betraying a thirst for blood. "Wait." Tianhen seemed to have made a determination, lifting his gaze to meet the Marquis's eyes. "I have but one request. I hope you will allow me to speak a single sentence. If, after I finish, you still wish to kill me, I shall submit to your will. However, I sincerely hope you will permit me to express my words." He felt the formidable presence of the Marquis before him was no less terrifying than that of Madame Yafu. If he spoke too slowly, he might already have become a corpse. The Marquis furrowed her brow. "Do you believe you have the right to speak to me?" Tianhen offered a bitter smile. "Perhaps not, but I assure you, you shall not regret listening to my words." The frost upon the Marquis's visage melted away, and she smiled lightly, saying, "Then speak, dear brother. You are indeed quite intriguing." So close to witnessing the smile upon the Marquis's face, Tianhen nearly lost himself once more. But the unrelenting pain in his thigh helped him retain his composure. Under the impetus of his mental fortitude, Tianhen transformed. His eyes instantaneously morphed into a striking juxtaposition of black and white, creating an exceedingly peculiar sight. In that moment, the Marquis before him appeared as nothing more than a pink skull, and no temptation could sway his mind any longer. A web-like black radiance surged from behind him, swiftly enveloping a 3-meter radius. His voice turned frigid. "I am not only a spatial ability wielder, but also a master of darkness. We share the same origin. Why must we turn against one another so hastily? This is what I wish to convey to you." The Marquis trembled violently, instinctively staggering backward, her eyes wide with horror. The fusion of darkness and space has manifested. It has finally emerged. With a thud, she unexpectedly knelt before Tianhen, respectfully addressing him. "I, Melis of the Dracula clan, pay my respects to the young master." 2 lines of tears streamed down her face, revealing her profound excitement. Tianhen was momentarily taken aback. Under the overwhelming influence of the dark ability he was wielding, his thoughts grew unusually shadowy. He coldly replied, "Rise." "What, young master? I do not comprehend." Melis, trembling, stood up. In a flash of black light, Tianhen felt a sudden shift. The metallic dagger at his leg vanished, and in the next instant, Melis's icy hand was upon his wound, a soothing chill emanating as the injury began to heal rapidly. The corrosive power within the dark ability dissipated, and Tianhen summoned cosmic energy to encircle his being, restoring clarity to his mind. Observing Melis, who was half kneeling in front of him, diligently tending to his wound, he found himself both amused and perplexed. Why did Melis refer to him as young master? She seemed deeply concerned about the dual powers he possessed. Recalling the various manifestations exhibited by Lily, he began to doubt his own identity. Though the wound had largely healed, a lingering pain remained. Melis respectfully stepped back, stating, "Please, young master, punish me for my recklessness." Tianhen managed a wry smile. "Melis, I do not understand what you are saying. Could you elucidate your meaning?" Taken aback, Melis lifted her gaze to Tianhen. "Young master, do you not know your own identity?" "Identity? What identity? I truly do not know. Please clarify my confusion." Melis's expression remained fervently animated. Her hands clasped before her chest, she softly murmured, "Great God of darkness, you have finally brought the Master of Darkness to this realm. I, Melis of the Dracula clan, am willing to assist the young master in all endeavors. Darkness shall descend upon the world, and the earth shall be rife with sin. We shall no longer dwell in the shadows. Light will be dispelled, and only darkness shall reign supreme." The fervor in Melis's eyes stemmed from the depths of her being. Upon hearing her words, Tianhen felt a flicker of wickedness stir within him. Yet this fleeting notion was swiftly tempered by Lily's gaze etched in the recesses of his heart. Melis turned her gaze to Tianhen, her admiration almost palpable, as if she were beholding a cherished work of art. "Young master, do you realize? We have awaited this day for a full 20 years. At long last, you have emerged. Our dark ability practitioners have finally found a new leader. Young master, Melis is willing to be your most faithful servant, assisting you in all your endeavors." Tianhen furrowed his brow and said, "Marquis Melis, please clarify your words. I am utterly perplexed by your meaning." Melis gradually calmed her excited demeanor, smiling sweetly at Tianhen as she replied, "Young master, perhaps you do not comprehend the significance of your identity. We dark ability practitioners are nearly concealed in every corner of the Galactic Alliance. Since our former master vanished 20 years ago, our hearts have scattered, dividing into countless factions, each refusing to yield to the other, inflicting harm upon one another. Coupled with the oppression from the so-called righteous allies, our existence grows increasingly arduous by the day." Tianhen cleared his throat and remarked, "Marquis Melis, could you perhaps temper your alluring presence a bit? I am, after all, a normal person." Melis was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Stepping closer and linking her arm with Tianhen's, "Young master, my allure is innate and cannot be concealed. Rest assured, I shall only assist you in cultivating the great power of darkness, never draining your essence as one would with an ordinary individual." Tianhen found himself overwhelmed. It would be a lie to say he was unaffected. Struggling to close his eyes, he spoke in a low voice. "Melis, since you refer to me as young master, should you not obey my commands? Whatever means necessary, please rein in your allure." Surprise flickered in Melis's eyes as she released Tianhen's arm, enveloping herself in a veil of black mist. "Young master, is this acceptable?" Tianhen opened his eyes, gazing at the mist before him, and finally let out a sigh of relief. "Now you may reveal everything. I possess no knowledge of the dark world. How can you be certain that I am the young master you speak of?" Melis chuckled softly and replied, "I can assure you, it is not a difficult matter. Before our former master's disappearance, he left a message. When the embodiment of darkness and space appears, the new master shall descend, and we must unconditionally submit to him. The simultaneous emergence of both powerful abilities in a single individual is nearly impossible. Hence, when you exhibited both abilities, I was naturally able to affirm your identity." At that moment, Tianhen understood why Lily had urged him to tread carefully. She must have known about this message regarding darkness. She was truly kind-hearted. Knowing the possibility of him being the heir to darkness, yet choosing not to harm him, but rather aiding him in merging the two abilities. However, is being the heir to darkness truly a blessing? Undoubtedly, the power of the dark ability practitioners is formidable, even if they cannot compare to the Alliance of Saints. Their ability to withstand opposition for so many years without annihilation indicates a robust underground force. Yet, if he is indeed a member of the dark ability practitioners, he would inevitably stand in opposition to the powerful Alliance of Saints. Would he be able to navigate this perilous path? Tianhen took a deep breath, striving to calm his restless spirit, and said, Melis, please enlighten me with the current circumstances of the dark energy users. Since you refer to me as the young master, I believe I have the right to know everything. Melis responded, Of course, you are entitled to every detail concerning the dark energy users. Like the nature energy users, we dark energy users also possess our own alliance, though it has sadly become a mere shadow of its former self. The dark energy users can be categorized into several factions, primarily comprising three main forces: our ancient Dracula clan, the Dark Guides known as the Dark Priests, and the Dark Council, which nominally governs the realm of darkness. Tianhen pondered for a moment and inquired, Are you referring to the Dracula clan as what is commonly known as vampires? Melis, slightly displeased, retorted, Young master, referring to our noble Dracula clan as vampires is rather disrespectful. In the realm of darkness, unless one wishes to invite the wrath of all Dracula kin, that term is rarely uttered. Feeling a chill in his heart, Tianhen apologized. I beg your pardon, I was unaware of such customs. Since the dark energy users have this hierarchy, how does it compare to the distinctions within the Holy Alliance? There is no difference, Melis replied. Our dark energy users are also categorized by levels. According to the Holy Alliance, I am currently a level 37 Dark Master, one of the 12 masters of the Dracula clan. Although my title is merely that of a marquis for now, once our esteemed patriarch recognizes my abilities, I shall be bestowed the title of Duke, becoming the 12th Grand Duke of the Dracula clan. Young master, within our clan, the most powerful sovereign is our patriarch, Lord Blood Emperor. He, alongside the Speaker of the Dark Council and the sole priest Pandora from the Dark Priests, forms the triumvirate of the Dark Realm's mightiest figures. Even during the time of the late master, they were the most formidable entities in the dark world, all possessing the abilities of the dark adjudicators. Upon hearing Melis's words, Tianhen immediately comprehended why the dark energy users could only remain shrouded in shadows. The Holy Alliance boasted 5 adjudicator-level energy users, while the Dark Realm had merely 3. In the world of energy users, strength dictates all, and it was no wonder that the Dark Alliance could not contend with the Holy Alliance. Melis spoke with a palpable intensity of hatred. Young master, do you believe that our fewer adjudicators render us incapable of standing against the Holy Alliance? In truth, that is not the primary reason. Within the Holy Alliance, aside from the light adjudicator who can rival our 3 titans of the Dark Realm, the other 4 adjudicators fall significantly short. After all, how could their ordinary nature energy users possibly compare to our magnificent dark energy users? Moreover, in terms of the number of masters, we are by no means inferior to the Holy Alliance. In fact, our overall strength may even surpass theirs. Tianhen, astonished, mused. If not due to the disparity in strength, could it be attributed to internal strife within the Dark Alliance? Melis sighed. To a certain extent, that is accurate. After the disappearance of the late master, the Dark Alliance fragmented into the 3 current factions, and compared to the Holy Alliance, which operates like a well-oiled machine, we have greatly diminished in our capacity for control. However, this is not the primary reason. After all, the 3 titans of the Dark Realm share a common adversary in their confrontation against the Holy Alliance. What restricts our Dark League is, in fact, the enchanting star guarded personally by 3 of the 5 adjudicators of the Holy Alliance. Tianhen widened his eyes and exclaimed, The enchanting star? The one where Master Damon and Master Xuan have gone? Indeed, it is the enchanting star. On the Zhongding star, I am the most formidable entity within the Dark League, whereas the sovereign of the Holy Alliance here is Oya, whose ability level exceeds 40. Although my ability level is significantly lower than hers, I am not intimidated due to the inherent advantages of our dark abilities. However, she possesses a power that I cannot counter, which is the ability of ability summoning. With the aid of ability summoning, I am simply no match for her. Tianhen pondered. The ability summoning you mentioned must be related to that enchanting star, correct? Melis replied. Indeed, ability summoning allows one to call forth a magical beast that shares the same attributes. The Holy Alliance refers to these as sacred beasts. The enchanting star is a wondrous place, home to an array of rare and exotic creatures, most of which possess unique abilities. If one could tame a magical beast that complements one's own abilities, it would undoubtedly enhance the powers of us ability users significantly. The Holy Alliance was the first to discover the existence of the enchanting star. Even when our former master was alive and the Dark League was at its peak, we could not contend with the Holy Alliance due to the enchanting star. Almost every ability user within the Holy Alliance who possesses an ability level exceeding 10 has their own summoned beast, and the powers of these creatures can be quite terrifying, some even surpassing those of their masters. Suddenly, Tianhen's heart ignited with fervor. The magical beasts, a species he had only ever glimpsed in fantasies, truly existed in the world. From a genetic perspective, these magical beasts must be variants of certain genes, and the enchanting star is a planet that nurtures mutated genes. As Melis stated, possessing a magical beast to assist oneself would evidently amplify one's capabilities. I have grasped the essence of what you said. Melis, you must also sense that my current strength is still quite feeble. Even if what you claim is true, I am nowhere near capable of ruling the entire dark world. I require time to grow stronger. Thus, I must depart from here. My current identity is that of a trainee manipulator within the Holy Alliance. This role allows me unrestricted movement throughout the Galactic Alliance. Although Melis refers to him as the young master, he is acutely aware that with his current strength, he cannot hope to sway the three titans of the Dark Realm to his side, let alone contend with the formidable Melis before him. He harbors no desire to dominate the Dark World nor to oppose the Holy Alliance. After learning all this, leaving is his foremost choice. Young master, do you wish to leave? Melis's voice suddenly turned chillingly cold. Tianhen felt a tremor within. Forcing himself to remain composed, he replied, "Do you not believe that what I have said is the truth? Strengthening my abilities is my primary task at present." As the dark mist dissipated, Melis's alluring figure reappeared before Tianhen, her gaze emanating a faintly sinister chill as she stated, "Indeed, you are quite correct. In the realm of darkness, without absolute strength, nothing can be achieved. It was through the mastery of the 72 levels of dark abilities that the former master once ruled over the entire dark world. Yet, I now harbor a doubt. The former master's message is confidential, and I strongly suspect you to be a creation of the Holy Alliance, sent to deceive us by extracting the secrets of our dark world." Tianhen felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively took 2 steps back, asking, "How can you prove that I am indeed the heir you claim me to be?" Melis smiled. "It is quite simple. If you are the successor of the former master, you will naturally possess what he left behind. Your blood will serve as the finest proof." Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. Her fair complexion revealed a hint of pallor, and 2 fangs protruded from her mouth. Tianhen was enveloped in darkness, as 2 massive wings erupted from Melis's sides, resembling bat wings but magnified beyond his imagination. "What are you doing?" He instinctively retreated a few steps. Under the immense pressure she exuded, he unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, channeling both spatial and dark abilities simultaneously. The space around him became utterly distorted, radiating a blend of dark light that formed a colossal net before him, his attention fully fixated on Melis, who was transforming into a true vampire. Melis let out a hearty laugh, and with a powerful flap of her wings, all light in the grand hall vanished, plunging everything into darkness. Tianhen distinctly sensed that the colossal black net before him offered no obstruction. It was torn to shreds by that overwhelming force. A piercing energy surged toward him, and before the vast power of darkness, the fluctuations of his spatial abilities ceased entirely. Everything around him descended into confusion and obscurity. As 2 powerful hands grasped his shoulders, an agonizing force flooding every corner of his being. Neither cosmic energy nor his abilities could resist the absolute dominance of the opposing power, shrinking into the corners of his consciousness. Melis's long legs coiled around Tianhen's waist, and under the influence of her formidable dark abilities, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Without her strength to support him, he would have already collapsed. Her once alluring gaze now glowed a dark crimson, filled with greed. Enveloping Tianhen completely with her enormous wings, she opened her mouth, fangs bared, and lunged toward his neck. Suddenly, the dark hall transformed into a vast sea of purple. Melis cried out in terror, her body sent flying as her hands and wings disintegrated into ashes. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound on Tianhen's neck. The dark crimson hue in her eyes vanished, replaced by sheer horror on her bloodless face. Tianhen stood firm. Yet flames engulfed him, purple flames. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the hellfire that symbolizes supreme power. Melis's voice grew frenzied, her heart sinking into despair. The infernal hellfire is a profound mastery that can only be comprehended by the Dark Judicators, ranking among the most formidable of dark abilities. Even the 3 titans of the Dark Realm lack such power. "Melis, nothing is impossible," Tianhen proclaimed, his voice resonating with an ancient timbre, exuding a formidable authority that compelled Melis to revere him. "You, within your eyes, carry a hint of ashen hue." Tianhen's visage had grown eerily pale. Though his eyes remained shut, the violet flames surrounding him blazed with intensified fervor. At that moment, an aged voice echoed, "Melis, do you presume I am unaware of your avarice? You have already sensed my essence within Tianhen, thus you comprehend that he is my successor. You foolishly aspire to siphon his blood and power, to usurp his legacy, but you are mistaken. Though I may be absent, I persist in every corner of the world. You shall pay dearly for your folly. No. Melis collapsed to the ground, imploring, Great Dark Lord, I do not wish to offend your majesty. Please forgive my foolishness. I have come to realize my errors. Forgiveness? The voice replied with disdain. Do you believe such a concept holds any significance in our dark domain? In our world, there exists no notion of forgiveness. Everything is a consequence of your own actions. As he spoke, Tianhin gradually raised his right hand. The violet flames swirling ominously in his palm, binding Melis with the shackles of death's power. No, Great Dark Lord, I am willing to offer my soul. Grant me but one chance. Melis trembled violently, facing the inexorable infernal hellfire, compelled to utter the most reluctant of oaths. To sacrifice your tainted soul, is it? Very well. Considering your years of toil for the Dark Realm, I shall bestow upon you this honor. You must understand that once you relinquish your soul, should your master, Tianhin, encounter any misfortune, you too shall plunge into an abyss of despair. His life is your life, his glory your glory. Conversely, should he perish, so too shall you. And in a fate far more wretched than his. The final words were drawn out deliberately. Chapter 14. The seductive servant Melis prostrated herself entirely upon the ground, declaring, Yes, Great Dark Lord, I am willing to dedicate everything to my new master. I shall become the most loyal servant, forever unfaithful. Tianhin nodded, his demeanor placid. Very well. Surrender your soul. Yes, great master. In the presence of all dark powers that govern the heavens and earth, I, Melis of the Dracula lineage, willingly offer all that I am to my new master, a humble force to accentuate the glory of my lord. I shall abide by all your commands. My soul shall eternally be your subordinate. As she uttered the blood oath of soul sacrifice, swirling black currents enveloped Melis, propelling her towards Tianhin's feet. She raised her gaze, revealing a flicker of hesitation. Yet, as the violet flames drew nearer, she clenched her teeth and expelled a jet of black blood. The dark blood instantaneously merged with the surrounding air, swirling rapidly around her body, as though something was being extracted from Melis. She let out a cry of despair and collapsed to the ground. The black current coalesced into a peculiar hexagram, at its center revealing a pale purple orb, the very essence of Melis's soul. Unlike other elemental practitioners, those of the dark element placed utmost importance on the cultivation of the soul. Science had long since validated the existence of the soul, and its strength determined the power of a dark element user. To surrender one's soul was tantamount to relinquishing everything, even though Tianhin was significantly weaker than Melis. With but a mere thought, he could make her vanish in an instant. Extending his right hand, enveloped in violet flames, he grasped the orb. At the moment his hand made contact with the soul orb, Melis's body convulsed violently. A flash of purple light erupted, and the hexagram along with her soul orb completely vanished. Tianhin erupted in triumphant laughter. With a flick of his wrist, a wave of purple flames enveloped Melis's form. To everyone's astonishment, the powerless Melis rose to her feet, defying the laws of nature, as her previously vanished hands and wings regenerated before their eyes. Excellent. You are now Tianhin's most devoted servant. Wherever he may be, he can summon you through the powers of the mind, establishing a connection with your soul. Later, Tianhin would lose consciousness for an hour. Upon awakening, you shall impart the summoning technique to him, allowing him to depart this place. Do not reveal my existence to him. In due time, he will uncover everything. Moreover, until he becomes sufficiently powerful, do not disclose his identity or whereabouts. When the time is ripe, he shall naturally ascend as the new sovereign of the Dark Realm. As the violet flames dissipated, Tianhin stood firm, showing no signs of collapsing despite being unconscious. Melis gazed blankly at him, a torrent of complex emotions surging within her. At this juncture, betrayal was no longer an option. Having sacrificed her soul, she could only serve as his eternal servant. Her dark power, once at level 37, had now ascended to 38. Although her strength had reached unprecedented heights, her heart felt frozen. She could no longer possess her own soul. She was forever to be a vassal to Tianhin. As consciousness gradually returned, Tianhin felt an unusual weakness enveloping his body, as if he had been drained entirely. The powers of darkness and space had completely vanished, leaving only a mere fragment of cosmic energy. During his slumber, he dreamt of a vast purple ocean. In truth, Melis was utterly terrified. Another consciousness hidden within Tianhin lacked the power to annihilate her. The hellfire he had unleashed earlier was merely a transient manifestation of all the strength within him, ignited in an instant through a unique method, possessing only a singular offensive capability. Yet, under the immense pressure, Melis sacrificed her most cherished soul. The power that ultimately aided her restoration was merely the dark energy unleashed by another consciousness within Tianhen, utilizing the recently absorbed essence of Melis's soul. Although his body was exceedingly frail, Tianhen distinctly sensed a newfound presence in his mind. He recalled the events that had transpired earlier and slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings had already transformed into a bright expanse. Nothing seemed to have altered, and he remained within the confines of that enclosed hall, as if nothing had occurred. Great Master, you have finally awakened. Your most loyal servant, Melis, pays her respects, she proclaimed. It was then that Tianhen noticed Melis kneeling before him, her dark red hair cascading onto the ground, creating an oddly unsettling sight. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, eyeing her warily. Great Master, there is no need for fear. I have recognized my mistakes and validated your identity. You are indeed the new sovereign of the Dark Realm. As your most devoted servant, I, Melis of the Dracula clan, pledge my eternal loyalty to you. Taking a deep breath, Tianhen's anxious heart gradually settled. Melis, please rise. What led you to ascertain my identity? It is your magnificent power, my master. Melis slowly stood, her hands at her sides, casting a fleeting glance at Tianhen, her alluring eyes betraying a hint of fear. Observing her demeanor, Tianhen felt a surge of courage. He cleared his throat and stated, Melis, since you have confirmed my identity, I may take my leave now. Melis nodded and replied, Master, you are free to depart at any time. However, your body remains quite weak. I advise you to rest a while longer until your strength is fully restored. As your servant, I have a few gifts I wish to present to you. Although they hold no great value, they may be of some assistance. At that moment, Tianhen could fully sense Melis's unwavering loyalty, intertwined with a trace of fear. Aware of his own physical condition, he nodded and said, Very well, I shall rest here for a time. He then turned his gaze toward Feng Yuan, who lay unconscious on the ground. My friend is unaware of my dark powers, and I do not wish for him to know. Let us allow him to remain in slumber for now, and I shall take him with me when I depart. Melis gestured with her hand, summoning a stream of dark energy that lifted Feng Yuan's body and nestled it under her arm. She beckoned to Tianhen, saying, Esteemed master, please follow me. I shall lead you to a more comfortable place to rest. Under Melis's guidance, Tianhen traversed the hall and entered a room of approximately 50 square meters located behind the hall. In stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere of the hall, this room was imbued with a subtle fragrance. A thick, plush carpet adorned the floor, and various rare animal pelts hung from the walls. At the center of the room was a large bed capable of accommodating 3 or 4 individuals without feeling cramped. Melis produced a substantial syringe filled with a pale blue liquid from an unknown source. She injected a nourishing liquid into his body through Tianhen's veins. Master, this is the finest nutrient solution. You need to rest well tonight, and your subordinate will come to see you again tomorrow. Before you depart, I will ensure that your friends remain in a deep slumber. You need not worry. As the surrounding light dimmed, Tianhen's eyelids grew heavy, and he unknowingly slipped into a dream. Melis observed the sleeping Tianhen with a complex array of emotions. The surrounding darkness did not hinder her vision. The young man before her had become her master, determining the course of her future. Whether this was a boon or a bane, she could not discern. In her soulless state, she could only strive to envision a brighter future for her master, hoping he would soon grow stronger. Perhaps, once he attained sufficient power, he would graciously grant her soul its freedom. The nutrient solution Melis administered was indeed of the highest quality. When Tianhen awoke the following morning, he immediately felt a surge of vitality. Although his abilities and cosmic energy had not yet returned to their optimal state, the exhaustion from the previous day had nearly dissipated. With a period of cultivation, he could restore his strength to its pinnacle. To his astonishment, the information relayed by the biological computer had changed. His ability level had risen from 3 to 4. The previous day's crisis, coupled with the intense strain on his psyche and his thirst for power, had caused both of his abilities to fully manifest, elevating them by 1 tier. While their current strength remained modest, he could keenly sense their transformation. His dark abilities had become purer. With a mere flicker of intention, a terrifying aura could envelop him in an instant. Meanwhile, his spatial abilities served to temper his dark powers, heightening his sensitivity to the surrounding space. Seated in a meditative posture, he felt no concern for his safety. Rather than striving to restore his 2 abilities, he commenced cultivating his cosmic energy, though he yearned for the enhancement of his powers. After experiencing the side effects of his dark abilities multiple times, he placed greater emphasis on the cultivation of cosmic energy. He did not wish to lose his essence after gaining strength. Time passed unmeasured, and at last, Tianhen's cosmic energy reached its peak state. Yet its intensity remained at the 4th level of the 2nd stage. At his current level, advancing another tier was an arduous task. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Melis's respectful countenance. As soon as she noticed he was awake, she hurriedly presented a warm towel. In that moment, he felt akin to an emperor, with the formidable and stunning vampire marquise, Melis, dutifully attending to him like an obedient maid. Observing the joy on Melis's face, Tianhen smiled and inquired, "What brings you such delight?" Melis replied respectfully, "Indeed, my master. Last night, while you rested, I received a notification from the Dracul family. I have officially been appointed as the 12th Grand Duke of the family, wielding power second only to the Blood Emperor and the princes." As Tianhen wiped his face, he inadvertently remarked, "Becoming a duke entails observing the whims of others. In the future, if the opportunity arises, why not overthrow the current Blood Emperor and ascend to that position myself?" Upon uttering these words, he was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether such a tone truly belonged to him. A flicker of alarm illuminated Melis's eyes as she hastily responded, "My lord, please refrain from voicing such sentiments. At least until your power reaches a sufficient level, it is unwise to speak in such a manner. The three great powers of the Dark Realm have harbored ambitions since the days of the late master. They have never wished to remain subservient. Should you reveal your identity while still lacking in strength, it could lead to dire consequences." Tianhen shook his head, chuckling, "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to believe myself the new ruler of the Dark World. If even you harbor doubts about my identity, how much more so would the formidable beings of the Dark Realm? No, my lord, you are indeed the master of the Dark World. I shall never doubt that. Do not underestimate yourself. In the near future, the Dark World will still rely on your leadership." Tianhen leaped from the bed, attuned to the gentle cosmic energy coursing through him. "Melis, my body has fully recovered, and I believe it is time to depart. Although your abode is pleasant, I am still unaccustomed to this shadowy atmosphere." "Yes, my lord, as you wish. However, before you leave, please accept a few gifts from your loyal servant." "What will you present to me?" Tianhen inquired. Melis turned, retrieving a small box from the jade table beside her. She opened it and withdrew an item wrapped in black cloth. "Esteemed master, our Dracula family's research institution possesses the most advanced technology in the entire Dark Alliance. This is our latest creation, with only a handful of these in existence throughout the Dark Alliance." Tianhen's excitement grew. "What is it?" By Melis's expression, he could easily discern that it was an exceptionally valuable treasure. Since Melis intended to gift it to him, it must be a formidable tool for defense or offense. With solemnity, Melis declared, "It is human skin." Tianhen was momentarily stunned, then recoiled as if confronted by a specter, his face paling as he gazed at Melis. A wave of nausea washing over him. "Human skin? You?" Melis chuckled at his reaction. "Fear not, my lord. It is not real human skin, but rather an artificial dermis modeled after it." Upon hearing her reassurance, Tianhen exhaled in relief. Though he still felt uneasy gazing at the flesh-toned artificial skin, akin to gossamer. He queried, "What purpose does this serve?" Melis smiled gently. "Its utility is immense, surpassing even the sacred liquid of the Holy Alliance in value. Wearing it is superior to donning the most advanced armor. This artificial skin possesses remarkable breathability, akin to human skin, and can even facilitate perspiration. The most precious quality lies in its formidable defensive capabilities. Even my strength finds it challenging to inflict harm upon it. Moreover, it does not diminish the tactile sensations of your body, thus exerting no adverse effects on your movements whatsoever. Its facial area possesses the remarkable ability to transform any surrounding gas into fresh air for your respiration, surpassing even the finest space suits." Tianhen remarked, "I understand." Melis responded, "This artificial skin is crafted using the most advanced technology, synthesized from thousands of substances. It inherently possesses the ability to absorb solar energy generated by stars, not only supplementing its own energy reserves, but also sustaining life for at least a month without the need for any nutritional fluids. Regrettably, its primary function is focused on defense, resulting in a relatively weaker offensive capability. Only the tips of the 10 fingers feature minuscule laser emission ports capable of producing beams equivalent in strength to an ordinary laser gun. Fortunately, the laser emitted by the artificial skin requires no preheating. However, the solar energy it absorbs daily can be utilized for defense only, allowing for a maximum of 100 laser discharges, which translates to 10 attacks per finger, controlled by your cosmic energy through miniature sensing devices at the fingertips. This should be the optimal equipment for your current physical condition. Goodness, this device can emit laser beams without preheating, and yet its offensive power is deemed insufficient? Tianhen thought to himself, 100 laser beams could potentially breach the defensive capabilities of an ordinary warship. At that moment, he felt no revulsion. only a glimmer of greed sparkling in his eyes as he gazed at the artificial skin. Such a remarkable item is unattainable even with wealth. Melis approached Tianhen, cradling the artificial skin, and smiled. My mention of its weak offensive power is merely comparative. An attack of this laser intensity holds little effect against individuals with abilities of level 10 or above. However, should 10 laser beams converge on a single point, they could indeed inflict significant damage. Now, let me assist you in donning it. Tianhen, disregarding any shyness, quickly removed his clothing. Although the artificial skin was a marvel, its application proved quite cumbersome. It contracted to a minuscule size, requiring complete elasticity to be worn. With Melis's help, it took a full 15 minutes to put it on. As Melis had indicated, the artificial skin felt just like his own flesh. He was entirely unaware of its presence. Once adorned, not only did he feel no discomfort, but he also inhaled purer air, with even the slightest impurity from the subterranean world's atmosphere vanishing entirely. During the process of wearing the artificial skin, Tianhen sensed Melis's considerable strength and exclaimed in surprise, I never imagined that you, at such a young age and being a girl, could possess such great power. Melis giggled and replied, Young? I am already over 200 years old. Over 200 years? Tianhen stared at Melis in astonishment. With a smile, Melis explained, What is so peculiar about this? We of the Dakura tribe are naturally long-lived. The power of our bloodline grants us the potential for near immortality. My age is relatively young within my clan. Lord Blood Emperor has surpassed a millennium, having witnessed the evolution of human technology to its present state. Furthermore, he is the last Blood Emperor to have emerged from Earth. Tianhen, perplexed, inquired, Given that consuming the life force of your kin is nearly infinite, your strength should be considerably enhanced. The vast accumulation of your people should be sufficient to unify the entire dark world. Melis shook her head with a hint of sorrow, replying, It is not so simple. Although, in theory, our lives are endless, the power of our bloodline restricts our development. Ordinary clan members rarely survive beyond 2 centuries, succumbing to the toxins contained within our lineage. Only those with a more potent bloodline can suppress the spread of these toxins. It is likely that even Lord Blood Emperor has yet to resolve his own toxicity issue. Tianhen wished to inquire further, but Melis clearly preferred to say no more. She produced Tianhen's alloy dagger from somewhere, swiftly slicing across his arm. Startled, he felt a warmth on his arm, but no pain ensued. Upon closer inspection, he found no trace of injury, which intrigued him greatly. Melis gently secured the alloy dagger around Tianhen's wrist, stating, Master, while synthetic skin offers commendable defense, you must not become overly reliant on it. Should you encounter an adept of the controller realm, the efficacy of synthetic skin would be insufficient to withstand their assault. Enhancing your own strength is paramount. Tianhen nodded, affirming, I understand. After leaving here, I shall traverse the Alliance to broaden my horizons and bolster my strength. Melis turned and retrieved a golden ring from the jade table, placing it on Tianhen's middle finger. This ring symbolizes our duke's status within the Dracul family, one that even the Holy Alliance cannot discern. When you encounter our kin who may wish to harm you, you can infuse it with cosmic energy, and they will naturally recognize your status. All Dracul members below the duke rank will heed your command. Tianhen paused, remarking, Melis, you must possess only one of these rings. If you give it to me, how will you prove your identity? Melis chuckled lightly, responding, You need not worry about that. In the dark world, my reputation far exceeds your imagination. My beauty and charm serve as the finest credentials. These are the only 2 items suited for you. Now, you must learn the method of supernatural summoning from me. The method of supernatural summoning? Is it the way to summon magical beasts you mentioned? Tianhen asked, astonished. Upon hearing the term magical beast, Melis couldn't help but smile wryly, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, different supernatural abilities require different summoning methods. What I will teach you is the summoning method of the dark supernatural realm. However, you will not summon a magical beast, but rather me. You? I do not comprehend. Tianhen said, confusion deepening in his eyes. Melis lowered her gaze, stating, I am your most loyal servant, having devoted my soul to you. Through the covenant of souls, you may summon me to your side at any moment. However, such a summoning bears significant consequences for you, as it necessitates the rending of the primary space and the instantaneous transmission of my essence through a parallel dimension, a feat that demands immense power. The distinction between primary and parallel spaces is well understood by Tianhen, who engaged in profound studies of spatial theory during his time at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. The primary space is the realm in which ordinary mortals dwell, whereas the parallel space exists beyond the speed of light. When an object exceeds light speed, it tears through the existing fabric of space into a tumultuous dimension, where velocity becomes nearly inconsequential, measured in light years per second. Traveling through parallel space allows one to reach nearly any corner of the Galactic Alliance in a remarkably brief span. Yet, this parallel realm is exceedingly chaotic. Without a definite target within the limits of endurance to anchor back to primary space, one is inevitably torn asunder by its violent forces. Humanity's exploration of parallel space has endowed all advanced starships with the capacity to leap through this dimension, facilitating the colonization of over 1,000 planets within the vast galaxy. Tianhen gazed at Melis in astonishment, his voice rife with incredulity. Are you suggesting that you possess the ability to enter parallel space through your own power? Melis offered a wry smile, responding, no, certainly not. Perhaps only adjudicator-level Esper could wield such ability. However, it can be accomplished through the summoning of dark energy. In the past, I covertly harmed a high-ranking kin, hence I possess 2 sets of artificial skin. With my innate strength combined with the defense provided by the artificial skin, I can barely sustain myself in parallel space for a limited time. The primary force of summoning originates from you during the process. It is your power that opens the parallel dimension, allowing me to ascertain my location through the perception of souls. Yet, the act of opening this dimension demands formidable strength. This is why the Holy Alliance stipulates that manipulators must achieve a level of 10 or above to venture to the Enchanted Star in search of magical beasts. For these creatures are uniquely adapted to thrive in parallel space, their genetics suited to that unfamiliar realm. Summoning necessitates the tearing of the parallel dimension to manifest. While you currently possess 2 forms of supernatural abilities, attempting to summon me might deplete you entirely, requiring at least half a month to recuperate. Tianhen silently chuckled at the complexity of this knowledge regarding supernatural powers, acknowledging with a nod, rest assured, despite my limited strength, I am not one to invite trouble. I will not summon you unless absolutely necessary. Thank you for your consideration, Master. Melis refrained from mentioning that each summoning imposes a considerable burden upon her as well. Despite being a vampire, her physical resilience pales in comparison to that of magical beasts adapted to the parallel dimension. Each time Tianhen summons her, she requires a minimum of 10 days of cultivation to regain her original strength. Great Master, let us commence the instruction on the method of summoning using dark energy. Chapter 15. When a thief encounters a swindler, Feng Yuan walked forward, continuously shaking his still somewhat dazed head, glancing at the unremarkable sky beside him. As a myriad of questions arose within him, upon regaining consciousness, he found himself and Tianhen in a modest inn in Zhongding City. Tianhen's explanation was straightforward. He claimed to have utilized his extraordinary abilities to escape from their captors and had stealthily brought Feng Yuan along with him. Tianhen, was my unconsciousness really as simple as you say? Are you concealing something from me? Who exactly were those people? You mentioned they were after you. Do you have enemies as well? Tianhen furrowed his brow and retorted, can you stop buzzing around like a fly? I detest flies more than anything. I've told you numerous times, I have no idea why those individuals sought to trouble me, nor do I know their identities. We must leave quickly. We still don't know if the transport ship to Minghuang Star has arrived. If you wish to survive, refrain from inquiring too much. Once we reach Minghuang Star, we shall be at peace. In truth, even Tianhen himself felt somewhat bewildered. He had inexplicably been labeled as the Dark Young Master and acquired a servant. Were it not for the warmth emanating from the artificial skin he could feel, he might have believed it all to be a fleeting dream. Tianhen was reluctant to accept the title of Dark Young Master. He abhorred the sinister nature of the dark world. Compared to that realm, he preferred the identity of a Saint Alliance manipulator. As it afforded him numerous advantages, at least for now, no one would dare to underestimate him. Of course, he was now cautious about flaunting his status. If he were to attract trouble from another group of dark ability users, it would be far more troublesome than dealing with Maris. If anyone discovered his dark abilities, he might very well be seen as a contender for power by the 3 major figures of the dark world and could end up dead. Recalling the earlier situation, Feng Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Adhering to his old habits as a thief, he glanced around vigilantly, leaned closer to Tianhen, and whispered, Yes, we can discuss the rest later. Let us just leave Zhongding City for now. Tianhen chuckled. Look at you, with those shifty eyes. Even if there were no problems, you'd create one. In the past, many pursued you, yet I never saw you this scared. Feigning anger, Feng Yuan retorted, Nonsense. Those 4 individuals were terrifying. They were far beyond the previous nuisances. Even you weren't their match, and if I encounter them again, my life will surely be in jeopardy. Let us hurry. We'll be safe once we board the transport ship. Tianhen scrutinized him for a moment and said, We can hurry, but let us get one thing straight. We each pay for our transport tickets. Feng Yuan paused, feeling disgruntled. How can you, as the older brother, Make your little brother pay for such a trivial amount? Tianhen shot him a glare. I don't feel like you regard me as an older brother. Thus, you should pay your own way. It's already generous of me not to ask you to cover mine. If you don't want to, you can just stay in Zhoning City. With a resigned sigh, Feng Yuan replied, Fine, I'll pay for myself. You stingy fellow. At last, the two successfully arrived at the transport station. Due to the fact that Zhoning City itself serves as a colossal transit hub, the scale of its transportation station is remarkably vast, nearly equivalent to half the size of Zhoning City. Various enormous transport vessels continuously traverse the skies, emitting a thunderous roar. The entrances and exits facing Zhoning City are divided into two tiers. The upper level primarily serves as a docking area for various aerial vehicles, while the lower level houses a grand hall for handling various affairs. This hall is spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of football fields. Upon their first arrival, Tianhen and Feng Yuan felt utterly bewildered, gazing at the multitude of robots busily transporting goods around them. And it took them quite a while to locate the ticket counter for purchasing transport ship tickets. After waiting in line for nearly an hour, their turn finally arrived. Feng Yuan, with a glint in his eye, looked at the service attendant behind the counter and handed over his identification card, requesting a ticket to Mingwang Star, please. The service attendant glanced at him and inquired, Sir, would you prefer economy class, business class, or first class? The first class offers the most attentive service, ensuring you experience the finest treatment during your journey. Feng Yuan felt a rush of excitement. Captivated by the attendant's charming demeanor, he instinctively replied, Then I shall take first class. In the presence of a woman, Feng Yuan relished the opportunity to show off, especially since it was his first outing and he had not encountered much of the world before. The service attendant exhibited a speed comparable to Tianan's flight, swiftly taking Feng Yuan's identification card, and before he could even react, she had completed all the necessary procedures and handed him his card along with a magnetic ticket, saying, Thank you for your patronage. We will provide you with the most exceptional service. The total is 6,700 cosmic coins, and Robot 562098 at the transportation station will serve you wholeheartedly. What? Upon hearing that figure, Feng Yuan's nerves immediately heightened. His eyes widened in disbelief. 6,700 cosmic coins? Are you trying to rob me? I. Tianhen, stifling his laughter, presented his identification card to the robotic beauty, stating, I would like one economy class ticket to Mingwang Star. Although he initially had no money. Before departing from the dark underground city, Melis had graciously transferred 100,000 cosmic coins to him for daily expenses. Thus, he could now consider himself somewhat affluent. If the service attendant were not a robot, she could indeed be deemed a beauty. However, having encountered someone as exquisite as Melis, Tianhen's resistance to allure had strengthened significantly. Before the robotic beauty could process Tianhen's request, Feng Yuan rushed forward, handing over his magnetic card, exclaiming, I want to change my ticket to economy class. The robotic beauty maintained her original smile and replied, Certainly. However, changing tickets incurs a penalty of 1,000 cosmic coins, and you will need to queue again. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. Please refrain from disturbing other passengers while they purchase their tickets. Thank you. Feng Yuan's complexion turned pale as he staggered back a few steps, lamenting, Why is it always me who gets hurt? Meanwhile, Tianhen, who had secured an economy class ticket for merely 700 cosmic coins, teased, Who told you to be so lustful? Enjoy your first class. May you encounter a true beauty there. Feng Yuan's eyes lit up as he remarked, That's a valid point. Encountering a beautiful companion in the luxurious cabin of a transport ship wouldn't be too shabby. Tianhen smacked his forehead and murmured, Fortunately, I am not seated beside you. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be dragged down by your antics. Feng Yuan snorted and replied, If I happen to reel in a stunning beauty, you mustn't harbor any envy. With that, the two strolled down a corridor until they reached the waiting hall for the transport ship. Although the hall was bustling with people, it was spacious enough for the two to find a secluded corner to sit. Feng Yuan sighed. At last, I can leave Zhoning City. It seems I can start anew. Boss, the cosmic energy technique you taught me yesterday was quite effective. I practiced it, and today I feel remarkably invigorated. Tianhen turned his gaze towards him, inquiring, Are you already able to sense that mysterious power within the cosmos? With a proud grin, Feng Yuan declared, Of course. I am a genius. The foremost thief of the Galactic Alliance. Tianhen shifted slightly away, teasingly saying, You should speak a bit louder so that others can hear. However, when the authorities come looking for you, be sure not to mention that you know me. Feng Yuan quickly scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no one paying him any heed, before leaning closer to Tianhen and pleading, Boss, don't be so heartless. At worst, I could just be your loyal subordinate from now on. Tian regarded him with an odd expression, retorting, "No. I wouldn't want you as my subordinate now even if you offered. You're merely hoping I will cover all your expenses. Such wishful thinking. Yet, I am genuinely curious about how much money you possess. Spending 6,700 cosmic coins seemed to only cause you a fleeting discomfort." Feng Yuan thrust his middle finger at Tian, exclaiming, "A fleeting discomfort? Do you have any idea how much I would need to steal to amass that sum? If you refuse to acknowledge it, then so be it. Oh heavens, please bless me with the fortune of encountering an exquisite beauty in the luxurious cabin. Golden hair, a tall figure, an angelic face paired with a devilish physique. It would be simply marvelous. Hey, if you dare let your drool land on me. Before we enter the luxurious cabin, I will ensure you turn into a pig's head," Tian warned. His gaze fixed on the glistening drool from Feng Yuan's mouth as he brandished a solid fist. Coming back to his senses, Feng Yuan noticed Tian's menacing look and hastily wiped his mouth, turning to fiddle with his ticket for the luxurious cabin. The transport ship they were taking would not depart for over an hour, so neither of them was in a rush. Before long, Feng Yuan had dozed off, while Tian remained alert, observing the surroundings. The enhancement of his mental prowess had sharpened Tian's perception of the space around him. He could nearly hear the voices of everyone within a 300 square meter radius. The hall they occupied was well lit, primarily constructed from transparent metal. A vast dome filtered the harmful rays of sunlight, casting a warm glow throughout the space. Tian noted the practicality of his synthetic skin under the sunlight. It absorbed the gentle energy, and once it had gathered enough, the surplus energy replenished Tian's own reserves. What puzzled him, however, was that vampires were traditionally known to fear the sun. Why, one might wonder, have they devised this artificial skin specifically designed to absorb sunlight for their own benefit? The answer to this question is rather straightforward. Sunlight is only harmful to the most primitive of vampires. Those of noble rank, such as the barons and above, possess a remarkable immunity to sunlight. At the level of someone like Melis, they can even convert sunlight into the energy they require, storing it within their bodies. The solar energy absorbed by the artificial skin greatly aids in the cultivation of cosmic energy. Although Tian has not consciously sought to sense this cosmic energy, he can nevertheless perceive its gradual growth alongside the intake of solar energy. Suddenly, Tian noticed a secluded room in the corner of the hall, constructed from opaque alloy metal, with 2 fully armed security personnel stationed at the entrance. Rarely did anyone approach that room, which bore a sign overhead, "Luxury Cabin Waiting Room." Tian nudged Feng Yuan beside him, rousing him from his slumber. "What is going on? Has the transport ship arrived?" Feng Yuan grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Not yet, but I believe I have a way to inform you whether there are any enchanting ladies inside the luxury cabin." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan instinctively awoke, his eyes widening as he turned to Tian and asked, "Boss, what is your method? You must tell me." Tian chuckled and replied, "I can tell you, but I'm feeling a bit peckish." Feigning generosity, Feng Yuan responded, "No problem. There's a place selling nutrient solutions over there. I'll buy you 2 bottles shortly." "Humph. You are truly miserly. I have no desire for nutrient solutions. Don't forget the food vendor we passed earlier. I want 2 bread rolls stuffed with delicious sausages and slathered in cheese sauce, along with a bottle of juice. Is that request too much to ask?" "What? You might as well go rob someone." Feng Yuan's stinginess became apparent at the mention of money. In contemporary society, nutrient solutions have proliferated throughout the Galactic Alliance. And even a single tube of basic nutrient solution can sustain a person for an entire day without the need for actual food. Conversely, traditional food has become a luxury, priced significantly higher than ordinary nutrient solutions. Tian reclined comfortably in his chair and said, "Suit yourself. It's not my intention to seek out beauties in the luxury cabin. I'll just go buy something to eat myself." Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment, but his desire for beautiful women ultimately triumphed. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Fine. I'll buy it. Just tell me." Tian glanced at him and said, "Go buy it first. I'll tell you when you return. However, I must warn you that the boarding time is drawing near, so if you wish to seize the opportunity to find a beauty, you must be swift." "Isn't this extortion? Do you not trust my character?" Tian blinked and replied, "I must admit, I haven't seen much of your character to trust." "All right, I concede." With no other choice, Feng Yuan set off to procure what Tian desired, silently vowing that he would make him pay it back at some point. As Tian savored the delicious bread, he gestured toward the room he had discovered and remarked, "No need for further explanation. Go see for yourself." Feng Yuan stared blankly at the sign in the room, and after a while, he uttered a single word, "You." Without hesitation, he darted toward the grand door of the room. Although Tian was occupied with his meal, he maintained a mental connection to Feng Yuan's body. following him to the entrance of the luxurious waiting room. Two security personnel intercepted Feng Yuan. One of them meticulously examined him with a detection device and checked his ticket before finally granting him entry. As the door closed, it severed the mental link with Tianhen. Startled, Tianhen thought to himself that the security measures here were indeed top-notch. Outside the luxurious waiting room, there was even a gravity shield. The moment his consciousness made contact with it, it was instantly shattered by the immense gravitational force, rendering him unable to enter. At last, it was time to board the ship. The metallic doors of the hull swung open, connecting to the transport vessel's passageway, allowing direct access to its interior. Even now, Feng Yuan had yet to emerge, prompting Tianhen to approach the entrance of the luxurious waiting room and inquire of a security officer. "I have a friend who just went in and is about to board. Could you please call him for me?" The officer regarded Tianhen with a cold expression, replying, "The luxurious waiting room has a dedicated passage to the transport vessel." Tianhen paused, realizing that Feng Yuan's expenditure of 6,700 cosmic coins had not been in vain. This fellow hadn't even bothered to send a word his way. Oh well. Since the money was spent, he had no choice but to board the transport ship himself. This was Tianhen's first experience aboard a transport vessel. As he traversed the connecting passage, he did not glimpse the exterior of the ship, yet the vastness of the interior left him in awe. Even in economy class, each occupant had an ample space of 4 to 5 square meters, and the vessel had a capacity for 5,000 individuals. Beside the soft, spacious seats were wellness chambers, which passengers would use for sleep and interdimensional travel, ensuring the best protection during such journeys. After all, the immense forces experienced during interdimensional flight were far beyond what an ordinary body could withstand. Within the transport cabin, there was also a dedicated dining area that could accommodate 1,000 diners simultaneously. The restaurant offered nearly every delicacy available on various planets. As long as one had the means, they could indulge in such luxuries. Rare items could also be procured with prior notice. This colossal transport vessel even boasted some entertainment facilities, though those were reserved exclusively for first-class passengers. Comfortably seated, Tianhen closed his eyes to rest. He planned to enter the wellness chamber for meditation on cosmic energy once the transport ship officially set sail. Rather than succumbing to sleep, he wished to fully experience the mysteries of the interdimensional realm. Even before preparing for his journey to Minghuang Star, he had contemplated how the insights gained in the interdimensional space would undoubtedly aid him as a spatial ability user. As Tianhen pondered how to perceive the mysteries of the alternate dimension, he heard the excited voice of Feng Yuan calling his name. Tianhen opened his eyes to see Feng Yuan rushing towards him, his face alight with enthusiasm. Observing his exuberant demeanor, Tianhen couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Surely this lad cannot be so fortunate." Feng Yuan, slightly breathless, reached Tianhen and declared, "Thank the heavens. You cannot imagine how lucky I am. I believe I have encountered the woman of my dreams. Carrie is simply exquisite." Tianhen chuckled, replying, "You shouldn't exaggerate so much. I hope you haven't fallen for yet another automaton." Feng Yuan glared at Tianhen. "Do not insult my Carrie. She is undeniably a flesh and blood beauty, unlike anything you could possibly conceive. She is breathtaking, so stunning it takes my breath away. You cannot fathom it. The moment I entered that luxurious waiting lounge, she stood out among the crowd. I think I am utterly smitten." With an odd expression, Tianhen asked, "Could it be that Miss Carrie has taken a liking to you as well?" "Why not? You have no idea how wonderfully we connected. Miss Carrie is so gentle and kind. We even exchanged identification cards. She is the daughter of a trade company owner." Tianhen's heart stirred as he suddenly recalled certain lessons from his time at Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, prompting him to ask urgently, "Did she return your identification card?" "Of course. We merely used the special card readers in the luxurious lounge to view each other's information. Just think, she was willing to let me see her details. Doesn't that signify something? But fret not. My information has been specially processed, and she will only perceive me as a wealthy merchant. It is simply marvelous, truly marvelous. You must be quite envious. Are you not? I shall take my leave now to rendezvous with my lovely Miss Carrie." Lost in his reverie, Feng Yuan turned to depart. But Tianhen abruptly stood and seized his arm. "Wait a moment. You fool. How can you carelessly share your identification card, while you can disguise your identity? Can others not do the same? Come, let us check if your funds have diminished." Feng Yuan paused, then incredulously exclaimed, "Boss, you cannot be serious. This is absolutely impossible." Tianhen smirked coldly. "In this world, nothing is truly impossible. Only facts can reveal the truth. If you are so certain that Miss Carrie is indeed benevolent, why not test it? If I am wrong, I shall cover all expenses upon our arrival at Minghuang Star." Feng Yuan shot Tianhen an annoyed glare. "Since you are so generous, I shall indulge you." The two made their way to the card reader located in the center of the transport ship. Under Tianhen's guidance, Feng Yuan, albeit reluctantly, inserted his identification card and donned the holographic sensory glasses. Initially, his expression remained unchanged, but after a few simple operations, his countenance grew increasingly pale. Suddenly, Feng Yuan tore off the holographic glasses and exclaimed, "No, this cannot be." Tianhen observed him calmly, remarking, "Fool, what do you say now? Was your judgment correct? Or was I right?" Feng Yuan let out a wail, my money, not a single cent remains." His voice resonated loudly, promptly attracting the attention of a crew member from the transport ship. The distinguished guests of the luxurious cabin bore specific insignia, and upon noticing Feng Yuan's emblem, the staff member hastily inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Feng Yuan brusquely shoved the worker aside and dashed towards the direction of the luxurious cabin. A cold glimmer flashed in Tianhen's eyes as he contemplated the audacity of those who had deceived his brother. It was evident that he could no longer refrain from intervening. With the cosmic energy swirling around him, he swiftly closed the distance, finding himself right behind Feng Yuan. A voice echoed over the intercom. "Attention all passengers, attention all passengers. The transport ship C203922 is about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelts to ensure your safety." Under the weight of financial loss, Feng Yuan's spirits plummeted to despair, yet he summoned an extraordinary speed that exceeded his physical limits, racing towards the luxurious cabin. Upon reaching the threshold separating the luxurious and economy cabins, he was immediately confronted by two security personnel. "Sir, please be cautious. The transport ship is about to take off." "Get out of my way, let me in," Feng Yuan bellowed furiously. "Sir, please maintain your composure. The luxurious cabin houses our most esteemed guests. We kindly ask you to refrain from raising your voice." In a flash, Tianhen appeared before Feng Yuan, coldly asserting, "My friend has been swindled. Allow us entry at once." The security guards frowned, responding, "Please refrain from defaming others. The luxurious cabin is reserved for our most distinguished patrons." Tianhen, uninterested in further debate, snorted dismissively. With lightning speed, he struck both guards at their necks, and before they could collapse, he and Feng Yuan surged into the luxurious cabin. "Feng Yuan, do not panic. Where's your miscarry?" Tianhen surveyed the array of private chambers, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Feng Yuan, breathless, replied, "Each guest in the luxurious cabin has their own suite. She's in room 16. Just before I came to find you, she invited me to visit her." Tianhen glanced at the room number and, alongside Feng Yuan, approached room 16. At that moment, the floor trembled violently. The transport ship had finally taken off. Amidst the deep rumbling, the sensation of acceleration intensified, causing Feng Yuan to stumble precariously. Tianhen swiftly steadied him, gripping the doorknob of room 16 firmly, anchoring both of their bodies. Simultaneously, his mental energy permeated through the spatial vibrations into the room, where it appeared several individuals were engaged in conversation. A melodious voice chuckled. "That fellow is adorably foolish, so easily deceived. I initially thought he was rather astute and would require more effort. It seems we need not even resort to seduction." Another male voice interjected, "Carrie, do not let your guard down. We must proceed according to plan. Acquiring such a fortune in cosmic currency is indeed fortuitous. I did not anticipate that the lad, despite his unremarkable attire, would possess such wealth. Brother Tianchi, rest assured, every room in the luxurious cabin cannot be accessed without the guest's consent. Not even the captain has the authority to open them. Moreover, each room is equipped with special passages. As long as we disguise ourselves before reaching the Ming Huang star, we need not fear that little brat discovering us. He is likely still lost in a spring dream." The intense sensation of being propelled forward gradually diminished. Tianhen shot a glance at Feng Yuan and quietly relayed everything he had overheard. Feng Yuan's face flushed crimson, from his days as a thief until now. He had always been the one deceiving others, and this was the first time he had fallen victim to someone else's trickery, having lost his entire fortune in the process. His anger surged to its zenith. With a sullen expression, he turned to Tianhen and implored, "Boss, you must assist me this time. As long as you retrieve my money and make these scoundrels understand the consequences, I shall bear all expenses on Ming Huang Star. Furthermore, I will honor you as my boss from now on. Wherever you direct me, I shall not stray." Curiously, Tianhen inquired, "How much is actually in your identity card?" Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and replied, "Over 6 million. That constitutes my entire fortune." Tianhen gasped, "What? Is it truly that much? Have you robbed a bank?" Feng Yuan responded with pride, "Do you think the title of the Galaxy Alliance's foremost thief is merely for show? Otherwise, why would so many pursue me? Boss, that money is my lifeblood. You are aware that the most basic metamorphosis technique requires around 5 million. I had saved that cosmic currency for that very purpose. Tianhen patted his shoulder, feeling the diminishing force propelling him forward, stood upright, and declared, "Leave everything to me." As Tianhen stepped back, he raised his right hand beneath Feng Yuan's astonished gaze. A flicker of light shone from his index finger, and a laser beam promptly struck the electronic lock of the door. A wisp of smoke emerged, and Tianhen couldn't help but admire the door's sturdiness. It was no wonder the occupants felt so confident, as the laser's impact merely melted a portion of the lock. Undeterred, he shaped his hands into claws, centering on the lock, and unleashed 10 blinding laser beams simultaneously. The temperature around them surged, and with a resounding bang, the entire door was reduced to ashes by the concentrated lasers. Tianhen strode into the opulent suite number 16, encountering 2 men and a woman, all wearing expressions of astonishment. The woman was indeed as beautiful as Feng Yuan had described, remarkably resembling his imagined muse, with long golden hair cascading down her back, and azure eyes as clear as the ocean, complemented by a statuesque figure. At that moment, Feng Yuan had no time to admire his dream girl. He stepped forward, teeth clenched, and commanded, "Hand it over." Carrie, having regained her composure from her surprise, after a brief moment of astonishment, the 2 robust men exchanged indifferent glances, positioning themselves behind Carrie and observing silently. Carrie chuckled lightly. "Mr. Feng Yuan, I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. Why would you ask me for money?" Feng Yuan bellowed in fury. "There is no misunderstanding. You wretched woman, return my money at once." His agitation was palpable, and Tianhen could sense the surge of wind power emanating from him. Compared to before, this wind power had evidently intensified. Carrie remained unperturbed, replying, "Mr. Feng Yuan, do you possess any evidence to claim that I have stolen your money?" Just as Feng Yuan was about to respond, Tianhen interjected, casting a cold glance at the 3 individuals before him. "We have no evidence to suggest that you have taken Feng Yuan's money, and I believe evidence is unnecessary. If you relinquish what is due, we can treat this as if nothing has transpired. I trust that life holds greater value than wealth. Wouldn't you agree?" The lovely Miss Carrie? Chapter 16. The bright yellow star Carrie's expression shifted slightly as she retorted, "You are threatening me." Tianhen scoffed, "Indeed, I am threatening you. I can unlock this door, and I trust you should grasp a hint of my capabilities. I am confident in my ability to accomplish what must be done." Carrie disdainfully snorted, "Then come forth, but consider the security measures aboard the transport ship." At this moment, the 2 men stepped forward, shielding Carrie from view, their ominous aura radiating around them. Through their piercing gazes, Tianhen discerned that both men possessed formidable combat skills and extensive real-world experience. "Since you are so confident in your ability to confront me, I shall oblige," Tianhen began, but before he could finish his sentence, the man on the left lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Tianhen's chest. A faint glow coalesced before his fist, emanating the energy of the cosmos. The light formed a sharp blade, conjuring a gust of wind. Tianhen recognized it as a technique known as the armor-breaking art from the martial arts application of cosmic energy. Although Tianhen had not studied such techniques at the academy, he possessed a certain understanding of martial arts. Power and speed were often paramount in combat, and Tianhen could confidently claim the latter. With nimble grace, he evaded the man's punch, simultaneously delivering a strike to the man's neck with his right palm. Feng Yuan, witnessing from behind, could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Tianhen's shadow, and in the next moment, Tianhen had exchanged positions with the man who had attacked him. Armor-breaking art. Heavy armor technique. So you are indeed a master of martial arts. No wonder you exhibit such fearlessness. A hint of surprise flickered in Tianhen's eyes. After 3 months of grueling training, coupled with the effects of the holy liquid, his muscle strength was at least 3 times that of an average person. Yet, that powerful strike had not managed to fell his opponent. The man turned to face Tianhen, stating, "Are you not also a master of flight? Your speed is the fastest I have ever witnessed. Yet alas, you cannot breach my defenses." Tianhen smiled calmly. "Is that truly what you believe?" With a deft flick of his right hand, the alloy dagger fell into his grasp, its 15-centimeter blade emanating a faint white glow under the influence of cosmic energy. The man's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly smuggle prohibited equipment onto the transport ship? What is so impossible about that?" Tianhen retorted, "While passing through the transport station's security check, I distorted the space around my body, rendering those instruments incapable of detecting what I carried. Given my speed, do you believe your heavy armor can withstand a laser dagger? It seems your heavy armor has yet to reach a commendable level." The man scoffed, asserting, "What skill is there in relying on equipment? If you can defeat me barehanded, I shall immediately return your friend's money." Another man positioned himself protectively in front of Carrie. his demeanor cautious in response to Tian-Hen's swiftness. Yet, Carrie stepped out from behind him, offering a gentle smile to Tian-Hen. "Dear brother, must we resort to violence? Allow me to first apologize on behalf of my little sister." She feigned a sorrowful expression, appearing quite pitiable. Tian-Hen disdainfully snorted. "Utilizing cosmic energy for seduction is truly a waste of its potential. Do you think I would be ensnared like that fool Feng Yuan? Even Melis, an expert in seduction, cannot easily bewitch me. What can you achieve with such rudimentary skills?" Ignoring Carrie's visibly altered expression, he turned his focus back to the earlier man and declared, "I will trust you this once. If I can defeat you without any weapon, you shall immediately return my friend's money." With that, he sheathed his alloy dagger. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes. Tian-Hen had chosen to relinquish his weapon despite holding a clear advantage. A sense of respect stirred within him, and he nodded, introducing himself. "I am Tian-Chi. Prepare yourself." The spacious luxury suite offered ample room for their confrontation. As Feng Yuan observed their impending clash, he discreetly withdrew to the side. Tian-Chi's eyes gleamed with determination as he encircled his arms before pulling them to his chest, the air around him swirling as he maximized his armor and piercing techniques. With a powerful stance, he unleashed both fists, sealing off the space around Tian-Hen and launching an assault. Tian-Hen, a master of spatial abilities, was acutely attuned to changes in his environment. As Tian-Chi initiated his attack, he too sprang into action, not with his body, but by activating his spatial powers. The space before him subtly warped, allowing him to sidestep and slip past the force of Tian-Chi's punch, delivering a light yet forceful strike to Tian-Chi's back. Only Feng Yuan noticed the shift in Tian-Chi's back, centered on Tian-Hen's palm. The surrounding space twisted violently. With a resounding shout, Tian-Chi was propelled forward. His clothing shredded to tatters, and numerous intersecting wounds marred his robust back. With the assistance of the other man, Tian-Chi managed to remain upright, but a gasp escaped him as he coughed up blood. Tian-Hen had no intention of engaging in a contest he could not win. He agreed to the unarmed duel solely due to his unwavering confidence in his spatial abilities. Supernatural abilities are, after all, incomparable to mere physical prowess. Although the thick armor technique boasts formidable defensive capabilities, it proves utterly inadequate against the unique assault of spatial abilities. Tian-Chi turned around, astonished as he gazed at Tian-Hen, unable to comprehend the nature of his defeat. He then turned to Carrie and instructed, "Accompany Mr. Feng Yuan and return his money." Carrie hesitated, saying, "But, Tian-Chi, brother." Tian-Chi, panting, interjected, "There are no buts. Do you wish for me to betray my promise?" Carrie fell silent, biting his lip, and was about to leave the room with Feng Yuan when a flurry of footsteps echoed. Over a dozen security personnel swiftly surrounded the doorway, pointing their laser guns at the 5 individuals in the room. The leader of the group wore a uniform that slightly differed from the others. While the regular security personnel donned blue uniforms, his was adorned with red trim. He appeared to be around 30 years old and scanned the 5 individuals. Except for Tian-Hen, the other 4 bore the insignia of the luxury cabin, prompting him to fixate on Tian-Hen, stating in a deep voice, "I am the security manager of this vessel. Who injured the security personnel and damaged the door?" There was a computer link between the door and the main control panel of the transport ship. Once the door was breached, an alert was dispatched, prompting elite security personnel to respond immediately. After all, a transport vessel soaring through space concerns the lives of thousands. Carrie, with a hint of schadenfreude, pointed at Tian-Hen, declaring it was him. "He used some sort of restraining weapon to destroy my door and intruded without permission. What kind of security measures do you have in place? I will report this to the Galactic Alliance Enforcement Committee." The security manager's expression changed instantly as he pointed at Tian-Hen, barking, "Seize him." Tian-Hen regarded the security personnel with disdain, yet sought to avoid further conflict, saying firmly, "Wait." As he approached the security personnel, all laser guns lifted to aim at him. Raising his hand, he revealed a sapphire in his palm to the security manager, asking, "Do you recognize this? I am performing official duties." Although he was reluctant to disclose his identity as an operator of the Holy Alliance, he felt compelled to do so to resolve the matter smoothly. Upon seeing the sapphire in Tian-Hen's hand, the security manager was visibly shaken. While ordinary security personnel might not recognize the gem, he, as the security manager of the entire ship, certainly did. He immediately stood at attention, raised his right hand to his forehead, and saluted Tian-Hen, saying, "I apologize for my ignorance regarding your identity." Witnessing the security manager's demeanor, the surrounding personnel were momentarily taken aback, and Carrie and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. As professional con artists, they realized that even the security manager exhibited a degree of trepidation towards Tian-Hen's identity, prompting them to speculate about his origins. A sense of pride swelled within Tianhen. The identity of an operator of the Holy Alliance always bestowed upon him an elevated sense of self-worth. No wonder Liao and had remarked that every operator aspired to become a controller. If even his humble status within the Holy Alliance commanded such respect, one could only imagine the reverence he would receive as a true controller, where dedicated vessels would be at his beck and call. The three individuals, uneasy, gazed at Tianhen, acutely aware that should he divulge the earlier events, his formidable influence over the security manager could very well lead them to imprisonment. With a serene smile, Tianhen addressed the security manager, stating, "We were merely jesting among friends earlier. I sincerely apologize for the damage to the door." The manager replied, "Please, no need for formality. Sir, do you have any further instructions?" Tianhen shook his head, responding, "Nothing else. I regret the trouble caused." The manager smiled, saying, "It is our duty. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact the security personnel." With that, he respectfully bowed to Tianhen before promptly escorting his team out of the room. Turning to the astonished trio, Tianhen smiled and remarked, "Miss Carey may now return the money to Feng Yuan." A hint of confusion flickered in Tianqi's eyes as he asked, "Why did you not reveal our identities?" Tianhen shrugged, replying, "There is no profound enmity between us. Your ability to deceive Feng Yuan and acquire his money is commendable, if it can be returned. I see no need to create additional adversaries. You would hardly guess my brother's past. Perhaps, if you did, we might one day become friends." A glimmer of admiration surfaced in Tianqi's gaze as he solemnly declared, "Your mercy today shall not be forgotten, and I, Tianqi, shall repay this kindness when the opportunity arises." Carrie nodded, her options dwindling, casting a glare at Feng Yuan as she commanded, "Come along." Feng Yuan, devoid of vengeful thoughts, was eager to reclaim his money and grinned as he followed Carrie. Tianqi gestured towards his companion, stating, "This is my brother, Quest. May I inquire your name?" Tianhen smiled, responding, "I am Tianhen." Respectfully refraining from probing into Tianhen's identity, the trio engaged in light conversation. From them, Tianhen learned that they belonged to an organization specializing in deception, utilizing transport vessels as instruments for their schemes. Their small team had traversed the Galactic Alliance, and today marked their first failure. Tianhen refrained from asking the name of their organization. In a brief moment, Feng Yuan returned with Carrie, her expression darkened, for the millions they had swindled had vanished. A loss that would surely dampen anyone's spirits. As Feng Yuan regarded Carrie's alluring figure, greed flickered in his eyes. Having retrieved his money, a weight lifted from his heart, revealing his true nature. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the transport vessel. "Attention all passengers, we are about to embark on an interdimensional journey. Please enter the rejuvenation pods within 10 minutes. Repeat." With a smile, Tianhen addressed Tianqi and his companions, saying, "It has been a pleasure. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." Tianqi extended his hand, affirming, "Such an opportunity will surely arise. It has been a pleasure to meet you." After bidding farewell, they returned to their respective positions. Tianhen returned to the economy class, opening the rejuvenation chamber and reclining within. The events that had just transpired stirred a thrill within him. He realized that since acquiring his spatial abilities, his capacity for control over his surroundings had increased exponentially. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his recent actions. To him, friends were far more delightful than foes. Moments later, the transport ship began to tremble violently, and the space outside the rejuvenation chamber warped slightly. Tianhen refrained from injecting the sedative within the chamber, instead closing his eyes and extending his perception outward, utilizing cosmic energy and spatial abilities to sense the changes around him. Just as his awareness left the chamber, he was suddenly met with an overwhelming force, as if some immense power sought to extract his very soul from his body. The surrounding space became utterly distorted, rendering him incapable of grasping the unfolding events. He hastily withdrew his perception back into the chamber, fortifying his physical defenses. Tianhen couldn't help but smirk wryly. Indeed, this alternate space was not easily comprehensible. Perhaps only when he fully immersed himself within it would he uncover its mysteries. Yet, he lacked the courage to do so now, for failure could result in his body being utterly torn apart by the warped space outside the rejuvenation chamber. The impact of the alternate space grew increasingly intense, even beginning to affect the chamber's interior, prompting the protective shield to activate and sever Tianhen's connection to the outside. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged the enigmatic nature of this alternate realm. It was evidently beyond the reach of human understanding. In the midst of solitude, he finally succumbed to sleep. Time seemed to pass effortlessly in slumber, and when Tianhen awoke, the transport ship had regained its stability. with the green light inside the rejuvenation chamber indicating normalcy. He opened the protective shield above him and stepped out. Just then, an announcement echoed. Attention passengers. After a journey of 3 hours, 16 minutes, and 42 seconds in alternate space, we are approaching Minghuang Star. Thank you for traveling with us. Please gather your belongings. In 15 minutes, we will dock at the Minghuang Star Transport Station. Upon hearing the announcement, Tianhen marveled at the advancements of technology. Traversing over 10,000 light-years through alternate space had brought him here so swiftly. Feng Yuan, having made his way from the luxury cabin to the economy section, was notably more amiable towards Tianhen, especially since he had helped reclaim his scammed money. He draped an arm around Tianhen's shoulder and said, "Boss, I didn't get a chance to thank you earlier. I owe you one this time." Tianhen chuckled, replying, "Just remember your earlier promise. All expenses on Minghuang Star will be on you. I didn't realize you were so wealthy, with millions in cosmic currency. It seems I'll be dining lavishly in the future." Feng Yuan grimaced and murmured, "Boss, with your status as a sovereign of the Holy Alliance, do you really care about such trifles?" Tianhen shot him a sidelong glance and stated, "Whether I care is one matter. Whether you uphold your promise is another." Feng Yuan sighed in resignation, recalling the many matters he would need Tianhen's assistance with in the future. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Of course. I will definitely honor my promise." The brief journey has finally come to an end, as Tianhen and Feng Yuan exited the enormous Minghuang Star Transport Station. Even larger than the Zhongting Star Transport Station, they were instantly enveloped by a profound sense of rebirth. Upon their departure, they did not encounter the trio known as the Sky Riders, a detail that Tianhen paid little heed to. Under the stimulating influence of cosmic energy, the biological computer connected to the databank within Tianhen's chest, Minghuang Star lies in the northeastern region of the Galactic Alliance, boasting a population of 760 million, and is heralded as one of the most beautiful planets within the Alliance, particularly renowned for its expansive greenery. Furthermore, Minghuang Star is the premier entertainment destination in the entire northeastern sector, replete with an abundance of recreational facilities. This succinct introduction granted Tianhen a newfound understanding of Minghuang Star. He turned to glance at Feng Yuan, who seemed to be searching for something, and remarked with a frown, "You truly are incorrigible. Are you not afraid that Miss Kyrie might deceive you once more?" Feng Yuan awkwardly replied, "I am not seeking that beautiful con artist. I merely wish to remain aware of my surroundings." Ignoring him, Tianhen pondered how to locate the Master of More. Initially, Damon had merely informed him that More was on Minghuang Star, but given the vastness of this planet, locating an individual, especially one who held a position equivalent to that of the planetary governor, would not be a simple endeavor. Observing Tianhen in deep thought, Feng Yuan inquired, "Boss, what are you contemplating? Did you not mention that we would find a powerful psychic here to assist us in enhancing our abilities? After spending these days with you, I have come to realize just how far I am from your level. I wonder what my modest wind abilities could accomplish." Tianhen responded with a wry smile. "In terms of strength, we are not that far apart. I have only just reached the 4th level. I am merely contemplating how we should go about finding that master. After all, this is my first visit to Minghuang Star. No, to be precise, it is my first time leaving Zhongting Star. Searching for someone here seems quite challenging." Feng Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at Tianhen. "Boss, you cannot be serious. You do not even know where this person is, and yet you brought me along. Do not tell me you have no actual acquaintance with the individual who might become our mentor." With a chuckle, Tianhen admitted, "That is indeed the case. I have only heard of the Master of More. However, there is no need for you to complain. Your existence on Zhongting Star was hardly tenable. So consider this an opportunity for a little adventure." "Adventure?" Feng Yuan's voice immediately rose several octaves. "I have to pay for this trip. Boss, do not make it sound so effortless. Enough with the excuses, we need to find a solution." Tianhen's eyes twinkled with inspiration. Feng Yuan stared at him, bewildered. "You have come up with a plan so quickly? Pray, share it with me. I hope it is not another ill-conceived idea." With a hint of pride, Tianhen replied, "Certainly not. My plan is quite straightforward. Remember my mention of the Holy Alliance? Since the Master possesses authority equivalent to that of the planetary governor, the planetary government should be aware of the Master's exact location. Therefore, we must pay a visit to the highest-ranking official of Minghuang Star." Feng Yuan extended his thumb in admiration. "Boss, you truly are remarkable. I would never have thought of that. However, you are but an apprentice manipulator of the Holy Alliance. Would the chief executive truly receive you?" Tianhen chuckled, revealing the sapphire nestled in the palm of his right hand, and remarked, "All manipulators bear the same insignia. As long as I keep my level a secret, how could he discern my rank? Moreover, there is no necessity for us to meet the chief executive directly. We need only inquire with someone familiar with the whereabouts of the more controllers. The two, inspired by their thoughts, swiftly set their plan into motion. Despite it being their inaugural visit to this place, Tianhen quickly located a hireable flyer outside the transport station. After Feng Yuan reluctantly paid 50 cosmic coins, the flyer whisked them directly toward the political center of Minghuang Star. Although this was not their first experience aboard a flyer, Tianhen and Feng Yuan still found immense pleasure in the journey. The flyer, designed to accommodate 5 individuals, was entirely automated, with the driver's primary responsibilities being the maintenance of stability and the collection of fares. As they soared through the skies, they listened to the driver elucidate various aspects of Minghuang Star, which truly deserved its reputation as one of the most beautiful planets within the Galactic Alliance. Each time the driver spoke of the planet's breathtaking vistas, excitement gleamed in their eyes. After a half-hour flight at nearly the speed of sound, they arrived at the heart of Minghuang City, the capital of Minghuang Star, and stood in awe before the towering edifices. In the eyes of Tianhen and Feng Yuan, the structure before them transcended the mere notion of grandeur. It loomed like a mountain, piercing the clouds. According to the driver, this skyscraper served as the political center of Minghuang Star, famously known as the Octagonal Building, comprising 361 stories, each approximately 5 meters in height. It was the only structure on Minghuang Star to exceed 1,000 meters, and one of the few such edifices throughout the Galactic Alliance. The skeletal framework of the entire building was constructed from the most advanced synthetic metals. In addition to its 361 above-ground floors, there were 144 subterranean levels, culminating in a total of 505 stories. True to its name, the octagonal building presented an octagonal silhouette. Through the pale yellow, highly resilient protective shield, boasting a strength of over 2,000, only a silvery luminescence could be perceived. While the metals forming the building appeared to be various types, each piece contained substantial solar batteries, with over 50% of the building's energy derived from solar absorption. At the apex of the structure resided a colossal energy cannon with a diameter of 100 meters, the most formidable defensive weapon on the entire Minghuang Star. Even divine-class fleet vessels would hesitate to confront such a formidable entity. As some exceedingly luxurious flyers approached the protective shield, it would automatically part, indicating that numerous landing spaces surrounded this octagonal building, designated for the use of Minghuang Star's government officials. Isn't this utterly absurd? Feng Yuan muttered to himself after a prolonged silence. Tianhen cast him a glance, retorting rather irritably, "Do not behave like a naive bird unacquainted with the world. Come, let us enter." With that, he strode toward the sole entrance of the octagonal building that lacked a protective shield. Feng Yuan whispered, "As if you've seen it before." The two moved in tandem toward the doorway, only to be halted immediately by 2 fully armed security personnel as they approached. The security personnel here are indeed armed to the teeth, adorned with the most advanced holographic combat helmets. Clad in armor weighing a mere 7 kilograms, yet boasting a defensive strength of up to 200 degrees, and wielding large-caliber laser rifles. Despite Tianhen's confidence in his dual abilities, he understands that standing before such fully equipped guards, he would fare poorly. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Tianhen had anticipated that gaining access to this octagonal building would not be an easy feat. With a faint smile, he extended his right hand and declared, "I am a Saint Alliance manipulator." Ever since acquiring his 2 abilities, his demeanor had subtly transformed. Although he merely stood there, he exuded an air of calm elegance. The security personnel simultaneously lowered their weapons. One of them retrieved a miniature device from somewhere on his person, directing a beam of red light from it onto the biological computer in Tianhen's palm. Tianhen felt a warmth in his hand, and then the guard said, "Identity confirmed. Welcome, Level 4 Manipulator." Tianhen nodded with a smile and proceeded into the building, but his companion, Feng Yuan, was halted at the entrance. "He is my friend. May he accompany me inside?" Tianhen inquired tentatively. The guard shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid not, Your Excellency Manipulator. According to regulations, individuals without proper identification are not allowed entry to prevent terrorist attacks. Please understand." Observing Feng Yuan's embarrassed expression, Tianhen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Feng Yuan, please wait for me here. I will clarify matters and return promptly." Without heeding Feng Yuan's complaints, he strode into the building. The expansive hall exuded an imposing aura. It was not lavish, but rather minimalist, with everything around crafted from metal. Many individuals hurriedly traversed the hall, with a constant flow of people entering and exiting through the numerous elevators at the far end, creating a scene of bustling activity. After scanning the area with his gaze, Tianhen located what he sought and made his way to the service desk on the west side of the nearly 10,000 square meter hall. addressing a young and beautiful attendant with golden hair. Hello, I am a Saint Alliance manipulator from Joning Star. May I inquire if there is a dedicated office here for liaising with the Saint Alliance? The attendant smiled at him and replied, Greetings, Your Excellency Manipulator. This is the political center of Minghuang Star. There is no dedicated office for the Saint Alliance here. Surely you are aware that the Saint Alliance generally refrains from intervening in governmental affairs. Tianhen was taken aback. He indeed was unaware of such a regulation and felt somewhat embarrassed as he responded, I apologize. My time as a manipulator has been brief. I came to Minghuang Star primarily to seek the More Manipulator. The attendant smiled gently and said, I understand your intent. The residence of the More Manipulator is located in the Dream Forest of Minghuang Star. I believe that is where you should head. It is quite easy to find. You simply need to take the public soaring vehicle. The Dream Forest, you say? Thank you very much. A surge of joy filled Tianen's heart as he had not anticipated finding the person he sought so effortlessly. With excitement coursing through him, he made his way toward the exit. Observing the silhouette of Tianhen, the waitress murmured to herself, could it be yet another instance of self-inflicted tedium? I simply cannot fathom how that old lecher, Moore, possesses such allure. At this juncture, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Chapter 17, Onward. The enchanted forest let us proceed. Tianhen beckoned to Feng Yuan, who promptly made his way towards the public hover station situated several hundred meters from the Octagon building. Frustrated by their inability to enter the building, Feng Yuan hastily caught up and inquired eagerly, Boss, any news? Tianhen snorted derisively. Do you think I lack the capability to gather information unlike you? I have indeed uncovered some details. Feng Yuan exhaled in relief, dismissing Tianhen's sarcasm. As long as there's news, that's what matters. Tianhen scrutinized him, remarking, You seem even more anxious than I am. It's rare to see you so eager for power. Feng Yuan retorted with irritation, I yearn for power, but I am more concerned with saving a few credits. Heaven knows how that overseer will treat me. However, if I can locate him, at least I should be able to secure some sustenance, thus alleviating your incessant exploitation. Tianhen, vexed, replied, From your miserly demeanor, it's clear you're not here to pursue power but to flee. Feng Yuan chuckled, I was indeed seeking to escape. Had I not been unable to survive on Zhongting Star, with so many terrifying figures emerging from nowhere, I would never have consented to accompany you to this place. At that moment, a hover vehicle came to a halt before them. Tianhen, pulling the calculating Feng Yuan aboard, remarked, Your lack of ambition is your affair, but do not impede my endeavors. He then turned to the driver and said, Kindly take us to the enchanted forest. As the hover vehicle ascended smoothly, the driver, after setting the course, addressed Tianhen, Sir, I presume you are visiting the enchanted forest? An exquisite choice. It is indeed the most beautiful locale on Minghuang Star, and the closest to nature within the Galactic Alliance. Tianhen, smiling, replied, We hail from Zhongting Star. The enchanted forest must be quite renowned on Minghuang Star. If it is not too much trouble, we would appreciate any insights you could offer. The driver, appearing to be around 30 years of age, responded warmly, Ah, so you are from Zhongting Star. I have heard of it, though I am not very familiar. The enchanted forest can be described as the emblem of our Minghuang Star. Aside from a few major cities and resource extraction sites, we strive to preserve the natural state of our land, and the enchanted forest remains completely untouched. It embodies the most primal form of forest, where one can truly experience the essence of nature. Its beauty is beyond verbal expression. Only through personal experience can one truly appreciate it. Trust your instincts. Visiting the enchanted forest is undoubtedly a wise decision. Feng Yuan, somewhat apprehensive, asked, Excuse me, good sir. Will expenses there be exorbitant? The driver chuckled, Not at all. The costs there are unfathomably low, as everything returns to nature. You must rely on your own efforts for provisions, including water. Just ensure you bring all necessary supplies before entering the enchanted forest. The dreamy forest is vast. Before entering, the administrator provides each of you with a communicator, which can be used to signal for help in times of danger, although such assistance comes at a cost. Should you bring your own rescue equipment and successfully locate each supply point, the expenses will remain minimal. The dreamy forest offers a natural sanctuary, where aside from the forbidden areas belonging to the Holy Alliance, you may roam freely. When you wish to depart, simply contact the administrator. However, each visit is limited to a maximum of 10 days. Exceeding this duration incurs additional fees, which can be quite steep. Yet, many choose to pay. Unable to forsake the forest's enchanting beauty, Tianhen expressed his surprise. You are aware of the Holy Alliance? The driver chuckled, Of course. Our planet is unlike others. Here, the Holy Alliance is not a clandestine organization. The Master Moore appears frequently in public, and all members of the Holy Alliance on this planet never leave the dreamy forest. residing near its center. This place likely boasts the highest concentration of Holy Alliance members across the entire Galactic Union, as they cannot bear to depart from the forest's exquisite charm. Even the members of the Galactic Union convene here annually to unwind. Noticing the pride flickering in the driver's eyes, Tianhen suddenly realized an important question. Driver, just how expansive is this dreamy forest? A hint of amusement appeared in the driver's gaze as he responded. It seems you truly haven't comprehended the scale before arriving. The dreamy forest is the largest expanse of forest among all administrative planets of the Galactic Union. I cannot recall the exact area, but it occupies approximately 1/5 of the total landmass of Mingwang Star. What? Both Tianhen and Fengyuan exclaimed simultaneously. Although they anticipated the forest's vastness, they were astonished by the magnitude revealed. The oceans of Mingwang Star cover roughly 1/3 of the planet's surface area, while the land comprises the remaining 2/3. Even if the dreamy forest constitutes merely 1/5 of that 2/3, it remains extraordinarily vast. It is noteworthy that the surface area of Mingwang Star is 7 times that of Earth. The driver chuckled. Surprised, are you? Consider this. If it weren't sufficiently large, how could it accommodate so many visitors? Look, we are almost there. One thing I must remind you. Do not litter in the dreamy forest, or you will face severe penalties. Gazing out of the window of the soaring vehicle, an endless expanse of green flooded their sight, stretching infinitely. Although still inside the vehicle, both Tianhen and Fengyuan could feel the beauty of the outside world. There were no extraordinary sights, merely the vibrant green, yet it was enough to leave one spellbound. The towering trees, whose names they could not recall, delivered a striking visual impact, overwhelming their senses. The soaring vehicle gracefully descended upon the boundless expanse of the vast forest's edge. Tianhen and Fengyuan disembarked from the craft, their senses still reeling from the journey. As the driver had indicated, they had arrived in an entirely undeveloped region. On the periphery of the forest, a cluster of white structures stood. This was the registration point prior to entering the dreamlike forest. As the vehicle took flight again, Tianhen and Fengyuan gazed upon the verdant landscape before them, inhaling the fresh air imbued with the rich scent of earth, an exhilarating sensation that left them somewhat entranced. Tianhen murmured, "No wonder this place is called the dreamlike forest. Amidst a world dominated by technology, the existence of such a pristine sanctuary indeed evokes a dreamlike quality." Fengyuan rubbed his hands together and suggested, "Tianhen, look how vast this forest is. Should we not sneak in? It would save us the cost of admission." Tianhen shot him a disapproving look. "You think you're clever, don't you? Do you assume everyone else is a fool? There must be measures in place to deter intruders. Come on, don't be stingy with your money." The driver mentioned that as long as we possess survival skills, expenses within will be minimal. Half an hour later, as they stepped into the heart of the forest, Fengyuan's admiration for Tianhen grew. Just as Tianhen had stated, entering the dreamlike forest was no simple feat. According to the staff, due to its status as a primordial wilderness, it harbored various venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. The purchase of tickets was essentially a means to acquire a safety device, a small instrument worn on the body that emitted ultrasonic waves to repel harmful insects and predators, ensuring the wearer's safety. In the event of injury or death among intruders, the government would bear no responsibility. Each of them carried a large backpack filled with a basic tent and essential supplies. There were numerous precautions for traversing the dreamlike forest, the foremost being the prohibition of open flames and the killing of any animals. Only foraged fruits could be consumed. The safety of these fruits would be determined by the detectors they carried. "Boss, are we truly going to proceed this way?" Fengyuan noted his increasing habit of addressing Tianhen as boss. The latter's vast knowledge and competence in various matters instilled in him a sense of reliance. With such a leader, he felt considerably more at ease. Tianhen smiled wryly. "Do you have a better plan? I possess the art of flight, but you do not. Should I carry you while flying? I might manage it for half an hour, but beyond that, I fear my stamina would wane. Moreover, I read in the regulations that while flying is permitted, one must not exceed the treetops. Given that restriction, even if flying is marginally faster than walking, it won't be by much, considering the density of these woods." Fengyuan's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Boss, I have a solution. How about this? You carry me for half an hour, and then we take a break. I'll keep watch while you replenish your cosmic energy. As long as we maintain our direction and refrain from searching for any supply stations, we can fly straight towards the heart of the dreamlike forest. Perhaps we shall reach our destination in no time. Moreover, it can assist you in honing your mastery of cosmic energy. What could be more delightful?" Tianhen regarded Fengyuan with an unusual gaze, nodding in agreement, and remarked, "You truly are a good brother. I find you increasingly astute." As he uttered the final word, a sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. Observing Tianhen's predatory demeanor, Feng Yuan hastily forced a smile and said, "Boss, please don't be angry. I merely offered a modest suggestion. If you disagree, then so be it. In truth, I could never bear to see you toil so hard." The ferocity in Tianhen's eyes abruptly vanished. He nodded and replied, "Xiao Feng, your idea is not without merit." Feng Yuan, being a year younger than Tianhen, was affectionately called Xiao Feng. If he wished to enhance his strength, he must engage in consistent cultivation. Given that this journey would last at least a month, it was an opportune moment to train. However, the method of cultivation should not be as you proposed. I can certainly carry you for a while, but after half an hour, it will be your turn to carry me. I shall rest upon your back. And after another half hour, we will switch again. This way, we can progress at the swiftest pace. I believe practical application will better facilitate your comprehension of the mysteries of cosmic energy. Carry you. Feng Yuan suddenly sensed an ominous shift, instinctively retreating 2 steps while forcing a smile. "Boss, since we aren't in a hurry to find that controller you mentioned, why not treat this as a leisurely journey? We can take our time." Tianhen shook his head and declared, "No, I am quite urgent. In less than 3 years, I must attend an appointment. By then, I must possess considerable strength, and you are still too weak. This presents an excellent opportunity for your training. You needn't feel insecure while you are outside. I procured a substantial amount of high-grade nutritional liquid, which should suffice to restore your stamina." Feng Yuan gazed at Tianhen, his heart fluttering. "You bought high-grade nutritional liquid specifically for me?" Tianhen nodded and said, "Even if you hadn't reminded me, I would have devised other methods to enhance our physical prowess. Your physical condition, while commendable, falls short of what is required of a superhuman. Without timely replenishment from high-grade nutritional liquids, I fear your body would not endure for long. Enough of this chatter, let us go. I will carry you first." With that, Tianhen turned, crouching down to present his back to Feng Yuan. Observing Tianhen's upright silhouette ignited a warmth in Feng Yuan's heart. He had always perceived Tianhen as someone even more miserly than himself. Yet here he was, secretly preparing high-grade nutritional liquid to aid in his brother's growth. He truly regarded him as a sibling. The price of high-grade nutritional liquid was 100-fold that of ordinary types, and to declare he had acquired a sufficient amount was no trivial matter. Reflecting on the medium-grade nutritional liquid he had surreptitiously purchased during a brief restroom break, Feng Yuan realized he had indeed been foolish. The weight of the term brother pressed heavily upon his heart. Tianhen turned to Feng Yuan and inquired, "Xiao Feng, what are you doing?" "Hurry up." Feng Yuan quickly rubbed his eyes and replied, "There's sand here, it's blinding me." Tianhen gazed around at the ground completely cloaked in verdant hues, pondering whether sand could possibly exist here. However, Feng Yuan's eyes were distinctly tinged with red. Accepting Tianhen's backpack, Feng Yuan slung it over his own shoulders, then nestled against Tianhen's back, his gaze fixed on the undulating shadows cast by the trees ahead. He silently vowed to himself that this time, he would not slacken his efforts nor evade responsibility. Tianhen grasped Feng Yuan's legs tightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The cosmic energy emanated from his artificial skin, counteracting the gravitational pull from the ground, propelling his body forward at an exhilarating pace. As he had previously noted, navigating through the dense forest was indeed no trivial endeavor. Speed was rendered nearly futile, and he had to concentrate intently to weave between the towering trees. Feng Yuan, perched on Tianhen's back, endeavored to lower his body while assisting in discerning their path. Tianhen had rather underestimated his own strength. Despite carrying Feng Yuan and 2 hefty backpacks, he felt no considerable fatigue. The cosmic energy radiated outward, allowing him to deeply appreciate the vibrant vitality flourishing within this dreamlike forest. The gentle cosmic energy shimmered in harmony with the life around him, and he continuously inhaled the soothing essence. Compared to his previous training, the recuperation rate of the cosmic energy was remarkably enhanced. Along with the solar energy absorbed through his artificial skin, after soaring for several minutes, he astonishingly felt as invigorated as at the outset. Suddenly, Tianhen sensed something rapidly approaching his left side. Instinctively, he glanced over and beheld a diminutive bird, less than 30 centimeters in length, adorned with resplendent plumage, darting towards him at a remarkable speed, almost within reach. In a reflexive act of self-preservation, Tianhen unconsciously unleashed his spatial abilities, causing the space around him to ripple like water. However, his judgment was mistaken. The colorful bird bore no malice. As it neared, it spread its magnificent wings, tracing a graceful arc alongside Tianhen, chirping joyfully while its fiery red eyes curiously regarded him. "Watch out, boss. There's a tree ahead." Thud. The 2 figures tumbled heavily to the ground, surrounded by a whirlwind of golden stars. Tianhen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. yet his mind was flooded with the beauty of the colorful bird soaring just moments before. In his distraction while admiring the bird, he had forgotten they were amidst a vast forest and crashed directly into a large tree. Fortunately, due to his earlier precaution of releasing his spatial abilities and their proximity to the ground, they emerged unscathed. "Are you trying to crush me?" Tianhen grumbled, rubbing the spot where he had collided, addressing the weight of Feng Yuan atop him. Although Feng Yuan felt disoriented from the impact, being cushioned by Tianhen made his experience considerably better. He quickly rose, concern etched on his face. "Boss, are you alright? Do you want me to carry you for a while?" Tianhen shook his head. "Get back on. We must continue. I sense a breakthrough is imminent." Feng Yuan paused momentarily, then retrieved a nearby backpack and resumed his position on Tianhen's back. With a resounding cry, Tianhen soared once more into the cosmos, propelled by the ethereal energy surrounding him. The colorful bird did not venture far. Upon spotting Tianhen, it elegantly spiraled in the air, alighting beside him. As he endeavored to recollect the fleeting insight that had illuminated his mind moments before, Tianhen observed the bird's movements, instinctively allowing his spiritual energy to radiate outward, attuning himself to his surroundings. Though his eyes remained closed, under the influence of his spiritual power, Tianhen grasped every detail within a radius of several hundred meters. Even the tremors of branches swaying in the breeze did not escape his perception. In that instant, a profound realization dawned upon him. Spiritual energy can serve as an eye, ever-present and all-seeing. He deliberately closed his eyes, sensing the obstacles ahead, extending his arms to maintain balance, as the cosmic energy enveloped him like wings, creating graceful arcs in his flight. He moved with the grace of a bird, and under the awareness afforded by his spiritual energy, the forest could no longer hinder him. He traced elegant arcs in the air, following the vibrant bird, advancing at a speed several times quicker than before, although he had yet to reach the speed of sound. The arcs, imbued with the essence of the universe, bestowed upon him a novel sensation. The wind embraced Tianhen's form tightly, and he could distinctly feel the transformation within himself, while a flicker of understanding arose in his mind. Like Tianhen, Feng Yuan closed his eyes, and with the newly awakened perception of the universe's mysteries, he absorbed everything around him. A gentle breeze emanated from his being, forming a fragile wind barrier, though it offered no real protection. His comprehension of wind and cosmic energy had elevated to an entirely new plane. In the midst of their continuous flight, a unique form of cultivation unfolded for both Tianhen and Feng Yuan. Among the surreal sensations brought forth by the dreamlike forest, their understanding of their extraordinary abilities ascended to unprecedented heights. The energy may not have increased significantly, yet their control had reached realms they had previously deemed unimaginable. The colorful bird had long since departed, but the essence it imparted to Tianhen and Feng Yuan would forever remain etched in their hearts. In the afternoon, they ventured into the enchanting forest, and it was not until nightfall that Tianhen ceased his flight. The reason was simple. Hunger had roused him from that splendid sensation. Feng Yuan, seated beneath a grand tree, gazed in astonishment at Tianhen, noting the newfound radiance in his eyes. "Boss, you have changed," he remarked. Tianhen smiled in response. "Have you not changed as well? Little Feng, did you not perceive the marvel of that bird's flight? It turns out, arcs can be so exquisite." Feng Yuan scratched his head. "Uncertain, I am not quite sure if I felt it, but my cosmic energy seems to have progressed somewhat, and I can now clearly sense the presence of the wind." Tianhen took a deep breath of the fresh forest air and produced a vial of high-grade nutrient solution, tossing it to Feng Yuan. "Drink this." Feng Yuan caught the vial. Watching as Tianhen consumed a standard nutrient solution, he impulsively exclaimed, "Big brother, you should drink the high-grade one too." Tianhen's body trembled at the sincerity in Feng Yuan's words, and shaking his head with a smile, he said, "Don't look at me with those eyes, you rascal. This advanced nutrient solution is not consumed without consequence. You shall soon understand." Feng Yuan paused momentarily and remarked, "Are you not in a hurry to travel by night?" Tianhen replied with a smile, "Why not? I have soared through the skies all afternoon. It is your turn now. Moreover, your current condition surpasses any previous state. If we do not seize this opportunity to advance, shall we instead succumb to slumber?" Feng Yuan puffed out his not-so-robust chest and declared proudly, "If we are to progress, then let us proceed. Do I appear fearful of traversing the night? In the past, I was accustomed to working under the cover of darkness. Haha, go ahead and laugh. I wonder how long you can maintain that mirth. I am not particularly heavy, merely 75 kilograms, and with 2 backpacks, I scarcely exceed 100 kilograms. Oh, why has your complexion changed? 100 kilograms is hardly burdensome, especially when you can harness cosmic energy. When I trained my endurance, it was under the constraints of sealed cosmic energy, running with a weight. You are far more fortunate than I was. Quickly drink the nutrient solution, and we shall set off immediately. Feng Yuan gulped down the advanced nutrient solution, forcing a bitter smile. Boss, shall we not rest for a moment? After all, we have only just paused for 10 minutes. Rest? There is no need for me to exert myself further. I can restore cosmic energy while you carry me. Here's a tip. Since you can already sense the presence of cosmic energy, control it with your mind and channel it into your legs. This will make your journey significantly easier. As Feng Yuan began to walk, he truly grasped the weight of 100 kilograms. On the soft, vegetation-covered ground, each step left a deep imprint. Running was unimaginable, and even walking felt like approaching his maximum limit. The cosmic energy indeed served its purpose. Yet his own was still too feeble. Compared to Tianhen, who had once borne 100 kilograms of armor for 21 laps, Feng Yuan was far behind. After merely 1,000 meters, he nearly toppled Tianhen from his back. Boss, I cannot continue. What do you mean you cannot? Your body has yet to reach its limit. I once persevered for over 8,000 meters. I do not demand much from you. At least 4,000 meters, if you please. 4,000 meters? I will perish. Fool, if you possess the energy to speak, you might as well endure a little longer. Remember, if you fall, you must rise by your own strength. Do you not know how to write the word persevere? Quickly, get up, otherwise, I shall not be kind to you. After enduring torment for over 2 hours, Feng Yuan finally collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to rise. His body, severely depleted, had begun to show signs of dehydration. Tianhen observed the unconscious Feng Yuan, pried open his mouth, and poured in a tube of advanced nutrient solution, muttering to himself. This lad can endure more than I anticipated. At least 6,000 meters, I reckon. It seems his willpower is not inferior to mine. With that, Tianhen pulled Feng Yuan into the tent he had just erected. The warm cosmic energy circulated within, nourishing every vein in Feng Yuan's body. A month later, Tianhen remained unchanged, as pristine as when he first entered the dream forest, his garments devoid of even the slightest crease. In stark contrast, Feng Yuan had morphed into a wild man after enduring a month of grueling trials. His attire had transformed into ragged rags, his hair a tousled mess, and the once handsome contours of his face had thinned out, supplanted by sinewy muscle. Boss, come, let me carry you forward, Feng Yuan declared, his voice resonating with newfound strength. Tianhen shook his head repeatedly. No, I truly cannot endure the odor emanating from you. And besides, we have exhausted the high-grade nutrient solution. If you overextend yourself any further, replenishing your strength will be a formidable challenge. Let us each carry our own packs and proceed together, he suggested. Indeed, Feng Yuan's scent was far from pleasant. Throughout the month, he had only bathed twice when encountering water sources, perpetually soaked in sweat, and his gear was becoming increasingly ineffective against the mosquitoes of the forest. Disappointed, Feng Yuan replied. How can that be? Without carrying you, there is no challenge at all. I feel splendid and could likely carry you for an entire day. My cosmic energy seems to have progressed further. Tianhen remarked. Continuing this way will yield diminishing returns. Let us hasten to locate the forbidden zone of the Holy Alliance. It cannot be far from the heart of this dream forest. Over the month, both he and Feng Yuan had shown marked improvement. His cosmic energy had reached the 5th level of the 2nd stage, and daily exercises with his mental force had enhanced his spatial abilities, which he estimated had also reached the 5th level. However, since his dark energy remained at the 4th level, the biological computer still registered him at that level. Feng Yuan's advancement was akin to a rocket launch. The hellish training had not only fortified his will, but also significantly heightened his sensitivity to cosmic energy. Tianhen estimated that Feng Yuan's cosmic energy had now attained at least the 4th level of the 1st stage. All right, then we shall run our separate ways. Boss, do not let me leave you behind. Haha, behold my power of wind. Feng Yuan bellowed, a faint azure glow enveloping his form. The plants around him rustled gently in the breeze as he propelled himself forward like an arrow, his legs straining with effort. Tianhen chuckled. Your voice is far louder than your wind power. Despite his jest, he did not slacken his pace, unleashing his cosmic energy to swiftly pursue Feng Yuan. Endowed with an understanding of the wind, Feng Yuan, though grounded, advanced with an ethereal swiftness. His wind abilities propelled him like a rocket booster. If not for the necessity of dodging the trees of the forest, his speed would have neared 50 meters per second, freed from the burdens of training. Feng Yuan felt remarkably unencumbered, covering at least 100 meters with each breath. The sounds of the wind around him brought him immense joy, and he found himself increasingly enamored with his wind abilities. Although Tianhen's powers were not particularly formidable, his cosmic energy could now rival that of a level 10 manipulator. He followed closely behind Feng Yuan, maintaining a steady pace while dispersing his mental energy to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Although the instruments they bore could fend off the attacks of wild beasts, they were not infallible. Just days prior, they had nearly fallen victim to a group of leopards due to their carelessness. Fortunately, Tianhen had promptly emitted a dark aura, scaring the leopards away. Xiaofeng. Hold on a moment, Tianhen exclaimed as he swiftly grasped Feng Yuan's arm. Feng Yuan halted his stride, puzzled. What's the matter, boss? I was enjoying the run. With a sigh, Tianhen replied, You know, it seems the nickname Little Madman might just be passed on to you. I think I heard voices over there. Our supplies are dwindling. If we encounter other travelers, it would be prudent to purchase some from them. Chapter 18. Is he really the master? Feng Yuan's eyes lit up. I hope they have high-grade nutritional fluid. That way, I can continue my rigorous training. Tianhen remarked, It appears you have a penchant for self-torment. How about we spar instead? I assure you, the effects will be just as beneficial as your running. Feng Yuan quickly shook his head. Let us not. What if you become addicted to fighting? My life would be in jeopardy. Where did you say these people are? Let's hurry. Tianhen pointed toward the left side of the woods, in that direction. This time, you'll be footing the bill for the high-grade nutritional fluid. Feng Yuan responded eagerly. No problem. I'll buy as much as we can. And I'll treat you as well. Tianhen, taken aback, said, Am I hearing correctly? When did you become so generous? Feng Yuan awkwardly replied, Was I really that stingy before? I have come to fully appreciate the importance of strength. With considerable power, what need is there to fear future expenses? As they conversed, they progressed toward the left, with Tianhen fully unleashing his mental energy to perceive the sounds he had detected earlier. After traversing several hundred meters through the forest, navigating around towering thorns, they finally encountered the person they sought. Disappointment flickered in their eyes as they realized that acquiring supplies from this individual was likely a futile hope. It was merely a solitary figure, and one far more disheveled than themselves, a frail old man. He sat on the ground, a look of helplessness etched on his face. Upon noticing Tianhen and Feng Yuan, he exclaimed in excitement, At last, I've encountered someone. I won't have to starve to death now. Quick, do you have any food? Bring me something to eat. The old man was quite peculiar, standing no taller than Tianhen's chest, clad in a gray robe, barefoot, and covered in dirt. His frail form seemed as if a gust of wind could topple him. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his deep blue eyes gleamed with greed, their sockets deeply sunken. With hands as thin as bird claws, he gestured eagerly toward Tianhen and Feng Yuan. Were it not for the enchanting forest being a renowned tourist destination, Tianhen might have mistaken him for a wild man. Exchanging glances filled with resignation, Tianhen and Feng Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Tianhen retrieved a tube of low-grade nutritional fluid from his backpack and handed it over. Old sir, we have no food, but only this nutritional fluid. Please, replenish your strength. The old man accepted the fluid, gulping it down, then grumbled in dissatisfaction. Is this fit for human consumption? It's utterly wretched, tastes terrible. Boy, do you have anything better? Tianhen shook his head with resignation. He and Feng Yuan possessed only a few vials of low-grade nutritional fluid. Were it not for their careful rationing, they would undoubtedly find themselves, like mere travelers, scouring the forest for fruits to stave off hunger. The elderly man glanced at Tianhen before shifting his gaze to Feng Yuan. Young lad, did you come from Saturn? You reek of earthiness and foul odor. With that scent, I could save on provisions, he remarked. Feng Yuan was initially taken aback, but soon erupted in anger. Old man, what are you saying? We graciously offered you nutritional fluid, and you dare to insult me? If I'm from Saturn, then you must have crawled out of a pigsty. The elderly man snorted disdainfully. Such lack of upbringing. Is this how your mother taught you to treat your elders? Oomph, I have no mother, nor do I know who she is. What makes you think you are an elder? Feng Yuan's greatest aversion was the mention of his parents. Having never experienced parental warmth, his eyes turned red with suppressed emotion. Had it not been for Tianhen's intervention, he would have lunged at the old man. Tianhen grasped Feng Yuan's shoulder and shook his head. Let it go. It's better to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially with someone of such advanced age. Let us move on. Feng Yuan huffed, casting a fierce glare at the old man before turning away. Just as Tianhen was about to depart alongside Feng Yuan, he witnessed the old man collapse to the ground, weeping loudly. You two little rascals, leaving me to die. Humanity has become so callous. This is murder, pure murder. I shall accuse you both of first-degree murder. A flicker of disdain rose within Tianhen. Yet the image of his aging parents flashed through his mind, stirring a sense of compassion within him. He called out to Feng Yuan and addressed the elderly man. Sir, it is not that we wish to disregard you. It is simply that our supplies are severely limited. Why would you perish here? Did the Dream Forest's administrator not provide you with a communicator? To ensure the safety of visitors, every guest is given a communicator before entering the Dream Forest. allowing them to summon a patrol craft for assistance. The old man continued to wail, tears and mucus streaming down his face. I have none of that. I snuck in. Are you not aware of my poverty? Furthermore, summoning that patrol craft cost a fortune. I emerged from the slums. Where would I find such money? You might as well let me die. Feng Yuan returned to Tianhen's side, perplexed. Boss, you're not actually considering helping him, are you? This old coot is insufferable. Tianhen sighed softly, reflecting on his own humble beginnings. Who does not face adversity? Besides, he is of advanced age. We should lend him a hand. He turned to the old man and said, Here's what we can do. We cannot escort you ourselves, as we must remain in the forest for a while longer. I will call for the patrol craft. I will cover the cost for you. Let it take you back to the slums. At your age, it would be wise to avoid wandering outdoors. Danger could strike at any moment. Feng Yuan scoffed. Brother, do you fancy yourself a savior? Tianhen replied with a rueful smile. Have you forgotten? I too emerged from the slums. Feng Yuan gazed at Tianhen and then at the elderly man, shaking his head in resignation. Boss, I must say, my admiration for you grows by the day. If you intend to assist, then so be it. If funds are insufficient, feel free to use mine. After all, we are brothers. Over the course of a month, they supported one another through mutual cultivation, and the bond between them deepened at a pace rivaling that of their cosmic energy training. Tianhen observed the now silent elder and said, Sir, let us proceed as such. Please take a moment to rest while I contact a patrol airship. As he spoke, he rummaged through his backpack for the communicator. Hello. I am a traveler in need of assistance for an elderly gentleman. Please dispatch a patrol airship promptly. Thank you. The communicator was equipped with a positioning system, enabling the patrol airship to locate them with ease. What? We need to reach a supply station? Very well. Could you provide me with the coordinates? All right, I understand. Thank you. Tianhen closed the communicator, a hint of frustration in his voice. The patrol airship cannot land in the forest. We must trek to the nearest supply station. It is said to be a mere 10 kilometers to the north. Feng Yuan's eyes widened. Boss, surely you jest. Are we to carry this old man for 10 kilometers? I cannot endure it. Ignoring Feng Yuan's discontent, Tianhen turned to the elder and inquired, Sir, are you able to walk? With a grunt, the elder replied, My legs have grown weak. I cannot take a single step. Resigned, Tianhen offered, Then allow me to carry you. I have mastered a technique of flight. We shall reach the supply station before long. With a reluctant grunt, the elder stood, wiping away tears and mucus on his sleeve, and beckoned to Tianhen. Very well. I shall accept this burden. Tianhen began to doubt whether aiding this elder was the right decision. Yet having spoken, he crouched before the man. The elder unceremoniously climbed onto Tianhen's back. Though he appeared frail, he was surprisingly heavy, perhaps even more so than Feng Yuan. Tianhen balanced his cosmic energy and instructed Feng Yuan, Little Feng, stay close behind me. I shall attempt to maintain a slower pace. We will cover the 10 kilometers in no time. He shot Feng Yuan a glance, signaling him to endure. Feng Yuan snorted and boasted, Behold my wind power. By the time Tianhen tried to dissuade him, it was too late. A pale blue light radiated from Feng Yuan as he leaped into the air. Propelled by cosmic energy and his wind abilities, swiftly heading northward. He was unconcerned that Tianhen would struggle to keep up. The elder, perched on Tianhen's back, expressed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. In a voice only he could hear, he muttered, Just a novice wind manipulator. These youngsters are growing weaker by the day. At that moment, the glimmer in his eyes intensified, for he distinctly sensed the waves of mental energy emanating from Tianhen. As the elder watched in awe, Tianhen's body traced a graceful arc, the fluctuations of spatial energy enveloping both himself and the elder, enabling him to swiftly catch up with Feng Yuan. The elder nodded inwardly, contemplating. Though this young man lacks raw power, he demonstrates remarkable ingenuity in his application of strength. As Tianhen remarked, a distance of merely several kilometers was inconsequential. Within minutes, they had successfully located the supply station. Feng Yuan, unable to contain his enthusiasm, purchased an abundance of food from the station, all of which were commonplace items devoid of nutritional additives. He and Tianhen indulged heartily, and the elderly man, without hesitation, joined their feast. Although Feng Yuan was initially reluctant to share the delectable food with the old man, he ultimately acquiesced to Tianhen's persuasion. The provisions at the Dream Forest supply station were entirely sourced from the forest, and the exquisite natural flavors instantly transported Tianhen and Feng Yuan to a state of blissful forgetfulness, allowing them to comprehend the elderly man's disdain for inferior nutrient solutions. Feng Yuan glared at the old man as if he were a rival, while Tianhen, who had always prided himself on his rapid eating speed, found himself outmatched by the voracious appetites of the two before him. The elder demonstrated an astonishing proficiency consuming his meal with remarkable swiftness. It was only after Feng Yuan had spent a significant sum of 3,000 cosmic coins that they both leaned back in their chairs, exhaling in satisfaction. The elder regarded Feng Yuan with a hint of admiration, stating, "I never expected you, young man, to possess such a remarkable talent for eating." Feng Yuan scoffed, eyeing the old man's unremarkable abdomen, retorting, "Well, I am unlike you. My consumption yields tangible results." As he flexed his muscular arm, he declared, "See? Everything I consume transforms into formidable strength." The elder nodded thoughtfully, commenting, "Indeed, quite so. Your arm resembles something from an ancient and civilized nation." Intrigued, Tianhen inquired, "What does it resemble, sir?" The elder glanced at Tianhen, then deliberately paused before laboriously uttering 2 words, "Chopsticks." Both Tianhen and Feng Yuan nearly toppled from their chairs. They were well aware that chopsticks were utensils reserved for the finest dining establishments. Feng Yuan, incensed, slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "Old man, don't think your age grants you immunity, indulging for free while making snide remarks. How dare you?" The elder, unfazed, met his gaze and replied, "And what will you do? Dismantle my old bones?" Feng Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what could he do? The thought of laying a hand on such an elderly figure was unfathomable. Defeated, he slumped back into his chair, conceding, I yield. Is that sufficient? Please, just show a modicum of restraint." Suddenly, the patrol hovercraft seemed to heed Feng Yuan's call. As the sound of rushing air heralded its arrival, the green patrol craft descended gracefully onto the supply station's landing pad, feeling as though a weight had been lifted. Feng Yuan eagerly retrieved his identification card, his usual frugality replaced by a desperate eagerness to pay and send the old man on his way. As he dashed towards the hovercraft, he spotted a tall young man disembarking, clad in a crisp white and red uniform, his neatly combed brown hair accentuating his stature. Upon catching sight of Feng Yuan, the young man frowned slightly. Feng Yuan had been preoccupied with his meal, neglecting to groom himself, appearing more like a wild man than the elderly gentleman nearby. "Greetings. I am the patrol officer of the Dreamy Forest. How may I assist you?" At this moment, Tianhen approached and said, "Hello, we encountered an old gentleman while traveling, and he requires your assistance. He has journeyed from the slums to the Dreamy Forest. However, there is no need for punishment. We are willing to cover all expenses, merely requesting that you use the patrol airship to return him." A peculiar expression crossed the patrol officer's face, as if he were enduring some unseen discomfort. "Where is this old gentleman now?" he inquired. "Right over there," Tianhen exclaimed, only to find that the elderly man, who had been resting nearby, had vanished. "Fool! Stop searching, I am right here." The old man emerged from behind the patrol officer, his tone laced with annoyance. The officer stepped back respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Your Excellency." The controller. Both Tianhen and Feng Yuan stood astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. The patrol officer seemed unfazed by such occurrences, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed. This is His Excellency, Controller Moore of the Ming Huang Star Alliance." Tianhen displayed a degree of astonishment, while Feng Yuan's expression was a mixture of emotions, alternating between crimson and pale, as he locked eyes with Controller Moore. After a moment, Feng Yuan straightened his posture, tidied his disheveled hair, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Controller Moore. In truth, I had already surmised your identity. Your celestial countenance and vibrant complexion surely signify your esteemed status. Prior to my arrival here, I had heard of your illustrious name, and my admiration for you flows as ceaselessly as the mighty rivers." If Tianhen were not so familiar with Feng Yuan, he might have been moved by the sincerity radiating from his eyes. The oily flattery, combined with his expressive demeanor, rendered his praise remarkably genuine. Tianhen thought to himself that it was a shame this lad was not pursuing an acting career. Moore regarded Feng Yuan with an amused expression, remaining silent and nodding along to his praise, seemingly reveling in it. Feng Yuan fully utilized his silver tongue, eloquently extolling Moore's virtues for a full 5 minutes without repetition. The patrol officer stood in astonishment, having never witnessed such unabashed flattery. Previous visitors had always approached Controller Moore with utmost deference, unlike Feng Yuan's open adulation. Clearing his throat forcefully, Tianhen interrupted Feng Yuan. He pulled him behind himself, casting a glare that conveyed a silent warning not to divulge their acquaintance to others. "Greetings, Your Excellency, Controller Moore. I am Tianhen, a level 4 manipulator from Zhongting Star." Moore waved his hand dismissively, glancing between Feng Yuan and Tianhen. "Enough of this charade. I have long known you are a spatial ability user and am aware of your purpose here. However, I am curious how you discovered that my secondary ability pertains to wind. It seems even that girl, Oya, is unaware of this secret." Both Tianhen and Feng Yuan felt a tremor coursing through their bodies. Feng Yuan was puzzled by the meaning of the second type of ability, while Tianhen was taken aback. Madame Oya had once mentioned to Tianhen that individuals who cultivate two abilities often struggle to surpass level 10, yet the individual before them, the Master Moore, evidently exceeded that threshold. The abilities of space and wind indeed shared some commonalities. And the fact that the Master Moore could successfully merge these two powers suggested that this journey was not in vain. Tianhen respectfully stated, "So you possess a second ability. We were unaware of this and merely came here hoping for a stroke of luck. If you are willing, we would be honored to learn from you and delve into the mysteries of your powers." Master Moore waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Wait a moment. What do you mean by learning? Do you think I would easily take on disciples? Moreover, that little wildling is not even a member of my holy alliance." Feng Yuan sidled up to Master Moore, chuckling, "You are a master. Isn't it merely a matter of your word whether or not he is part of the holy alliance? I would be exceedingly eager to join and become a manipulator." Moore scoffed. "You? I think it best you reconsider. Your character is too flawed. If the holy alliance were to have manipulators like you, even a few judges would find it troublesome." Tianhen felt a surge of urgency in his heart. He understood that this opportunity lay before him, and, if lost, their journey to the Ming Huang star would be in vain. Just as he pondered how to impress Master Moore, he heard Moore's tone shift as he continued, "However, you two have brought me some food and drink, so I cannot indulge without recompense. I shall grant you an opportunity." Tianhen's spirit soared, and he quickly replied, "Thank you, Master, for this chance." Moore rolled his eyes, saying, "Who said I accepted you? I merely offered you an opportunity. If you can succeed in the trial, I might consider taking you on as disciples. Keep in mind, none of my pupils have an ability level lower than 15. Feng Yuan, observing Moore's smug demeanor, berated himself for not foreseeing the other's identity and forced a smile. "Of course. With your strength, any disciple you train will undoubtedly be a master. It is precisely for this reason that we wish to learn from you. Rest assured, whatever the trial entails, we will strive to succeed." After a month of grueling training, Feng Yuan felt emboldened, thinking to himself that having endured this past month, he could face any trial. At that moment, an enigmatic smile spread across Moore's aged face, stirring unease within Tianhen. He sensed that this opportunity might not be as favorable as it appeared, and whether they could succeed in the trial remained a significant question. Moore gestured for them to follow, saying, "Come with me, and I shall inform you about the trial." He then turned and boarded the patrol hovercraft, naturally exempt from fare due to his status. As the hovercraft soared into the sky, departing from the supply station and heading towards the heart of the dream forest, Tianhen noticed a woman aboard. She wore the same uniform as the patrol officers, her long red hair neatly tied into a ponytail, and her exquisite features, paired with a striking physique, undoubtedly marked her as a beauty. Upon catching sight of her, Moore's eyes instantly brightened. He approached and gently grasped her small hand, saying, "Miss Xia, it is a pleasure to see you again." Xia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Hello, Master Moore." She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Moore held it firmly. The light in his eyes had transformed. This radiance was all too familiar to Tianhen, as he had witnessed it in Feng Yuan's gaze on numerous occasions. It sent a chill through him, and he mused, "Is this truly the esteemed master of control?" The patrol officer cleared his throat, saying, "Master Moore, please take a seat. Standing like this is rather perilous." Reluctantly, Moore released the young woman's hand and settled into a nearby chair, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her. Tianhen endeavored to cast aside his disrespectful thoughts about Moore and inquired, "Master, how did you find yourself lost in the forest?" Leaning back in his chair, Moore replied, "I have always enjoyed wandering through the woods. Encountering you two young ones, I naturally wished to have some fun to alleviate this dreary existence. Do you have a problem with that?" Tianhen nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing repeatedly before responding, "No, I have no objections." Feng Yuan, indifferent to Moore's demeanor, cast a similarly covetous glance at Miss Xia and remarked, "Master Moore, since you are a high-ranking member of the Holy Alliance, why do you appear so aged? Isn't the transformation technique supposed to continuously assist one in altering their appearance? With your status, you should be able to benefit from it." Moore scoffed dismissively, saying, "If I called you foolish, you would only take it as a compliment. Such a simple truth eludes you. Nowadays, everyone aspires to enhance their attractiveness. I, however, have chosen to go against the tide, embracing an aged appearance that possesses character. Do you not sense the depth of experience I exude? Such an aura is undeniably alluring." Foolishness, truly foolishness. Feng Yuan and Tianhen exchanged a glance, both exclaiming simultaneously, "Is that even possible?" With pride, Moore replied, "What is impossible about it? I am, after all, the beloved figure in the eyes of the public. Miss Xia, would you not agree? Xia's lips twitched slightly as she struggled to suppress her aversion, responding, indeed. Moore continued. Do you understand why I call you foolish? Think about it carefully. If I were truly an elderly man who had come from the slums to Dream Forest, could I have journeyed so deep into its heart? The beasts within the forest are not to be trifled with. If you were a bit more astute, you would have questioned my identity by now. Humph, and yet you dare to doubt my allure. Feeling that further discussion on this topic would drive him to madness, Tianhen hastily interjected, Master, may I inquire what sort of trials you intend for Feng and me? Moore replied, as for the trials, they must be arduous, otherwise, how could we discern the true effects? Only through rigorous challenges can I gauge the extent of your potential. For now, you need not know. You will understand once we arrive at our destination. The patrol vehicle glided smoothly through the air, an efficient mode of transport far superior to mere legs. After an hour, they were nearing their intended destination. Through the glass of the patrol hovercraft, Tianhen observed a sudden transformation in the forest below, which morphed into a verdant haze, obscuring his view of the landscape beneath. With his acute spatial awareness, he swiftly deduced that there were intense spatial fluctuations within the forest, resembling a protective barrier, yet distinctly different in nature. As the hovercraft's speed gradually diminished, two shadowy figures abruptly materialized directly ahead, their deep voices resonating within the craft. Which patrol team are you from, daring to intrude upon the sanctum of the Holy Alliance? Depart immediately, or bear the consequences. Before the patrol officer could respond, the communicator was snatched from his grasp by Moore, who indignantly exclaimed, Conceited fool, can you not even sense my presence? Without any visible gesture from Moore, the space outside the hovercraft rippled like water, revealing a peculiar symbol at its center, a colossal character. Tianhen recognized it as an ancient glyph, comprised of the radical for enter above and flesh below. However, he had no recollection of its meaning. The individual who had initially spoken with a low voice, upon seeing the softly glowing character, instantly adopted a tone of reverence. Ah, the master has returned. Patrol craft, please follow our guidance. Tianhen extended his mental energy outward, distinctly perceiving the powerful spatial fluctuations, which caused a fissure to open in the verdant expanse below, inviting the hovercraft inside. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he silently marveled, recognizing this as true spatial manipulation. If he could attain such prowess, this journey would not be in vain. The hovercraft descended smoothly onto a small parking area. Upon disembarking, Tianhen surveyed his surroundings but found nothing extraordinary. The area was entirely shrouded in greenery, mirroring the enchanted forest outside. Aside from the parking area, there was scarcely any evidence of human presence, remaining an untouched primordial wilderness. Two shadowy figures appeared before Moore without warning, bowing respectfully. We greet the master. Moore waved dismissively, his attention lingering on Xia as he wistfully remarked, It seems we must part ways once more. However, if you are willing, I would be delighted to host the lovely lady at my abode. Xia forced a smile, replying, No, thank you, master. We have just received a distress signal and must depart immediately, perhaps another time. Moore sighed regretfully, Then it must be as such. But next time, Miss Xia, do not decline my hospitality. The patrol hovercraft ascended once more into the sky, as Xia glared at the patrol officer, suddenly producing a towel from nowhere to vigorously wipe her hands, which had been grasped by Moore. Fuming, That lecherous old man drives me mad. The patrol officer gently replied, You know how Master Moore is, he means no harm. He has contributed so much to our planet, so perhaps you could bear with it a little. Xia sighed softly. I truly cannot fathom what sort of person he is. On the surface, he appears to be nothing more than a sordid old lecher. It is precisely due to him that the dreamlike forest remains so pristine. Otherwise, how could the Alliance resist the temptation to exploit the discovered deposits of crystalline or beneath the forest? The patrol officer remarked with a smile. I fear that even the judges of the Holy Alliance cannot fully comprehend the nature of the Master Mo. Those two young men are in for a challenge. They are the 1,000th individuals to seek his tutelage. To be frank, Master Mo is not an affable teacher. Of those who came before, 99% could not endure his methods and chose to depart. Tianhen and Feng Yuan, of course, were oblivious to the discussions between the patrol officer and Xia, as they followed Master Mo deeper into the forest. Accompanying them were the two figures who had appeared earlier, both manipulators, who greeted Tianhen and Feng Yuan warmly. Yet their gazes were tinged with pity. After a round of introductions, Tianhen learned their names, Sostin and Moya. They were respectively level 17 and 18 spatial ability users, surpassing the strength of Liao En, who had once instructed Tianhen. On the surface, they appeared to be in their 20s, yet their actual ages had long surpassed 45. Chapter 19. Shifting shadows, the two manipulators displayed a remarkably amiable demeanor toward Tianhen and Feng Yuan. From them, Tianhen sensed a wisdom absent in Master Mo. However, due to Master Mo's presence, he found no opportunity to inquire about the circumstances of this place. As they continued to advance at a leisurely pace, Master Mo suddenly halted, turning to Tianhen and Feng Yuan, saying, "All right, you need not proceed any further. Ahead lies my resting area. You may now directly undertake your trials. Should you succeed, return to me. I am generally magnanimous. If you can pass the trials, I shall accept you as my named disciples. As for you, young savage, I can elevate you directly to an apprentice manipulator. Should you fail the trials, there will be no need to return to me. Simply return from whence you came." He called out, "Sostin, Moya, let them undergo the 3 levels of trials." Master Mo stretched lazily, appearing somewhat fatigued. 3 levels? Master, you cannot be serious? Moya's voice bore an odd tone. "Fool, what do you mean not serious? I said 3 levels, and it shall be 3 levels. Without trial by fire. How can one achieve greatness? Once you have successfully passed all 3 levels, bring them to me. Otherwise, see them off." With that, Master Mo vanished into thin air. At the moment of his disappearance, Tianhen distinctly sensed the surrounding space as if it too had dissolved, only returning to normal 3 seconds later. Tianhen and Feng Yuan were utterly perplexed, having failed to grasp Master Mo's meaning, let alone the significance of the 3 levels he mentioned. Nonetheless, they felt the magnitude of Master Mo's power. Now that they had arrived here, there would be no retreat. Regardless of the outcome, they were determined to try. Sostin smiled and said, "Come along, young brothers. We shall explain the nature of the trials as we proceed." Under the guidance of the 2 manipulators, Tianhen and Feng Yuan ventured deeper into the forest. To attain the 15th level of ability is a prerequisite for successfully navigating the trials of the 3rd layer. When Soesting articulated the requirements for passing these trials, both Tianhen and Feng Yuan nearly leaped in astonishment. Moya remarked, "Indeed, that is why we initially believed Teacher Moore had erred. Based on my assessment, your abilities likely do not exceed level 10, making it exceedingly difficult to pass the trials. Fortunately, the teacher has not imposed a time limit, so you may attempt it." Tianhen sighed with a bitter smile. "I believe it would be better for us to forego the attempt entirely and leave." Soesting replied with a smile, "Why be so disheartened? While you undergo the trials, we shall stand guard beside you. Though arduous, the trials do not pose a threat to your lives. What harm is there in trying?" Feng Yuan exclaimed, "Try? How can we try? My ability level is probably not even 2. That eccentric old man could have simply told us no instead of subjecting us to such trials." Both Soesting and Moya were taken aback, asking in unison, "What? You are only at level 2? Tianhen sighed again, "I am merely at level 4. With our current capabilities, it seems we would take years to pass the trials. It appears that Teacher Moore truly does not wish to accept us." Moya fixed his gaze on Feng Yuan, his expression darkening. "I do not wish to hear you insult Teacher Moore again. He is the most respected of all ability users." Feng Yuan muttered under his breath, "Respected? I do not perceive any semblance of a venerable elder in him. I wish to respect him, yet." Soesting sighed. "In truth, the teacher was not always like this. Long ago, when we first joined the Holy Alliance, he was upright and amiable, beloved by every ability user. He was regarded as the most esteemed elder, second only to the judges." Both Tianhen and Feng Yuan froze, pondering to themselves, "Upright? Amiable? Can these descriptors truly apply to Teacher Moore?" Soesting continued, "The transformation in the teacher's temperament is not without cause. 20 years ago, his only son met a mysterious demise, succumbing to an unknown poison. At that time, the teacher's son had already approached the threshold of the ruler level. His name was Moyo. Moyo had boundless potential, destined to be the most formidable spatial ability user after the teacher. The teacher often stated that in a few decades, Moyo would surely become the new judge. However, Moyo fell in love with a woman possessing dark abilities, and despite the teacher's disapproval, he resolutely united with her. Though heartbroken, the teacher could only silently accept for the sake of his son. Yet, Moyo's marriage to a dark ability user subjected the teacher to skepticism from his colleagues within the Holy Alliance, and his hopes for Moyo were dashed. Merely a year later, Moyo's body was discovered on Caesar Star, alongside the corpse of a woman who had recently given birth, evidently his wife. They both perished from a toxic substance, clearly having succumbed after a violent struggle. Since that day, the teacher's heart shattered, and his temperament grew increasingly peculiar, filled with an intense hatred for dark ability users, leading him down a path of vengeance and slaughter. Thus, our bright yellow star has become the sole planet devoid of any practitioners of dark abilities. Tianhen suddenly felt a pang of sorrow grip his heart, inexplicably rising within him. He instinctively inquired, You mentioned that the woman possessing dark abilities had just given birth. What has become of her child? Sostin shook his head and replied, I do not know. Beside their bodies, there was merely an ejected escape pod. But due to the extensive damage, even the most advanced technological means cannot ascertain the pod's origin. Perhaps, that child has already fallen victim to the dark practitioner. Now that you two young brothers have grasped the truth, I implore you to harbor no further resentment towards Master Moore. I hope you can comprehend his plight. The loss of a child in one's twilight years is an unbearable anguish. In his youth, the teacher was vibrant and full of life, but after that tragedy, he aged considerably, transformed into the man you see now, overwhelmed by grief. Tianhen nodded vigorously, stating, I understand. Thank you, Sostin the manipulator. Feng Yuan, in a daze, said, I had no idea such a story existed. It appears I have misjudged him. Alas, Master Moore is indeed a man of great suffering. The four fell into a gentle sorrow, and after a moment, Moya asked, will you still participate in the training? Tianhen lifted his gaze, determination shining in his eyes. I will participate. No matter how daunting the challenge, I shall strive forward. I ardently wish to learn spatial abilities from Master Moore. Feng Yuan looked at Tianhen and asked, Brother, are you truly resolved? Can we succeed? Tianhen replied resolutely, where there is a will, there is a way. Perseverance can forge miracles. Well said, Sostin remarked, his eyes reflecting approval. I believe you will indeed create miracles. I admire those with unwavering resolve. Tianhen said, then please take us to the training grounds. Sostin shook his head, stating, no, I have decided not to take you there just yet. While miracles may be possible, given your current circumstances, you cannot hope to create them. Moya turned to Sostin and asked, Old Sostin, what do you mean? Sostin smiled broadly and replied, though we cannot assist them in passing the training, the teacher has not set a deadline. I believe we can aid them in other ways. Young brothers, are you willing to accept the training we offer? Although it may not guarantee your success in that realm, it will at least enhance your chances. Tianhen's heart soared with joy. Receiving training from higher-level practitioners of the same abilities was an immense boon. He promptly responded, I am willing, of course. Thank you. Esteemed seniors. Sostin laughed heartily, saying, we appreciate your spirit. Please, refrain from calling us teachers. If you wish, simply refer to us as older brothers. Tianhen gently tugged at Feng Yuan, who instantly understood. Together, they bowed respectfully to Sostin and Moya, saying, younger brothers pay their respects to the two elder brothers. Sostin and Moya stepped forward to assist them, with Moya stating, since we have made a decision, let us first head to my place and old Sostin's. Time is of the essence. It will take at least a year of cultivation to manifest any results. Suddenly, Tianhen recalled something and said, brothers, Xiaofeng excels in wind-based abilities. Sostin and Moya understood Tianhen's implication. With a smile, Sostin reassured, you need not worry. We will not be training your abilities. Such powers only flourish in the face of dire danger, and we possess our own methods. Let us be on our way. As they watched the four depart, an odd voice echoed through the woods, muttering to itself, this lad Sostin has no discretion. He has revealed my matters. Today's youth are so full of vigor. It seems the Holy Alliance will undoubtedly grow stronger. If only Moa were still alive. I see in them the shadow of your former self. With a sigh, the peculiar voice gradually faded away. Under the guidance of Sostin and Moya, Tianhen and his companions journeyed north for about 50 kilometers, arriving at a tranquil lakeside. Since entering the Dream Forest, this was undoubtedly the most beautiful place Tianhen and Feng Yuan had encountered. The verdant forest was reflected in the crystal-clear waters. A gentle mist hovered above the lake, and a soft breeze stirred the surface into delicate ripples. Along the shore lay an expanse of stony ground, spanning several thousand square meters, with two modest wooden cabins nestled together, enveloped in the essence of nature. As they traveled, the four grew more familiar with one another. Moya jested, Feng Yuan, I can hardly endure the odor emanating from you. Hurry and wash off the dirt in the lake. You all will rest today and commence training punctually tomorrow. You two will occupy the cabin on the left, while I shall move to Old Sostin's. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Tianhen and Feng Yuan were summoned. Boys, do not blame us for our severity. The training from today onward will be relentless, Sostin declared. His demeanor starkly different from the previous day's warmth, as he gazed sternly at Tianhen and Feng Yuan. Tianhen nodded, while Feng Yuan dramatically exclaimed, let the storm come with even greater ferocity. Moya chuckled, good lad, then I'll show you what true ferocity entails. Feng Yuan, follow me, Tianhen. You will be under Old Sostin's guidance. With that, Moya led Feng Yuan toward the lakeshore. Sostin observed the determination in Tianhen's eyes and said, the training for the coming year will be straightforward, combat. Only through battle can you truly grasp the nuances of your abilities. Tianhen inquired, will I be fighting against you, big brother? Sostin shook his head, certainly not. However, your opponent will not be any weaker. Come forth, my sacred beast. To Tianhen's astonishment, a rift appeared in the space before Sostin, emanating a powerful pulling force, and a deep, resonant growl echoed from the dark, profound void. Tianhen's eyes brightened. He was finally about to witness a sacred beast. A brilliant white light emanated from the rift, and a colossal white ape emerged from within. Standing at an imposing height of over 2 meters, its broad shoulders completely obscured the figure of Sostin behind it, though cloaked in a blanket of snow-white fur. The creature's robust and formidable musculature could not be concealed. Its large, obsidian eyes glimmered with a fierce light as it pounded its massive fist against its solid chest. Producing a resounding thud, a thunderous roar erupted from its cavernous maw, and the sheer force of its presence compelled Tianhen to instinctively retreat 2 steps. From behind the mighty beast, Sostin's voice rang out. Behold my sacred beast, a mutated giant ape whom I have named Xiaobai. During my quest for a sacred beast on the magical star, I witnessed its extraordinary strength as it tore apart tigers and leopards. It is your adversary, and while it may not yet be at its full power, its overall capabilities are not far behind mine. Exercise caution. With his fists clenched tightly, Tianhen understood all too well that in the presence of Sostin, he could not afford to employ his dark powers. Nor could he even utilize the laser beams emitted by his artificial skin. Who could say whether the Sacred Alliance was aware of the experiments conducted by the Dracula family? He must not reveal the extent of his dark abilities, for doing so would jeopardize his standing within the Alliance. As Tianhen hesitated on how to confront the formidable gorilla before him, a blood-curdling scream from afar pierced the air. Feng Yuan was grappling with a wind wolf. The sacred beast of Moya. Convinced of his own swiftness, Feng Yuan found himself utterly unprepared, being flung aside by the ferocious creature. The arduous training had officially commenced. Tianhen swiftly reflected on his advantages and soared into the sky, harnessing cosmic energy. He believed that only by leveraging his agility in the air could he hope to contend with the giant ape. However, he soon realized his error. As he ascended, a colossal shadow loomed above him, an overwhelming force descending from the heavens. Xiaobai clasped its hands together and struck down toward Tianhen's head with tremendous force. The speed was astonishing. A flicker of surprise coursed through Tianhen's mind as he found himself with no opportunity to evade. Concentrating his spatial abilities above him, he braced himself for the relentless assault. Inevitably, Tianhen's body was propelled downwards like a cannonball, crashing into the stony ground with a deafening impact. Sostin was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a ferocious attack from Xiaobai. He quickly shouted to halt any further aggression from the beast. Yet, one could hardly blame Xiaobai. Having been confined in an alternate space for an extended period, it was eager to unleash its pent-up energy without restraint. To Sostin's astonishment, Tianhen, having been slammed to the ground, sprang back up with even greater speed than his prior descent, delivering a powerful kick to Xiaobai's chest. A dull thud resonated, and still, it was Tianhen who was sent flying. Xiaobai's defenses were not so easily breached. The artificial skin had played a crucial role, its formidable protective capabilities ensuring Tianhen sustained no injuries. Though he felt as if his body had been shattered, this ordeal ignited a fierce determination within him. Upon receiving a powerful kick from Tianhen, Xiaobai's eyes suddenly gleamed with a crimson light, and its immense form displayed an unexpectedly swift speed as its colossal right fist surged towards Tianhen. Tianhen swiftly retreated, gathering cosmic energy before him, and, in conjunction with his spatial abilities, he forcefully collided with Xiaobai's fist, exclaiming, "Tear apart." This time, he exerted all his strength, because he had been moving backward. Much of the impact was mitigated, allowing the spatial ability to unleash its true power. Xiaobai's massive body hesitated slightly, with several strands of white fur torn from its fist. Yet Tianhen was violently hurled several dozen meters away. After all, this was a clash of disparate levels. Like an indomitable cockroach, Tianhen sprang back to his feet, narrowly evading Xiaobai's assault as a piercing crash reverberated from the ground. Without a moment to spare, he executed a graceful arc, a technique he had gleaned from the rainbow sparrow, maneuvering his body in an extraordinary posture as he twisted through the air, ultimately evading Xiaobai's strike. Though Xiaobai could not fly, its extraordinary leaping ability was formidable, and the protective barrier above the Sacred Alliance's forbidden ground left Tianhen with insufficient space to evade. Xiaobai's speed far surpassed his own. Were it not for the arc technique, he would have been struck countless times by now. Meanwhile, the training on Feng Yuan's side had concluded. Feng Lang was summoned back by Moya, who carried the battered Feng Yuan on his shoulder, approaching Sostin. Having comprehended the immense strength of the ape-like Xiaobai, Tianhin no longer dared to confront it head-on. He had endured several heavy blows, and while the protective artificial skin had spared him from injury, the intense shockwaves still caused turmoil within his bloodstream. After all, the primary function of the artificial skin, devised in the dark world, was to shield against laser beams and light, yet it could not entirely filter out such direct impacts. Elegant arcs surrounded the roaring Xiaobai, and after 3 minutes of evasive maneuvers, Tianhin finally caught his breath. Before he could devise a strategy against Xiaobai, he suddenly noticed the creature had halted, a faint glimmer flashing in its enormous eyes. In the next instant, he felt his airborne body come to an abrupt standstill, unable to escape the binding force despite the cosmic energy surging within him. Subsequently, a massive fist loomed before his chest, eliciting a pained groan as his consciousness began to fade, and he plunged into the lake 100 meters away with a heavy thud. Sosting intervened, halting Xiaobai's pursuit of Tianhin and sending it back to the alternate dimension. He then waved his right hand over the surface of the water, which parted as if cleaved by a sharp blade, while his other hand formed a claw shape, drawing Tianhin's unconscious form back to him, where it landed at his feet. After inspecting Tianhin's body and finding no significant injuries, he turned to Moya and inquired, "How is it? Is that lad Feng Yuan all right?" Moya expressed his exasperation, saying, "I won't perish, but this lad is even weaker than I had anticipated. His physical condition is commendable, and his reflexes are not sluggish. However, his abilities and cosmic energy are woefully inadequate, rendering him utterly incapable of contending with the Wind Wolf." Sostin chuckled, responding, "You cannot hold them to excessively high standards. Your Wind Wolf can soar through the skies and possesses remarkable speed. Even I would find it challenging to contend with it, let alone this Wind Yuan fellow. Nevertheless, I must admit that Tianhin has truly surprised me. He is significantly stronger than I envisioned. If I am not mistaken, he must possess some form of defensive mechanism, for it is inconceivable that he could endure several heavy blows from Xiaobai without sustaining any injuries. Furthermore, his speed is undoubtedly exceptional, particularly his arc-like flight technique, which enables him to evade Xiaobai's attacks. Were it not for Xiaobai employing spatial confinement, it would be quite difficult to deal with him. I have just conducted an assessment. Although Tianhin's ability level is only at 4, his cosmic energy has already reached the 5th level of the 2nd stage, bringing him alarmingly close to our level. I believe that within a year, his abilities will experience a substantial enhancement." Moya laughed heartily, saying, "You have made an excellent choice. Let us return indoors. I must attend to Wind Yuan's injuries promptly, or he may struggle to rise tomorrow. Given Tianhin's prowess, you should provide him with additional training this afternoon." Sostin, resting his chin on his hand, chuckled, "I was thinking the same." As the sun reached its zenith, Tianhin awoke from his unconscious state. The solar energy absorbed by the artificial skin stimulated his cosmic energy, coupled with the extraordinary restorative effects of the holy liquid, resulting in his complete recovery. "Awake, are you? Young man, how about I refer to you as Cockroach from now on?" Sostin's words caught Tianhin off guard. "Big brother Sostin, what time is it? Your Xiaobai is truly formidable. He even possesses abilities." Tianhin recalled his battle with Xiaobai, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. Sostin laughed heartily. "Of course, Xiaobai possesses abilities. Otherwise, how could a sacred beast be reduced to a mere wild animal? Due to our blood pact, whatever I can do, Xiaobai can as well. In some respects, he is even more powerful than I am. Your performance has greatly pleased me. Tianhin, do you possess any means of defense?" A chill ran down Tianhin's spine. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Yes." Sostin interrupted him, saying, "Enough. If it is inconvenient to share, you need not. However, you must not become overly reliant on external aids, as they may hinder your personal growth." Tianhin nodded, saying, "Then I shall remove it." Sostin wore a peculiar smile, saying, "There is no need for that. Wearing it is still beneficial for you, as I have decided to add an extra training session for you each day, ensuring fairness towards Xiaofeng. For now, rest. I will grant you 2 hours to contemplate the previous battle and recover your stamina. This afternoon, you shall engage in another match with Xiaobai. I hope to see your progress." Contrary to Sostin's expectations, Tianhin did not seek excuses to decline the additional training but immediately consented, saying, "No problem. If possible, I can return for another session in the evening." Sostin gazed blankly at Tianhin. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been petrified by the terrifying onslaught of Xiaobai. Yet, Tianhin appeared invigorated, utterly perplexed by the resilience of this young man, whose will seemed more unyielding than reinforced concrete. The afternoon battle unfolded without any suspense. After Xiaobai unleashed the spatial binding, Tianhin was struck down and rendered unconscious after just 3 blows. Nevertheless, his robust physique and indomitable spirit showed no signs of capitulation. As night descended, he commenced his third battle of the day. Gazing at Xiao Bai's colossal form, a surge of fighting spirit filled his heart, though he dared not employ his dark abilities. The power emanating from the darkness ignited a fervor within him. He silently vowed to break free from Xiao Bai's restraints. He simply must. Xiao Bai regarded the feeble human before it, perplexed as to why its master insisted on pitting it against this seemingly powerless adversary, forbidding it from delivering a fatal blow. Surrounding Tianhen, the space quivered violently under the influence of a pale blue cosmic energy as he maintained his focus on Xiao Bai's eyes. Xiao Bai did not disappoint. A flash of brilliance ignited in its gaze, and the sensation of binding enveloped Tianhen's entire being. He desperately activated his spatial abilities, feeling a fierce tug from the intense spatial fluctuations. Yet, the disparity in their powers was evident. Despite his frantic struggles, his movements remained confined. Xiao Bai's enormous fist loomed before Tianhen, and with a resounding crash, his body traced a parabolic arc, hurtling away. The immense impact left him breathless, and the relentless injuries he sustained throughout the day rendered his body incapable of bearing further strain. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. In that fleeting moment, however, an extraordinary clarity descended upon his mind. Every corner of his surroundings was vividly etched in his consciousness, allowing him to discern Xiao Bai's pursuing trajectory. As he plummeted amidst the tumultuous upheaval, he did not hesitate to launch himself into the air in a graceful arc. But Xiao Bai's body hesitated momentarily before the spatial binding reasserted itself. In that instant when the spatial binding struck, Tianhen let out a furious roar, and his form contorted dramatically into an afterimage, managing to shift 1 meter to the side just before the binding's grasp could ensnare him. The velocity of his movement was so great that, for a brief moment, it seemed as though two Tianhens existed in the air. Though the spatial binding failed to ensnare him, his body still fell heavily to the ground. Completely drained, his abilities chose that moment to plunge him into unconsciousness. As Sostin called Xiao Bai back, astonishment colored his voice, shadow shifting. Tianhen's instantaneous movement earlier transcended mere flight. It was an ability born from a profound understanding of space, leveraging the very essence of spatial power to relocate his body in the face of imminent danger. Although he had only shifted a meter, it was more than sufficient. Remarkably, in the span of a single day, Tianhen had grasped the foundational principle of shadow shifting. Indeed, the rapidity with which Tianhen comprehended shadow shifting was inseparable from his relentless training in recent days. On the surface, his ability level stood at 4. Yet his spatial powers had already ascended to 5. Today's breakthrough was a culmination of past efforts and a moment of explosive realization. As the days passed, under the guidance of Sostin and Moya, Tianhen and Fengyuan rapidly matured amidst continuous battles. Particularly, Tianhen exhibited an extraordinary comprehension of spatial abilities, making remarkable progress almost daily. Over the course of a year, he not only enhanced his 2 original spatial abilities, but also gained a fundamental mastery of the shadow shift technique. With the aid of spatial positioning, he could instantaneously relocate to any spot within 10 meters, rendering Xiao Bai's spatial restraints ineffective against him. Although he still faced defeats under Xiao Bai's other spatial abilities, he could at least withstand them for several hours now. His resilience was greatly acknowledged by Sostin, who found it curious that despite Tianhen's evident strength surpassing level 8, the biocomputer indicated his ability level as only 6. Fenyuan's journey was far more arduous than Tianhen's. Lacking the protection of artificial skin, he endured relentless torment from the wind wolves, leaving him battered daily. His willpower paled in comparison to Tianhen's during the initial month. He nearly succumbed to despair until he grasped the wind shield, which fortified his determination to persevere. Now, he had successfully fused his wind abilities with his flight technique, achieving such speed that even Tianhen found it difficult to keep pace. With his understanding of both the wind shield and wind blade abilities, he could now contend with the wind wolves for a considerable duration. On the surface, his advancement appeared even more pronounced than Tianhen's, as his wind ability had reached the same level 6, and with Moya's selfless assistance, his cosmic energy had escalated to stage 1, level 9, nearing a breakthrough to the second stage. As night fell by the lakeside, Fengyuan reflected, "It has been a full year. Just over a year ago, I was a petty thief in Zhongting City. Now, if I were to return, I doubt anyone would recognize me." Indeed, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. His body now clad in solid muscle, and his formerly flamboyant features had become resolute. His eyes sparkled with vigor, and under the influence of his wind abilities, his short black hair was streaked with a faint hue of azure. Yes, a whole year has passed, and I have been away from home for just as long, Tianhen said, a hint of melancholy flickering in his gaze. He longed for his parents, reminisced about everything in the slums, cherished memories of the kind-hearted Saintess Lily, and even felt a twinge of nostalgia for the alluring vampire Duke Melis. Chapter 20. Brotherhood Boss, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. After enduring so much hardship to attain this strength, if it were a dream, I would be in dire straits. Feng Yuan exclaimed, letting out a yelp. Ah, boss. You don't need to be so serious. That pinch is too hard. Tianhen smiled gently and replied, if I don't pinch you hard, how will you know you're not dreaming? Efforts will never go unrewarded. One must reap what one sows. We owe a great deal to our two elder brothers. Without their guidance, we could never have advanced so swiftly. Indeed, Brother Mo, you remarked yesterday that I seemed to be soaring like a rocket, having ascended from level 2 to level 6 in merely a year. It is likely that an ordinary ability user would require 3 years to achieve such advancement. I replied, Boss, why are you still at level 6? It appears that while your comprehension is commendable, it cannot quite compare to my innate genius. Tianhen, already accustomed to Feng Yuan's arrogance, merely smiled without retorting. Indeed, your progress has been remarkably swift, yet it does not quite qualify you as a genius. Your advancement stems from an effort that surpasses what ordinary individuals can fathom. Xiaofeng, have you forgotten how many times your ribs have been broken? Sostin and Mo approached Tianhen and Feng Yuan, both smiling at their companions, who were simultaneously friends and rivals. Had it not been for the diligence of Tianhen and Feng Yuan, Sostin and Mo would not have expended such considerable effort to assist them. Furthermore, the past year has brought significant gains for Sostin and Mo as well, inspired by Tianhen and Feng Yuan. Particularly by the insights Tianhen garnered during his training, their own cultivation has progressed far more smoothly than before, with both reaching level 19, a feat they had previously deemed unimaginable. Tianhen smiled at Sostin and inquired, Brother Sostin, do you wish to conduct an additional training session this evening? I happen to devise a method to counter Little Bai's spatial strangulation, and today would be an opportune moment to test it. Feng Yuan appeared equally eager. Over the course of the year, they forged deep bonds of friendship with Sostin and Mo, as well as with the two sacred beasts that accompanied them during their training. Combat had transformed from a source of distress into a form of entertainment. Although the outcomes often ended in defeat, they relished the opportunity to discover their shortcomings amidst failure. Sostin waved his hands dismissively, saying, there is no need. Both Little Bai and the Wind Wolf have grown wary of you too. It now takes considerable effort for them to prevail. While you may not tire, it is only fair to allow them some respite. I have never encountered such fervor as yours, especially you. Just the other day, Little Bai complained to me for half an hour after being torn by your spatial manipulation. Tianhen scratched his head and replied, it is so powerful that I cannot hold back. However, I feel my control over space has significantly improved. Emoya interjected. The year we agreed upon has come to an end. While we, as spatial ability users, typically have little to manage, it is now time for you to attempt the trials assigned by the teacher. Tianhen's eyes lit up as he asked, Brother Emoya, can we go now? Emoya smiled gently and said, your strength is still insufficient, but if you two join forces, you should be able to contend with an ability user around level 12. After all, this past year has seen substantial breakthroughs in your application of abilities. Whether you succeed in completing the teacher's trials will depend on your own skills. Nevertheless, I have faith in your success. He believed in their unwavering determination and indomitable spirit. Very well, let us give it a try. If we fail once, we shall try again. If we fail twice, we shall attempt a third time. One day, we shall succeed. Sostin chuckled heartily, saying, I knew you would say that. Well, it is time to share the details of your training. Tianhen and Feng Yuan listened intently to Sostin. With a serious expression, Sostin inquired, do you know why we space-type ability users seldom leave Minghuang Star? Feng Yuan interjected, it must be because the Galactic Alliance is currently at peace, with little need for your assistance. Sostin shook his head, playfully rebuking, you always fancy yourself clever, yet you are surprisingly obtuse. If that were the case, why would I even ask you? A glimmer of insight flickered in Tianhen's eyes as he asked, Brother Sostin, is there some danger on Minghuang Star that requires your intervention? Or is there something that necessitates protection by space-type ability users? Sostin's eyes widened in surprise. You've deduced quite a bit. Indeed. We space-type ability users remain here to safeguard a specific place, which is intimately linked to your training. He paused, allowing Tianhen and Feng Yuan to settle upon the fine gravel before continuing. Every ability user knows that among the 7 primary types of abilities, the most formidable are light, darkness, and space. Due to the peculiarities of these powers, users of these abilities are significantly stronger than ordinary ability users at the same level. According to the Holy Alliance's estimations, an 8th level space type ability user possesses strength equivalent to a 10th level ordinary ability user. This means that, at the same ability level, the strength of ordinary ability users is merely 80% of that of space, darkness, and light users. However, the number of ordinary ability users far exceeds that of these three categories. Tianhen furrowed his brow and remarked, Brother Sostin, I have heard that the number of darkness type ability users is not insignificant. Otherwise, how could they oppose our Holy Alliance? Sostin shook his head, explaining, You are unaware of the specifics. Indeed, darkness type ability users are the most numerous among the high-level abilities, but not by a considerable margin. The perception of their abundance arises from the many insidious methods employed by those lurking in the shadows, which can transform ordinary individuals into darkness-type ability users, thus inflating their numbers. For instance, vampires can convert ordinary people into low-level vampires. Yet, this does not bridge the gap in strength. Only true darkness-type ability users possess formidable power, while those low-level darkness-type users lack significant strength and pose little threat. There are two crucial reasons why darkness-type ability users cannot compete with our Holy Alliance. One is the aforementioned issue of numbers, and the other is their inability to possess sacred beasts. As for the sacred beasts, I shall not divulge anything further until you have gained the strength necessary to venture to the magical star. Moya chuckled, Old Sostin, you are digressing. Sostin laughed lightly and replied, I must clarify my points. The number of light and space-type ability users is drastically lower than that of darkness-type users, to the extent that it is almost pitiful, yet they represent the most elite forces within the entire Holy Alliance. I am not entirely certain of the exact number of light-based psychics. However, even including you, there are merely 112 spatial psychics. Compared to the tens of thousands of ordinary psychics, this figure is decidedly meager. 112 may not sound insignificant at first glance, but upon deeper reflection, Tianhen realized that within the vast expanse of over 1,700 administrative planets in the Galactic Alliance, the presence of only 112 spatial psychics is alarmingly low. Sostin sighed and continued, only 112 individuals. Moreover, the majority are concentrated on Minghuang's star, for we must protect that place. Light-based psychics are scattered across numerous planets, attending to a multitude of affairs within the Holy Alliance. In contrast, we spatial psychics remain hidden here, safeguarding the temple of the demon god. Fengyuan chuckled. The temple of the demon god? Brother Sostin, are you jesting? That name sounds like something out of a fantasy. There are no such deities in this world. Surely you jest. Sostin shot Fengyuan a glare, retorting, You cheeky lad. You have quite the sharp tongue. I can assure you with utmost seriousness that the temple of the demon god indeed exists. This name was not coined by us, but rather deciphered. Tianhen inquired, Brother Sostin, does this mean our trial is to venture into the temple of the demon god? Sostin nodded, stating, Indeed. It is the temple of the demon god. In truth, the temple was not constructed by humanity. It existed long before we discovered Minghuang's star. The identity of its builders remains an unsolved enigma. Perhaps only by reaching the 9th level of the temple can this mystery be unveiled. Tianhen remarked. The name Temple of the Demon God carries a profound sense of awe. Sostin continued, There is no need for you to ask. I will elucidate. The temple comprises 9 levels, all situated deep underground, harboring an exceptionally potent and mysterious force. Each level possesses distinct characteristics. Our esteemed elder, a light-based adjudicator, has stated that within the temple of the demon god lies a power capable of deifying individuals. Yet, even the combined might of the 5 adjudicators has failed to uncover the identity of the temple's creators, as they could only surmount the challenges of up to the 7th level. Tianhen expressed astonishment. Is it truly that formidable? Was it not said that the adjudicators could contend with divine fleets? Yet they cannot conquer this modest temple of the demon god. This is hard to fathom. Moreover, do deities truly exist in this world? Sostin replied with a smile. That question is beyond my capacity to answer. However, it has been demonstrated that thus far, the temple of the demon god is indeed impervious to human destruction, unless the entire Minghuang star were to be annihilated. As you know, the core of Minghuang star is immensely large. Its destruction would trigger a chain reaction, affecting at least 500 administrative planets within the Galactic Alliance, potentially even creating a black hole that would impact the entirety of the Galactic Alliance. Furthermore, among the weaponry currently developed by the Galactic Alliance, there exists none capable of obliterating Minghuang's star, for it harbors a white dwarf within. Fengyuan, perplexed, remarked, Surely it cannot be that dire. Although I have not studied extensively, I am aware that a white dwarf is a late-stage star, possessing a gravity that is anywhere from 10 million to a billion times stronger than that of Earth. Its density reaches an astounding 10 million tons per cubic meter. It is inconceivable for any form of life to exist on the surface of a white dwarf. Moreover, Minghuang star is the largest planet orbiting the bright yellow sun. How could a white dwarf exist within it? Are you not indulging in fantasy? Tianhen chuckled wryly and remarked, "It does seem somewhat dreamlike, yet Minghuang star is indeed one of the greatest mysteries of the Galactic Alliance. At the very core of this planet lies a white dwarf with a diameter of approximately 10 kilometers, a fact that is absolutely reliable. I was taken aback when I learned about this during my studies at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. This enigma remains unsolved, as Brother Su stated. If Minghuang star were to be destroyed, the resulting changes in the white dwarf could very likely lead to the formation of a neutron star or even a black hole. At that point, its gravitational pull could potentially obliterate the entire Galactic Alliance." Feng Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this truly the case? Goodness! What does it mean to have a white dwarf, a neutron star, or even a black hole?" Su Siting replied, "It is merely a possibility. We have long suspected that the demon god temple is related to the white dwarf within Minghuang star, though we lack concrete evidence. It is precisely because of the temple's uniqueness that we have been safeguarding it." Taking a deep breath, Tianhen urged, "Brother Su, please continue with your account of the demon god temple." Su Siting nodded and said, "Within the demon god temple, there are many strange inscriptions, of which we have deciphered only a small fraction, including the name of the temple itself. Each level of the temple features a massive statue, behind which lies the entrance to the next level. In the layers we are familiar with, there is a recurring inscription, 'As long as you possess strength, venture to the deepest part.' It has been proven that each level of the temple presents formidable trials. The deeper one descends, the more challenging the tests become. Teacher Mo's requirement for you is to successfully navigate the first 3 levels." Tianhen nodded, asking, "What trials await within these first 3 levels?" Su Siting replied, "I cannot elaborate in detail, but given your current abilities, you should be able to pass the first trial with relative ease. As for the subsequent 2 levels, they may prove quite difficult. It would be best for you to explore and discover for yourselves. Your understanding will undoubtedly surpass my explanations. One reassuring fact is that, although the temple's defenses are formidable, they will not kill intruders. If your strength is insufficient to contend with the trials, a mysterious force will escort you out of the temple." Feng Yuan smiled, saying, "That is rather fortunate. It is akin to how I and the boss handle Xiao Bai and Feng Lang, merely a different form of training. We have plenty of time to persist. Success will surely come." Emoya chuckled, "I knew you would say that. While the demon god temple does not take lives, the pain it inflicts is quite intense. However, for 2 rugged individuals like you, it should not pose much of a problem. Unless you willingly abandon the trials, you can indeed continue to press forward. Please, return and rest for the evening. Tomorrow morning, we shall escort you to the temple of the demon god." Feng Yuan and Tianhen exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. With a smile, Tianhen remarked, "Brothers, your words provoke a sense of restlessness within me. Why not proceed to the temple of the demon god now? Both Feng and I are in excellent condition. Let us experience what the temple has to offer." Sostin gazed deeply at Tianhen and Feng Yuan, sighing softly, "It has been a year. Do you not wish to take a break? Maintaining such intense focus is not beneficial for you." Tianhen, Feng Yuan, I must concede, you are among the most diligent of practitioners I have encountered. While your innate talents may not yet be apparent, it is said that diligence can compensate for a lack of natural ability. Both Moya and I have observed your unwavering determination. Your resolute spirit surpasses all else. Let today be a day of relaxation." Tianhen and Feng Yuan exchanged glances. A year had passed, and despite their daily routine of monotonous training, they had grown accustomed to this lifestyle. The satisfaction they derived from witnessing their own progress was unparalleled. They aspired to distinguish themselves, yearning to become formidable forces, and their steadfast beliefs propelled them forward. The temple of the demon god awaited them as a forthcoming trial, and they felt no trepidation. Instead, they were invigorated by the challenge, provided that they could at least ensure their survival amidst whatever obstacles lay ahead. "My friend, Wind Wolf, come forth," Moya called out, and in a flash of light, Wind Wolf materialized before Tianhen and Feng Yuan. "Moya, what are you doing?" Sostin inquired, astonished. Moya replied with a smile, "Did you not notice the excitement in these 2 young men? If we do not allow them some activity, they may find it hard to sleep. It has been a year. It is time to thoroughly assess the fruits of our labor." Wind Wolf, akin to a level 16 spatial ability user, shall unleash its full potential today, and we shall see how long these 2 can endure. Sostin shook his head in resignation. "You have certainly been influenced by these 2. Moya laughed heartily and gestured to Wind Wolf. The creature, towering over 2 meters with a robust azure body, fixed its gaze on Feng Yuan and let out an exuberant roar before lunging forward with the speed of lightning. Tianhen and Feng Yuan, though no strangers to speed, found themselves unable to evade the sudden onslaught of Wind Wolf. Feng Yuan, facing this familiar adversary, had shed any initial panic. He brought his hands together and apart, summoning a fierce gust of wind that formed a turquoise shield before him. With a swift motion of its left front paw, the Wind Wolf caused the space before it to tremble violently, accompanied by a sound akin to tearing fabric. The wind shield shattered into fragments, and the Wind Wolf charged forward, sending Feng Yuan hurtling through the air. A whirlwind encircled Feng Yuan's body, propelling him backward with tremendous force. Though he could not suppress a muffled groan, Mo Ya's voice resonated, warning the two young men to exercise caution. For the Wind Wolf was currently at the zenith of its power. In the instant Feng Yuan was thrown aside, Tian Chun dashed forward, surpassing Feng Yuan both in strength and adaptability. He unleashed a right punch towards the Wind Wolf's head, releasing a spiraling azure light that embodied the essence of cosmic energy. The Wind Wolf, seemingly dismissive of Tian Chen's presence, roared and opened its jaws wide to confront the azure radiance head-on. A glint of cold light flashed in Tian Chen's eyes as the azure force momentarily stalled in midair, evading the Wind Wolf's bite before surging forward to strike its snout. The Wind Wolf's body halted abruptly, and in the next moment, it let out an enraged roar from its gaping maw. Tian Chun did not waver. He vanished from in front of the Wind Wolf, reappearing at its side, where he swung his palm, infused with the power of spatial distortion, towards the creature's back, an embodiment of spatial tearing. Although he had never clashed with the Wind Wolf before, he did not underestimate it and immediately employed his most adept technique. The shadow shift. The Wind Wolf in its prime was a force to be reckoned with, its massive form twisting in an almost surreal manner. Just as Tian Chun believed he could inflict damage, the creature suddenly disappeared, utilizing the same shadow shift technique. Innately fierce and cunning, the Wind Wolf refrained from attacking Tian Chun, instinctively perceiving Feng Yuan as its primary target. The azure light reappeared 20 meters away in front of Feng Yuan, and with both enormous front paws, it lunged toward him, who was still recovering from the previous impact. Sensing the formidable aura that suddenly manifested before him, Feng Yuan hesitated not for an instant. He swiftly retreated, his hands moving rapidly in the air as 8 wind blades coalesced to seal off the surrounding space. The piercing azure blades, accompanied by a shrill whistle, hurtled toward the Wind Wolf. The space warped once more. The intensity of the wind blades could only slightly impede the Wind Wolf's assault, which it deftly neutralized using its spatial abilities. However, this brief moment was sufficient for Tian Chun to position himself beside Feng Yuan, ready to confront their foe together. Without time for deliberation, the two raised their hands in unison. Evading was never the optimal solution. They needed to launch an offensive. The azure wind blades, now intertwined with distorted spatial energy, converged into a brilliant azure radiance that surged forward in a single, powerful strike. As it swept through the air, pebbles on the ground scattered in disarray. Raising clouds of dust, Feng Yuan had summoned all his strength. The Wind Wolf refrained from launching another attack, as the assault before it was evidently sufficient to pose a threat. It crouched backward, letting out a furious roar, and an ethereal shield of distorted energy materialized in front of it. The combined force of the attacks from Feng Yuan and Tianhen suddenly crashed against this barrier, the sharp sound reverberating across the lakeside. The immense body of the Wind Wolf was forced to retreat several steps by the overwhelming impact, its azure fur bristling with fury. In contrast to its withdrawal, Tianhen and Feng Yuan were not so fortunate. The intense force sent them both hurtling backward. In midair, Tianhen positioned his body in front of Feng Yuan, relying on his superior defensive capabilities and artificial skin to absorb most of the shock. Yet even so, Feng Yuan still coughed up a trace of blood. As Tianhen's feet touched the ground, he realized he could not retreat, nor could he adjust the energy within him to afford Feng Yuan a moment to recover. He charged forward once more. Waves of white light emerged from the distorted space as he executed 3 successive shadow shifts, creating countless afterimages in the air. With immense tearing forces erupting around the Wind Wolf, Moya and Sostin exchanged astonished glances. They understood that the offensive power displayed by Tianhen now was something they could not have harnessed even at level 8. Their surprise, however, did not equate to confidence in Tianhen's ability to confront the Wind Wolf, for the disparity in levels could not be compensated for by adaptability alone. The Wind Wolf, a sacred beast of the space element, possessed incredible speed. Faced with the tremendous pressure from all directions, a white light shield enveloped its form. absorbing the relentless blows of the tearing energy without yielding. The wind wolf opened its maw, unleashing a distorted white energy orb that shot forth. The orb, emitting a high-pitched shriek, raced towards Tianhen with lightning speed. In the presence of the space element wind wolf, all afterimages proved futile. The creature's acute spatial awareness allowed it to pinpoint Tianhen's actual location. Tianhen momentarily froze, witnessing such an attack for the first time. Although the energy orb appeared unassuming, a sense of oppression instinctively gripped his heart. He retreated, a grave expression settling upon his face. Under the wind wolf's command, the energy orb surged forth at supersonic speeds. Feng Yuan steadied himself, observing Tianhen's imminent danger without rushing to assist him directly. Cunning as he was, he devised a more strategic approach. He lowered his body, utilizing the power of his wind ability to maximize his speed, and coalesced wind blades in his hands, maneuvering around to attack the wind wolf from the side. Indeed, he was employing the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. The energy orb was under the wind wolf's control. If he could disrupt that control, he could alleviate Tianhen's peril. The azure wind blade struck true against the wind wolf's back. Focused solely on Tianhen, the beast was momentarily distracted by the sudden assault, its concentration faltering. In a fit of rage, it pivoted sharply, its hind hooves aimed directly at Feng Yuan's chest, while simultaneously, spatial restraints descended upon Feng Yuan, nullifying the wind ability he had summoned for his defense. A resounding crash echoed alongside a piercing scream. With the absence of the wind wolf's control, the luminous projectile, guided by Tianhen, struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a pit 3 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. The unfortunate Feng Yuan was sent flying by a powerful kick from the wind wolf. Fortunately, drawing from his extensive experience of enduring blows, he managed to concentrate all his cosmic energy and wind-based abilities at the critical moment, narrowly escaping the peril of fractured ribs once more. Tianhen, like a flash of lightning, caught Feng Yuan's body, drifting back several dozen meters to dissipate the impact. Feng Yuan had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the crater on the ground, Tianhen understood that even with the protective artificial skin shielding him, a direct hit would still leave him grievously injured. Feng Yuan had feinted to safeguard himself. His gaze shifted to the still raging wind wolf, his ire surging instantaneously. The dark powers, long suppressed, threatened to break free, and his left eye turned as dark as ink. Tendrils of black energy starting to emerge from behind him. With a flash of light, Emoya appeared beside the wind wolf, placing a hand on its massive head, and said with a smile, "Enough, my friend." In a burst of white light, the wind wolf was sent back to its alternate dimension. With the wind wolf's presence dissipated, clarity returned to Tianhen's mind, and the dark powers swiftly vanished from his surface. As it was deep in the night, this sudden change went unnoticed by Sostin and Emoya. He pondered, "What is happening to me? This is merely practice. Why do I feel such intense murderous intent?" "Xiaohen, how is Xiaofeng? I hope he hasn't broken his ribs again," Emoya inquired with concern as he approached them. Tianhen shook his head and replied, "He simply exhausted himself and sustained some injuries. After a night's rest, he should be fine. That 16th level wind wolf is indeed formidable, even together. We are no match for it." Sostin chuckled, "Do not be disheartened. There is a level disparity after all. And the 16th level wind wolf is equivalent to a 20th level ordinary sacred beast. The fact that you both managed to endure for such a duration is commendable. The wind wolf used its full power, and yet you were able to inflict even a slight injury upon it with your spatial abilities. That is already astonishing." With a soft sigh, Tianhen said, "Brothers, I will take Xiaofeng back to help him recover. Tomorrow morning, we shall head to the demon god temple." Feng Yuan's injuries were indeed not severe, and after a night of Tianhen's care, he had returned to normal. In the morning, the two of them enjoyed fruits from the dream forest in their room. Tianhen asked Feng Yuan, "Xiaofeng, why did you protect me so fiercely yesterday?" Feng Yuan looked at Tianhen and smiled. "Did you not say that we are brothers? I wasn't just protecting you. I was also helping myself, although I was knocked unconscious. It was worth it. As they say, it is better to bear a lighter burden when two are in conflict. If you had been severely injured, how could we possibly go to the demon god temple today?" Upon hearing Feng Yuan's words, Tianhen paused, murmuring, "Xiaofeng, you need not deceive me. Even if the blows I received were lighter than yours, you would make the same choice." Feng Yuan furrowed his brow, patting Tianhen on the shoulder, and said, "Why speak of such things? I am not as noble as you think. All right, it is time for us to depart. We must not keep the two gentlemen waiting too long." With that, without waiting for Tianhen to utter another word, Feng Yuan took the lead and stepped outside. Chapter 21. The first level of the demon god temple. Tianhen gazed at Feng Yuan's retreating figure, a warm sensation blossoming within him. He had realized, when Feng Yuan had launched his attack on the Wind Wolf the previous day, that Feng Yuan had truly come to regard him as a lifelong companion. Over the past year, Feng Yuan had endured far greater suffering due to the lack of artificial skin. Now, as they approached the demon god temple, Tianhen felt compelled to share some of that burden. Sostin and Moya were stretching by the lakeside, and upon seeing Tianhen and Feng Yuan emerge, they approached eagerly. Sostin inquired, "Are you prepared?" Feng Yuan shrugged, replying, "There's not much to prepare for. The worst that can happen is being beaten out." Under the guidance of Sostin and Moya, they departed from the place they had called home for a year, making their way towards the western part of the Dream Forest. Given that the central area of the Dream Forest was a forbidden zone of the Holy Alliance, they were free from the constraints of flight. The four of them soared into the sky, racing towards the west at supersonic speeds. Although Feng Yuan could not initially reach such speeds due to his cosmic energy, his wind-based abilities proved invaluable. In the vast expanse of the sky, the manipulation of wind reached its zenith. As trees zipped past beneath Tianen's feet, he continuously adjusted his state. This velocity no longer posed a burden to him. His dark energy, enveloped by the cosmic energy, remained deeply concealed, undetectable unless he chose to reveal it. The spatial energy aided him in extending his mental power to its utmost limits, allowing him to fully perceive everything around him. Before long, amidst the dense forest ahead, several figures suddenly emerged. Sostin gestured to Tianhen and the others, and their pace noticeably slowed. Tianhen reached out with his mental energy to sense the approaching figures, only to be astonished to find that he could not penetrate their defenses. It was evident that they were formidable ability users. As they drew nearer, the appearances of the figures became clear. Clad in simple garments, they emanated an aura that caused subtle ripples in the surrounding space. The leader, a man appearing to be in his 30s, swiftly approached them, and upon recognizing Sostin and Moya, he smiled and said, "What brings you two here?" Sostin and Moya replied respectfully, "Greetings, Master Dylan." Tianen's heart skipped a beat. "A master? Another one?" Dylan smiled and remarked, "There is no need for such formality among brothers. Who are these two young gentlemen?" Sostin smiled back. "They hail from Zhongding Star. Teacher Moore instructed me to bring them for testing in the first 3 levels of the Demon God Temple to determine their potential for inclusion." Dylan's expression shifted to one of understanding as he smiled and said, "Then let us proceed. We shall discuss further below." Amidst the gathering of over a dozen spatial ability users, the 4 of them descended into the heart of the forest. Tianhen exchanged a glance with Feng Yuan, and together they approached Dylan, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Your Excellency, Master." Dylan appeared warm and amiable, responding with a smile. "Hello to you all. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Here, we are all subordinates of the Holy Alliance and brothers alike. I am a level 39 master of spatial control. What about you?" Tianhen said, "I am Tianhen, a level 6 spatial manipulator, and this is Feng Yuan, also a level 6 wind manipulator." Dylan paused in astonishment. "Level 6? Are you both about to enter the Demon God Temple?" He furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Sostin and Moya. Sostin replied helplessly, "This is the intention of Teacher Moore. I do not comprehend it either. Let them give it a try." Dylan sighed softly. "Teacher Moore's actions are beyond our understanding. Alas." A crisp cough interrupted him, and over 20 individuals clad in similar robes appeared before them. At the forefront stood a stunningly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 20s, her height nearly matching Tianen's. Although she donned a plain robe, it could not conceal her extraordinary presence. Regrettably, her demeanor was exceedingly icy, as though the air surrounding her was composed of frost. Her frigid voice rang out, "Dylan, I do not wish to hear you discussing Teacher Moore any further." Dylan shook his head in resignation. "Rongrong, must you be so serious?" "I'm merely enough." A cold glint flashed in Rongrong's eyes as a distorted beam of light shot forth. Dylan's expression shifted slightly. He waved his right hand gently, producing a similar beam of light. The 2 beams met in midair, producing a low, resonant sound that made everyone present shudder and step back. Tianhen sensed the overwhelming aura and mused, "Could this woman, named Rongrong, also be a master? All right, I concede. Rongrong, it seems your fiery temperament cannot be tamed." Dylan shook his head helplessly. Rongrong snorted, "Who told you to babble so much? Bring those 2 boys over." Through Sostin's whispered explanations, Tianhen learned that Dylan and Rongrong were the other 2 masters on Minghuang Star, aside from Moore. Among all spatial manipulators, they were the only 3 masters. Rongrong's prowess surpassed Dylan's, being a level 42 spatial master. Together, Dylan and Rongrong led over 30 powerful manipulators tasked with guarding the Demon God Temple. As the group converged, a glimmer of greed flickered in Feng Yuan's eyes. He was always so defenseless in the presence of beauty. In contrast, Tianhen appeared far more prudent. He was acutely aware that Rongrong was not someone they could provoke, positioning himself to shield Fengyuan from her notice. Rongrong's arrival cast a somber pall over the atmosphere. After the group had advanced approximately 100 meters, Rongrong halted first. An extraordinary sensation swept through Tianhen and Fengyuan, an indescribable feeling as though a voice within their hearts was beckoning them, a tremendous pull continuously assailing their spirits. Tianhen silently acknowledged the formidable presence. Is this the power of the demon god temple? Rongrong, with her back to Tianhen and Fengyuan, calmly stated, "You may enter on your own. Within the demon god temple, no one will assist you. Everything relies solely on yourselves. If you find this trial unbearable, you may leave at any time. Last time, a level 12 spatial manipulator could only endure for 2 days. I hope you are not so fragile." Her words sent a shiver down the spines of Tianhen and Fengyuan, causing the flicker of wicked thoughts in Fengyuan's mind to dissipate as he discreetly stuck out his tongue. They circumvented Rongrong and gazed ahead. Enveloped by the lush greenery, a hole with a mere 2-meter diameter materialized before them. It was indeed a chasm, an unfathomable abyss. Its edges adorned with various forms of vegetation, from which a formidable gravitational pull emanated. At first glance, the hole appeared unremarkable. Fengyuan turned to Rongrong, hesitatingly inquiring, "Master, how shall we enter?" The profound void stirred a tremor within him, evoking an involuntary sense of dread. Rongrong replied nonchalantly, "It's quite simple, just jump in." With a wave of her right hand, Tianhen and Fengyuan felt their bodies ensnared, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. Darkness enveloped them, and in the next instant, they found themselves hurled into the abyss. The overwhelming suction rendered their flight techniques ineffective, and the sound of rushing wind filled their ears as they plummeted downward. Although accustomed to such velocity, the sensation of weightlessness heightened their anxiety. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Surely, we won't perish from this fall. Outside the demon god palace, Dilong expressed his dissatisfaction. "Rongrong, what are you doing? You tossed them in without a word of explanation. They are our colleagues, after all. Is such treatment truly necessary?" Rongrong retorted coldly, "I do not acknowledge such weaklings as my colleagues. Even if I elucidated the circumstances within, what difference would it make? Can they handle it with their abilities? Instead of wasting breath, it is better to let them face the challenge themselves. They are destined to fail regardless." "Oh, my dear Rongrong, ever so fierce. Indeed, you are my most cherished disciple." A mocking voice interjected, prompting all the spatial manipulators present to stand erect in reverence. For they understood that only one person would dare to speak to Rongrong in such a manner. Mole appeared without preamble before the assembly. Casting a glance at the inky chasm before shifting his gaze to Sustin and Moya, chuckling to himself, "You two have become quite astute. Greetings, Master." As Mole forbade anyone from addressing him as teacher, the attendees referred to him as Master. Rongrong's previously icy demeanor softened with a hint of respect, and she bowed her head in greeting. Sustin, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Master, we only wish to offer our assistance." Mole chuckled, "It matters not. I bear no grudge against you. I revel in witnessing miracles unfold. Perhaps those 2 lads might conjure one. Prepare the finest nutrient solution for them. I am eager to see how long they can endure. If they can persist in their trials for over 100 days, bring them to me. If they refuse to concede, let them be." As his words faded, Mole vanished into thin air, leaving behind a final admonition. "Rongrong, do not always wear such a frigid expression. It will hasten your aging. I wish not to see the beautiful little Rongrong grow old." Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently shook her head. Sostin suddenly realized, "I understand now." The teacher did not intend for Tianhen and Fengyuan to undergo the 3 layers of trials, but rather to test their perseverance. The teacher's method is truly ingenious. I, the disciple, have learned much. As their bodies continued to plummet rapidly, Tianhen's emotions had calmed considerably. Although the overwhelming force of gravity rendered him unable to ascend through flight, he managed to counteract some of the pull. Grasping Fengyuan's arm, he continuously balanced their descent using his spatial abilities and cosmic energy. The deceleration effect, though subtle, provided him with a semblance of reassurance. Suddenly, both of them felt a tightening sensation as an unknown force instantaneously bound their bodies. This force was gentle, causing no harm, instead cradling them softly. The gravitational pull dissipated, and under this embrace, their bodies gradually stabilized. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings as darkness receded, although not brilliantly bright. They could finally discern their environment. A tremor beneath their feet indicated they had landed on solid ground, allowing their hearts to return to a state of calm. Tianhen took a deep breath, distorting the surrounding space with his spatial abilities to safeguard both himself and Fengyuan. with the laser energy at his fingertips poised for eruption. They found themselves in a vast hall, expansive enough to span nearly 10,000 square meters, a subterranean realm. The walls around them emanated a soft yellow glow, enabling a clear view of everything within the hall. Compared to the outside, the temperature here was noticeably warmer, almost stifling. Tianhen extended his mental energy, cautiously surveying his surroundings while perceiving every detail. The yellow walls were adorned with exquisite carvings, depicting peculiar characters, bathed in the yellow light. These characters appeared to flow like mercury, creating a mesmerizing spectacle despite their strangeness. The ground beneath them was impeccably flat, and as Tianhen gazed ahead, he finally spotted the statue Sostin had mentioned. The hall's height reached approximately 10 meters, and the enormous statue nearly grazed the ceiling. Its form was peculiar, featuring a human body clad in an extraordinary armor that Tianhen had never encountered before. The armor was remarkably smooth, seamlessly integrated except for the joints, and emitted a faint glow, much dimmer than the illuminated characters on the walls, which initially went unnoticed by Tianhen. The statue's body was elongated, particularly the legs, which comprised over 2/3 of its height. The upper body was relatively shorter, with slender arms hanging at its sides. Most distinctive was its head, adorned with a single horn that shimmered in golden hues, flickering between brightness and dimness. With his keen eyesight, Tianhen discerned spiral patterns on the golden horn, while the statue's face was uniquely flat, shrouded in a delicate layer of yellow mist that obscured its true features. Flanking the statue were 6 columns, 3 on each side, extending from the ground to the ceiling. The density of the characters carved on these columns surpassed that of the walls, and like the golden horn, they too flickered with a variable luminosity. As Feng Yuan was about to make a move, Tianhen pulled him back. Hold on. This must be the first level of the demon god temple. Given that there are trials ahead, we must proceed with caution. Let us first ascertain our surroundings before taking any action, adapting to changes as they arise. Feng Yuan nodded, mirroring Tianhen's vigilance as he surveyed the area. He conjured a blade of wind in each hand, ever ready to respond to any threat. Boss, how will we know when we have passed this first trial? Feng Yuan inquired. Tianhen shook his head. I am uncertain. Perhaps we merely need to enter the second level through the entrance behind that statue to consider it a success. However, I sense it will not be so simple. Stay close behind me. Let us advance. With that, he took the lead, cautiously approaching the statue. As Tianhen's 13th step landed on the smooth surface of the hall, the changes they had been so alert for finally manifested. 3 beams of light emerged from the ground, accompanied by a low, mournful wail. With his nerves taut, Feng Yuan swiftly launched the blades of wind, their azure light slicing horizontally through the air. The 3 beams of light coalesced with the wailing sounds, and Feng Yuan's wind blades dissipated. Suddenly, everything before them became shrouded in a foggy haze, and a gentle call echoed in a language they could not comprehend, causing them to involuntarily lurch forward a step. At that moment, 3 figures appeared 5 meters in front of them. Tianhen was astonished to see that the figures resembled the statue at the end of the hall, albeit on a much smaller scale, standing only slightly taller than himself. The 3 wailing sounds intensified as the strange beings approached, their weightless forms gliding towards Tianhen and Feng Yuan, their elongated arms wide open as if to embrace them. Be careful, Tianhen shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of Feng Yuan. His eyes glinted with determination as he pressed his hands forward, warping the space before him into a rending force aimed at the 3 figures. Contrary to their expectations, no collision occurred. The figures seemed to twist within the distorted space. Yet, in an instant, their torn bodies reassembled outside the warped area, maintaining their original posture as they continued to advance toward Tianhen and Feng Yuan. Tianhen furrowed his brow. They are energy entities. The most effective way to deal with them is to obliterate them, but my strength is evidently insufficient. In desperation, he pulled Feng Yuan back, retreating at lightning speed, only to discover that both of them were significantly slowed down under the veil of the hazy light. The 3 figures showed no signs of relenting. Their forms merged and separated, accelerating toward them with renewed vigor. In this critical moment, Tianhen clasped his hands together, unleashing 10 beams of laser-like energy. The light dispersed, enveloping all 3 figures. The wailing transformed into a sharp shriek, yet the laser beams passed through the entities unimpeded. Nevertheless, the 3 figures surged forward, piercing through the bodies of Tianhen and Feng Yuan, unleashing a chilling cry. A tremendous impact, accompanied by Tianhen and Feng Yuan, crashed heavily onto the ground. They remained unscathed, yet a sensation akin to being pricked by sharp needles coursed through their minds, an indescribable pain stimulating every nerve ending within them. Cries of anguish erupted as the two collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. The intense pain surged like a relentless tide, mercilessly eroding their bodies. Feng Yuan succumbed first, his nerves instinctively choosing to surrender to unconsciousness. Tianhen, possessing a stronger will and deeper cultivation than Feng Yuan, felt the cosmic energy and spatial abilities within him pulsate violently, resisting the mental assault. Nevertheless, the pain continued to assail his body, as his spatial abilities melted away like snow. Though he managed to fend off a portion of the torment, the residual agony pushed him closer to his limits. At that moment, a chilling current surged within Tianhen, awakening a bloodthirsty and devouring force, a manifestation of darkness. This icy flow incessantly stimulated his nerves, preventing him from slipping into oblivion. Yet, his body remained in spasms, albeit significantly improved compared to before. The pain struck fiercely but receded just as swiftly. When the dark abilities fully manifested, Tianhen finally regained his senses. His first thought was this merely the first layer of the trial? Those three shadowy figures were utterly insurmountable. As he pondered, he failed to notice the changes within his own body. A wisp of black mist emanating from him, his eyes transforming into a peculiar black and white. A figure materialized in the now tranquil hall, a vague presence re-emerging. The individual was slight of stature, their silhouette exuding an air of solitude. The obscure feeling returned as three strange figures rushed toward this person amidst mournful sounds. Yet, the individual neither attacked nor defended, allowing the three figures to pass through them. A slight tremor coursed through their form, followed by a burst of white light, restoring normalcy to the surroundings. The hall returned to calm, while the diminutive figure remained standing, the white radiance emanating from them gradually dissipating. Yet a chilling aura of malice spread like lightning throughout the hall. Tianhen encircled himself with cosmic energy, regaining some strength. The malevolence stirred a chill within his heart, and he struggled to rise from the ground. The slender figure slowly turned 30 meters away from him. Upon clearly seeing the person's face, Tianhen gasped in astonishment. The master of Moer. Indeed, the figure was Moer. At that moment, the playful expression that had once adorned his aged face was replaced by a murderous intent, with a cold glint radiating from his eyes. This dense aura of malice ensnared Tianhen's body, leaving him with no opportunity for resistance. You didn't expect it would be me, did you? Moer's voice was even colder than before. Tianhen was taken aback and replied, Master, I truly did not anticipate it was you. Have you come to assist us? The trials you have set for us are exceedingly arduous. Moer erupted into wild laughter. Assist you? Yes, I have come to help, though not in the manner you envision. The trials I have given you are indeed challenging, but you have successfully passed the first layer of the test. Tianhen exclaimed in astonishment. What? I have passed the trial. However, more coldly replied, do you know what the first layer of the trial entails? The three manifestations of energy are utterly insurmountable. They merely serve as a test for one's spirit and perseverance. You and Feng Yuan underwent the same trial, and his unconsciousness signifies his failure. Your continued consciousness indicates that you have indeed passed the first layer of the trial. Look, he has already vanished, transported outside by the mysterious powers present here. Tianhen glanced aside, and, indeed, found Feng Yuan was nowhere to be seen in the grand hall of the first layer of the demon temple. A sense of confusion arose within him. He pondered the purpose of Moer's sudden appearance. Moer approached Tianhen step by step, and with each advance, the tremors within Tianhen intensified. The terrifying killing intent enveloped him like a tangible force, rendering his body immobile. He instinctively inquired, Master Moer, your spatial shifting has manifested. Yet your ease in wielding this spatial ability far exceeds my own. In an instant, Tianhen felt a void before him, and the next moment, Moer's aged, wrinkled hand had firmly grasped his throat. All of Tianhen's strength dissipated in that moment, and he lost all control over his own body. Even the defensive properties of his artificial skin provided no solace. At that moment, Moer appeared towering, like a majestic mountain, suffocating him with an overwhelming presence. Gazing into Tianhen's eyes, Moer spoke solemnly, I must admit, I truly did not anticipate this. I misjudged your capabilities. From the very first time I encountered you, I regarded you as an exceptional youth, possessing admirable character and resilience. I extended opportunities to you and Feng Yuan. Do you think that Sostin and Moya would have aided you without my guidance? Your efforts have been commendable. In just 1 year, your strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, I was gravely mistaken, more so than I could have imagined. I had believed you might evolve into an outstanding spatial ability user. Yet you have surprised me with your connection to the vile creatures of darkness. You are now utterly exposed, are you not? Tianhen trembled violently. finally comprehending why Moore confronted him with such lethal intent. Indeed, his dark powers had been revealed, and Moore was now aware of his secret. Whether due to Moore's position as the ruler of the Holy Alliance or the matters concerning his son, he had ample justification to bring about Tianan's demise. It was over. Everything was finished. Tianhen sought to summon Melis, but he understood the futility of such an endeavor. Moore was far more powerful than he had anticipated, a force that Melis could not contend with. Moreover, he currently lacked the strength to invoke spatial summoning. Could you grant me an opportunity for explanation? Tianhen's voice emerged hoarse, constrained by Moore's grip on his throat. Moore shook his head, stating, "There is no need for that. Throughout my life, I have harbored the deepest hatred for those like you, creatures of darkness. If it were not for your kind, my only son would not have perished. If not for you, I would not have become who I am today. Dark beings before me are destined for but one outcome, death." As he spoke, his hand gradually tightened, emanating a white mist that surrounded him. In his aged and profound gaze, alongside hatred, there lingered a sense of satisfaction. He would not allow Tianhen to die swiftly. Rather, he intended for Tianhen to slowly experience the sensations that accompany death. For it was only in this manner that the deep-seated animosity within him could be released. The suffocating sensation rendered Tianhen's mind dizzy from lack of oxygen, and he acutely felt the proximity of death. The confrontation with mortality was agonizing and despairing. Beyond despair, he found himself devoid of any other emotions. Faced with a formidable adversary like Moore, he discerned no glimmer of hope. Tianhen recalled his father, his mother, the Saintess Lily, and the luminous eyes he had glimpsed through a haze. Memories surged through his mind like a relentless tide. Regret consumed him. He lamented his arrival in this place. If none of this had transpired, if he had not possessed those two extraordinary abilities, perhaps he would have secured a stable job and remained by his parents' side. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Everything had occurred, and death was all that awaited him. Gradually, everything began to fade, and a faint ash-gray hue emerged in Tianan's eyes, which had once been black and white. His body grew increasingly rigid, with the essence of life steadily draining from him. His consciousness slipped away, and perhaps in the next moment, he would depart from this world. Moore's voice deepened ominously. "It is time to end this, you wretched dark being." Just as Moore prepared to unleash his hand, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A violet flame suddenly ignited around Tianan's neck, prompting Moore to instinctively release his grip. Tianhen did not collapse from the loss of support. Instead, he staggered back a few steps, but remained standing resolutely. The violet flames erupted forth, extending within a 3-meter radius around Tianhen. This fire, devoid of searing heat, caused Moore to retreat several dozen meters in terror, enveloped in a white glow, while a cerulean vortex manifested behind him. "Hellfire!" Moore exclaimed, his voice tinged with astonishment and a hint of fear. It seemed the situation was far from tranquil. "Before long, I would have to intervene once more to assist this lad." The ancient voice that had initially emerged due to Melis's intent to kill Tianhen resurfaced. Upon hearing this voice, Moore was even more astonished, exclaiming, "It's you. How could it possibly be you? Did you not vanish? Disappearance does not equate to death. Old Moore, you have grown significantly stronger. It appears you are not inferior to those 5 fellows." Dual ability practitioners invariably possess greater latent strength than those with a singular affinity. Moore took a deep breath to calm his slightly anxious demeanor. Over the years, he had pushed his 2 abilities to their limits. In the grand hall of the first level of the Demon God Temple, apart from the area engulfed by hellfire, the rest was saturated with immense spatial and wind abilities. The power that could shatter the hardest alloys rampaged uncontrollably, and he stood ready to meet any impending assault. "Moore, there is no need for anxiety. I have not come to engage you in battle. Initially, I feared this lad would not withstand this tribulation, but since it is you, matters will be simplified. Do not rush to strike. It has been many years since we last conversed." In Moore's eyes flickered a blinding light of hatred. "In this apocalyptic world, there is nothing left to discuss between us. Though I acknowledge that I am no match for you, I shall ensure that you pay a price, even if it costs me my life. It is time to settle our grievances." No, Moore, you are mistaken. There is no animosity between us, at most. We simply differ in our ideologies. Moreover, I am not truly present here, so there is no need for your anxiety. This must be the demon temple that your holy alliance has long protected. In truth, I am merely a fragment of spiritual energy residing within this boy, a mere extension of my true self. What you perceive as the infernal flames of hell is but an illusion, conjured from the remnants of my power. It is merely a decorative pillow, and with a single strike, he may very well perish. Chapter 22. The origin of Tianhen. The honesty of his opponent momentarily stunned Moore. who pondered whether this was merely a ploy. He remained vigilant, his voice cold. Apocalypse, why are you divulging this information? You must be aware of my hatred towards your dark kin. Do you truly believe I have any reason to refrain from striking? Indeed, there is a reason. If I did not possess absolute confidence that you would not harm Tianhen, would I reveal my vulnerabilities to you? Old Mower, take a closer look at Tianhen's face. The aged voice enveloped Tianhen's form, revealing his pallid countenance, devoid of any color. Mower instinctively gazed at Tianhen, a strange sensation blossoming within him, one that had first arisen upon their initial encounter. Though he had not contemplated it deeply until now, he suddenly felt an odd stirring, his expression betraying a hint of panic as he spoke gravely. What do you mean? Nothing of significance. I merely wish to draw your attention to what you have overlooked. Do you not find Tianhen's visage strikingly familiar? It bears a resemblance to your youthful self. More precisely, he resembles your deceased son, Moao, even more closely. The simplicity of this statement elicited a look of horror from Mower, his frail body trembling violently as the formidable energy he had exuded dissipated. He staggered back a few steps, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Tianhen's face. The pale, handsome features and the sense of familiarity sent tremors through his heart. He muttered, "No, it cannot be. This is not real. You are mistaken. It is indeed real. Old Mower, trust your own eyes. Aside from the added handsomeness that your son Moao lacked in stature and appearance, he bears at least a six-part resemblance. Otherwise, would you subject him to such a trial? Deep down, you have already developed a sense of kinship towards him. Do you know why I have remained by his side? If it were not for our profound connection, would I expend vast amounts of my energy to leave my spiritual essence embedded within his mind? I believe you have long wished to uncover the identity of the dark sorceress who married your son. Today, I can reveal that she is my daughter, my poor daughter." As these revelations unfolded, a wave of astonishment washed over Mower, leaving him breathless. Your daughter? Are you claiming that she is your daughter? It is indeed true that your son's wife is my daughter, Mo Yun. Do not presume that I orchestrated her to seduce your son. By virtue of my standing, your son is unworthy of my daughter. If you disapprove of Moao's association with Yuner, do you believe I would acquiesce? Yuner was destined to be my heir. Yet alas, my poor daughter inexplicably found affection for that foolish lad, Moao. While you mourn your son's departure, I too grieve for the absence of my daughter. Though Yuner has departed with Moao, they have left behind a trace of bloodline, which I have tirelessly sought and finally located. This remaining lineage stands before you. Should you wish to eliminate your only grandson, you may do so at your discretion. Moao trembled as he raised his hand, exclaiming, You claim he is Moao's son? Moshe replied, In this age of advanced technology, you may verify his identity through DNA testing. Consider this. If not for the union of Moao and Mo Yun, would the forces of darkness and space so easily coexist within a single individual? Without my clandestine protection, Tianhen would have long since perished. Though you perceive me as a malevolent force, I have never uttered a falsehood in my life. I trust you do not doubt this. Many secrets remain beyond your comprehension. Indeed, I too am only privy to a fraction of them. You have been gravely mistaken. There is no reason for you to harbor enmity toward us, the practitioners of dark powers, for your son was not slain by our kind. It is said that a tiger does not consume its own offspring. Would I truly murder the beloved of my own daughter? Even if I were to contemplate Moao's demise, there would be no justification in harming Yuner. I wish for you to understand one thing. I too have been searching for the true adversary behind their deaths. Alas, I have grown old and my health has deteriorated significantly. It is now left to Tianhen to pursue this quest. Moao stood in stunned silence, his face a canvas of complex emotions, his gaze fixed upon Tianhen, rendered speechless. You must be astonished by all that you have learned today. In truth, from a certain perspective, we are both elderly souls bereaved of our children. Like you, Yuner is my soul kin. Her death has left my heart desolate. Tianhen's body can scarcely endure. I must take my leave, lest I inflict irreparable harm upon him. Lastly, I urge you, do not disclose Tianhen's true identity to him, for the malevolent forces lurking in the shadows may resurface. You have already lost a son. I trust you do not wish to lose a grandson as well. Tianhen must cultivate his own strength. Let all matters be left for him to resolve. As the purple light completely dissipated, Tianhen's body weakened, and he gradually collapsed to the ground, the severity of his exhaustion plunging him into a profound unconsciousness. A dim glow enveloped him, and in the next moment, he vanished from the first level of the Demon God Hall. The Demon God Hall abides by its own rules. Once one is stripped of combat capability, a mysterious force will transport them away. With Delong's assistance, Feng Yuan has awakened, recalling the intense agony he previously endured, his body still involuntarily twitching. Now he finally comprehended the reason behind why some manipulators only persevered in the demon god temple for a mere 2 days before departing. The torment inflicted upon one's psyche was indeed not easily bearable. Time had elapsed, yet Tianhen still had not emerged, causing him great concern. Could something have happened to his superior? Given that his prowess was only marginally superior to his own, it seemed unlikely that he could triumph over the perverse trials of the demon god temple. Sostin patted Feng Yuan on the shoulder and reassured him, "Silly boy, do not overthink it. There is no need to worry for Tianhen. His absence signifies that he continues to undergo his trials within. Rest assured, he shall be fine. Since our discovery of the demon god temple, no one has ever perished within its confines." At that moment, Feng Yuan's physical condition had improved somewhat, and he consumed a vial of high-grade nutrient solution. It is utterly terrifying inside. Our attacks have no effect whatsoever. The feeling of being utterly defenseless inevitably casts a shadow over my heart, he lamented. Sostin smiled gently. Do not lose heart. We have all ventured into the demon god temple and faced the mental trials of the first level. There have been several manipulators of level 15 and above who could not withstand it. The agony of the mind is not easily endured, nor can it be evaded. With some preparation next time, you will surely succeed. Standing nearby, Rongrong scoffed. Does he even have the courage to enter again? Feng Yuan rose from the ground. His thoughts of the beautiful women overshadowed by the uncertainty surrounding Tianhen's safety. He straightened his chest and declared, "What is there to fear? In truth, pain can also be a form of enjoyment. Have you never experienced this?" Rongrong was taken aback. It was the first time someone had uttered such words in her presence, and she could not help but question, pain is enjoyment? Feng Yuan glanced at Emoya but chose not to respond. Emoya secretly rejoiced, knowing that for Feng Yuan, he could only regard pain as a form of enjoyment. After all, in the past year, he had broken his ribs no fewer than 30 times. If it weren't for modern technology and the wondrous cosmic energy, he would have long since met his demise. Embracing pain was indeed Feng Yuan's most effective strategy against the Wind Wolves. Of course, the type of suffering he endured was not on par with the mental cleansing within the demon god temple. Whether Feng Yuan possessed the fortitude he claimed was a truth only he could ascertain. At that moment, a flash of light illuminated the surroundings, and Tianhen's figure appeared before them. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion as pale as parchment, and the aura emanating from his body was exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible. The group hurriedly gathered around him. Sostin, deeply concerned for Tianhen, did not hesitate to channel his pure cosmic energy into Tianhen's body. Through this cosmic energy, he was struck with astonishment. Tianhen's physical condition was alarmingly perilous, his interior hollow, devoid not only of cosmic energy and abilities, but even his life force was exceedingly weak. At that moment, Tianhen resembled a senseless, vegetative state. Impossible. How could this be? Sostin instinctively exclaimed. Dilong and Rongrong rushed to his side, their formidable abilities allowing them to infuse powerful cosmic energy to safeguard Tianhen's internal organs. A soft glow enveloped Tianhen's body, and at last, a hint of color returned to his face. A fleeting shadow passed, and the onlookers felt an overwhelming force surge forth, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. With a stern expression, Moore walked through the path cleared by the crowd, his demeanor complex, which momentarily stunned those familiar with him, such as Rongrong and Lanlan, who silently pondered what had befallen their teacher. Moore remained silent as he approached Tianhen, gesturing with both hands, causing Tianhen's body to levitate and land gently in his grasp. Feng Yuan, deeply concerned about Tianhen's condition, could not restrain himself from asking, "Master Moore, how is my brother faring? Was it not said that one cannot perish within the demon god palace?" Moore fixed his gaze upon Tianhen's face and replied coolly, "He will be fine. Feng Yuan, you should continue your training here. As for Tianhen, I shall take him for the time being. Rongrong, Lanlan, you are to remain here and guard." His voice was low yet resonated with authority. The spatial ability users promptly straightened up, bowing their heads in unison. "Yes, master." In a blink, Moore, accompanied by Tianhen, executed a spatial shift technique and vanished before the crowd. Feng Yuan stood there, staring blankly at the spot where Moore had just been. A wave of unease washing over him. He realized, to his own surprise, that he had come to regard Tianhen as his sole pillar of support. With Tianhen now taken away by Moore, he was left alone, inevitably feeling a pang of loneliness. Sostin patted Feng Yuan on the shoulder, saying, "You should take a moment to rest. The mental shock is difficult to withstand." Feng Yuan shook his head, declaring, "No, I must re-enter the demon god palace. My abilities are not significantly inferior to my brother's. I can endure. I need to discover what has caused him to end up like that." Rongrong expressed her astonishment. "Aren't you afraid of the pain? Although you have endured it once, the second time will not be any less intense." Think it through. Feng Yuan smiled broadly at Rongrong. Suddenly, a circle of azure wind enveloped him, and in the next moment, he plunged into darkness, responding to Rongrong's concerns with action. Rongrong watched as Feng Yuan's figure receded, a hint of surprise in her eyes, and sighed softly. It seems I have misjudged them. Gradually regaining consciousness, Tianhen felt a weakness coursing through his body, his limbs lacking strength. He forced his eyes open and realized he was in a wooden cabin. The interior was peculiar. Apart from the wooden bed on which he lay, there was only a table and a chair. The walls were plastered with various posters, all featuring scantily clad beauties. Gazing at these images, a warmth surged in Tianhen's mind, sharpening his awareness. Recollecting the events that had transpired, Moore's bloodthirsty gaze surfaced in his memory, prompting him to wonder, have I already perished? You are awake. A deep voice resonated as Moore entered the room. Upon seeing the posters, he could not help but blush, waving his hands to the sides. In a remarkable turn of events, the posters fluttered away in the gentle breeze, leaving the walls completely bare. Moore coughed softly and took a few steps toward Tianhen's bedside, his expression somewhat dazed as he gazed at him. Unbeknownst to Tianhen, Moore's hands, hidden behind his back, trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, Tianhen asked, Master, since you are already aware of the secret I carry, why do you not choose to eliminate me? Are you not the one who despises darkness ability users the most? Startled by Tianhen's voice, Moore's face displayed a complex array of emotions, yet his gaze remained gentle. He replied in a low tone, everything has transpired. You need not mention it again. I shall pretend to know nothing. Tianhen was taken aback. What did Moore mean by this? Did he truly intend to let him go? Surely, it could not be that simple. Considering the Holy Alliance had long been in opposition to those with dark abilities. You intend to spare me? Tianhen asked in astonishment, struggling to conceive any rationale Moore might have for such leniency. Moore replied nonchalantly, there is no question of sparing or not. You remain the manipulator of the Holy Alliance, and I continue as its master. If you so wish, you may call me teacher. This unexpected turn left Tianhen at a loss for words. He stared at Moore, dumbfounded. Before finally managing to stammer, can you tell me why? In a soft voice, Moore responded, is this not what you have always desired? There is no reason. There are things you need not know at this moment. However, I implore you to conceal your abilities well. Should others discover your dark attributes, even I may not be able to protect you. I trust you understand this principle. Tianhen's mind raced, and he swiftly arrived at a decision. Thank you, teacher. He had no other option. For the sake of his future and very life, this was his sole choice. A faint smile appeared on Moore's aged face, and a glow seemed to rejuvenate him, as though he had regained several years in an instant. He gently pressed his hands against Tianhen's body, and two immense streams of cosmic energy surged into Tianhen's chest and abdomen. A warmth enveloped him, and his weakened state began to draw strength from the cosmic energy. Closing his eyes, Tianhen guided the incoming cosmic energy to circulate within him, rapidly restoring both his inherent cosmic essence and the two abilities. After encircling his body thrice, the cosmic energy gradually withdrew. Moore said, very well, you may rest now. Wait, Tianhen opened his eyes. Teacher, what of Feng Yuan? How is he? He does not know of my dark abilities. Please do not burden him. Moore reassured him, there is no need for your concern. That lad is still undergoing training and will be fine. With that, he turned and exited, leaving Tianhen in a state of bewilderment. Once the door closed, Moore began to breathe rapidly, murmuring to himself, he is my grandson. I have a grandson. I have a grandson. An overwhelming sense of joy, absent for many years, surged through him. In that moment, Moore felt that perhaps fate had not been unkind, gifting him with his very own grandson, and the vitality he thought lost returned anew. Grandson, what a splendid word. During the days when Tianhen lay in a state of unconsciousness, Moore extracted his DNA and subjected it to the most advanced testing equipment, which undeniably confirmed their blood relationship, an outcome that could not be fabricated. The rekindled hope invigorated Moore, and he heeded the advice of the end times, choosing not to disclose Tianhen's true identity. Yet, deep within his heart, he had already come to regard Tianhen as his closest kin. He silently vowed to cultivate his grandson into the most formidable, extraordinary being, fulfilling the aspirations his son had failed to realize. At that moment, he found himself no longer yearning for vengeance on behalf of his son. He feared that unearthing the hidden dark forces might endanger his grandson. For the sake of his grandson's life, he willingly relinquished his desire for revenge, for he had finally regained a soul family member, which surpassed all else in importance. He made a solemn promise to protect his grandson, ensuring he would not suffer any harm. 3 days later, Tianhen's body had fully recovered. Throughout these days, Moore visited him daily, though he did not linger for long. The peculiar glimmer in Moore's eyes offered a sense of warmth. After 3 days of simple companionship, Tianhen discovered that his fear of Moore had dissipated entirely, and he regarded him as a mentor. Tianhen, have you ever ingested the sacred liquid from the Holy Alliance Research Institute? Moore inquired with a smile, seated on the only chair in the room. Tianhen nodded, replying, at the hands of the overseer Oya, I was administered 10 milliliters of the sacred liquid. Moore smiled faintly. No wonder your recovery has been so swift. How generous of Oya. 10 milliliters is nearly half of the Fei family's entire stock. Tianhen offered a wry smile. I too am perplexed. The overseer Oya appears cold but is warm-hearted within. Perhaps she aimed to assist me in my training. Moore explained, as dual-element extraordinary beings, we must endure significantly more hardships during our cultivation, yet we gain access to mightier powers. Your mastery of both dark and spatial abilities is commendable. With relentless effort, you shall surely advance. Your body has nearly healed. Since you are my disciple, I hope you will share everything about yourself without reservation. Tianhen paused, then nodded. My background is quite simple. Do you recall why I assisted you when we first met? It was not out of sheer kindness, but rather, I felt a sense of kinship in our shared suffering. I too hail from a slum. My parents lived there for decades. By a fortunate turn of events, a teacher named Damon sponsored my entry into Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, where I spent 5 years in study. Moore's heart warmed as he asked in a curious tone, you have parents? Tianhen was taken aback, responding, of course. Without a father and mother, how could I exist? I am not a test tube baby created from gene synthesis. Understanding that Tianhen had misunderstood his inquiry, Moore refrained from clarification and continued, what happened next? How did you discover your extraordinary abilities? Please elaborate. Perhaps I can find better ways to assist your training. He realized that he increasingly enjoyed spending time with Tianhen, particularly relishing their conversations. Tianhen gazed into Moore's concerned eyes. Feeling a warmth surge within him, he chose not to withhold anything and recounted all his experiences from the past year, beginning with the moment of heartbreak. He detailed everything that transpired in Dream City and with Lady Oya. Even the matter of Melis was not concealed, as Moore was already aware of his possession of dark powers. Thus, any attempt to hide it would be futile. He firmly believed that Moore would not harm him. Otherwise, he would have acted long before now. As he listened to Tianhen's narrative, various emotions flickered across Moore's eyes. Finally, he exclaimed, so your journey has been so tumultuous. That girl Oya is utterly unreasonable. It is her daughter who is at fault, not my disciple. Rest assured, that ridiculous 3-year agreement is null and void from this moment on, and I shall assist you in resolving matters with her. Tianhen stared blankly at Moore. Teacher, this might not be appropriate. After all, both you and Lady Oya are leaders of the Holy Alliance, and she is a member of the Phil family. Moore interrupted. There are no ifs in this matter. The fault does not lie with you. If she wishes to assign blame, she should direct it toward her own daughter. I suspect she has taken a liking to your talent and spatial abilities, intending to claim you for herself. I may have been unaware before, but now that you are my disciple, I will certainly assist you in these affairs. You need not worry. Even old Phil will grant me some respect. However, he continued, I must caution you to limit your interactions with those possessing dark abilities, as they dwell perpetually in shadows. I do not wish for you to be tainted by them. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. On the surface, darkness appears malevolent, yet in essence, no ability is inherently good or evil. It is the manner of its use that defines its nature. Do you understand? Tianhen shuddered, repeating Moore's words. Used for good, it is good. Used for evil, it is evil. I have learned, Master. Moore smiled gently. I have faith in your comprehension. In my presence, there is no need for excessive formality. I am not one to impose such constraints. Your health has recovered, and tomorrow morning, I shall take you to a place I have long awaited to visit. Good fortune should not be hoarded alone. I hope you will share in my joy. Tianhen was taken aback. Teacher, where will you take me? Do I not need to undergo further trials? I have only just passed the first test. Moore nodded. I understand your concern, but I have my reasons for taking you out. We must first address matters concerning Oya. Moreover, have you not mentioned that you have been away from home for several days? Surely, your parents must be quite anxious about you. Trials need not be confined to the demon god temple. One can also hone their skills in the world outside. Today, I shall impart to you your first lesson. Tell me, how do you comprehend space? In other words, what is space? Tianhen collected his thoughts and replied, space is omnipresent. We exist within it at every moment. And yet, space is ever-changing. There is no instance in which we occupy the same spatial condition. Theoretically, even in a vacuum, everything present is entirely different. A vacuum still encompasses many varying factors. Moore nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, it seems you have not wasted your time at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. You are indeed correct. Space is in a constant state of flux. Thus, when we harness spatial abilities, their intensity fluctuates continuously. If you can discern the underlying patterns of these fluctuations, you will naturally be able to unleash your powers at their zenith. In simpler terms, the force of your punch varies from the moment you strike until it reaches its farthest point of impact. Mastering the utilization of spatial energy is the task I leave for you. One must not merely cultivate their abilities. It is essential to attune oneself to their transformations. Everything possesses a life of its own, and only through genuine engagement can one grasp its true essence. As the saying goes, the master can lead you to the door, but the cultivation lies within you. The extent of your understanding ultimately depends on your efforts. After uttering these words, Moore rose and strode out, leaving Tianhen in deep contemplation. With his mental energy fully unleashed, Tianhen controlled every corner of the room. Indeed, as Moore had suggested, he could distinctly sense each subtle fluctuation in the space around him. As the intensity varied, so too did the order of spatial ripples. Tianhen continuously absorbed the mysteries that space offered, gradually entering a meditative state. For him, the following day would be one of profound insight into the deeper truths encompassed within spatial abilities. The next morning, when Moore re-entered Tianhen's room, he discovered that Tianhen remained in the same position he had left him. Upon entering, Moore distinctly felt an inherent sense of restraint within the room. As if all energies were converging upon him, the binding force surged and receded, and in the next moment, a vacuum formed within half a meter around his body. Oh, it seems you have grasped the fundamentals. Even in the vacuum, Moore's voice resonated. A glimmer sparked in his eyes as all spatial fluctuations vanished, restoring normalcy to the room. At which point Tianhen opened his eyes. Their gazes met, and without the need for words, a profound understanding passed between them. A look of joy illuminated Tianhen's face. His grasp of space had ascended to a new level. Though his power had not intensified, his overall capabilities had significantly improved. Rising from his seated position, he knelt on one knee respectfully, saying, "Master, thank you for your guidance." Moore chuckled heartily, replying, "Didn't I tell you not to be so formal? It's time for us to embark on our journey. After waiting so long, I can finally fulfill my wish." Tianhen stood and walked alongside Moore, asking, "Master, what is it that has you so eager? Is there something significant about to occur in the Holy Alliance?" Moore shook his head, saying, "No, it has nothing to do with the Holy Alliance, but it is of great importance to me. Now come along." With that, he stepped through the doorway. As Tianhen followed, he was immediately greeted by the fragrant aroma of earth and vegetation, a sensation that filled him with bliss. He inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "How refreshing." Moore halted his steps, gazing around as he remarked, "This is my territory. The majority of the extraordinary beings on the planet of Minghuang reside here. Take a good look and remember this place. Next time you visit, simply have the patrol hovercraft bring you directly." Tianhen, following Moore's voice, scanned the vicinity, discovering a quaint village reminiscent of the ancient hamlets he had seen in films. Scattered about were over 100 wooden houses, each enclosed by rudimentary fences fashioned from branches. Some of these fenced yards even nurtured crops. Astonished by his surroundings, Tianhen rubbed his eyes and murmured, "Could it be that I've returned to the past?" Moore chuckled. "Of course not. I have always believed this to be the only haven in the entire Galactic Alliance. I have long grown weary of the clamor of the cities and have little fondness for high technology. Perhaps you may not believe it, but at my suggestion, the Holy Alliance and both chambers of the Galactic Alliance have secretly resolved to curtail the pace of technological advancement." Tianhen, taken aback, queried, "Why? Isn't technology supposed to enhance our lives? Why impose restrictions on its development?" Chapter 23. The God of Fire. Zhu Rongmo regarded Tianhen thoughtfully, stating, "You only perceive the beneficial aspects of technology. In truth, nothing in this world can contravene the principles of dialectics. If technology becomes excessively advanced, it will not usher in a utopia, but rather, destruction. Everything has its limits, and given the current state of humanity, slowing the pace of technological growth is the wisest choice." A flicker of astonishment crossed Tianhen's face, although he struggled to fully comprehend Moore's words. He sensed that Moore was not attempting to intimidate him. With a hearty laugh, Moore said, "Look at me. Why bother with such matters? Perhaps, even if humanity were to face annihilation, it would not be within my lifetime to witness. Come, I haven't felt this joyous in a long while." Suddenly, Tianhen felt a lightness envelop him, as if he were ascending into the air. An aura of white light surrounded both him and Moore, and the scenery around them abruptly vanished. He found himself in a distorted space, where the brilliance of the light obscured his awareness of the surroundings. Yet, the warped space quickly dissipated, and when the scenery re-emerged, he gasped in astonishment. For he and Moore had arrived at the outskirts of the dream forest, the very place he had entered when he first ventured into it. In an instant, he had returned to this location. Moore clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, "There is nothing to be astonished about. Once your abilities reach my current level, you too can achieve this. This is the speed of light." Tianhen trembled with excitement. The speed of light. Humans can truly attain the speed of light. Moore smiled and said, "In this world, there is nothing unattainable. Human potential is boundless. To grasp the deeper mysteries within, you must embark on your own journey of comprehension." As he spoke, he produced a vial of high-grade nutrient solution from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Tianhen. "You haven't eaten anything this morning, have you? Drink this first, and then we shall proceed to Mingwang City." Tianhen removed the metallic cap from the nutrient solution and took a sip, saying, "Teacher, there's no need to be so mysterious. Can you please reveal what we are actually going to do?" Moore chuckled and replied, "There is nothing to hide. You will soon discover it for yourself. I am taking you to a concert. It's Marilou's concert, and I am her devoted fan." Suddenly, Tianhen spat out the high-grade nutrient solution he had just ingested. "What?" Moore's eyes gleamed, and the nutrient solution that Tianhen had expelled instantly coalesced into a liquid again. With a flick of his finger, Moore sent the solution back to Tianhen's mouth, stating, "What is there to be surprised about? Wastefulness is disgraceful. Finish it before speaking." As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning appeared in his eyes. "Marilou is my favorite singer, and today she is performing at the Haoyan Sports Center in Mingwang City. I managed to secure 2 tickets, so consider yourself fortunate." Just thinking about Marilou's enchanting voice makes my blood surge with excitement. Tianhen, having no idea who Marilou was, found humor in Moore's demeanor. The esteemed controller was a mere fan, and who would believe that? He coughed twice to awaken Moore from his reverie and asked, "Teacher, is Marilou's singing truly exceptional? It seems unrelated to my cultivation." Moore huffed and replied, "You will understand once you experience it. Always cultivating. Don't you find it rather dull? A little diversion will do you good. Others wish to attend, and I wouldn't take them. The defenses in Mingwang City are quite high. We can no longer fly, to avoid unnecessary troubles. Come, let us take the air car." Tianhen smiled and said, "I hope to share in your joy." The two arrived at the aircar station outside the dream forest, and, after a brief wait, an aircar stopped before them. Upon entering, the driver, evidently unaware of Moore's identity, inquired about their destination. After confirming they were heading to the Haoyan Sports Center, he promptly activated the aircar, propelling them towards their destination at double the speed of sound. "Teacher, with your status, why do you not possess your own aircar?" Tianhen voiced his curiosity. Moore replied, "What need have I for such a contraption? If it weren't for bringing you along, I wouldn't even ride in one. I have no need for technological assistance in my travels. It's a simple truth you fail to grasp. As a psychic, you should forego all technological products. I have already helped you remove that device. Did you not notice its absence?" Tianhen was taken aback. Indeed, upon regaining consciousness, he seemed to feel no presence of the artificial skin. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly, saying, "Teacher, why go to such lengths? Nothing is absolute." Moore snorted, using subtle spatial fluctuations to ensure only they could hear him. He then said, "You fool, and Melis is a fool as well. While artificial skin is indeed precious, it is not unknown to everyone. If Oya were to discover that you possess the most coveted artificial skin from the Dark Dracula family, what do you think her reaction would be? Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, you need not wear it again. It offers no benefit to your cultivation. Moreover, there is no necessity for you to don it continuously. Artificial skin is remarkably comfortable to wear. You have already begun to grasp the profound intricacies of spatial abilities. Simply harness the power of space to expand it, and you shall be able to wear it with ease. Safeguard it well, for it is indeed quite valuable." As he spoke, he touched his body, and the delicate artificial skin appeared in his hand, which he then presented to Tianhen. Upon hearing Moore's words, Tianhen felt a sudden chill. Indeed, artificial skin belongs to practitioners of dark abilities. If Master Moore could discern it, then every wielder might also uncover it. Feeling the earnest assistance from Moore, Tianhen's confusion deepened. He could not fathom the reason behind Moore's drastic transformation, from wishing to eliminate him at the Demon God Temple to now offering him unwavering support. Tianhen tucked the artificial skin into his bosom and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. In the future, I shall strive to refrain from employing dark abilities. However, I truly do not comprehend why you are so benevolent towards me. To my knowledge, you harbor a deep aversion to dark forces. Why did you ultimately spare me?" A flicker of bewilderment crossed Moore's eyes. "There are certain matters you need not concern yourself with at this moment. We shall discuss them in due time. Remember my words. You must not abandon the cultivation of dark abilities. The synergy produced by the combination of 2 powers far surpasses that of a singular ability. Though the path of cultivation may be arduous, since the heavens have bestowed upon you such gifts, you must seize them. Perhaps, decades hence, you shall emerge as the most formidable wielder of abilities. The most formidable wielder of abilities. Tianhen clenched his fists tightly. Ever since he had been spurred by Laina at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, he had harbored an intense yearning for abilities. He understood Moore's words clearly and resolved to become a powerful wielder. In that eventuality, he would seize control of his own destiny. Although the speed of the flying car could not compare to the light speed Moore had previously demonstrated, it delivered them to their destination after more than half an hour. From a distance, Tianhen beheld the colossal structure. The Haoyan Sports Arena stands as one of the iconic edifices of Minghuang City. While it may not possess the renown of the political center's octagonal building, it is the largest sports arena in the city, capable of accommodating 80,000 spectators. Above the vast arena lies a dome that can be opened. Whenever the air within becomes stale, the dome opens automatically, allowing fresh air to flow inside. Moreover, this dome comprises solar panels, providing nearly all the energy required by the arena, making Haoyan Sports Arena one of the most advanced venues within the Galactic Alliance. Although there remains time before the concert, throngs of people are already gathered around the arena, with the surrounding parking lots filled with various flying vehicles. Reluctantly, Tianhen and Moore disembarked about a kilometer from the Haoyan Sports Arena and commenced their walk toward the venue. A look of rapture illuminated Moore's eyes. Do you see, my young friend? Marilou's concerts are always sold out, and acquiring a ticket is exceedingly challenging. It is said that even the most ordinary tickets have been resold for over 1,000 cosmic coins. He gazed at Tianhen, his eyes distinctly conveying the message that the young man had benefited from his influence. With a smile, Tianhen remarked, I never imagined that at your age you would still be an ardent fan. It appears that the allure of Marilou is indeed substantial. I am now eagerly anticipating her astonishing performance. Moore chuckled and replied, once you see her, you will understand. Marilou has captivated the entire Galactic Alliance for 30 years. I can't believe you are unaware of her illustrious name. Tianhen responded with a wry smile. Of course, I am oblivious. I hail from the slums, and such refined pursuits as attending concerts were never within my reach. I lack the funds for those exorbitant tickets. Such spiritual indulgences are the privilege of the affluent. While he had heard Marilou's name during his time at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, his focus had been primarily on his studies and Lena, thus he had paid little attention. Suddenly, a thought struck Tianhen, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Teacher, what did you just say? Captivated for 30 years? How old is Marilou now? Moore laughed. Do you think everyone is as indifferent to appearances as I am? Marilou must be about 56 years old this year. Yet, she remains far more beautiful than the average young woman. I have never encountered anyone more exquisite. Do not be deceived by age. In the current Galactic Alliance, age is no longer a concern. Once you witness her performance, you will naturally comprehend why she garners such widespread support. Tianhen smiled. Hearing you say that indeed heightens my anticipation. As they drew nearer to the Haoyan Sports Arena, the surroundings became increasingly crowded. Amidst the throng of people, the two gradually approached the entrance of the arena. At such moments, the spatial abilities exhibited their remarkable efficacy, enveloping the two in an invisible force that prevented the surrounding crowd from encroaching upon them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, as a boisterous voice bellowed, Are you blind? How dare you push me? Tianhen, being relatively tall in the crowd, rose onto his toes to see in the direction of the voice. He beheld a burly man furiously roaring. The man was clad in loose shorts and a sleeveless fitted tank top, his muscular arms, as solid as granite, swayed with each movement, allowing Tianhen to discern the intricate patterns of his muscles. He glared menacingly at a smaller man standing before him. In stark contrast, the smaller man appeared diminutive, dressed in ordinary athletic attire, with a cap obscuring his features. As the burly man unleashed his wrath, the smaller man repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. The burly man retorted with a shove, causing the capped man to stumble back several steps, colliding with someone nearby, before coming to a halt. The burly man flexed his robust muscles, taunting, What's the matter? Do you want to fight? I'm in a good mood today, otherwise I would have you leaving here on a stretcher. Witnessing this, Tianhen felt a surge of indignation, having emerged from the slums. He could not bear to see the strong bully the weak. Acting on impulse, he prepared to rush forward to assist the smaller man. At that moment, a hand rested on Tianhen's shoulder. It was Mo Air. Tianhen, puzzled, inquired, Teacher, what are you doing? Mo Air replied, Are you planning to assist that individual? Tianhen nodded, asserting, Shouldn't I help? That fellow is bullying others in plain sight. It is utterly excessive. I intend to teach him a lesson. Mo Air chuckled softly, saying, There is nothing wrong with helping others, but one must consider the recipient. that person does not require your assistance. It is already commendable that he refrains from bullying others. Some individuals are facing their own difficulties. Tianhen turned his gaze toward the burly man, instinctively trusting Mo Air's words. Indeed, the diminutive man scoffed, lowered his head, and remarked nonchalantly, "This is of your own making. Fortunately for you, I am in a good mood today, so I shall let you off." A nearly invisible red light flickered, and the previously enraged burly man underwent a transformation. His loose shorts disintegrated into ashes. Laughter erupted around them, and the women shyly turned their heads away. The burly man was taken aback, hurriedly covering his vulnerable areas with his hands, yet his bare backside was unmistakably exposed. The sudden turn of events left him flustered, while the teasing little man had vanished, leaving behind only the words, "He who humiliates others shall be humiliated in turn." Mo Air patted Tianhen on the shoulder, saying, "What do you think? You see, that fellow is indeed a man." Chapter 24, The God of Fire. Zhu Rong Mo Air gazed deeply at Tianhen and remarked, "You only perceive the advantageous side of technology. In truth, nothing in this world can defy the laws of dialectics. When technology becomes excessively advanced, it does not yield beauty but rather destruction after reaching a certain threshold. Everything has its limits, and considering the current state of humanity, slowing the pace of technological advancement is the wisest choice." A hint of surprise flickered in Tianhen's eyes, although he found it difficult to grasp Mo Air's words. He sensed that Mo Air was not attempting to intimidate him. Mo Air laughed heartily, saying, "Why do I speak of such matters? Perhaps, even if humanity were to face annihilation, it would not be within my sight. Come, I have not felt this joyful in a long time." Suddenly, Tianhen felt an inexplicable lightness enveloping him, and he ascended into the air. A circle of white light enveloped both him and Mo Air, causing the surrounding scenery to vanish. He felt as though he were in a distorted space, cocooned in the white light, oblivious to the events around him. However, the distorted space soon dissipated, and when the scenery re-emerged, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. For he and Mo Air had arrived at the outskirts of the dream forest. This was the very place he had entered the dream forest. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived here. Mo Air clasped his hands behind his back and stated, "There is nothing to be surprised about. Once your abilities reach my current level, you too can achieve this. That is the speed of light." Tianhen trembled with excitement. The speed of light. Humans can truly attain the speed of light. Mo Air smiled and said, "In this world, there is nothing unattainable. The potential of humanity is limitless. To grasp the deeper mysteries, one must seek understanding for oneself." As he spoke, he unexpectedly produced a vial of premium nutrient solution from somewhere and tossed it to Tianhen. "You haven't eaten anything this morning, have you? Drink this first, and then we shall proceed to Mingwang City." Tianhen opened the metallic cap of the nutrient solution, took a sip, and remarked, "Teacher, there's no need to be so mysterious. Could you please enlighten me on our purpose for this journey?" Mole smiled and replied, "There's no harm in telling you. You'll find out soon enough. I am taking you to a concert. It's Marilou's concert, and I am her devoted fan." At that moment, Tianhen, who had just swallowed a mouthful of the nutrient solution, sputtered in astonishment. "What?" Mole's eyes sparkled, and the nutrient solution that Tianhen had expelled promptly coalesced back into liquid form. With a flick of his finger, he directed the solution back to Tianhen's mouth. "What is so surprising about that? Wasting is shameful. Finish it before you speak." As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning appeared in his eyes. "Marilou is my favorite singer. Today, she is performing at the Haotian Sports Arena in Mingwang City, and I have managed to procure 2 tickets. You are quite fortunate." Just the thought of Marilou's enchanting voice stirred a fervent excitement within him. Tianhen was entirely oblivious to who Marilou was, and he found it amusing to witness Mole, a formidable figure, reveal himself as a mere fan. He cleared his throat and gently brought Mole back to reality. "Teacher, is Marilou's voice truly that captivating? It seems somewhat unrelated to my training." Mole scoffed and said, "You'll understand once you hear her. Always training. Don't you find it tedious? A little diversion will do you good. Others wish to see me, but I am bringing you along. The defenses in Mingwang City are quite stringent. We cannot fly any further to avoid unnecessary complications. Come, let us take the sky carriage." Tianhen smiled and responded, "I hope to share in your joy." The two arrived at the sky carriage station outside the dream forest, and, after a brief wait, a carriage came to a halt before them. Upon boarding, it was evident that the driver did not recognize Mole. Once they clarified their destination, he promptly activated the carriage, propelling them towards their goal at twice the speed of sound. "Teacher, given your status, why do you not possess your own sky carriage?" Tianhen inquired, voicing his curiosity. Mole replied, "What need do I have for such a contraption? If it weren't for the necessity of accompanying you, I wouldn't even ride in one. For me, There is no need to rely on technological means of travel. This is a simple truth you should grasp. As an ability wielder, you ought to renounce all technological devices. I have already removed that contraption from you. Do you not feel its absence? Tianhen paused, realizing that he indeed sensed no trace of the artificial skin. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Teacher, is that really necessary? Things are not always absolute." Mole let out a cold snort and, utilizing a subtle spatial distortion, confined his voice so that only the two of them could hear. "You fool, that Melis is a fool as well. While artificial skin is indeed precious, it is not entirely unknown. If Oya were to discover that you possessed the most valuable artificial skin from the Dark Dracula family, what do you think her reaction would be? Therefore, henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, there is no need for you to don that garment, as it holds no benefit for your cultivation. Moreover, it is entirely unnecessary for you to wear it continuously. Artificial skin is quite comfortable to wear. You have already begun to grasp the intricacies of spatial abilities. Merely utilizing the power of space to expand it will allow you to wear it with ease. Keep it safe, for it is indeed quite valuable." After speaking, he touched his body, and the delicate artificial skin appeared in his hand, which he then offered to Tianhen. Upon hearing Moore's words, Tianhen felt a chilling realization. Indeed, this artificial skin belongs to those with dark abilities, and since Master Moore could discern it, every wielder could potentially do the same. Feeling the genuine assistance from Moore, Tianhen's confusion deepened. He could not comprehend the reason behind Moore's drastic change. Previously, in the Demon God's Hall, he sought to take his life, yet now he is endeavoring to assist him as much as possible. Tianhen tucked the artificial skin into his bosom and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall strive to refrain from utilizing dark abilities in the future. However, I truly do not understand why you are so benevolent towards me. As far as I know, you harbor a deep-seated hatred for dark forces. Why did you ultimately spare my life?" A flicker of bewilderment appeared in Moore's eyes. "There are certain matters you need not concern yourself with at this moment. We shall discuss them later. Remember my words. You must not abandon the cultivation of dark abilities. The power generated by the synergy of two abilities is undoubtedly greater than that of a singular one, although it may be arduous to cultivate. Since the heavens have bestowed upon you such conditions, you must seize them. Perhaps, in several decades, you may become the most formidable wielder of abilities. The most formidable wielder of abilities." Tianhen clenched his fists tightly. Ever since being spurred by Lina at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, he had harbored an intense yearning for abilities. He understood Moore's words clearly and resolved to become a powerful wielder. At that time, he could seize control of his own destiny. Although the speed of the flying vehicle could not compare to the light speed previously exhibited by Moore, after more than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. From a distance, Tianhen beheld the colossal structure. The Haotian Sports Complex is one of the iconic edifices of Mingwang City. While it may not possess the renown of the political center's octagonal building, it is the largest sports arena in the city, capable of accommodating 80,000 spectators. Above the vast arena is a dome that can be opened. Whenever the air within becomes stale to a certain degree, the dome opens automatically, drawing in fresh air from outside. Furthermore, this dome is composed of solar panels, providing nearly all the energy required for the arena. The Haotian Sports Complex can be considered one of the most advanced arenas within the Galactic Alliance, though there remains some time before the concert begins. The vicinity of the arena is already teeming with crowds, and the parking areas are filled with various flying vehicles. Reluctantly, Tianhen and Moore had no choice but to disembark a kilometer away from the Haotian Sports Complex and proceed on foot toward the venue. In Moore's eyes, a captivating light shone forth. "Young man, do you see? Marilou's concerts are always sold out, and acquiring a ticket is exceedingly difficult. It is said that even the most ordinary tickets have been inflated to over 1,000 cosmic coins." He gazed at Tianhen, his expression unmistakably conveying that the youth was riding on his coattails. Tianhen smiled and replied, "I never expected that at your age, you would still be a fan. It seems Marilou's allure is indeed substantial. I am now quite eager to witness her astonishing performance." Moore chuckled. "Once you see her, you will understand. Marilou has been a sensation in the Galactic Alliance for 30 years. I can't believe you haven't even heard her name." Tianhen offered a wry smile. "Of course I haven't. I hail from the slums. Attending concerts is a luxury that eludes me. I cannot afford such exorbitant tickets. These spiritual indulgences belong solely to the affluent." Although he had heard Marilou's name mentioned during his time at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, he had paid little heed, as his focus was primarily on his studies and Lina. Suddenly, a realization struck Tianhen, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Teacher, what did you just say? A sensation for 30 years? How old is Marilou now?" Moore laughed. "Do you think everyone is as unconcerned about appearances as I am? Marilu should be around 56 years old this year. However, she is far more beautiful than the average young woman. I have never encountered anyone more exquisite. Do not be deceived by age. In the current Galactic Alliance, age is no longer a concern. Once you witness her performance, you will naturally comprehend why she has garnered such immense support. Tianhen responded with a smile. After hearing you say that, I am indeed more eager. As they drew nearer to the Haotian sports arena, the surroundings gradually became more congested. Amidst the surging crowd, the two approached the entrance of the arena. The spatial abilities at their disposal manifested splendidly at such moments, enveloping them in an invisible force that prevented anyone from encroaching upon their space. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, and a furious voice shouted, "Are you blind? How dare you push me?" Tianhen, being relatively tall in the crowd, stood on his toes to glimpse the source of the ruckus. He beheld a burly man, seething with rage. The man wore loose shorts and a sleeveless, form-fitting vest, revealing muscular arms as hard as granite, moving with an intimidating presence. Tianhen could distinctly discern the definition of his muscles as he glared menacingly at another individual before him. In stark contrast, the other man appeared much smaller, clad in ordinary athletic wear and donning a cap that obscured his features. As the burly man bellowed, the smaller man repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." And just now, the burly man forcefully shoved him, causing the cap-wearing individual to stagger back several paces, only halting when he collided with someone nearby. The burly man flexed his solid muscles and threatened, "What? Are you looking for a fight? Today, Laozi finds himself in high spirits. Otherwise, you would have been forced to depart from here in a prone position." Tianhen, observing the scene, felt a surge of indignation. Having emerged from the slums, he detests the sight of the mighty oppressing the weak. In a moment of impulsivity, he was about to rush out to assist the frail man. At that moment, a hand rested on Tianhen's shoulder. It was Moore. With a hint of confusion, Tianhen inquired, "Teacher, what are you doing?" Moore replied, "Are you intending to help that individual?" Tianhen nodded, asserting, "Shouldn't I help? That fellow is bullying someone in broad daylight. It's utterly outrageous, and I must teach him a lesson." Moore chuckled softly. "While helping others is commendable, one must consider the character of the person in need. That man does not require your assistance. It is fortunate enough that he is not the one bullying others. Some individuals are facing their own difficulties." Tianhen shifted his gaze toward the burly man, instinctively trusting Moore's words. Indeed, the previously furious small man merely huffed, lowered his head, and calmly stated, "You brought this upon yourself. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall let you go." A nearly imperceptible red light flickered, and the burly man's loose shorts were reduced to ashes. Laughter erupted around them, with women shyly averting their eyes. The burly man, startled, hastily covered his vulnerable parts. Yet his bare backside was exposed for all to see. The sudden turn of events left him flustered, while the teasing small man had vanished, leaving behind the words, "He who insults others shall himself be insulted." Moore patted Tianhen on the shoulder and remarked, "What do you think? That fellow truly embodies the essence of manhood." Feeling a bit awkward, Tianhen glanced at Moore and whispered, "Teacher, let us hurry and leave." The two disregarded the burly man's predicament and made their way through the crowd toward the entrance of the stadium. "Do you know the small man from earlier?" Tianhen asked, puzzled. Moore smiled slightly. "Of course, I would not forget his visage, even if he were to turn to ashes. However, regrettably, the outcome of his conflicts always results in both parties turning to dust. We have arrived at the entrance. You will naturally see him again once we enter." At the grand entrance of the stadium, a throng of people gathered, yet Moore did not push through the crowd. Instead, he guided Tianhen to a side door. There, several staff members awaited, and upon receiving the 2 golden cards from Moore, one staff member's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, gesturing for them to follow, saying, "Esteemed guests, please come with me." Tianhen found no surprise in such a reception. After all, Moore held a prominent position as the master of the illustrious Ming Huang star. Under the staff's guidance, they traversed a wide and serene corridor, ascending the steps until they encountered a sign that read VIP box, no entry for unauthorized personnel. After the security personnel inspected the golden cards once more, they continued to escort the two into the interior, leading them to a spacious box. This box was impressively large, situated centrally within the stands, providing them with a clear view of the already prepared circular stage within the stadium. To Tianhen's astonishment, there was already an occupant in the box, the very small man who had earlier mocked the burly man. At that moment, he had removed his hat, revealing a head of short red hair. Upon hearing the footsteps of Tianhen and his companion, he instinctively turned to look. A smile crept across his face when he spotted Moore. "Old chap, it seems you're faring quite well. You appear much younger than the last time we met." The red-haired man appeared to be around 40, possessing an ordinary visage, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd without drawing attention. From his tone, Tianhen discerned a certain familiarity between him and Moore. Otherwise, such casual banter would not transpire. Moore, somewhat irate, retorted, "Is it unbearable for you not to bicker with me? If you're still alive, how could I possibly perish?" He turned to Tianhen. "Aren't you curious about this fellow's identity? If you wish to know, you might as well ask him yourself. Don't let his youthful appearance deceive you. He is actually a few years my senior, quite the old rascal." The red-haired man did not take offense at Moore's remarks. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Tianhen and smiled. "Thank you, young man. Your sense of justice is commendable, far surpassing that of certain individuals." Tianhen was taken aback. "Hello, I am Tianhen. Why do you thank me?" Moore interjected, given his abilities. "It would be remarkable if he hadn't sensed your intent to strike moments ago." The red-haired man chuckled, addressing Moore. "Old Moore, is this your new apprentice? He shows promise. I truly wonder how you manage to attract such talented disciples. Where's that girl, Rong? Why isn't she here with you?" Feigning anger, Moore replied, "You old coot, don't harbor any thoughts about my Rong. She wouldn't give you a second glance. Just think about it. What girl would fancy a man shorter than herself?" His laughter resonated, filling the air with mirth. At this point, the red-haired man abruptly stood, his expression turning fierce. "Is it unbearable for you not to poke fun at me? I may be short, but I am certainly more appealing than you. You lecher. Everyone knows that on Minghuang's star, you're treated like a pariah. The moment a girl spots you, she runs away. Who knows how many virtuous women have fallen victim to your charms? Enough of your nonsense," Moore exclaimed, raising his hand to strike the red-haired man. With no hesitation, the red-haired man met his challenge head-on. Their palms collided, causing the very ground of the gymnasium to tremble. Both men staggered back a step. "Teachers, esteemed senior, please refrain from fighting. Otherwise, this gymnasium may very well be reduced to rubble." Tianhen hastily intervened, not wishing to be caught up in their scuffle. Moore snorted, "Tianhen, don't heed that fellow's wild claims. He is merely envious of my popularity with the ladies." The red-haired man chuckled softly. "Am I fabricating tales? Just ask anyone on Minghuang's star, and they'll confirm the truth of my words. Nevertheless, for the sake of your apprentice, I shall extend you a modicum of respect." Moore's face reflected disdain as he turned his attention away from the red-haired man, focusing instead on the gymnasium. Tianhen smiled at the red-haired man. "Senior, I presume you are also a member of the Holy Alliance? May I inquire your name?" The red-haired man's demeanor softened considerably towards Tianhen. Without uttering a word, he extended his right hand towards him. Tianhen instinctively reached out to grasp the hand before him, and the biological computer embedded in his palm immediately transmitted a message: psychic level, cosmic energy. Tianhen's entire body trembled, and a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he suddenly comprehended the situation. The crimson-haired individual before him was evidently a fire element psychic, a conclusion drawn from his earlier mockery of the burly man. The ability to wield fire with such exquisite finesse, coupled with the audacity to speak to Moore in that manner, revealed his identity unmistakably. "Could it be that you are one of the 5 adjudicators of the Holy Alliance?" Tianhen queried in astonishment. The red-haired man smiled and replied, "You are far more astute than some others. Indeed, I am Zhu Rong, the fire element adjudicator of the Holy Alliance. Judging by your appearance and psychic level, it seems you have not been part of the Alliance for long. Old Moore seldom accepts low-level disciples anymore. Consider yourself fortunate. Although that old fellow is not a renowned master, he is certainly preferable to fumbling through your own path." Tianhen's heart raced. He had never anticipated encountering one of the legendary 5 adjudicators of the Holy Alliance here. Zhu Rong appeared utterly unremarkable, with no discernible indication of his psychic strength. His aura was restrained. This was the hallmark of a true master. Furthermore, during the earlier exchange with Moore, Zhu Rong had not been at a disadvantage, clearly indicating that his abilities were on par with Moore's. In the presence of such formidable individuals, Tianhen felt a surge of fervor, secretly wishing for the day he too could possess the power of an adjudicator. Moore shot a glare at Zhu Rong, remarking, "What is the point of giving yourself a name like Fire God? All you do is bask in your own arrogance." Zhu Rong huffed. "What is wrong with calling myself the Fire God? In the Galactic Alliance, is there anyone who can control fire better than I?" Moore suddenly chuckled. "I wonder who it was that lost to me in a fire duel." Zhu Rong's face flushed red, and he retorted, "That was merely a momentary lapse on my part. Besides, the hellfire used by that perverse individual during the apocalypse is merely a manifestation of dark psychic energy and hardly qualifies as true fire." Moore turned his gaze aside, adopting an air of indifference. Tianhen chuckled inwardly, recognizing that despite the fierce exchange between Moore and Zhu Rong, their relationship was undoubtedly very close. akin to that of long-separated old friends. Zhu Rong remarked, "Were it not for our shared interests, I would hardly bother to visit this dilapidated Ming Huang star." Mower laughed heartily. "Is that truly the case? I suspect some have begged the other two old geezers on Magical Star for quite some time to extricate themselves from there. It is no simple matter. You show no gratitude whatsoever. Were it not for me, would you ever have the chance to attend this concert as a VIP?" At that moment, the entire stadium was plunged into darkness. Mower and Zhu Rong ceased their banter, their gazes simultaneously fixed on the interior of the arena. Tianhen had noticed the change in the stadium, the originally translucent dome, designed to allow sunlight to illuminate the interior, had in an instant transformed as the solar panels morphed into completely opaque metal plates, rendering the entire venue shrouded in pitch darkness. A brilliant golden beam suddenly cascaded down from the dome of the stadium, enveloping the once boisterous venue in a profound silence. The radiant light illuminated a meticulously prepared circular stage, and a magnetic voice resonated. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the concert of Miss Marilu, a perennial star in the music world. Without further ado, let us invite our songstress, Miss Marilu." With the DJ's exuberant encouragement, the atmosphere in the stadium erupted into fervor, applause surging like relentless waves. Even Moer and Zhu Rong could not help but join in, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, a circular void emerged at the center of the stage, and a graceful figure began to ascend slowly. The applause intensified, and the silhouette of the woman gradually came into focus. She possessed cascading blue waves of hair, and her exquisite features radiated a gentle glow. Her large, expressive eyes seemed to speak, while her slender form was enveloped in a shimmering silver gown. A myriad of colorful lights danced around her, casting her in an ethereal glow. Under this luminous spectacle, she resembled a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. Her stunning visage, paired with an enchanting aura, exuded a compelling charm. With a slight smile, she extended her arms gracefully to either side. The once thunderous applause faded into a profound hush, and her melodious voice floated through the air. "Thank you. Thank you all for your unwavering support. I hope my songs will accompany you through this wonderful time today." Her voice, soft yet resonant, reached every corner of the stadium, reminiscent of a divine melody. Tianhen found himself momentarily entranced by the focal point of attention, finally grasping the reason behind Miss Marilu's widespread admiration. Time seemed to have left no trace upon her, and he silently marveled at the creator's artistry, capable of shaping such perfection. In comparing Marilu with the women he knew, he was startled to realize that only the ordinary-looking Saint Lily could rival her. Although Lily was not conventionally beautiful, her kindness and pure heart had deeply imprinted on Tianhen's soul, occupying an irreplaceable place in his heart. As soft music filled the air, Marilu smiled gently, bowed to the audience, and with her lips parting slightly, began to sing her first song of the evening. No words could adequately describe her voice. Her singing offered not only auditory pleasure, but also transported the entire audience into a dreamlike realm. Enveloped in the enchantment of her song, silence prevailed. No one uttered a sound, entirely captivated by the exquisite melody. Though it was Tianhen's first encounter with such a song, he too succumbed to its charm. He slowly closed his eyes, reveling in the serene beauty of her celestial voice, his inner breath becoming remarkably tranquil, as if Marilu's song contained profound wisdom itself. In that moment, time was forgotten, and Marilu continued to sing. Accompanied by the same gentle music, she performed a succession of entirely different songs, yet regardless of what she sang, the outcome remained the same. As she herself articulated, every listener present was profoundly touched by the beauty emanating from her melodious voice. If Tianhen were still lucid at that moment, he would undoubtedly perceive that Marilu possessed an extraordinary cosmic aura. She had not taken a moment's respite, yet her voice remained imbued with an unwavering power of enchantment. Despite her minimal movements, to all spectators, she appeared as an untouchable celestial being. The title of a perennial star in the music realm was far from mere embellishment. Her captivating voice left an indelible impression on Tianhen. At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, Marilu's voice faded into reverberations, and the gentle music gradually subsided. Drawing the audience back from their reverie, Moore exhaled deeply. Though he could not recall how many times he had listened to her sing, each experience was equally breathtaking. An idol, truly an idol of mine. Suddenly, a fiery red brilliance illuminated the dim expanse of the Haotian Sports Hall, catching the audience unaware of its origin. Yet, they clearly beheld a magnificent crimson phoenix. Its vast form gracefully emerged, wings unfurled, instantly transforming the arena into a resplendent shade of red. The phoenix descended gently, circling thrice above Marilou's astonished gaze, scattering sparks of fire before vanishing. Yet the intense visual impact lingered in the hearts of each individual present, save for more. What is there to flaunt? Is it merely the presence of a fire phoenix, a sacred beast? Watch me. Moore clasped his hands in a complex gesture before his chest, and Tianhen could distinctly sense the powerful spatial abilities emanating from his teacher's being. A halo of pure white light enveloped Marilou, gradually forming a circular barrier that encased her. Subsequently, the barrier ascended slowly, lifting her into the air, where she floated gracefully. A fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed Marilou's eyes. With a subtle smile, she expressed, "Thank you. Dear friends, in appreciation of your efforts, I have decided to present one more song." Her exquisite voice resonated once more, but this final melody bore a hint of chilling allure. Chapter 25. The owner of bright, big eyes. Unbeknownst to anyone, delicate snowflakes began to descend from the heavens. As the snowflakes melted upon the hands of the audience, they were astonished to discover their authenticity. Marilou sang, her figure dancing elegantly in the air, and at that moment, all eyes and ears belonged solely to her. The title of her song was Fairy in the Snow. Tianhen suddenly stood up, his body trembling slightly, his gaze intensely fixed on the center of the arena. However, the object of his attention was not Marilou, but rather a figure concealed in the shadows below. The owner of that gaze had appeared when Moore wielded his powers, filled with astonishment. Possessing a pair of bright, large eyes, this was a visage Tianhen would never forget. His body trembled, and without uttering a word to Moer and Zhu Rong, who were entranced by the melody, he dashed out of the VIP room like a bolt of lightning. His yearning surged to an unprecedented height, and in that fleeting moment, his mental focus became sharper than ever before, locking onto the bright eyes of their owner as he departed. Stop. Entry into the gymnasium is prohibited. Two fully armed security personnel sprang from the shadows, blocking Tianhen's path. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered with a glint of coldness in his gaze and unleashed his spatial shift ability, appearing directly behind the guards and charging into the gymnasium. Two beams of paralyzing light pursued him, yet Tianhen did not flinch. His spatial powers activated seamlessly, distorting the space behind him. As the beams reached their target, they were immediately refracted aside, causing no harm whatsoever. Though the gymnasium was vast, for Tianhen, it was merely a matter of a few breaths before he reached the center. At that moment, he was eager to behold the girl who had altered the course of his destiny. Since leaving Zhongding Star, Lanlan had been closely following Marilou. Her strategy proved effective. Staying by her beloved aunt's side not only spared her from numerous troubles, but also severed her mother's subordinates' pursuit, rendering them incapable of finding her. Earlier, when Marilou sang Snow Fairy, Lanlan couldn't resist using her water-based powers to conjure snowflakes, enhancing the atmosphere. She found herself increasingly admiring Aunt Marilou. Her singing was truly enchanting, truly deserving of the title Fairy of Song. The earlier appearance of the Fire Phoenix and the spatial ability had caught Lanlan's attention. She instinctively glanced towards the VIP box, only to be startled by a scorching gaze. Feeling the intensity of the stare, her heart trembled, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Just as she prepared to leave, a powerful mental force firmly locked onto her body. In that instant, she found herself unable to escape its grip. As she hesitated on how to respond, a figure burst into the arena, pursued by the paralyzing beams, heading straight for her. She realized there was no evading this encounter. Tianhen's entrance did not disrupt the audience's focus. Their attention remained solely on Marilou, oblivious to the shadowy figure. Panting slightly, Tianhen halted before Lanlan, his breath quickening as his gaze fixated on the girl before him, his blood seemingly boiling. Countless times, he had envisioned the face of the one who had taken his first love, and today, he finally beheld her. Lanlan was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Her long, blue hair fell straight down her back, adorned with two white clips that neatly tucked her hair behind her ears. Her fair skin, elongated neck reminiscent of a swan, and her white short skirt paired with matching boots rendered her ethereal. Those bright, large eyes were precisely what Tianhen had been searching for all along. Without a doubt, they were the very eyes he had yearned to see. Upon catching sight of Tianhen's visage, Lanlan felt her heart race uncontrollably. Astonishment reflected in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Is it you?" A faint blush crept onto Tianhen's face as he lowered his gaze and replied, "Miss Lanlan, it seems you still remember me." Suddenly, a cold gun barrel pressed against Tianhen's back, and the frantic voice of a security personnel rang out, "Don't move. Leave here with us immediately, or we shall employ every means at our disposal." Lanlan furrowed her brows and addressed the security personnel behind Tianhen. "Enough, he is my friend. You may continue with your duties." With that statement, she grasped Tianhen's large hand and pulled him into the corridor leading to the lounge behind the stage. The two security personnel were momentarily taken aback. They recognized Lanlan and, upon hearing her words, reluctantly retracted their weapons. The concert continued to unfold, yet Tianhen and Lanlan, racing down the corridor, found no pleasure in the performance. They ran until they reached a secluded corner, where they finally paused. Given their capabilities, they should not have been panting, yet both found their breaths coming in rapid succession. In the shadows, they locked eyes, their hearts racing as memories of the past flooded their minds. After a moment, it was Lanlan who broke the silence. "How did you find me?" Tianhen realized his voice trembled, betraying his composure. "It was merely a coincidence. I came here to watch Marilu's concert and happened to catch a glimpse of your eyes, which left a profound impression on me, prompting me to seek you out." With a soft sigh, Lanlan replied, "I thought you had forgotten what I looked like." A faint blush colored Tianhen's cheeks as he stammered, I wasn't aware at first, but your eyes left a deep impression on me, so." Lanlan interrupted him. "There is something I wish for you to understand. There can be nothing between us anymore. You are you, and I am I. Let the past remain in the past. I made my intentions clear in my message. I do not wish for anything to happen between us again." Tianhen was momentarily stunned, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Indeed. You are the daughter of the sovereign of the Holy Alliance, destined to become the youngest ruler. Naturally, nothing could transpire between us. Rest assured, I have no intention of pursuing you. I merely wish to see the girl with whom I once shared a connection." Lanlan's cheeks flushed deeply. "Please, do not say any more. I do not know your name, nor do I wish to. Though this encounter was fortuitous, I hope for no more such coincidences in the future. If I have caused you any distress, I ask for your forgiveness. You may hate me, but I acted out of necessity. If you seek compensation, I can assist you financially, but as for anything beyond that..." A glimmer of anger flickered in Tianhen's eyes. "Compensation? Do you believe I need that?" "Yes, I admit I am short on funds. Yet I am not so desperate as to beg a woman for anything. I stated that I merely wished to see your face. The truth is, you are even more beautiful than I imagined, yet in certain aspects, you fall short of my expectations." "Distress? Is it truly that simple? Do you understand that the events of that day have profoundly transformed my life?" Lanlan, slightly irate, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you insulting me? You may harbor feelings of animosity towards me, but my mother is insistent on forcing me to marry a man I do not love. What can I do? You need not overthink it. After all, you yourself have stated that you are unworthy of me. Furthermore, I must solemnly inform you that everything that transpired that day was orchestrated by me. Nothing truly occurred between us. The blood on the bed was something I arranged, and the message was deliberately crafted in that manner. Now, I trust you comprehend." Tianhen's complexion abruptly turned pale, and with a wry smile, he remarked, "So, I remain a virgin? I truly do not know whether to feel elated or despondent. From your perspective, you have committed no wrongdoing. In your quest to seize control of your destiny, you devised an intricate trap, entangling both your mother and myself. However, do you not consider this unfair to me? In truth, I do not harbor hatred towards you. Despite the troubles you have brought upon me, you have also introduced me to an alternative way of life, immersing me in a realm previously unknown to me. Yet, do you not find yourself selfish? In pursuit of your own happiness, you nearly caused my demise at the hands of your mother. I am curious to know, if I had perished, would you have repented for your actions?" Lanlan paused, then replied, "Is my mother truly that impulsive? She has always been calm." Tianhen sighed softly, "Perhaps. However, you ought to consider your mother. She is the one genuinely troubled. How can she remain composed when her daughter has bestowed her virtue upon a stranger? Perhaps I should be grateful to still be alive. You have a mother, and I too have parents who depend on my support. For reasons unknown, I find myself harboring some resentment towards you." Lanlan's voice suddenly sharpened. "What good is it to speak of what has already occurred? You are alive and well, and I can see that you have joined the Holy Alliance. Since nothing truly happened, why belabor the point with so many hypotheticals?" Tianhen's expression shifted to one of tranquility. He had transcended the initial tension, excitement, and anticipation. Smiling serenely as he responded, "Indeed, everything is in the past. Perhaps fate allowed us that fleeting moment of connection. Rest assured, for your happiness, I will not disclose our encounter to Lady Oya. However, I am curious as to why you chose me in the first place. In the Dream City, there are countless individuals. Why did you single me out?" Observing the calm demeanor on Tianhen's face stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Lanlan. Lowering her gaze, she confessed, "I apologize. This matter was indeed my fault. Once my mother rejects the arranged marriage, I will clarify everything to her, restoring your honor. I chose you initially because I believed you were untainted by societal corruption. Moreover, your words intrigued me, and in a moment of impulse, I selected you. I genuinely wish to make amends, but I am uncertain how to proceed. Tianhen smiled, suddenly realizing that in comparison to Bai He, Lanlan's beauty was in an entirely different league. She surpassed Bai He by a considerable margin. However, in comparison to the lily, another entity is evidently not on the same level. The heart of the lily surpasses her beauty by a great deal. For the true essence of beauty lies in the kindness of the lily. I understand now, Miss Lanlan. I apologize if my presence today causes you any discomfort. But once this day has passed, we shall surely walk the same path together. I shall refrain from doing anything you would rather not witness. And whatever transpires between us has become inconsequential, has it not? Since I have embarked on this current journey, there is no turning back. I shall continue onward. Thank you for revealing the truth to me. At least now I need not feel guilty regarding your affairs, for I have not acquired your most precious possession. Farewell, and I wish you find a beloved partner to unite with. Upon uttering these words, Tianhen felt no lingering attachment in his heart. All of this had indeed become the past. Ah, Lanlan, so you are here. Thank you for the snow earlier. A gentle voice resonated. And as Tianhen was about to depart, he was taken aback by the enchanting figure of Marilu. Indeed, it was the captivating songstress Marilu, who could bewitch all. As he drew nearer, Tianhen could distinctly sense the powerful allure that Marilu emanated, far surpassing even the charm of Melis. Yet, at this moment, no matter how potent the allure, it could not sway his mood. He naturally inclined his head slightly and said, "Greetings, Miss Marilu." Marilu, surprised to see Tianhen, glanced at Lanlan's somewhat indifferent expression and smiled. "Hello, so it was you who took away our lovely Lanlan. Lanlan, will you not introduce me to your friend?" Tianhen interjected, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tianhen, and it is an honor to hear your ethereal singing today." Marilu paused slightly, saying, "Tianhen, a rather distinctive name. As you are a friend of Lanlan's, why don't we sit down together for a drink?" Tianhen shook his head. "Thank you, but I must decline. There are 2 elders who require my company, and I believe I should return to them." No. To receive an invitation from Miss Marilu is our privilege. I doubt Miss Marilu would mind the presence of one more person." "What one person? It should be 2 more." Came the simultaneous voices of Moore and Zhu, who appeared beside Tianhen in the next moment. Moore laughed heartily, giving Tianhen's shoulder a few hearty pats. "Good lad. You are even more enthusiastic than the 2 of us. How splendid is Miss Marilu's voice indeed." "Grandfather Moore, Grandfather Zhu," Lanlan remarked, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. For the news of her sneaking out had already spread like wildfire within the Holy Alliance. Zhu chuckled. "You, my girl, are growing bolder. This time, you have surely vexed your grandfather. When you return, just wait until he gives your little backside a good smack." Marilu smiled off. "So it is Judge Zhu and Master Moore. I thank you for your assistance earlier." Moore's eyes sparkled, and he gazed at Marilu with a look of intense admiration. "Miss Marilu, you need not be so formal. It was merely a trifling matter. Might I have the fortune to share a drink with you?" Marilu smiled gently. "It would be my honor." Tianhen gently tugged at Moore's sleeve and whispered, "Teacher, I would prefer to wait outside for you." Moore shot him a stern glance and replied, "Why not go? You are unfamiliar with Ming Huang City. If you were to get lost, how would I find you?" Lanlan looked at Tianhen in surprise. "You are Master Moore's disciple?" Tianhen nodded and turned to Moore, saying, "Very well, I shall follow your instructions." A thoughtful smile graced Marilu's face as she gestured for them to proceed, leading the way down the corridor. Half an hour later, the 5 of them were seated in a quaint cafe not far from the Haotian sports arena. The cafe was tranquil, with only a few tables occupied by patrons discussing Marilu's concert that day, unaware that the star they admired was seated nearby. Marilu had changed into a simple long dress. Her blue hair was tucked away beneath a gray hat, and sunglasses obscured much of her delicate features. From her appearance, no one would suspect she was the enchanting songstress who captivated hearts. Both Moore and Zhu's attention was fixed on Marilu, while Tianhen and Lanlan kept their heads lowered. Tianhen sat upright, composed, whereas Lanlan fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her emotions a tangled web. In the entire Holy Alliance, there were few individuals Lanlan admired. Yet 2 of them were present. Being well versed in the inner workings of the Alliance, she could not underestimate Moore due to his status as a controller. She had heard from her mother that his true strength rivaled that of several judges, and he was arguably second only to the Radiant Judge. To her astonishment, the Tianhen who had just been verbally wounded was his disciple, and it seemed that Moore held a genuine concern for him. Zhu, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Miss Marilu, isn't it a pity to conceal your beauty like this?" Marilu placed her index finger to her lips and whispered, "Judge, please keep your voice down. Alas, it is not my desire to hide, but as a public figure, this is my unfortunate reality. If I were to walk the streets without any disguise, I would hardly be able to take a step. Tianhen lifted his gaze to Marilu, recognizing the truth in her words. As a public figure, despite her glamorous exterior, she bore pressures and troubles that others could scarcely imagine. Marilu evidently found Tianhen intriguing and inquired of more. Controller, is this your newly accepted disciple? It is the first time I have seen you bring a male disciple to attend my concert. What of the lovely Miss Rongrong? Moore's face flushed, and he replied, Tianhen is a recent addition to my disciples. He too possesses spatial abilities. Though he is not yet powerful, this lad has great potential. As for Rongrong, she is otherwise occupied and could not attend. Miss Marilu's voice is truly enchanting, but it is a pity you hold concerts only once a year. However, hosting it on Minghuang Star certainly adds luster to the Haotian sports arena. Marilu smiled and said, Controller, you flatter me. My success today is due to everyone's support. She then turned her attention to Tianhen, saying, just enjoy your drink. There's no need to be so reserved. Am I truly that fearsome? Tianhen was momentarily taken aback, sensing the unfriendly gazes from Moore and Zhu Rong. He hastily shook his head and said, No, I am not restrained. It's just that you are all elders, and I should naturally refrain from interrupting. Mari chuckled and remarked, You claim you are not restrained, yet your coffee remains untouched. She continued, I am quite curious about how you and Lanlan became acquainted. I have never seen Lanlan with any friends before. Both Tianhen and Lanlan froze, unsure of how to respond to this inquiry. Moore laughed heartily and said, Allow me to answer for Tianhen. Tianhen was taken aback. Teacher, you. A glimmer of light flickered in Moore's eyes, causing Tianhen to tense up, seemingly losing the ability to speak. Moore cast a meaningful glance at Lanlan and stated indifferently, My disciple is simply too kind-hearted, which is why he gets bullied by others. He and Lanlan have only met once on Joning Star. They are hardly acquainted. However, Miss Mari seems ill-advised to keep Lanlan by her side, as old Phil and his daughter have nearly turned the Galactic Alliance upside down in their search for this girl. Tianhen sighed in relief as the constraints on him dissipated. Lanlan's expression changed upon hearing Moore's words, and she exclaimed, Grandpa Moore, you won't take me back, will you? Can you bear to see my happiness destroyed like this? Moore snorted coldly, I couldn't care less about your affairs. But you should leave Minghuang Star as soon as possible. I cannot guarantee that Oya won't find her way here. Lanlan's heart tightened. She had met Moore several times before, but his cold demeanor toward her was unprecedented. She cast a puzzled glance at Tianhen, lowered her head, and said, I will leave here promptly. Zhu Rong glared at Moore and said, Why are you scaring the girl? Old Phil is truly absurd, meddling and making things difficult for her. I will speak to him about this. Do not worry, my dear. As long as you do not wish it, Grandpa Zhu will assist you. Lanlan's heart soared with joy. With Zhu Rong's help, she felt emboldened. She quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Zhu. Tianhen stood up and addressed Moore. Teacher, it feels a bit stuffy here. I would like to step outside for some fresh air. Moore's eyes revealed a hint of concern as he nodded. Go ahead, but do not stray too far. Tianhen acknowledged with a nod, gestured to Zhu Rong and Mari, and then turned to exit the cafe. He was reluctant to face Lanlan again. After all, anyone who had been manipulated in such a manner would not feel well at heart. The fresh air outside brought Tianhen some comfort. He took a deep breath, casting aside his displeasure, and muttered to himself, So this is what it feels like to be used. Lanlan, you have truly disappointed me. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere, feeling distinctly that someone was watching him. Expanding his mental perception, he discovered that over a dozen individuals were approaching him with steady strides, each emanating an undercurrent of lethal intent. A deep voice resonated. Is it him? Indeed, it is him. Let us take action. In an instant, more than 10 shadowy figures surged toward Tianhen from all directions, each radiating a formidable aura, the essence of cosmic energy surrounding them. Had this been a year prior, Tianhen might have felt a twinge of panic. However, at present, he remained remarkably composed, keenly attuned to the movements of his adversaries, able to discern their sequential assaults without even the need for sight. With a swift motion, he evaded the openings in their formation, confronting a dozen men clad in black uniforms, each wielding a laser dagger, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. You must be mistaken. I have not wronged anyone on Minghuang Star, Tianhen stated, unperturbed by confrontation, yet reluctant to engage in conflict without cause. One of the black-clad figures scoffed, Indeed. You are the one we seek. While you may not have offended anyone on Minghuang Star, what about Zhongting Star? Since you have confessed to the murder of young Master William, today marks your demise. In that instant, Tianhen comprehended the gravity of the situation. These individuals were indeed affiliated with the Leidong group. They must have traced his departure records from Zhongting Star to have pursued him here. A testament to their diligence after a search lasting over a year. Yet, why had they concluded he was responsible for William's death? The answer dawned upon him. Lena had divulged the information. Lena, you truly harbor no lingering affections. His already troubled heart surged with a fierce thirst for blood, and a chilling glint ignited in his eyes as he intoned, assassins summoned by the Lanlan group. The men in black exchanged no further words. They were aware of their surroundings in this bustling city and aimed for a swift and decisive victory. In that moment, the air shimmered with cold light as a flurry of lethal daggers surged toward Tianhen. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. It was Moore's voice. Strike. Do not hold back on my behalf. They initiated the attack. You are fully justified in defending yourself. The dignity of the Holy Alliance must not be infringed upon. Unleash your frustrations through your prowess. With Moore's permission, a fierce light ignited in Tianhen's gaze. As the laser daggers approached, he sprang into action. Utilizing the technique of shadow shift, he extricated himself from their encirclement, seizing the arm of an outer black-clad assailant. While not a master within the Holy Alliance, he was more than capable of dealing with these assassins. His powerful grip shattered the bones of the attacker. A spray of blood erupting into the air as the assailant's arm was torn apart. A scream was stifled, for Tianhen's hand had already positioned itself against the black-clad man's throat. Denying the others an opportunity to encircle him, the assassins felt a sudden paralysis. In a flash, Tianhen delivered 3 swift kicks, causing the ribs of 3 assailants to cave in as they spewed blood and were flung backward. Impalpable, he stood in place, his eyes flashing with crimson light, acutely aware of his own power. After a moment of release, a sense of relief washed over him. The patrol hovercraft of Bright Yellow City arrived amidst the sharp wail of alarms. More than a dozen vehicles and several dozen laser cannons were aimed at Tianhen. A police voice rang out. Lower your weapons and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we shall show no mercy. In the face of these laser cannons, Tianhen felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, he responded with indifference. I have no weapons to lower. As for surrender, you seem to be mistaken. I am the victim here. Applause erupted as Moore emerged from the cafe. Through his spatial perception, he was well aware of what Tianhen had accomplished. Well done, my disciple. A total of 13 adversaries. Injured but not killed. Young man, you have demonstrated greater control over your emotions than I anticipated. It seems I can rest easy. Tianhen turned to look at Moore, fully understanding that the reassurance he referred to was about his dark abilities. A surge of warmth filled his heart, and he suddenly felt his emotions spiraling out of control. He abruptly turned and ran toward Moore. The laser cannons ignited, and several thick beams of paralyzing light shot towards Tianhen. For the police, apprehending the suspect was their primary objective, especially since the suspect had lunged at an elderly man who posed no resistance. Chapter 26. The pinnacle duel of 30 years ago. Tianhen collapsed to his knees before Moore, gazing into the gentle and kind light in Moore's eyes. And his pent-up grievances poured forth. Moore gently stroked his dark hair. It's all right. Those matters are trivial. The paralyzing beams that had been pursuing Tianhen came to a complete standstill in midair. Though they originated from laser cannons, what did they signify in the presence of Moore? A white halo coalesced in the air, forming an unusual character, rendering the laser cannons powerless. Meanwhile, the police patrol hovercraft landed, and dozens of officers rushed toward Moore and Tianhen. A warm current of air flowed into him from above, gradually calming Tianhen's tumultuous emotions. He heard Moore's authoritative voice. Stand up. You are a man. You must not falter in the face of adversity, lest you tarnish your identity as a sovereign of the Holy Alliance. Tianhen trembled all over. The blows dealt by Lanlan and Lina were heavy, yet spurred by Moore's encouragement. He forcefully suppressed his grievances and slowly rose, his eyes glinting with determination. He solemnly addressed Moore. Rest assured, teacher, I shall become strong. Presenting myself before your excellency, the sovereign. All the police officers bowed simultaneously to Moore. Moore replied calmly, in the future, be discerning in your actions. This is my disciple, a sovereign of the Holy Alliance, while the fallen figure in black is an assassin. First, detain them for treatment, then interrogate to uncover the mastermind behind this. You need not be instructed on how to handle the crime of assaulting a sovereign of the Holy Alliance. The officers dared not speak further and hastily called for the emergency hovercraft of Bright Yellow City. Although Tianhen had not taken lives, the fate of those in black was already sealed. The severity of their injuries made it nearly impossible for them to regain full health. Moore took Tianhen back into the cafe, where Zhu Rong, Mary, and Lanlan sat around the table, all appearing rather subdued. Through the glass of the cafe, they observed with stark clarity the actions of Tianhen, whose icy demeanor left an indelible mark upon their hearts. As he resumed his seat, he lifted the untouched coffee and took a sip, as if nothing had transpired. Smiling as he said, I apologize for affecting your mood. Marilu furrowed her brow and replied, young man, sometimes one ought to allow others a measure of leeway. Tianhen retorted coldly, leeway? If I were to grant them any, it would likely be I who lay down as a corpse. The fact that I did not take their lives is already an act of mercy. I may extend leeway to others, but tell me, who will grant me the same? At this juncture, he cast a frigid glance towards Lanlan. The formidable Lanlan, who surpassed Tianhen in capability, felt a chill sweep through her at his gaze, which radiated an emotionless light. More said, Miss Marilu, I must apologize, but we must take our leave. Zhu Rong, please keep Miss Marilu company. After exchanging glances with Tianhen, the two stood and bid farewell to the remaining three before departing. Marilu was taken aback. This was not her first conversation with Moore, who in the past had been relentless in his pursuit, impossible to dismiss. Yet this time, he left with such ease, seemingly burdened by unspoken thoughts. Zhu Rong's eyes sparkled with contemplation as he muttered to himself, it appears this young man, Tianhen, holds significant importance to old Moore. I have not seen him so earnest in over a decade. Tianhen must possess an extraordinary identity. Lanlan trembled slightly, her gaze betraying a hint of confusion. Regarding Tianhen, she could not help but feel a twinge of guilt, for she had utilized him. Previously, she had uttered heartless words to him, fearing he might cling to her due to their fleeting encounter. Deep within, she had always held him in disdain, particularly for his public admission of inadequacy in the bar. However, that contempt was gradually waning, not only because Tianhen was a disciple of Moore, but also due to the formidable prowess he had displayed, which left her astonished. She was acutely aware of the Tianhen from over a year ago. To witness his remarkable growth in such a brief span indicated an extraordinary potential. She realized that friendship with Tianhen was now an impossibility. The presence of someone who might become her adversary stirred a sense of unease within her. Marilu, seasoned by the trials of life, had discerned the extraordinary connection between Lanlan and Tianhen, yet refrained from inquiring due to Zhu Rong's presence. Her questioning gaze met Lanlan's bright eyes more than once, but Lanlan consistently averted her gaze. Zhu Rong gazed longingly at Marilu and asked, Miss Marilu, where do you intend to go after leaving here? Marilu returned to the moment, smiling as she replied, I shall continue my travels across the planets of the Galactic Alliance, just as before. It is only through experiencing more that I can deepen my understanding of music. And you, Judicator? Zhu Rong chuckled ruefully. I remain unchanged. I fear I must depart shortly, for I have my own mission to attend to. Marilu maintained her gentle smile and said, since that is the case, I shall not keep you any longer. If the opportunity arises, we shall surely meet again. Upon realizing that Marilu had issued a farewell, Zhu Rong deemed it inappropriate to prolong the conversation. He turned his gaze towards Lanlan and remarked, Child, I will clarify matters regarding you to old Phil. However, you must also exercise caution, for you have caused him considerable embarrassment this time. Lanlan stood up, lowering her head as she replied, Thank you, Grandpa Zhu Rong. I will return to explain everything to my mother as soon as possible. Zhu Rong nodded, settled the bill, and then departed from the cafe. At that moment, only Lanlan and Marilu remained at the table. Marilu grasped Lanlan's hand and inquired, Now you can tell me what is going on, can't you? What is your relationship with that Tianhen? Why does he look at you in such a peculiar manner? Furthermore, Moore, the master, seemed a bit off today. It is the first time I have seen him so silent. Lanlan, with her head bowed, murmured, Auntie, please do not ask. The matter concerning Tianhen is my fault. Marilu sighed softly and said, Your mother and I are good friends, and I have always regarded you as my own daughter. I hope you can express the troubles in your heart, so I may find a way to help you. You know, my sixth sense has always been quite keen. Just now, I sensed an unusual aura of danger emanating from that boy named Tianhen. Although he is attempting to conceal something, I can perceive that becoming his enemy would be an unwise choice. Lanlan's body trembled. She was indeed aware of how sensitive Marilu's sixth sense was. It was precisely due to that ethereal intuition that her singing possessed a dreamlike quality capable of enchanting all. Auntie, we are not exactly adversaries. I have merely utilized him. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. However, I still do not know how to resolve that matter. She then succinctly recounted the circumstances of her acquaintance with Tianhen. Upon hearing Lanlan's account, shock flickered in Marilu's eyes. This is absurd. You have acted recklessly. I have been quite curious about how you persuaded your mother to suppress the marriage arrangement. I wonder how to commend you for this. While I support your decision against the marriage, you absolutely should not have involved an outsider. Although I am unclear about the specifics, your actions must have caused Tianhen significant trouble. Now that the situation has unfolded, you ought to sincerely apologize to him, yet you spoke to him in such a manner. Silly child, you have erred gravely. If I am not mistaken, Your conversation with Tianhen must have been overheard by Moer. Or else, he would not have displayed such a markedly different expression. Lanlan exclaimed, "No, that is impossible." Marilu sighed deeply and said, "You hail from the Holy Alliance and should understand spatial abilities better than I. Given Moer's prowess, it is likely that everything occurring within the Haotian sports arena at that moment did not escape his notice. Come with me swiftly. While they have not gone far, I will take you to apologize to Tianhen in hopes of amicably resolving this matter." "No, I will not go." The pride within Lanlan led her to decline Marilu's kind offer. A flicker of disappointment crossed Marilu's eyes as she remarked, "Foolish child, you fail to grasp the bigger picture. This is not solely your affair. The arbiter of Zhu Rong is correct. The master of Moor holds his disciple in high regard, and your actions may very well jeopardize the relationship between him and your grandfather. The Holy Alliance is already somewhat unstable, and this will undoubtedly introduce more variables." Lanlan, puzzled, responded, "Auntie, is it truly that serious? However, I do not wish to speak to Tianhen any further. Everything is in the past, and I believe he will not dwell excessively on that matter." A trace of compassion mingled with Marilu's gaze as she sighed softly. "Lanlan, you do not comprehend. You have exploited him, and you have wounded a man's pride. Do you realize what your gravest error was? It was revealing the truth to him. Do you understand?" Lanlan's emotions surged, and she vigorously shook her head, exclaiming, "I do not understand, Auntie. I truly do not grasp it. Please, do not press me any further. Let us leave this place. I do not wish to confront these matters again." Observing Lanlan's turbulent state, Marilu could not help but sigh inwardly. Although she was not a member of the Holy Alliance, she hailed from an ancient lineage, adept at reading people. Despite their brief interaction, she could already discern that Tianhen was no ordinary individual, and Lanlan's headstrong behavior might very well cost her the most invaluable thing in her life. Tianhen and Moore walked calmly along the bustling streets of Mingwang City. At this moment, Tianhen appeared considerably more relaxed, as though he had cast off a heavy burden he had long carried. "Master, I apologize for causing you embarrassment earlier," he said. Moore regarded Tianhen with kind eyes and shook his head. "There is no need for such apologies. I am delighted to witness a young man rise anew. You are stronger than I had imagined." Tianhen let out a soft sigh and replied, "I have come to terms with things. Knowing the truth is beneficial for me. At the very least, I no longer owe anything to the Fayer family, nor do I need to fulfill those 3 unknown tasks for Lady Oya." Moore chuckled. "It is rare to see you grasp things so thoroughly. Do not hold any resentment towards Lanlan. That girl has been pampered since childhood. She possesses exceptional talent and was born with water-based abilities. Not only does her mother indulge her, but even her grandfather, Old Fayer, regards her as his successor. However, she is not suited for you, and there has never been much affection between you two. I find great solace in your ability to let go of this burden. I firmly believe that in the near future, you will find a better and more suitable companion." Upon hearing Moore's words, Tianhen's mind conjured the image of that kind face, and he shook his head, saying, "No, Master, I do not wish to involve myself in romance too soon. At this stage, gaining formidable strength is far more crucial to me. Before my encounter with the Holy Alliance, I had no aspirations, merely hoping for a stable job to support my parents and to have a warm home. Such things were already sufficient for me. However, things have changed now. Since heaven has bestowed upon me 2 exceptional abilities, I must strive to become a formidable force within the Galactic Alliance." Although he spoke in a calm manner, Moore could distinctly sense a powerful aura emanating from his beloved grandson, which brought a hint of moisture to his eyes. The current Tianhen resembled his younger self, already harboring grand ambitions and steadfastly striving towards that direction. "Tianhen, in terms of extraordinary abilities, there is little I can impart to you. If I were to devote all my energy to your education, I could indeed enhance your powers significantly within just a few years, potentially enabling you to attain the strength of a master by the age of 35. However, that would not be beneficial for you. Only through personal comprehension can one truly grasp the profound essence of knowledge. Hence, I can only illuminate a path for you. How you traverse it, whether in a straight line or with detours, is entirely reliant upon your own efforts." A glimmer of hopeful dawn sparkled in Moore's eyes, as he envisioned his grandson standing at the pinnacle of the Galactic Alliance. Tianhen smiled and replied, "Teacher, I understand your meaning. Lady Oya has expressed similar sentiments. Although our time together has been brief, you have imparted so much wisdom to me. Without your guidance, I would not have grasped the subtleties of spatial principles so swiftly. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I am not yet well acquainted with the Holy Alliance. Could you share more details with me?" Pleased that Tianhen comprehended his intent, Moore nodded with satisfaction and said, "The Holy Alliance has not been established for long, merely around a century. The original group of extraordinary individuals who founded the Alliance has mostly passed away. With the advancement of technology and our deeper understanding of extraordinary powers, the Holy Alliance has grown stronger over time. I can divulge everything you wish to know. Let us begin with the structure of the Alliance. You should be aware that the highest authorities within the Holy Alliance are the 5 judges, each possessing the strongest abilities of their respective categories. Zhu Rong is one of them, and Lanlan's grandfather serves as the water element judge. These 5 judges oversee various affairs within the Alliance. To maintain the Alliance's advantage over dark forces, the fire, earth, and wind judges consistently guard the magical star, while the water judge, Old Phil, manages some of the ordinary affairs within the Alliance. Apart from the light judge, Old Phil's faction is the most formidable. Tianhen nodded, acknowledging. No wonder Lanlan holds herself in such high regard. It turns out the Phil family wields such immense power. Moore smiled and advised, do not dwell on that. It is inconsequential. Regardless of Old Phil's strength, the true authority within the Holy Alliance lies with the Elder Light Judge. Although he seldom appears in the Alliance nowadays and rarely involves himself in matters, no one dares to show him any disrespect. His decrees are akin to sacred edicts. Excitedly, Tianhen inquired, is this Light Judge truly that exceptional? Teacher, how do you compare against him? Moore chuckled wryly, I might measure up to others. But that extraordinary individual is beyond my reach. To be candid, my spatial abilities have reached level 63, and my wind abilities have just surpassed 54. In terms of overall strength, I can certainly hold my own against the other 4 judges, as none of them have yet breached level 70. The Radiant Arbiter, however, stands apart. 2 decades ago, he had already transcended the 72nd tier. It is said that he has been striving towards the legendary 81st tier. And should he indeed attain such a realm, he would become the first watcher among our psychics. A watcher? Tianhen's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered this term. Indeed, it is the watcher. The essence of the watcher is rather simple. It embodies the guardian of all that lies within one's gaze. Should he truly reach such heights, it is likely that no force of technology known to us could pose a threat to him. The very mention of the watcher sent a surge of exhilaration through Tianhen's veins. That is the pinnacle of true strength. Within the Holy Alliance exists a supervisory council, tasked with overseeing all actions under its purview, directly accountable to the Radiant Arbiter. Thus, although the Arbiter has become somewhat detached from affairs, nothing can escape his watchful eye. 2 decades have elapsed, and I have seen him but a few times. Yet each encounter has left me with a distinct impression that he has ascended to a new echelon. Perhaps only the missing End and Kai Li could be his equals. Observing Tianhen's perplexed expression, Moore seemed to be transported back in time. Let me share a tale with you. One of the Holy Alliance's struggle against the forces of darkness. More than 30 years ago, the dark forces were not as suppressed as they are now. During that period, a prodigy emerged among the dark psychics, known as the End. What a formidable name. Does he intend to bring about humanity's doom? Moore chuckled inwardly, shaking his head, and remarked, not at all. The End could be described as an unparalleled hero, not aligned with any of the current 3 dark factions, merely an ordinary dark psychic. Yet, through relentless cultivation and an unparalleled understanding, he unified the 3 dark factions over several decades. 30 years ago marked the zenith of the dark world under the End's dominion. The 3 dark factions were entirely subservient to him, and he wielded the power to compel all dark forces to submit. Do you know why the Holy Alliance holds its current status within the Galactic League? It can be said to stem from the End's influence. Moore paused before continuing. It is worth noting that no one truly comprehends the extent of the End's power. The might of the dark forces instilled a sense of crisis within our Holy Alliance. To prevent the dark forces from permeating every corner of the Galactic League, we continually launched offensives to counter them. Though formidable, the dark forces remained somewhat weaker overall due to the infighting among the 3 factions over countless years. Under our persistent pressure, the dark forces gradually weakened. Despite the End's formidable prowess, he could not lead the dark forces in a true contest against us without the support of the sacred beasts. I have crossed swords with that individual on several occasions. And I must admit, had it not been for the assistance of my companions, I would have long since met my demise. He is the first in history to wield dark power to such an extraordinary degree. A flicker of terror suddenly gleamed in Moore's eyes, and his voice grew significantly heavier. However, the apocalyptic figure was a madman, a true lunatic. In his relentless defense of the dark world, he undertook an action that left everyone utterly bewildered. This very act posed a grave threat to the safety of the entire Galactic Alliance, prompting both chambers of the Alliance to unanimously pass a resolution to join forces with the Holy League. Tianhen inquired, what on earth did the End Times do to incite such an uproar? The fear in Moore's eyes deepened as he spoke gravely. Tianhen, since you have studied at the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, you should be familiar with the term black hole. Tianhen nodded, responding, a black hole is often mistakenly envisioned as merely a vast, dark abyss. However, this is a misconception. A black hole is a celestial body whose gravitational field is so intense that not even light can escape its grasp. According to general relativity, the gravitational field distorts the fabric of spacetime. When a star possesses considerable mass, its gravitational influence on spacetime is negligible, allowing light emitted from its surface to travel in straight lines in any direction. Conversely, as a star's radius diminishes, its effect on the surrounding spacetime intensifies, causing light emitted at certain angles to curve back towards the star's surface. Once a star's radius shrinks to a critical threshold, known in astronomy as the Schwarzschild radius, even light emitted perpendicularly is captured. At this juncture, the star transforms into a black hole. Its blackness signifies that it resembles an unfathomable void in the universe. Any matter that falls within its grasp appears utterly unable to escape. From our current understanding, the gravitational force of a black hole can obliterate virtually anything. However, the formation of a black hole is not a commonplace occurrence, as it typically requires an extraordinarily massive star to undergo a series of fortuitous transformations in its later life stages. Mr. Moore, are you implying that the end times conspiracy is related to black holes? Moore nodded, affirming, your comprehension of black holes is astute. Indeed, the conspiracy of the end times is intertwined with black holes. Long ago, for reasons unknown, the end times managed to locate a star within the Milky Way that perfectly met the conditions for becoming a black hole. That star had reached the final stages of its transformation, requiring only a few fortuitous changes. He amassed all dark forces, seized control of several administrative planets closest to that star, and issued a stark ultimatum. Should the Galactic Alliance and the Holy League refuse his terms, he would allow that decaying star to become a black hole. Ah, Tianhen exclaimed, taken aback. He could hardly fathom the depths of the end times madness. Did he truly possess such power? Once a black hole formed, its formidable gravitational pull would far surpass that of a white dwarf, likely resulting in cataclysmic upheaval throughout the entire galaxy, rendering the administrative planets under the Alliance's control nearly helpless. Moore offered a wry smile, saying, to this day, no one knows whether that deranged individual truly possesses such capability, but who would dare to take that gamble? Reluctantly, the Galactic Alliance and the Holy League had no choice but to acquiesce to the end times demands. This matter remains an absolute secret within the Galactic Alliance, known only to the highest echelons. Tianhen mused inwardly. The end times is likely the master that Melis spoke of. He furrowed his brows and inquired with a hint of perplexity, since the end of days has subdued all the dark ability users. The conditions he proposed must be exceedingly stringent. How could the Galactic Alliance Council and the Holy Alliance so readily acquiesce? Moore shook his head and responded, this is a rationale that the end of days certainly comprehends. Hence his demands were rather straightforward and did not exceed the limits of the Galactic Alliance Council and the Holy Alliance. He called for a battle among ability users, with both the Holy Alliance and his faction each contributing 5 individuals, competing in a best-of-5 format. Should the dark forces emerge victorious, the Galactic Alliance and the Holy Alliance would be compelled to acknowledge the legal status of dark ability users, ceasing all forms of oppression against them, and furthermore, granting them access to Magic Star. Tianhen expressed his astonishment. Is it truly that simple? Given the immense advantage the end of days possesses, he merely requests such a thing? Moore nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is as simple as that. In hindsight, it may be due to his reluctance to annihilate the entire Galactic Alliance. After all, despite being the sovereign of dark ability users, he is still human and would not wish for humanity to face total ruin. Thus, the legendary battle within the Holy Alliance transpired, taking place on Magic Star. The nature of that conflict remains shrouded in mystery. Our esteemed elder, the Light Judge, agreed with the end of days that during the duel, only the 5 participants from each side would be involved, and no other factions, including the Galactic Alliance's warships, would interfere in this 5-on-5 contest. Tianhen suddenly grew anxious. I still do not grasp why the end of days possesses such confidence. The Holy Alliance boasts 5 judges, each undoubtedly accompanied by their sacred beasts. His side, counting himself, has only 4 judges, and without sacred beasts, victory seems unattainable. Moore sighed deeply. The reason I hold the end of days in such high regard is largely due to his valor. That battle was, for him, a gamble. The dark ability users also comprise 5 judges, one of whom you may not have heard of before, Siley, whom I mentioned earlier. Siley? Who is she? Tianhen pressed for more information. Xylee is an exceptionally powerful ability user among all ability users. Perhaps only the end of days and our light judge possess capabilities that surpass hers. Although she aligns with the dark forces, her specialization does not lie within dark abilities. Like myself, she is a spatial ability user, possessing a deeper understanding of space than I do, and is a true spatial judge. She was also one of the 7 most formidable judges of her time, and moreover, she is the wife of the End of Days. It is precisely her presence that endows the End of Days with the courage to confront the Holy Alliance in this ultimate showdown. While the odds remain slim, there is at least a glimmer of hope. Tianhen remarked, Master, I have 2 inquiries. The outcome of this battle naturally resulted in the Holy Alliance's victory. What conditions did the Holy Alliance impose upon them? Additionally, since Xylee is a spatial judge, why did she choose the End of Days as her husband? Shouldn't she have joined the Holy Alliance? Excellent questions. Moore inhaled deeply. The conditions ultimately proposed by the Holy Alliance were quite simple. They demanded that the End of Days and Xylee vanish from the Galactic Alliance forever, never to reappear. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Our esteemed elder, the Judicator of Light, is named Guangming, which is why I have always referred to him as the Judicator of Light. Tianhen expressed his astonishment, saying, Is the condition truly so simple? Moore sighed and replied, I have heard Guangming mention that in his youth, he and Ma Shijin grew up alongside Xylee. Both he and Ma Shijin fell deeply in love with Xylee. However, she ultimately chose Ma Shijin. Guangming did not elaborate much, but he told me that Xylee is a remarkable woman. He promised her that even if Ma Shijin lost, he would grant him a glimmer of hope. Indeed, since that time, Ma Shijin and Xylee have not been seen again. Many have speculated that they were severely injured in that climactic battle and have perished in some unknown corner of the world. This suspicion is not without foundation. According to Zhu Rong, their victory was exceedingly precarious. Dark-type ability users somehow acquired 3 dark sacred artifacts, which harnessed formidable dark powers that nullified our sacred beast's advantages. Furthermore, Xylee's spatial abilities had reached the same level as Guangming and Ma Shijin, leading to a tie of 2 victories apiece in the first 4 contests. The final outcome hinged on the confrontation between Ma Shijin and Guangming. Ma Shijin possessed no dark sacred artifact, and Guangming refrained from employing his sacred beast, the sacred dragon of light, thus engaging in a completely equitable duel. They battled from the magical star to the void, and then from the void to the other world, where the ultimate victor was finally determined. The result brought immense joy to the Holy Alliance and the entire Galactic Alliance, as Guangming emerged victorious by a narrow margin. Listening to Moer's account, Tianhen felt a surge of yearning. He wished he could have been born several decades earlier to witness that monumental contest. The grandeur of the event could not be fully grasped through mere imagination. Chapter 27. The Secrets of Breaking Through the Ability Vortex. Tianhen lowered his head and inquired, Teacher, is this truly the end of the matter? I have a feeling that the climactic battle was not as simple as you described. Moer responded, Perhaps, but that is beyond my knowledge. Only the 5 judicators are privy to the details of that confrontation, and they guard their secrets closely. The information I possess was arduously extracted from Zhu Rong. However, his account was vague, and I only grasped these general circumstances. Regardless, it was the Holy Alliance that preserved the entire Galactic Alliance. Since then, the Holy Alliance has become the most powerful organization within the Galactic Alliance, second only to the upper and lower chambers, and the status of the 5 judicators is held in immeasurable esteem. They can be credited with saving the world from its demise, which is why the Holy Alliance enjoys its current standing. For reasons unknown, a voice in Tianhen's mind persistently urged him that this was not the whole truth. He pondered deeply, yet could find no flaws in Moer's words. Teacher, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will certainly find a way to uncover the truth. Moer smiled and said, So, you are also curious about this matter. I believe you will have your chance. He pondered to himself, The apocalypse is your grandfather, and the spirit of the apocalypse lingers within you. Contrary to the rumors, the apocalypse has not perished. You will inevitably uncover this secret in due time. My dear grandson, you embody not only my aspirations, but possibly also some unspoken hope within the heart of the apocalypse. After all, you are our sole descendant. At this point, I am indifferent to the notions of darkness or light. Your journey is one you must traverse alone to truly comprehend. My only duty is to protect you to the best of my abilities, fulfilling the responsibilities of a grandfather. Suddenly, Tianhen realized that while conversing with Moer, he had unwittingly arrived at the Minghuang Star Transport Station. Recalling Moer's words in the Dream Forest, he inquired, Teacher, are you coming back to Zhoning Star with me? Moer shook his head and replied, You know I have my own mission here and cannot leave casually. You can return on your own. I've made arrangements. Simply take my token and seek out Oya. I understand you wish to protect that girl, Lanlan, and are reluctant to reveal the truth. That's perfectly fine. With my token, Oya will not trouble you further. Tianhin contemplated this and said, Teacher, I actually do not wish to leave this place. I want to return with you to the Dream Forest to continue learning about spatial abilities. Moore smiled and said, No, you must first return. It is better to clarify matters with Oya. If you grow stronger, she may be reluctant to allow you to come back to me. That old fellow, Fire, is always relentless in augmenting his own power. Furthermore, once you return, there is no rush to come back. You can cultivate anywhere. Your ability level is still below 10, which does not qualify you as a true manipulator of the Holy Alliance. So there is a place you should visit. It is more suitable for your training. Tianhin was taken aback and replied, Teacher, I believe the Dream Forest is already very suitable for my cultivation. There, I can distinctly feel the connection with the world. Is there truly a place more fitting for me than the Dream Forest? Moore flashed a mysterious smile and said, Indeed, there is. The place I refer to is the Magical Star. Tianhin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The Magical Star? Indeed, the Magical Star possesses wonders beyond your imagination. It resembles another realm, whether it be cosmic energy or your abilities. Cultivating there yields the best results. However, my current ability level is still below 10. I fear I may not qualify to go there. Tianhin expressed his confusion about Moore's intentions. Moore chuckled and said, Theoretically, that is correct. But do you think I invited that old fellow Zhu Rong to the concert for no reason? Without my assistance, he could not easily extricate himself from the Magical Star. Rest assured, the Holy Alliance selects a new batch of recruits every 3 years to serve at the Magical Star to aid the 3 adjudicators in guarding it. Although your abilities may be insufficient, I have pulled strings with Zhu Rong and secured a spot for you. Indeed, Tianhin had long harbored a desire to visit the Magical Star, not only out of a yearning for the sacred beast, but also from a profound curiosity about the Magical Star itself. The mere mention of the Magical Star sent a thrill through him. Teacher, I am profoundly grateful for this opportunity you have bestowed upon me. Upon my arrival at the Magical Star, will I be able to tame the sacred beasts? Mole smiled and replied, Certainly, otherwise. Do you think I would send you there merely for amusement? The sacred beasts possess the ability to grow, significantly influenced by the strength of their master. I must caution you, as a dual elemental practitioner, you will be capable of taming 2 sacred beasts. However, the dark-type sacred beasts are exceedingly rare. You must exercise caution to avoid backlash. Furthermore, be vigilant not to reveal your dark-type abilities to others, for even I would be unable to protect you should that happen. Upon your return to Zhongding Star, you must reach the capital of our galactic alliance, the birthplace of humanity, Earth, within a month. There, you will report directly to the lower house, and arrangements will be made for your journey to the Magical Star. Here, take these 2 items. One is my token, and the other is your credential for this expedition to the Magical Star. As Mole handed over the items, Tianhin examined them closely. One was a gemstone, and the other, a white bead. The gemstone was a blue hexagon, translucent and radiating a faint luminescence. Holding it in his palm, Tianhin sensed an inexplicable energy emanating from it. The white bead, evidently man-made, emitted a soft white glow, intricately carved with a lifelike serpent whose eyes gleamed emerald green. Mole elucidated. The blue gemstone is a rare treasure exclusive to the Magical Star, known among our alliance as the Magical Stone. Do not be deceived by its size. It harbors immense energy. If utilized as a power source for a spacecraft, it can provide sufficient energy for a single traverse through an alternate space. Its rarity grants it the status of an identity confirmation for those serving at the Magical Star. Guard it well. Losing it would be a grave mistake. As for the white bead, it is my insignia within the alliance, and I refer to it as the mimetic orb. By channeling your spatial abilities into it, you can manifest transformations characteristic of our spatial practitioners, an ability you have yet to acquire, known as mimicry. This can instantaneously create an illusion of yourself at the orb's location, lasting for 10 seconds. If employed wisely, it could serve as a protective talisman in critical moments, but be sure to use it judiciously and safeguard it. For I possess only 3 of these rare items. Holding the blue gemstone and the white mimetic orb, Tianhin hesitated. Teacher, my abilities are currently at level 6. Will the Alliance truly permit my entry into the Magical Star? Mole reassured him with a smile. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements for you. Moreover, Zhu Rong will be there to assist you. Remember, patience is vital. Enhancing your strength is of utmost importance. The Magical Star is a wondrous place. Yet do not allow its beauty to distract you. You must not cease your cultivation of abilities each day. Do you understand? Thank you, teacher. Do you have any further instructions? Mole shook his head and replied, None. Return home and inform your parents. Serving at the magical star will require a commitment of at least 3 years. Before you depart, allow me to enhance a spatial ability within you, which will prove immensely beneficial. With that, he pressed firmly on Tianhen's shoulder, and in a flash of light, the two vanished from the bustling street, reappearing in a shadowy corner. Tianhen regarded Moore's rapid movement with profound admiration. Master, what shall you teach me? Did you not say that one must comprehend their abilities independently to achieve a deeper understanding? Moore replied with a smile. However, time is of the essence, and what I am about to impart is merely an auxiliary spatial ability that will not hinder your overall cultivation. I shall merely awaken this capacity within you. Before Tianhen could voice further inquiries, Moore had already placed a finger upon his brow. A cool stream of energy coursed through Tianhen's body, bringing him clarity of mind. A brilliant white light whirled rapidly in his consciousness, and in a matter of moments, it coalesced into a small white vortex. His spatial ability underwent a transformation, and he sensed an augmentation within himself. The white vortex spun ever faster, remaining solely in his mind, while the spatial energy that once flowed with the cosmic essence was drawn into the vortex, swirling with increasing velocity. A thunderous sound resonated in his mind, and then he fell into oblivion. Moore gazed tenderly at the unconscious Tianhen cradled in his arms, his eyes radiating warmth. My dear grandson, I sincerely wish to bolster your strength further. However, for your future, I cannot do so. I can only help you awaken the seed within yourself. All that follows will require your diligent effort. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him, and Tianhen gradually awakened from his slumber. He opened his eyes to find himself still in that dim corner, now seated against the wall, while Moore stood before him, his gentle gaze instilling a sense of extraordinary warmth in Tianhen's heart, evoking a surge of admiration. He softly called out, Master. Moore nodded and said, Your spatial abilities have been cultivated through your own relentless practice. Thus they possess a certain purity. I have unlocked a new capability for you. Now, focus your mental energy and envision an open door before you, your own door. Although astonished, Tianhen complied with Moore's instructions. As he concentrated, a flash of white light revealed a fissure, scarcely a foot long, before him. A portion of his spatial energy was inexplicably drawn into this rift. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, yet the fissure remained undeniably present. Moore smiled and explained, We practitioners of spatial abilities refer to this as a spatial scar, also known as a spatial bag, signifying the imprint one leaves within the realm of space. This is a unique advantage of our kind. You may place your belongings within it. Prior to doing so, you must imprint a mental mark on the items to facilitate retrieval later. This space is entirely yours, unless you completely lose your spatial abilities. Nothing stored within shall ever be lost. Now, do you understand why I carry nothing yet can produce items unknown to you? This ability was supposed to be possessed only by spatial manipulators of level 15 or above. However, in order to facilitate your future endeavors within the Alliance, I have preemptively bestowed this capability upon you. Yet, given that your powers are still insufficiently developed, refrain from introducing excessive items into this space to avoid undue consumption of your energy. Tianhen found himself momentarily entranced. The spatial rift before him transcended the realm of scientific explanation. Though he could not fathom how this rift was formed, he was acutely aware of its existence and its immense utility for him. He retrieved the synthetic skin and the token given to him by Moore, imprinting a simple mental mark upon them, using his own psychic energy, before carefully placing them into the spatial rift. With a flash of light, the items that had been in his hand moments ago were no longer there, save for the rift that persisted. As he extended his hand into the fissure, an extraordinary sensation surged through him, an indescribable feeling as though something was beckoning him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as his own mental imprint. With a mere thought, the blue magical stone reappeared in the palm of his hand. After several repetitions, he could only describe this ability to manifest the spatial rift as breathtaking, deepening his appreciation for spatial powers, which now seemed miraculous. Moore smiled and said, That will suffice. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Remove the ring from your finger. It is best not to expose the relic of a vampire lightly. This is a seldom frequented alley. You can find a transport station beyond here. 3 years from now, when you return from the magical star, come to the Dream Forest to find me. There is no need to worry about Feng Yuan. Perhaps within 2 years, I will arrange for him to seek you out on the magical star. Teacher, are you leaving already? Despite their brief time spent together, Tianhen felt an overwhelming attachment to Moore. He could not comprehend why, but he sensed that this elder, despite his fluctuating demeanor, was utterly trustworthy. A profound glimmer shone in Moore's eyes as he replied, Do not rely on anyone. The only person you can truly depend upon is yourself. With that, A flash of white light enveloped him, and he departed. Only more understood the depth of his reluctance to leave Tianhen, this grandson he had so painstakingly found. But for the sake of Tianhen's future, he had to make the choice to part ways. As he left, he silently mused, "My grandson, I can only create opportunities for you. Whether you seize them depends entirely on you. Should you fail to grow strong enough, I shall ensure you exit the Holy Alliance and lead a life as an ordinary individual." More had gone, and Tianhen's sense of loss lingered only briefly. He took a deep breath, feeling a refreshing coolness permeate his being. To his astonishment, he discovered that his spirits were remarkably high at that moment. The journey to the Ming Huang star could be deemed a resounding success. Not only had he found a revered mentor, but he had also resolved the matter concerning Lanlan, freeing himself from any lingering guilt, allowing a new chapter to unfold. Tianhen felt a sense of anticipation, eager to return to the Zhongting star. His first order of business was, of course, to visit his parents and the kind-hearted saintess, Lily. As thoughts of Lily flooded his mind, Tianhen felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He was astonished to realize that, apart from his mother, no other woman held a place in his heart that could rival that of Lily. He cast a longing glance toward the direction of the dreamlike forest and spoke in a deep, resolute voice, "Rest assured, my teacher, I shall not disappoint you." Upon arriving at the transport station, Tianhen concealed his identity as a Holy Alliance manipulator and opted for the most ordinary economy class. 2 hours later, he boarded the transport vessel bound for Zhongtian Star. Initially, he felt little emotion regarding the dreamlike forest, but once on the transport ship, an overwhelming sense of homesickness washed over him. Zhongtian Star was, after all, his true home. In an effort to hasten the passage of time, Tianhen immediately entered the rejuvenation chamber upon boarding the vessel. The chamber effectively isolated him from the external sounds, leaving only the faint rhythm of his own breathing. He reined in his mental energy, attuning himself to the unique abilities within him. Guided by the power of more, he discovered that his spatial abilities remained concentrated in his mind, a tiny white vortex spinning slowly at a consistent pace. As he infused his mental energy into it, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. Soon after, he felt as though he had entered a vast ocean of space, where his mental energy surged, allowing him to perceive every corner of the transport ship with remarkable clarity, even transmitting sounds directly to his mind. A thought crossed his mind. With the spatial abilities rotating in such a manner, their intensity was evidently far greater than before. Coupled with his control over space, he could unleash unprecedented power. If that were the case, could his dark abilities also form a similar vortex? Driven by the thought, Tianhen cautiously withdrew his mental energy from the vortex of spatial abilities, enveloping his stable dark abilities with his cosmic energy. After a period of harmonious integration, his dark abilities had become more accepting of the spatial ones. Nevertheless, due to their differing attributes, true amalgamation remained impossible. Protected by the cosmic energy, his dark abilities lingered within the sea of energy in his lower abdomen. Controlling the dark abilities was no simple feat. Most crucially, Tianhen must prevent them from escaping his body. Everything had to transpire within. He proceeded with utmost caution, gently urging the cosmic energy surrounding the dark abilities to rotate slowly, emitting a soft azure glow. Recently, his cosmic energy had made noticeable progress, nearing the completion of the 5th level of the 2nd stage of cultivation. Since acquiring his powers, he had utilized cosmic energy to enhance their intensity. And it was precisely because of the potency of his cosmic energy that he was able to better control both of his abilities. As the faint azure glow spun, Tianhen realized that cosmic energy could also be contracted in this manner. The cosmic energy, previously dispersed throughout his body, gradually converged, causing the azure glow at the sea of energy to become even more resplendent, forming a solid barrier around the dark abilities. With this solid barrier for protection, Tianhen immediately felt a sense of relaxation. He allocated a portion of his mental energy to control the cosmic energy outside, remaining ever prepared for any eventualities, while the majority of his mental energy delved into the realm of dark abilities. Having not truly practiced his dark powers for some time, he was first met by an icy sensation upon entering this domain, a chill imbued with a myriad of complex negative emotions. However, Tianhen's resolve was sufficiently steadfast. These adverse feelings could not sway him. Under the governance of his mental energy, the black light gradually coalesced, moving slowly alongside the cosmic energy. The dark abilities had always been confined within the sea of qi, with no presence in other meridians. As the rotational speed gradually increased, the intensity of those negative emotions surged, stimulating Tianhen's nerves, especially the sensations of bloodlust and slaughter, which provoked the strongest response within him. To suppress the influence of the dark powers, Tianhin hastened the rotation of the cosmic energy outside. Unbeknownst to him, within the nurturing pod, his entire being began to emanate a faint azure glow. Under the gentle influence of the cosmic energy, the negative emotions gradually dissipated. Tianhin suddenly intensified his control over his mental energy, finally forming a small black vortex within the cosmic energy. However, this black vortex proved somewhat unruly, frequently sending out shocks in all directions. Had it not been for the formidable strength of the rotating cosmic energy, the dark vortex might have easily broken free, rendering all of Tianhin's prior efforts futile, while persistently accelerating the operation speed of his dark abilities. Tianhin mused that allowing his powers to function in a vortex state seemed to enhance them. He suspected that his spatial abilities were likely not as adept at containment as the dark ones. Without his teacher's guidance, he pondered how long it would take for him to navigate this path. At that moment, Tianhin was astonished to discover that tiny white and black particles were continuously streaming into the nurturing pod and subsequently into his body. The white particles ascended, while the black ones descended, merging into his two distinct abilities. These particles were invisible to the naked eye. Had it not been for Tianhin's extreme concentration of mental energy, he would likely not have discerned their significance. The spatial abilities remained unchanged, smoothly forming a consistent vortex that effectively absorbed the white particles, while the dark powers underwent transformation. As they continually absorbed the incoming black particles, their rotational speed quickened, and the occurrences of impact against the surrounding cosmic energy diminished. A moment of enlightenment struck Tianhin. He suddenly comprehended that both dark and spatial abilities existed as forms of energy. In other words, these powers were not merely capabilities, but also manifestations of energy. An ability wielder is someone capable of storing such energy. Regardless of the type of energy, it can never escape the confines of the universe. This implies that various forms of energy are ever present around the wielder. If one could enhance the absorption capacity of their stored abilities, naturally, the quantity of such powers would continuously increase. The augmentation of one's abilities and the mastery over them are fundamentally distinct. Even if one excels in controlling their powers, a deficiency in their magnitude renders them incapable of becoming a formidable adept. Thus, the paramount objective is to swiftly amplify the quantity of one's abilities. Previously, I could only absorb a minuscule fraction of the surrounding energy when deliberately employing my powers, resulting in a sluggish advancement. However, with the guidance of my mentor, who facilitated the transformation of my spatial abilities into a form capable of absorbing external energy molecules, I was reminded of this crucial truth. Indeed, it must be so. With this realization, I felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. My mental energy expanded fully, and I envisioned the myriad energy molecules in the air, freely drifting about. Among them, the molecules representing space and darkness were being absorbed rapidly by me. These energies originated not only from within the transport vessel, but also from the vastness of space outside. The energy molecules were so minuscule that only my mental faculties could perceive their existence, and no object could impede their penetrative essence. This newfound understanding birthed a sensation akin to emerging from a chrysalis. Both the established spatial vortex and the nascent dark vortex experienced a significant enhancement in their capacity to absorb external energy. I could even sense my strength gradually augmenting, a delightful sensation that nearly coaxed a sigh of pleasure from my lips. Suddenly, the white energy molecules representing space vanished entirely, while the black energy molecules symbolizing darkness diminished considerably. At that moment, my dark vortex had reached its rotational limit, necessitating the influx of additional dark energy molecules to achieve a state of equilibrium akin to that of the white vortex. Upon perceiving the depletion of energy molecules around me, I was momentarily startled but quickly realized that the transport vessel had entered a phase of interdimensional jump, resulting in a substantial reduction in the activity of all energy molecules. The spatial energy molecules were most severely affected during this attenuation, as the external environment had warped into a distorted alternate space, rendering the available spatial energy molecules exceedingly scarce. Although the absorption rate had slowed considerably compared to before, the black vortex continued its relentless spin. The constraints of cosmic energy began to effectuate a transformation, marking a transition from quantitative accumulation to qualitative metamorphosis. With a resounding boom, my body trembled violently. However, the others in the rejuvenation chamber, enveloped in slumber, remained oblivious to my transformation. A swirling stream of mixed black, white, and azure energy suddenly emanated, compelling the distorted space within the transport vessel's economy class to retreat to a distance of 10 meters, forcibly creating a habitable space centered around my rejuvenation chamber. The lid of the rejuvenation chamber opened, and an alarm system blared its warnings. Attention, passengers. We are currently engaged in an interdimensional jump. Please remain within your rejuvenation chamber to avoid potential dangers. Slowly, I emerged from the chamber, my form enveloped by the swirling currents of black, white, and azure energy. His once ebony short hair had now transformed entirely into a striking white, and the juxtaposition of his dark and light eyes evoked an uncanny sensation. A cold demeanor graced his handsome visage as he clenched his fists tightly against his chest, his gaze fixed upon the distorted space a mere 10 meters away. He murmured to himself, "I have grown stronger. I have finally become more formidable." Indeed, he had. The explosive surge within him had momentarily rendered his mind blank. But upon awakening, he discovered his body had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The previously unstable abilities he had possessed had finally coalesced into a coherent system. The spatial powers formed a white vortex in his mind, while the dark abilities manifested as a black whirlpool in his lower abdomen. Most intriguingly, the cosmic energy, when harmonizing with the dark powers, also developed its own structure, a cerulean vortex gently revolving around his heart. The three whirlpools, black, white, and blue, imparted three distinct sensations to Tian'an. With a mere thought, he could wield any of these energies with effortless precision, no longer burdened by the instability that had plagued him before. Each vortex absorbed the free energy molecules from the air, replenishing themselves, and the most exhilarating news that flooded Tian'an's mind from the biological computer was Ability Level 9. Cosmic Energy Stage 2, Level 8. Such a remarkable leap. Was he truly advancing by leaps and bounds? How could the transformation be so profound? At that moment, excitement was the only word that could encapsulate Tian'an's emotions. What did Level 9 signify? It indicated that both his spatial and dark abilities had ascended to this pinnacle. Compared to the sluggish progress he had experienced previously, this advancement felt akin to a rocket launch. The cosmic energy at Stage 2, Level 8, likely rivaled that of abilities around Level 25, propelling his capabilities to an entirely new echelon in such a brief span. Gratitude swelled within Tian'an's heart, for he understood that this was all due to Moer. Without Moer's guidance in unlocking his spatial powers and directing him, he would never have embarked on this most righteous path of cultivation. Chapter 28. The Joy of Returning Home. Teacher, thank you for everything you have bestowed upon me. Rest assured, I shall become the strongest. Unbeknownst to Tian'an, he had surmounted the most challenging hurdle faced by ability users, particularly those with dual abilities, a trial that relied solely on one's own merit to overcome. Ordinary ability users could attain a level of 20 through relentless training. Yet beyond this threshold, further advancement became exceedingly arduous. It demanded not only diligent practice, but also exceptional insight. One must comprehend the essence of their abilities to progress to higher realms. The truth of these powers was something Tian'an had just begun to grasp. While this understanding was significantly influenced by Moer's guidance, his own perceptiveness played a crucial role. Without that moment of clarity, he could only speculate how long it would take to uncover the true essence of his abilities. With this newfound enlightenment, Tian'an would possess a cultivation speed unimaginable to other ability users. Henceforth, his progress in ability cultivation before reaching level 36 could be likened to a smooth and unimpeded journey, and attaining the status of a master would merely be a matter of time. Even Moer could never have anticipated that his grandson would swiftly ascend to such profound heights. 3 years hence, when Tian'an returns to the Ming Huang star, the astonishment he would evoke is beyond measure. Objects 10 meters away appeared distorted, reminiscent of the moments when he wielded spatial abilities, albeit this distortion was far more severe, rendering the true forms of the surroundings nearly indistinguishable. Observing the warped space, Tian'an took a step forward, and the tricolored energy currents surrounding him surged ahead, the distorted space remaining unable to encroach within 10 meters of his being. Tian'an was not so naive as to believe he could traverse the alternate space freely. He was acutely aware that the transport vessel obstructed the majority of the forces within that realm. Given his current energy state, traversing the alternate space was an impossibility. Even a judicator would likely find such a feat challenging, as merely achieving superluminal speed presented a significant constraint. At that moment, the surrounding distortion began to mellow, and a sense of alarm struck Tian'an. He realized the alternate space jump was nearing its conclusion. Consequently, he gracefully returned to his life support pod, secured the hatch, activated the protective mechanisms, and drew the scattered energy molecules back into his body. As he savored the 3 distinct colored vortices, his heart fluttered with exuberance. His intuition proved correct. 5 minutes later, the transport vessel emerged from the alternate space, restoring stable navigation, and the energy molecules began to reanimate. Naturally, Tianhen was in no rush to disembark. He greedily absorbed the energy molecules within the pod, channeling them into his two abilities and cosmic energy. Unbeknownst to him, his cosmic energy was reaching a state of vortex absorption at an astonishing rate. Most ability users, even upon breaking through their limitations, would not achieve such a state until well beyond level 20, by which point their abilities would be formidable enough to take shape effortlessly. What concerned ability users most was the enhancement of their powers. However, once cosmic energy attained a certain level, few would deliberately continue its cultivation, resulting in their abilities being significantly stronger than their cosmic energy. Tianhen, on the other hand, prioritized the cultivation of cosmic energy due to its life-saving intervention during the conflict between his two abilities. Although cosmic energy lacked the overwhelming prowess of other abilities, he was deeply reliant on its capacity to absorb the forces of the universe, ensuring his cosmic energy remained superior. Consequently, when he employed his abilities, his presence resonated more profoundly than that of his peers at the same level. Attention passengers, this vessel is approaching the Zhongting Star Transport Station. Please prepare to disembark. Upon hearing this announcement, Tianhen reluctantly ceased his absorption of energy molecules and opened the life support pod. Whispers filled the air as some travelers began to retrieve their modest belongings. As Tianhen stretched his body, he noticed that the world before him had transformed. Everything appeared remarkably clearer. Gazing through the sturdy alloy glass of the transport ship, the beautiful Zhongtian star loomed larger, a testament to the passage of over a year. He had matured significantly, rendering his former state during his time at the academy a distant memory. "Excuse me, could you help me?" A gentle voice broke the serene atmosphere beside Tianhen. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of an exceptionally adorable girl. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17, her large eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Her long, black hair cascaded over her shoulders, while her pale blue trousers and white long-sleeved shirt enveloped her petite frame. Although she did not possess the captivating beauty of Lanlan, she radiated a charm of innocence and grace. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Tianhen inquired politely. The girl's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she replied, "Could you please help me? I can't reach my luggage up there." Tianhen paused, suddenly aware that the girl stood at only about 1.6 meters tall, her small stature making it challenging to retrieve her belongings placed high above. A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. How had she managed to place them there? Sensing his thoughts, she quickly explained, "This is my first time traveling alone. The staff helped me stow my luggage when I boarded, and now that everyone is disembarking, it's a bit crowded. Would you mind assisting me?" Faced with the request of such a lovely young lady, Tianhen found no reason to decline. With a smile, he responded, "Of course, I would be happy to help. Which piece of luggage is yours?" The girl smiled faintly, saying, "Thank you, kind sir. It's the blue suitcase in the compartment to your left." Tianhen lifted his gaze, pressed the button above him, and opened the luggage compartment. Indeed, nestled inside was a small blue suitcase, easily within his reach given his height. He extended his hand and retrieved the suitcase. Suddenly, a violent tremor coursed through Tianhen's body, an unmistakable panic flickering in his eyes. A chilling aura emanated from the handle of the blue suitcase, seeping into him with a frigid intensity that momentarily halted the swirling vortex of his darkness-based powers. As the coldness continued to invade his being, his perception of the girl shifted dramatically. What on earth was contained within that blue suitcase? Upon placing the suitcase down, the vortex of his darkness powers resumed its motion, and the chilling sensation dissipated swiftly. He handed the suitcase to the wide-eyed girl, his curiosity piqued. "Miss, what is contained within your suitcase?" The girl accepted the suitcase, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, yet she merely shook her head gently, refraining from answering his question. Instead, she whispered, "Goodbye, kind sir. Perhaps we shall meet again." With that, she slipped into the crowd of the economy class, clutching the blue suitcase. Tianhen stood there, momentarily frozen in thought. As he focused inward, he was astonished to discover that the chilling sensation had unexpectedly fortified his darkness powers, causing the black vortex to solidify, now rivaling the intensity of the white vortex associated with his spatial abilities. As a flicker of thought crossed his mind, he mused that the azure suitcase must contain something imbued with dark attributes, which had provoked his latent dark abilities. Could it be that this seemingly innocent girl belonged to the realm of shadows? Just as a cloud of doubt loomed over him, the transport vessel successfully docked at Zhongting Star. Upon disembarking, Tianhen deliberately sought the silhouette of that girl, yet to his bewilderment, she appeared to have vanished entirely. A pang of regret washed over him. Had he considered this earlier, he could have simply used his mental prowess to lock onto her presence. Stepping out of the Zhongting Star Transport Station and inhaling the familiar air, A wave of relief enveloped Tianhin. He resolved to cast aside thoughts of the enigmatic girl. Now that he had returned, his foremost priority was to ensure the safety of his parents in Ningduang City. With the aid of flying magic, Tianhin ascended into the sky, gliding past numerous soaring vehicles as he made his way directly to Ningduang City. The exhilaration of flight uplifted his spirits, for he was on the verge of reuniting with his benevolent parents, igniting warmth within his heart. His card was already laden with funds, generously bestowed by Melis. Yet he dismissed such concerns. Filial piety took precedence. His enhanced abilities were vividly reflected in his flight, as not only did his speed amplify, but his spatial awareness also flourished. Even when confining his mental energy within, he adeptly evaded the airborne vehicles without the need for sight. At that moment, he deeply comprehended the sensations experienced by Liao and during flight, and he was certain that his aerial capabilities were on par with Liao An's. Approaching nearly thrice the speed of sound, Tianhin raced back to Ningduang City, a place still tranquil amidst its slums. Yet, could his heart remain as serene? Though reluctant to admit it, he was acutely aware that alongside his concern for his parents, thoughts of that pure-hearted girl lingered in his mind. As he neared home, his gaze instinctively swept across the slums, silently questioning whether she still resided there or if she had already departed. The door stood ajar, and a familiar voice resonated from within. "Darling, hurry and tidy up here. We must thoroughly clean the house today. Be quick. We need to finish the chores by morning so we can attend the Sanus's lesson in the afternoon." I've grasped most of what she taught yesterday, but I still have a few questions to ask her. Tears welled in Tianhin's eyes. It was undeniably the voice of his mother. He stood at the threshold, his body seemingly frozen as a surge of longing for his parents overwhelmed him, and he called out, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Two figures burst forth with a speed that belied their age, exclaiming in unison, "Son." My Ruo, her eyes brimming with tears, sprinted ahead, grasping Tianhin's hands as uncontrollable tears streamed down her face. Tianhin enveloped his mother in a tight embrace. He was home, and in her presence, he would forever remain her child. "Mom," Tianhin choked out, managing only that single word as the yearning for his mother surged forth. No matter the hardships faced beyond these walls, in this moment of return, his heart blazed with warmth. "Humph, you actually know how to come back." A year has passed without a word, and Molly murmured in discontent, yet the glimmer of tears in his eyes betrayed the emotions he could not conceal. After a prolonged silence, Tianhin's agitated heart gradually calmed, as he tenderly wiped the tears from his mother's face, saying, "Mother, please do not cry. I have returned." My Ruo, choking on her words, responded, "You little rascal, where have you been for over a year? You didn't even come back to see us." Molly stepped forward, enveloping my Ruo in an embrace, and reassured her, "Enough now. Ahin has finally returned. Let us discuss this inside. Ahin, to punish you for your prolonged absence, I have decided that you will be responsible for the thorough cleaning of the house today." A flicker of amusement danced in Tianhin's eyes as he observed his father's seemingly rejuvenated visage. Standing upright, he replied, "Yes, Dad, I promise to complete the task." Tianhin closed the door behind them, and the three of them entered the home. Just as Tianhin was about to begin his chores, he was halted by my Ruo. "Do not heed your father's nonsense. Let me see you first. You are thinner than before. Yet it seems you have grown taller and sturdier. Quickly tell me, where have you been for over a year? We wanted to search for you, but we were unfamiliar with the outside world and could only wait." Tianhin spoke gently. "Mother, such a thing will not happen again. I have earned a considerable sum of money, and the first thing I shall do upon my return is install a satellite phone at home. This way, no matter where I am, I can always contact you." Molly exhaled a sigh of relief and chuckled. "You know, if you hadn't returned, your mother would have driven me to despair. You have no idea how I've been coping. Your mother is likely nearing her menopausal phase, with a temperament as fierce as a storm. I scarcely dare to utter your name, for she would immediately dissolve into tears." My Ruo softly reproached her husband. "You are the one approaching menopause. The sage said that after cultivating cosmic energy, we would not experience menopause at all. My cosmic energy level has reached the third stage of the first phase, which is higher than yours." Molly chuckled. "Look at you, as we converse. You begin to exert pressure on me once more." Tianhin, feeling the warmth of home, embraced his mother's shoulders and remarked, "You both have finally begun to grasp the wonders of cosmic energy. Father, mother, after more than a year apart, you both appear much younger. You must continue to practice, as it is immensely beneficial for your health." My absence was not due to a lack of desire to return, but rather because I was working on Ming Huang's star, only able to come back after my work concluded a few days ago. Naturally, he would not divulge the existence of his extraordinary abilities to his parents. His deepest wish was for them to lead a tranquil life. Molly, intrigued, inquired, Quickly tell us, what kind of job did you find? You've even ventured to another planet. Is the environment on Minghuang Star as good as ours on Zhongting Star? Tianhen had already contemplated his response before returning. Smiling as he said, Minghuang Star is a remarkably beautiful planet, home to the most magnificent forests in the Galactic Alliance. My work there was quite satisfactory. And the remuneration is generous, rest assured. Interestingly, I initially intended to find a casual job here on Zhongting Star, but coincidentally encountered representatives from Minghuang Star at our academy recruiting, so I enrolled. I am still young, naturally eager to venture out and explore. Yet I never anticipated that my journey would extend for such a lengthy duration. I have been engaged in trade at a company for over a year, during which I have earned more than 20,000 cosmic coins. In the future, your lives will undoubtedly improve, dear parents. Melis had bestowed upon him an amount of cosmic coins so substantial that he feared it might overwhelm his parents. Thus he merely mentioned the figure of over 20,000. Although Tianhen had deliberately understated his earnings, the number still left Mari and my Ruo astonished. Mari laughed heartily and remarked, "Good. I knew our Tianhen would achieve success. You've truly matured." The concerns of men and women often diverge. My Ruo, with a hint of worry, questioned, "Tianhen, will you return there after this visit? It is, after all, quite distant. I think it would be best for you to find a job here on Zhongting Star." Tianhen felt a surge of emotion, nearly succumbing to his mother's hopeful gaze. Yet he recalled Moore's expectations and his own aspirations. Gritting his teeth, he shook his head and said, "Mom, I'm sorry, but I have signed a long-term contract with the company over there. It was not easy to return this time. I can only stay for a month or two before I must rush back. Please don't cry. Rest assured, after I install a satellite phone, I will call you at least once a month. With the phone, you will not only hear my voice, but also see my face. If you keep crying, it won't look good." My Ruo smiled through her tears, playfully slapping Tianhen on the shoulder. "What do you mean by look good? I'm already of a certain age, you know." "Oh, Tianhen, I truly hate to let you go so far. It's our fault for not being capable enough, forcing you to endure such hardships to support us." Tianhen smiled and replied, "Mom, how can you say that? You bringing me into this world is the greatest achievement. It is my duty to support you. As long as you are healthy and happy, all my efforts, no matter how arduous, will be worth it." A peculiar expression briefly crossed the faces of Mari and my Ruo as they exchanged glances, quickly vanishing as if to avoid Tianhen's notice. Mari said, "Dear wife, Tianhen and I will handle the cleaning. You must prepare a delicious meal for us today. ISNT, there's still some of the money Tianhen left behind? Please buy some good things. Perhaps a bottle of wine as well. I can still remember the taste of old Lee's wine from next door." My Ruo chuckled and scolded, "Wanting to drink wine, you old man. Our son just returned, and you already want him to work when he's been toiling for over a year. You can do it yourself. Let Tianhen rest." Saying this, she took her coat from the cupboard and headed outside. Watching his mother's departing figure, Tianhen smiled knowingly and told Mari, "Dad, you relax. I took a nap on my way back, so I'm not tired at all. I'll take care of the chores at home." He promptly guided Mari to the sofa, then began tidying up the room with great speed. Observing Tianhen's industriousness, Mari sighed quietly, his eyes filled with both pride and a tinge of concern. The return of Tianhen infused the home with vitality. The midday meal stretched nearly 2 hours, with my Ruo incessantly inquiring about various matters, even the minutiae of how often Tianhen bathed and how many times he visited the restroom each day. Tianhen responded cautiously, apprehensive of revealing any cracks that might cause his parents concern. "Oh dear, it's so late. We're going to be late for class," exclaimed my Ruo upon glancing at the time. Tianhen feigned casualness and asked, "Mom, Dad, are you still attending the Saintess's class?" While donning their clothes, my Ruo and Molly replied, "Of course. This is our greatest joy at the moment. We are learning more and more. Who knows, in a few years, even you, the prodigy from Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, may find yourself outshined by us. Since you've just returned, you should rest at home while your father and I go to class." "Mom, I want to join you," Tianhen insisted. "The Saintess has helped me before, and now that I'm back, I should pay her a visit." Molly chuckled. "Are you perhaps smitten with the Saintess? You must put in some effort. Your father supports you." A hopeful look crossed my Ruo's face. "If the Saintess could become my daughter-in-law, I would gladly embrace death with a smile." Tianhen frowned. "Mom, please don't say such things. You and Dad will never die." My Ruo smiled gently. "Death is not frightening. Your father and I have come to terms with it. Our only concern is for you. If you could settle down soon and bless us with a few grandchildren, our lives would be all the more delightful." Tianhen blushed and quickly changed into his original clothes. "Mom, didn't you just say it was late? We should hurry." 5 minutes later, they arrived at the slums. "Wow, son, your flying technique is truly remarkable. You can carry both of us and fly so swiftly, Molly marveled. To save time, Tianhen employed his flying technique, carefully moderating his speed to avoid startling his parents. Dad, the foundation of flying lies in harnessing cosmic energy. Both you and Mom can achieve it. Therefore, you must practice diligently. His motives were self-serving. The deeper their mastery of cosmic energy, the greater the transformation of their bodies, enhancing their longevity. As his dearest kin, he naturally wished for their eternal well-being. The high platform remained unchanged. From a distance, Tianhen could hear the saintess's gentle voice, causing his heart to tremble. Upon seeing her, he realized just how profound his longing for her was. He could not absorb the content of her lecture. Instead, her tender voice echoed in his ears. He gazed at her unremarkable features and thought, Baihe, you remain as beautiful as ever. Two soft gazes turned toward Tianhen, and Baihe, clad in white, appeared so pure. Upon seeing him, a flicker of joy illuminated her eyes. Though she continued her lecture, both she and Tianhen were immersed in a moment that transcended spoken words. Enveloped in a profound silence, Tianhen stood quietly beside his parents, his heart consumed solely by the image of Baihe. He felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. His gaze fixated on her as he silently called out, Baihe, I have returned. The 2-hour class swiftly came to an end, and throughout the duration, Tianhen remained as motionless as a statue. On the surface, Baihe's demeanor appeared far more stable than his. At least she managed to teach the impoverished with grace. Yet her eyes frequently drifted in Tianhen's direction. Observant members of the audience noted that the saintess smiled more often today than usual. Let's conclude for today. I shall continue imparting new knowledge tomorrow. Farewell, Baihe said, gracefully departing and leaving behind a delicate fragrance in the air. Ah, Tianhen, stop staring. She has already left. My Ruo gently chided her foolish son. What? Mom, what did you say? Tianhen snapped back to reality, his body stiff as he turned to look at his mother. Mari chuckled softly. You claim you have no feelings for her, yet your eyes have been glued to her since the class commenced. If you truly like her, muster your courage. When I pursued your mother, it was no easy feat. Go seek out the saintess. She still resides where she always has. Remember, your father supports you. With that, Mari took my Ruo by the hand and turned to leave. Watching his parents walk away, Tianhen couldn't help but shake his head with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, he had intended to see the saintess. Taking a deep breath, he strode purposefully towards the direction indicated by her. As he walked slowly forward, Tianhen noticed his heart racing fiercely. Even when he was on the verge of entering the demon god temple, he had never experienced such a sensation. Before long, the residence of Baihe came into view. He stiffened slightly as he noticed a young man standing at her door, holding a bouquet of flowers of unknown origin. Upon closer inspection, the flowers were of various types, clearly not purchased from a reputable florist. In Nanding City, flower shops were scarce, and such luxuries were beyond the means of those from the slums. The young man was tall and handsome. His excitement mingled with a hint of nervousness as he paced back and forth in front of the door, seemingly hesitating to knock. Tianhen halted, observing from afar, shaking his head vigorously, pondering, what is wrong with me? Why do I feel this suffocating sensation? It is only natural for someone as pure and kind as Baihe to be admired. At that moment, the young man could no longer contain himself and gently knocked on the door. It swung open, and a glimmer of joy appeared on Baihe's lovely face. However, upon seeing the young man, her expression shifted from delight to a gentle softness. Larry, is there something you need? She inquired. The young man presented the flowers to Baihe, saying, Saintess, might you accept my humble token of affection? I harbor no expectations, for I know I am unworthy of you. I shall forever regard you as a goddess, cherished deep within my heart. Lily smiled gently and said, Larry, please do not speak like that. I am just an ordinary person like everyone else. Thank you for the flowers. As she spoke, she accepted the bouquet from Larry's hands. Larry appeared exceedingly excited, his handsome face flushed with color, his hands fidgeting as he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Tianhen stepped forward with determination, striding towards Lily. Although he had hesitated earlier, he soon realized there was nothing to shy away from. After all, he and Lily were friends. Hello, Larry, Tianhen greeted the young man, who was not particularly familiar to him. Caught in a moment of awkwardness, Larry responded with a surprised gasp, looking up inquiringly. You? Who are you? With a smile, Tianhen replied, we played together when we were young. Do you not remember? I am Tianhen. Tianhen. Oh, you are the one who attended Zhongting Comprehensive Academy. Larry's eyes revealed a hint of wariness. Tianhen nodded. I just returned after being away for work. The last time, the saintess saved me. Now that I am back, I wanted to greet her. He gestured toward Lily as he spoke. A fleeting joy sparkled in Lily's eyes, and although it was brief, Tianhen caught it, and felt a surge of happiness, thinking to himself that she regarded him differently than others. "You have returned," Lily said softly. Tianhen gazed at her and gently nodded. Their eyes met, and they shared a silent understanding, momentarily disregarding Larry, who stood nearby. "Tianhen, since you have met the Saintess, let us walk together to my place and catch up. It has been years since we last spoke," Larry urged, his expression somewhat anxious as he noticed the way Tianhen looked at Lily, stirring a vague unease within him. Tianhen understood Larry's intentions and shook his head, saying no. "I have some matters to attend to. Please continue your conversation." Larry felt a surge of relief, replying, "Then we shall speak another time. I have just been admitted to Zhongting Comprehensive Academy, so you are technically my senior." Tianhen was taken aback. "You have been accepted into Zhongting Comprehensive Academy? However, the tuition there is quite expensive." Larry directed his gaze toward Lily, speaking with reverence. "This is all thanks to the Saintess's assistance. She has resolved all our issues. This time, over 10 of us have been admitted to Zhongting Comprehensive Academy." Lily nodded at Tianhen, affirming the truth of Larry's words. Tianhen felt a stir of emotions within him, grappling with the implications of Lily's actions. Was she truly intent on helping all the impoverished souls escape this place? Yet, that would undoubtedly be a daunting and protracted journey. Were he in her position, he would certainly lack such courage. After bidding farewell to Lily and Larry, Tianhen turned to leave. However, he did not genuinely depart. Instead, he circled back through the nearby residences before returning. Larry continued to converse with Lily, speaking hesitantly, and Tianhen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, noting how much more naive Larry was compared to him, having never seen the outside world. Quickly, he expanded his mental energy, sensing that no one was paying attention to his direction. Then, the white vortex in his mind began to whirl swiftly, and with a series of quick movements. He employed his phantasmagoric technique to instantly transport himself into Lily's room. Although he was aware that such behavior was somewhat impolite, it was nonetheless preferable to waiting any longer.